The story begins in New York City, with a monologue from Spawn claiming he doesn't belong here and he has to get back home. He claims the game was rigged, and now there is darkness in his soul, and he wants to die. He chose to come back but doesn't remember exactly why. Instead, he only remembers bits and pieces from his previous life. His name used to be Al Simmons, and he was a decorated colonel in the US Army, but then they turned on him and killed him. He remembers a beautiful woman, and making a deal with the devil, trading his soul to come to life and be with her, but the devil tricked him. He brought him back to life but robbed him of his memories. Meanwhile, two detectives named Burke and Twitch were investigating the brutal murder of a local crime boss, who had his heart ripped right from his chest. This was the third murder in the last 48 hours, and they believe a wacko must be behind the killings. Spawn hears a woman screaming in the back of an alley and goes to help. A couple of thugs were attacking her trying to take her clothes off, but Spawn was now incredibly powerful and easily deals with them. Afterwards, he goes into a state of shock and remembers more things about his life. He sees his own funeral and a beautiful woman crying over his death, but he doesn't know who she is. He wakes up and wanders the empty streets of New York, when suddenly he remembers that she is his wife. Spawn knows that he's alive, but he can't feel it and tries to take his mask and costume off. That's when he realizes the truth. The devil tricked him. He not only robbed him of his memories, but he also took his human form. He looks like a monster and starts crying, asking himself what he is now. Later at the Dawncorp building, a mob boss was screaming for help from inside his office, and one of the bodyguards rushed to help him. But when he gets there, someone breaks open the door and attacks him, ripping his heart from his chest. It was a disgusting demon who instantly kills him, saying he can now join his boss. When Spawn was brought back from the dead, he was given incredible powers, starting from 9.99.99. Every time he uses these powers, it drains him, and the number goes down. He tries to see if he can use them to turn back into a human, and it works, but not in his former body as a black man, and instead as a blonde white guy. This pisses him off, and he loses control, screaming in anger and cursing the devil for tricking him. When out of nowhere, he blacks out again and remembers more things from his past. This time it's his former boss, Jason Wynn. Even though Wynn taught him how to be a great soldier, he eventually became corrupt, and the two of them started fighting. Spawn loses his balance and falls from the top of the church straight onto the streets below. Meanwhile, the demon continues his streak of killing, attacking crime bosses and ripping their hearts out. When Spawn finally wakes up, he meets a short, fat, and ugly man with face paint that resembles a clown. The clown says he was sent here to keep an eye on Spawn, but doesn't see what the big deal is. He is a lot stronger and can easily kill Spawn if he wanted to, but Simmons grows tired of him and walks away, prompting the clown to reveal his true form. He was actually the ugly demon that was killing the crime bosses all around the city. Spawn is finally able to remember the name of his wife, Wanda Blake, and he also remembers her grandmother, a sweet old lady. It's been 5 years since he was killed, and he doesn't know what happened to her. The boys at the agency keep tabs on everyone, invading people's privacy, and he wants to sneak inside the building and find her file. He then promises to find the one messing with his life, but somewhere far away, the devil was laughing at him, saying he can't lose because Spawn is locked into a deal. He vows to make his life a living hell, saying he wasn't picked by accident. His past life of being a trained killer made him the perfect choice. Spawn sneaks inside the CIA headquarters and overhears one of the bosses hitting on his secretary. The scum was abusing his power, but she was freshly married and wasn't interested. Spawn takes the file, but before leaving, he threatens the guy to pay his alimony, which he hasn't been doing since he got divorced. And if he ever hits on his secretary again, Spawn will come back and break his hands. Spawn goes to Wanda's house outside the city and transforms back into a white dude with blonde hair. He is very nervous and completely amazed at how beautiful Wanda still is. A little girl comes running from inside the house. It was her daughter, Cyan. Spawn and she could never have kids together, even though they tried many times. It turns out he was the problem. He faints out of nowhere and drops on the porch. When he wakes up, he is greeted by Wanda and her current husband, Terry, who used to be Spawn's best friend. The two of them fell in love, married, and even had a daughter together. Spawn eventually leaves and blames the devil again for everything that happened. How could Spawn tell Wanda who he really is, especially since she remarried and has a child? He is interrupted by the clown demon once again, who says they have unfinished business. The demon attacks Spawn and stabs him in the chest, ripping his heart out. He claims he is stronger, and the others should fear him, the Violator, but Spawn eventually recovers and gets up, even though he doesn't have a heart anymore, and there is a big hole inside his chest. He confidently asks the Violator to try that again, but this time maybe do some real damage. The demon doesn't understand how any of this is possible. He demands to know who gave Spawn such powers. He thought he was supposed to be stronger, and doesn't understand how he can be alive without a heart. The demon drops it on the ground, and Spawn picks it up and uses his powers to make himself whole again. The two of them begin a brutal fight, with Spawn shooting the demon in the chest and destroying his heart. But just like Spawn, he doesn't need a heart either to survive. The fight continues with waves of energy blasts, and both of them lose their hands in the process until a loud and creepy voice screams, Enough! It was the devil himself who decided to intervene and asked the two of them to stop fighting. He gave Spawn his power to turn him into one of his soldiers and collect evil souls for his war against God. If Spawn uses his powers, it drains his life force until he eventually dies. But if he doesn't do anything, the evil and ugliness will prosper on Earth. He gives Spawn his hand back, saying he needs him to continue doing his work, but he wasn't happy with the Violator. The devil was angry at him for hunting down criminals around the city without his approval. He takes away his powers and turns him back into a short, fat clown. Somewhere in a New York mental institute, the doctor informs Billy Kincaid that he is now cured and will be released from there and allowed to be a free man again. The two detectives were standing right behind him but were not happy with this decision and think the doctors are stupid for letting him go free. Kincaid is one of the most despicable criminals out there. He takes advantage of little children and then kills them. After just a few days, Kincaid goes back to his old ways, steals an ice cream truck, and then goes around the neighborhoods looking for children. He kidnaps a young girl and takes her back to his home, where he brutally murders her, and then cuts her fingers and glues them to a sick wall. Burke and Twitch decide to take things into their own hands and stalk his house during the night, but they weren't the only ones. Spawn also visits him. Kincaid was unhappy because there are no kids on the streets in the middle of the night and has to wait until morning to satisfy his sick urges. But he wouldn't get a chance to do anything evil ever again because Spawn breaks inside his home and kidnaps him. The detectives break open the door and find the house empty, but they find the fingers glued to the wall and enough evidence to put him away for life. But when they return to their offices, they find Kincaid stabbed with an ice cream scoop and hanged with chains in the middle of the office. The New York Mafia hires Overt Kill, a hybrid android hitman, to take down Spawn, believing that he is the one responsible for killing the 7 crime bosses all over the city. 2 thugs go around the streets murdering homeless people and trying to lure Spawn out of hiding. He easily takes out one of them but interrogates the other, trying to find out why the Mafia is after him. A meeting is arranged somewhere at the docks inside a factory, and Spawn goes there immediately, determined to stop the killing spree of his homeless friends. However, Overt Kill is waiting for him and instantly attacks him, calling him an idiot for even showing up. Spawn's chains wrap around his neck, but it's no use. He is just too strong and starts laughing. Spawn manages to break one of his hands by trapping it inside one of the machines. But even with just one hand, Overt Kill is able to beat Spawn to a pulp and slams him around the ground. He then punches him mercilessly until Spawn blacks out. The android's sensors are damaged when Spawn breaks his hand, and he can't sense a heartbeat anymore. Believing his job here is done, Overt Kill leaves the factory, but Spawn recovers and teleports to an unknown location. He knows the location of a military warehouse where they keep a lot of weapons, arming himself to the teeth, ready to destroy the android. The warehouse was packed with deadly weapons. Anything that Spawn could think of, this place had it, and he was now ready to deal with the cyborg assassin. But his presence here was easily detected, and a group of soldiers was trying to break inside. Spawn didn't want to kill them, so he thought of something else. He concentrated and used his powers to teleport somewhere else, ripping apart his molecules one by one and traveling at the speed of light, arriving back on the streets of New York City. Don Vito Gravano congratulated Overt Kill on a job well done, not knowing that Spawn had survived. He said the fight was easy, even though his left arm was completely destroyed. Spawn had another blackout, this time remembering the person who killed him, but he couldn't remember exactly who it was that pulled the trigger. He threatened Don Vito and asked him to send the assassin after him at the docks. Overt Kill didn't waste any time and rushed immediately to correct his mistake, threatening to rip Spawn's head off and make sure he stayed dead this time. Spawn pulled off his mask and revealed his deformed face, saying, "This is what hell looks like." He then took one of the big guns and shot the cyborg in the abdomen, blasting a hole straight through his entire body. There was nothing left of him except his crippled robot body, but Spawn was determined to finish the job and ripped off his head. He then blew up the entire place, destroying any evidence of what happened here tonight. After he was killed by Spawn, Billy Kincaid, one of the most despicable criminals who used to kill children, was reborn in hell inside a giant egg. He was greeted by 4 other people and a girl, claiming the same thing had happened to them as well. They formed a group and wanted to leave the swamp, heading toward the Tower of Hell, the only way of escaping this place. On their way, they met different kinds of demons who picked them off one by one. One of them was killed, and his soul was taken by the prime monad from the highest sphere in hell, the 10th. Another was killed by a demon from the 5th sphere, who got an addictive drug rush when consuming souls. Eventually, only Kincaid and the little girl were left, and he couldn't help himself and tried to kill her. Unfortunately for him, the girl was another demon in disguise, testing to see if he really was so despicable. She took Kincaid to the 7th sphere of hell, where they fit him with a symbiotic suit just like the one Spawn has, transforming him into a hellspawn. He was then taken to meet his master Malabolgia, one of the kings of hell, and joined his army of hellspawns in the battle against God. Issue 9 begins 800 years ago, with a woman crying, claiming she was attacked by an ogre who kidnapped her sister. A young hellspawn heard her cries and offered to help her. Together they went inside a dark cave, but there was no ogre. This whole thing was a trap set up by that woman. She was secretly an angel, and transformed into her hunter form, claiming she was there to kill him. She easily bested him and took him out using her powerful lance. In the present, Spawn was in the alleys spending time with his homeless friends when one of them called him Simmons. He grabbed the old man, demanding to know who he was and how he knew his real name. The old man's name was Nicholas Cagliostro, and he knew about his deal with the devil. But their conversation was interrupted by the angel who came to hunt Spawn. Her name was Angela, and she didn't waste any time and immediately attacked him, claiming she wanted to destroy him. She zapped him with her lance and he melted away in a puddle of necroplasm, but Spawn wasn't dead. Two hands emerged that grabbed Angela and pulled her inside. This hellish place hurt Angela, and she screamed in desperation, but she was eventually able to break free and fly straight into the sky. Spawn slowly recovered, and his body went back to normal, but he was curious about Angela's weapon. Cagliostro warned him not to touch it, but he couldn't help himself and pressed a button, which instantly teleported him to an unknown location. Spawn awoke somewhere else on the streets but claimed he wasn't Spawn because, unlike him, he knew every inch of the network of alleyways in the city. He knew every level of the Tower of Hell, all except level 7. He teleported once again and went straight to Hell level 7, where he opened a giant door. Inside, he found a lot of men with their hands bound behind them and their heads covered. He didn't know who these people were, but as he went deeper, he found a giant cell door with all kinds of different heroes sticking their hands out. Watchmen, Avengers, Men of Steel, Women of Tomorrow, Gods of Thunder, Crusaders, and more, all wanting to break free. Spawn tried to help and blasted the door using his power, but it was no use. The gate was indestructible. All of the heroes gave Spawn their powers, hoping he would be able to help them, but even though this made him incredibly powerful, a godlike entity, he was still unable to break the gates open. Cerebus, a beloved comic book character, appeared and asked Spawn to follow him. He told him all those people with hands tied behind their backs were comic book writers who sold their heroes to publishers like Marvel or DC. Cerebus brought Spawn to his home, where he was married to Wanda and had a daughter together. All of this was possible because Spawn's creator loved him and was able to give him anything he wanted. Spawn and Cerebus are both owned by their creators, Todd McFarlane and Dave Sims, who haven't sold them and will never do so. After meeting a talking aardvark and fighting mean angels, Spawn was delirious and talked to himself, but his homeless friend Bobby slapped him back to his senses. While the two of them were talking, Spawn heard a big boom and recognized the sound, a handheld tank stopper. A woman was screaming for help and running for her life, but Spawn tried to save her. Sadly, they were both shot, and the girl died, while Spawn ended up with a big hole inside his body. He got up and confronted the thug who shot him, but the guy was able to escape. He followed him straight to an abandoned warehouse where the nerd gang was having a meeting. These gang members wanted to take over the alleys where Spawn and his homeless friends lived, in order to attack another gang called the Creeps. The girl that was killed earlier was a member of the Creeps, and her friends attacked Spawn, thinking he might have something to do with this. Spawn decided to instigate the two gangs against each other, tricking them into thinking that he worked for both gangs. The plan worked, and the gangs went to war, taking over the alleys and shooting themselves blind. The fights were brutal, and in the end, only the strongest member of the Nerds survived. Spawn used his powers once again and teleported inside him, exploding from inside his body and killing him on the spot. The streets and his homeless friends were now safe. Spawn's former boss, Jason Wynn, sent one of his top agents to intimidate Terry, believing he was the one who dug up the files on Wanda and also the one who broke inside the army base to steal weapons. Spawn visited Granny Wanda and told her the truth, that he was still alive and that heaven exists, and there is a place there especially for her. The two detectives were put on probation after the police found Billy Kincaid's body inside their office. Burke was furious because he couldn't go on the streets to do his job and instead was forced to do boring paperwork. While Terry was returning home with his wife and daughter, two agents were waiting for him and threatened him, saying he needed to stop digging up things about Simmons' death. Spawn spent his nights drinking with his homeless friends, while they sang songs and told jokes. One of them took Spawn's mask and put it on, pretending to be a hero, but the mask got tighter and began to suffocate him. Spawn was barely able to pull it off and save the guy's life, saying the costume has a mind of its own and he can't control it. Suddenly, he had another flashback, remembering yet again something from his past. This time he remembered the man who killed him, his former partner from the agency, a guy named Chapel. Spawn sneaked inside a military base where Chapel and 4 other men were actively training, trying to improve their skills and become better killers. They were part of the Youngblood program, an army program that recruits and trains soldiers to become deadly assassins. Spawn was part of this program and was teammates with most of them, but now he was here to take his revenge on Chapel. The assassins threatened him, but before they could do anything, he teleported himself and Chapel somewhere else. They arrived in a swamp in Botswana, over 8,000 miles from the Youngblood headquarters. This was the same place where Chapel killed Spawn, following the orders from his boss, Jason Wynn. The two men fought, but Spawn was faster and stronger. Even though he wasn't using his powers, he was still a dangerous killer after all. He pulled off his mask, revealing his disfigured face and saying that Chapel did this to him. He eventually told the truth, saying he was really Al Simmons and he came back to get revenge. Chapel stabbed him, but it was no use. Nothing could hurt Spawn, and he could even survive without any organs. Spawn pinned him to the ground and decided to use his power, mutilating his face just like the devil did to him when he traded his soul. After Malebolgia stripped away his powers and turned him into a simple clown, the Violator was powerless to do anything, and he spent his days talking to kids, telling them stories about how great he used to be. But the kids didn't want to listen to an old man, so he bribed them with money. He was willing to do anything for some attention. Over 800 years ago lived an evil wizard, whose soul was as dark as coal, and the inhabitants of the surrounding lands feared his very presence. The Violator's boss asked him to take him out, and he gladly accepted the assignment. He followed him and butchered hundreds of people, feeding on their hearts to make himself stronger, but he was lying to the boys, making himself look like the good guy. Meanwhile, the investigation had finished, and detectives Burke and Twitch were cleared of any wrongdoing, and they were allowed to resume their regular duties on the streets. Spawn was worried about Chapel. After he mutilated him, he left him alive, and now he knew his secret. He feared the Youngblood assassins might come after him. Back in the past, the Violator captured the wizard's mom and used her as bait to lure him out. The wizard backed him against a tree line, with help from his trusty horse, who kicked the Violator in the back. But he wasn't ready to lose the fight just yet, so he waited until the Hellspawn got closer, and then used a deadly attack on him. He shot him using a powerful fire breath, a maelstrom of acidic flames that had completely disintegrated him, leaving the Violator victorious. The clown continues to brag about his fight against the Spawn wizard, but the boys were starting to doubt his story. He checked the remains and made sure he was dead before turning his attention to the wizard's mother, who was still tied to the tree. He wanted to torture her and used his finger to cut her face up, but someone attacks him and slices his finger right off. The Spawn had teleported right before the attack, and the Violator only managed to destroy his armor. He was now just in his deformed human form, and he looked like a demon. The brutal fight continues right where they left off, and the Violator wanted to use his fire breath once again, and waited for the right moment. He struck the Spawn wizard once again, but the armor and chains were still alive and managed to trap him. The Spawn used his hell-given powers to defend against the fire attack, and using his sword, he cuts off the Violator's head. Even though he was victorious, his mother was scared of him. She'd never seen him without armor and was absolutely terrified. The Violator claims the people told stories about him, and he became one of the first dragons. The devil brought him back to life, saying he did a good job in testing the Hellspawn, and making sure he has the potential to become a fine officer in his army. Issue 16 begins with two soldiers walking in a small town called Simmonsville. They are attacked by two demons who jump out of the ground and brutally kill them. Jason Wynn was showing this place to an army general, saying this place is a doorway to hell and created out of a substance called psychoplasm. Meanwhile, two thugs were bullying a homeless man and wanted to light him on fire, saying they were doing the city a favor by cleaning the streets. Spawn stops them and kicks the shit out of them, breaking one of the guy's hands, who begins to puke because of the pain. Spawn remembers more things about his past, but isn't sure what happened to his body. He visits the cemetery and digs up his own grave, trying to see what lay inside. He is shocked to find his human corpse rotting inside the grave, meaning that his current form isn't actually his own body. In order to restore the balance of power, after Angela was defeated by Spawn, the angels kidnap Jason Wynn and infuse him with elemental fire, turning him into one of their soldiers called the Anti-Spawn. After finding out the truth about his body, Malebolgia couldn't help but laugh at Spawn's desperation and teleports him to Simmonsville. Psychoplasm reacts to human emotion, and this place was created out of Al Simmons' memories when he died. Now at full force, Anti-Spawn is sent to deal with the Hellspawn and restore the balance of power in Heaven's favor. Spawn is confident at first, but has no idea just how powerful his opponent actually is. He gets thrown through a church's window and beaten without even the chance of defending himself. If this keeps going, he will die soon, so he does the only thing he can and teleports back to New York City's Bowery. He tells his homeless friends to run away, but the Anti-Spawn follows him and attacks him again, dealing even more damage. He draws out a sword made from elemental fire and prepares to end Spawn's life, but his friends couldn't bear to watch their friend getting beaten up. They group together and attack the Anti-Spawn, hitting him with sticks and rocks. The homeless defend their friend, saying that if he has beef with Spawn, he has beef with all of them. This gave Spawn enough time to gather his strength, and he attacks his opponent from behind, punching him with everything he's got. But that's not enough, and the Anti-Spawn retaliates, stabbing him with the elemental fire sword. Spawn escapes by punching him again, but this time he pins him to the ground and grabs his head. He then punches him straight through his face, leaving a big hole in his head. Elemental fire starts pouring out everywhere, and Spawn deals the final blow and blasts another hole through his body, destroying him for good. Jason Wynn is returned back to the Angel Orbital Station, high above Earth, and two angels claim they need to increase the soldiers' power by adding even more elemental fire. A man visits Spawn, a friend of Cagliostro, saying that heaven and hell aren't the only players in this game. He gives him a blank business card, promising to be in touch when the time is right. For the first time ever, nuclear technicians from the former Soviet bloc nations will be meeting their global counterparts in the 3-day conference, which opens at New York's Columbia University. The 4 technicians have never traveled to a Western country and can't help but be amazed by New York street life. They even visit a few strip clubs and have a good time, but during the show, they sneak out the back, ditching the Russian escorts that were following them. Yusef Volokov, a Ukrainian technician, separates from the group and goes to see a former colleague who defected from communist oppression a long time ago. Meanwhile, Spawn was resting on a pile of garbage on the streets when a powerful explosion nearly kills him. He sees the person who detonated it and chases him down, but is stopped by Harry Houdini, the amazing magician. The two of them quickly become friends, and Houdini teaches Spawn to use the costume to his advantage and not use his own powers, which are depleting. Houdini gained his magical powers from a place called Overlap, a world between worlds where magic flows freely. The two of them team up and follow the man who detonated the bomb earlier, leading to a building in the Ukrainian district. Here he finds Yusef, the Ukrainian technician, asking for help to fix a broken detonator which he needs during the lecture at Columbia University. As luck would have it, the man who builds bombs lives in the same building, and he fixes Yusef's detonator. During the conference, Yusef takes the stage and brings out an atomic bomb and enough plutonium to level a good-sized section of the city. He talks about his country, saying that Ukraine is languishing in poverty and demands $1.5 billion in compensation. All hell breaks loose once the CIA arrives and starts shooting at Yusef and his people, forcing him to activate the bomb. With only seconds left before detonation, they were running out of options until Houdini has an idea. He concentrates and uses his escapist knowledge and powers to teleport the bomb somewhere else. The Overlap, more precisely, the same place where he gained his powers and flowing with magic. In the end, the danger was averted, and the bomb disappeared completely. Yusef and the people who helped him were arrested and taken into custody. After dealing with yet another bozo, Spawn is injured, and his friend Bobby uses a shoelace to sew the cut on his face. Bobby tells him about his beautiful wife, who sadly died of cancer. Going over her death was one of the hardest things he had to do, and doesn't want Spawn to end up like the other people on the streets. Jason Wynn continues to put pressure on Terry and turns the CIA, the FBI, and even the police on him, accusing him of being a traitor. The Mafia is looking for Spawn on the streets, thinking he is the one responsible for killing 7 leaders in the past month. He swiftly deals with one of the thugs that was interrogating one of his friends, but the guy threatens Spawn, saying the mob will end him and he is already a dead man. Spawn removes his mask and agrees, claiming he's already dead. Vito Gravano thinks that Terry is the one responsible for destroying Overt Kill, who is now badly damaged and recovering. He sends his people to deal with him, saying he can't allow himself to look weak, especially in front of his fellow Dons. Joe Sejcik is the mob's greatest accountant, making sure he hides anything illegal from the paperwork. He is Vito Gravano's trusted accountant, who maintains the legitimacy of everyday operations, ensuring that nothing appears to be illegal. Spawn pays him a visit and threatens to kill him if he doesn't hand over important files on the mob. Joe isn't really good at dealing with pressure, so he gives Spawn everything he needs. Terry tries to understand why everyone is attempting to frame him and accuse him of things he never did. His secretary screams in horror after opening a package and finding a dead rat inside. For the past few weeks, Terry had to deal with constant harassing phone calls and face-to-face threats. But this is too much for him, and it scares him. Spawn sits on a throne that his friends made while looking through the files he got from the accountant, trying to find something incriminating. Terry is home alone, relaxing, while Wanda and his daughter are out visiting her grandmother. His house is being watched by 2 FBI agents, when out of nowhere, 2 mobsters show up. They start shooting each other, and Terry goes outside to help, but it is too late. The FBI agents are already dead. The mobsters threaten Terry, saying they kidnapped his wife and daughter, and if he wants to see them alive, he needs to go to the Bowery at midnight. Terry is scared, but he agrees to go. However, Overt Kill, who was sent by the mob to kill Spawn, thinks Terry is him and attacks him. The poor man stands no chance against the deadly cyborg, who throws him around the trash cans like a toy. Spawn tries to help but is stopped by detectives Burke and Twitch, who want to arrest him. Spawn has no time to explain and just runs away, prompting Twitch to shoot him in the leg, but it doesn't faze him at all, and he just keeps running. Overt Kill grabs Terry and slams him against the wall, nearly killing him, but Spawn arrives eventually and saves him. The two of them fight to the death, but the cyborg is a lot stronger and faster than before. The mob wanted to make sure he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Wanda goes back home and finds the police and the press surrounding the place. The neighbors were already threatened by the mob and act like they didn't see anything. The 2 detectives arrive as well but have no idea what is going on. Burke asks Twitch to shoot the cyborg and he hits him in the ear. This triggers something inside of him and he stops the attack, leaving Spawn alone and leaving the Bowery immediately. Twitch checks Spawn, but he seems dead, so they remove his mask, revealing his disfigured face. Terry wakes up and they interrogate him, but he has no idea what's going on or why the cyborg wanted to kill him. Wynn asks his people to go there and arrest Terry, pull rank on the police if they have to. Just bring that traitor in. Terry wants to go after his wife and daughter, saying the mob has them, but Burke doesn't believe him. Nevertheless, he gets up and runs away, while Spawn hears everything and slowly wakes up. The detectives catch him from behind and arrest him once again, but the homeless people form a mob of their own and attack them, throwing garbage and beer bottles at them. Two of Vito Gravano's men have orders to kill Terry and drive towards him at full speed, nearly running over the detectives, but Spawn gets in the way and crashes the cars. He uses his powers to increase his density and becomes harder than steel, severely injuring the passengers. He is tired of everybody taking over his streets and decides to leave a warning on the walls, claiming the alleys belong to Spawn. He then visits Jason Wynn, threatening to expose connections between him and the mafia if he doesn't leave Terry alone. He visits Detective Burke and gives him a file on his boss, Captain Banks. He also pays Vito a visit, threatening to expose his illegal operations and showing the files he stole from the accountant. Issue 25 begins on the streets, with a thug beating one of Spawn's friends, saying the streets belong to his boss, and if Spawn wants a turf war, it's gonna get bloody. Terry is now acquitted of all charges and is back to work as usual, but he still wants to get to the bottom of everything and find out why everyone wanted him dead. Wanda visits him and offers to help him. The thug from before returns to his hideout, an abandoned warehouse where a monster is waiting for him. He is happy and claims the puzzle pieces are falling into place, and pretty soon he's gonna nail that mafia scumbag, Vito Gravano. The man who got beaten up earlier comes to warn Spawn, but he doesn't want to hear about it. He thinks this doesn't concern him and wants the people on the streets to solve their own problems. But he can't stay away and goes looking for the monster. He finds him and the two of them begin fighting, but Spawn is stronger and grabs him using his chains, demanding he stay away from the streets and leave his people alone. Spawn thought this guy was a demon, but he used to be just a man working for the mob. They forced him to become one of their soldiers and transformed him into the creature he is now. He escaped, but they killed his entire family, and ever since, he's been trying to kill Vito and get his revenge. Spawn agrees to help and gives him one of the files he stole earlier, hoping he will take Vito Gravano down. Issue 26 begins with a man frantically talking on the phone with his lawyer, who informs him that he did everything he could to keep him and his daughter together, but sadly the judge feels she'll be better off with foster parents as providers. After his wife died several years ago, the man had to take care of his daughter all alone, but seeing how he didn't have a job for the past 11 months, and no other way of providing for her, the judge agrees it's in the girl's best interest to live with another family. Cagliostro visits Spawn and tries to answer many of the questions about his role in the war between heaven and hell when they are interrupted by Fred Barnett. The man just lost custody of his daughter. He wants Spawn to use his magic and create some money, but he refuses and calls them nuts, saying he is not some walking bank machine. He is tired of solving everyone's problems and wants them to solve their own problems. Out of nowhere, Spawn is teleported to a beautiful garden similar to heaven. Gabrielle, the angel in charge of terrain affairs, greets him and offers him something to drink. She knows that Angela tried to kill him and wonders if he knows what happened to her lance after he pressed the button. He hasn't got a clue, and she sends him back to the Bowery, but not before saying that there is a great war coming soon, and he needs to pick a side. Spawn later finds out that the man who lost his daughter committed suicide. He can't help but feel guilty for not helping, and for the first time since coming back, he truly feels dead. Somewhere in Massachusetts, inside a beautiful house, a man was praying to God and talking to someone, claiming he is ready to accept the test of his faith and will go to meet the Spawn. He travels hundreds of miles and arrives in New York, a city filled with depraved and unholy people everywhere. The man who killed Spawn 5 years ago came to kill him again, but he killed Bobby instead and then shot himself in the head. Spawn, who grew very attached to Bobby, uses his powers to bring him back to life, but this puts a strain on his body and his powers decrease even more. Someone used this opportunity and shot Spawn in the back. The man who traveled here to confront Spawn calls himself the Curse, and he claims he killed him in the name of God. Thinking he is dead, the Curse leaves and forms a cult with the people who believe in God. But it didn't take long before Spawn was up again, and he armed himself with guns to take him down. The two of them fight to the death, but Spawn gains the upper hand and slams him on the ground. The homeless get in the way, but Spawn didn't care and continued the attacks, taking all of them down along with the Curse. In the end, Spawn was victorious, and he hangs the Curse like a trophy next to his throne in the Bowery. Even though he is defeated and his body destroyed, he claims his spirit hasn't been broken and threatens Spawn. Spawn says he is the king here and isn't afraid of revenge. He leaves the Curse hanging on the wall and goes for a walk. Determined to help her husband, Wanda came to the city searching for Spawn, but instead of finding him, she runs into the curse. She panics thinking he wants to hurt her and runs away, but she runs straight into a group of thugs. These guys corner her and want to take advantage of her, but Spawn emerges from the shadows and easily deals with them. In the end, he and Wanda meet for the first time since he was killed. She came here to thank him for helping her husband. If it wasn't for him, Terry would have been killed. She gives him a photo of her family, but she is terrified of him and runs away, even though Spawn wanted to keep talking. In the end, he spends the night staring at the photo, unable to take his eyes off his ex-wife. After an intense battle in heaven with angels, Spawn is badly injured and teleported to a small town in the middle of nowhere. A little boy named Andy Frank picks him up and carries him home, wanting to help the poor Hellspawn. Andy and his brother Eddie live together with their dad, a mean, drunk policeman who constantly beats and abuses them. Andy hid Spawn inside the shed behind the main house and brings his brother to introduce them. Spawn couldn't help but notice the bruises around Andy's eyes and blames the dad. Meanwhile, Detective Burke looks over the file he got from Spawn, reading about the connections between his boss and the mob, and is determined to take him down. After breaking his last beer bottle, the dad loses his temper and abuses the boy once again, taking out his gun and threatening to kill him. Spawn finds the two boys crying and wants to teach the dad a lesson, but he'd already left to drink. He found him on his way home and gave him a beating, tattooing the words, "I beat my kids" on his body as well. The dad loses his temper again and jumps poor Andy, beating him senselessly on the ground. Eddie decides to help his brother and takes their father's gun and shoots him, killing him on the spot. Spawn is stranded somewhere in Alabama, trying to get back home after walking nearly 1,000 miles on foot. He sees two cars filled with Ku Klux Klan members and decides to follow them. A black man and his family are desperately trying to put out a fire that was started by the racists and prevent their farm from burning. Spawn, being a black man himself, understands too well how it feels to be persecuted based on the color of your skin and decides to help the family. However, he didn't expect the hillbillies to be so well armed, and he gets shot in the head. They then use chains to tie him up and hang him on the side of the road. Spawn eventually recovers and is furious, determined to take his revenge on the Klan members. One by one, he makes their lives a living hell, destroying the things they love the most. Eventually, he goes after their leader, who was also the judge. He ambushes him and asks him to come by the farm and settle things face to face. The judge was dumb enough to go, thinking his weapon would be enough to handle Spawn. Spawn easily takes him out and decides to do something unexpected. He turns the judge's skin black, and when his fellow members arrive, they mistake him for the farm owner. The hillbillies bring the judge outside and then hang him just like they did with Spawn by the side of the road. After being gone for several weeks, Spawn finally returns to New York City and couldn't be happier to see the World Trade Center towers once again. He sneaks up on his friends and scares the living hell out of them, who are happy to see him again. Gabrielle was replaced with a new angel, Raphael, who is now in charge of terrain affairs. The orbital space station was preparing the suit for a new soldier to replace the anti-Spawn, who was previously defeated by Spawn. A new vessel is chosen, a simple man who feeds the homeless and loves serving the Lord. He is empowered with elemental fire and becomes a devoted soldier of heaven. This new soldier is called the Redeemer, and he is interested in Bobby. After Spawn used his powers to resurrect him, he was radiating necroplasm, and the Redeemer wants to take him. Spawn tries to stop him, but this guy is many times stronger than the anti-Spawn, and he gets destroyed. None of his attacks even scratched his opponent, and Spawn is left with his face in the dirt. The Redeemer takes Bobby and teleports back to the orbital space station. Spawn is determined to get his friend back and climbs one of the highest towers in the city, which is also Heaven's headquarters on Earth. As the new head of terrain affairs, the angel Raphael welcomes the arrival of several dignitaries from Heaven, including a cute little old lady. Out of nowhere, Spawn breaks inside the room and demands to see Bobby. Raphael is pissed and says this place is a conflict-free neutral zone and he has no right to attack them. She immediately calls the guards, but Spawn takes the old lady as a hostage and threatens to kill her if they don't release Bobby. He forms a bubble of green energy around her neck and begins to suffocate her, counting down from 5 until her death. Raphael is left with no choice and calls the orbital space station, asking them to release Bobby. The Redeemer brings him down to Earth and then immediately attacks the Hellspawn. Spawn defends himself, trying to protect Bobby and the old lady at the same time. He apologizes to her, saying he never really wanted to kill her and was only bluffing. The guards start shooting, and he teleports at the last second, bringing Bobby back down into the alleys of New York. Cagliostro is impressed with Spawn and says he just survived a battle with God. The old lady was impressed with Spawn, saying she allowed him to do that because he was fighting for his friend and thinks he might be the one. Spawn talks to his homeless friends and warns them about the dangers of staying around, saying they need to be prepared for war at any time, in any place. Bobby doesn't want to move or abandon his friend, thanking him for bringing him back to life after Chapel shot him. But Chapel was just a soldier, and like all good soldiers, he was just following orders. Spawn needs to find the person who was giving him orders. He is the one responsible for ruining his life. Meanwhile, Twitch recovers in the hospital, surrounded by beautiful nurses who couldn't be happier that he was finally awake. Burke blames Spawn for the beating and vows to go after him, but Twitch wants him to focus on their boss, who was involved with the child killer Billy Kincaid. The Angel's Tower was rebuilding after the recent attack, but the outside was disguised to look brand new for the unsuspecting people of New York. The Violator ambushes Spawn and drags him inside the sewers, threatening to kill his homeless friends if he ever leaves the Bowery. He wants to know where he is at all times and doesn't understand why Malabolgia chose him to be a Hellspawn, which is considered an honor in Hell. The two of them fight, but Spawn gains the upper hand, morphing the uniform to his advantage. While the Violator claims he shouldn't be able to do this so early, someone must be helping him. The fight is stopped when a giant pipe breaks, flooding the sewers and nearly drowning the Hellspawn. But he wasn't the only one who nearly died. The Violator was in a similar situation. It turns out that demons and Hellspawns can't breathe underwater. Luckily for him, someone pulls him out of the water and saves his life, but then quickly disappears into the dark sewers. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a young boy is wandering the streets alone. He is grabbed by some thugs and pulled into the dark alleys where they force him to buy some drugs from them. Stinky, their leader, then goes and attends a private show where two girls are wrestling naked inside a puddle of mud. Several men are watching the show and enjoying themselves when out of nowhere Spawn attacks him. The attack is brutal and blood splatters everywhere, including on the girls who panic and stop the show. The Violator pays Jason Wynn a visit, saying he wants him to hurt Spawn from a distance because getting close to him is too dangerous. He wants to do it by making Terry's life a living hell, going after Wanda and even her grandmother. Cagliostro tells Spawn that killing Stinky wasn't a good idea. He is slowly becoming exactly what the devil wants him to be. That little boy who bought the drugs is actually running the streets in his neighborhood, involved in 2 murders, drugs, and even selling weapons. Detective Twitch finally recovers and goes back to work, where his colleagues throw a surprise party to welcome him back. Burke can't help himself and threatens his boss, saying his time is slowly coming. Terry started working for Jason Wynn, and he wants him to head up the data reorganization for their security systems. Chief Banks complains to Wynn about the detective's threats, but he says the real threat is Spawn, who is hiding on the streets. Wanda is happy about a big anonymous donation made in the name of the Children's Society Foundation, while Terry is happy that he was transferred to work for Wynn, thinking this will help him find out why they tried to kill him. Banks takes some of his trusted men and goes into the Bowery to look for Spawn, but his homeless friends pretend they've never heard of him. Eventually, they find his throne, but the chief calls these people crazy for worshipping him. Spawn shows up and threatens him, but it doesn't take long before Burke and Twitch show up as well. Burke knows that Banks is involved with Kincaid, but he doesn't want Spawn to kill him. The chief whispers in Spawn's ear that Jason Wynn is behind everything, and this pisses him off. He teleports immediately to Wynn's office, determined to end him. He slams him against the wall, blaming him for taking away his life, when suddenly, a swarm of agents runs inside the room, led by Terry himself. Spawn calls him a traitor for working for Wynn and trying to save him, but Terry doesn't want to kill him and tells the soldiers he is more valuable alive. The soldiers disregard his order and start shooting, with the whole room erupting in chaos. Spawn grabs Wynn and jumps with him from the top floor, crashing through the floors below, but they are both still alive. Wynn escapes, and Spawn runs as well, but the soldiers are hot on his trail, trying to kill him. He goes down the stairs and breaks through the wall, ending up on the roof of one of the buildings. A helicopter is sent to take him down, and they even shoot a rocket. The explosion takes out the entire top floor of one of the buildings, but Spawn teleports just seconds before. Detective Burke gives the files he had on his boss to Internal Affairs, thinking they have enough dirt on him to lock him up, but his friends at the CIA clear him of any wrongdoing, and he is cleared of all charges in just a few hours. Wynn is taken to the hospital, but a bunch of guys in suits pays him a visit. They accuse him of attracting too much attention, saying the people they represent need deniability regarding their arrangements. He needs to handle this situation quietly because everyone is expendable, even him. However, the Violator is pleased with the way he pissed off Spawn and wants him to keep doing it. The man who saved the Violator from drowning comes to speak with Spawn, who is sleeping on a pile of garbage, when out of nowhere a group of thugs ambushes him. This man calls himself the Freak, but the thugs are part of a gang and want to cut him for coming onto their turf. Spawn wakes and easily deals with them, and the Freak shakes his hand, thanking him for saving his life. The man claims he used to work in undercover operations, but someone named Dr. Delirium killed his wife and son in cold blood. When he went after him for revenge, the doctor kidnapped him and brainwashed him, turning him into a freak. Spawn agrees to help kill the doctor, and the two of them go into the sewers. The freak knew a secret entrance to a room filled with machines used by the doctor. They head toward the top floor while Spawn deals with the soldiers. They break inside the office where Dr. Delirium was sitting and threaten him. The freak pushes him out the window, saying he came to take his revenge, and then drops him from the top floor. The way out wasn't as easy though. The entire place was crawling with police who responded to the alarms. The freak thanks Spawn for helping him take his revenge, but as it turns out, this guy was actually crazy, and the man he just killed was a real doctor in a mental institute. His wife is still alive, and she is the one who had him committed because he was acting crazy, and they never had any kids to begin with. Issue 38 begins with a strange man entering an abandoned castle. He was looking for someone, but all he could find were rusty machines, things thrown everywhere, and a working VCR. Meanwhile, Spawn digs up his stash of weapons, which he stole from the CIA, and performs some quick maintenance, determined to kill Wynn once and for all. Cagliostro visits him and asks if he's getting ready for war with so much ammunition laying around. The man in the castle puts a videotape in the VCR and starts watching, learning about a man named Frederick Wilhelm who works here. Wilhelm is a scientist who was hired by the US Army to head up their cybernetic simian project and develop a superhuman soldier. However, his beautiful wife got sick and was slowly dying, so he concentrated his work to find a way of curing her. The wife eventually died, and the professor wanted to transfer her brain inside the super soldier, vowing to bring her back to life. He never got a chance to accomplish his dream because he died trying, and the man found his corpse next to his wife's brain. The video continues to play, and the doctor reveals the project was successful, and even though he never managed to create a human super soldier, he did create a cyborg ape called Cygor. Cygor hadn't eaten anything in 3 months and kills the strange man, satisfying its hunger. Issue 39 begins on Christmas Eve, in a cozy apartment where a family was enjoying their dinner. The mother leaves the children alone because she has to work, and asks the big sister to babysit her younger brother. However, the girl leaves as well to attend a party with her friends and leaves the boy all alone to watch TV. The boy falls asleep watching his favorite Christmas movie but wakes up in the middle of the night because of some loud noises coming from the roof. He immediately thinks it must be Santa, but it was actually Spawn fighting a group of bandits who had just robbed a store. Spawn beats the living crap out of them and then leaves, but the young boy calls out his name thinking he forgot to leave him presents. Luckily, during the fight, one of the bandits dropped a stack of $20 bills and the kid takes it, thinking Santa left it for him. His mother finds the money and decides to spend it on the poor families inside the building, buying presents for everyone and organizing a party. After spending time with his homeless friends and drinking a bit too much, Spawn returns to his hiding place and finds 3 people decorating his throne. They claim they were curious and only wanted to make it better, but he asks them to leave. Spawn goes to sleep, but is awakened by wires that send thousands of volts through his body, electrocuting him. He faints and is kidnapped by a group of cyborgs who claim their master will be pleased. In another part of the country, a group of hunters is following the trail of some kind of big animal that had recently attacked a farm. They eventually find the creature, but it wasn't Bigfoot. It was Cygor, the cyborg ape created by the US Army in their attempt to create a superhuman soldier. Even though it could easily kill them, the ape runs away, choosing to camouflage itself in the darkness of night. Spawn was kidnapped by the Curse, a crazy religious fanatic who wants to please God by destroying one of Hell's creatures. This lunatic cuts Spawn in half, separating his torso from his legs, claiming he wants to cut him into tiny pieces and study necroplasm, the primary substance of Hell. The Curse was able to separate the costume from Simmons and plans to melt his body into necroplasm. He leaves Spawn tied up and goes to do something else, but vows to return and cut off his head, the only way to actually kill a Hellspawn. Meanwhile, Cygor was going south, a direction it's been heading for 5 days. But the cyborg ape knows right from wrong and sees a couple in the back seat of a car. The woman complains about the man's bad breath and pushes him away, but Cygor thinks he was trying to violate her. He breaks open the car and kills the man with ease, then disappears again into the night. Spawn cuts off his own hand and tries to break the glass container to free his costume, but he was too weak to do it. The Curse returns and wants to kill Spawn for good, but his severed hand was enough to crack the glass, and the costume was able to escape. While trying to reattach itself to Spawn, the costume destroys the entire lab and nearly kills the Curse. Left without any choice, the lunatic activates the self-destruct and blows the entire laboratory to pieces. The costume tries to protect Spawn and wraps itself around him, flying at incredible speed and landing several miles away. Somewhere close to him, a young boy was being chased by bullies who wanted to steal his comic books. The boy wants to hide inside an abandoned shack, but when he gets close, the costume attacks him. Spawn was hiding inside as well, trying to recover after he was badly injured by the curse. The two of them talk about the comic books and the boy tells him about his favorite superheroes. Back in New York City, the two detectives break inside Chief Banks' office, trying to dig up some more dirt on him since they weren't successful in taking him down earlier. Luckily for them, they find a file linking him to Jason Wynn and Billy Kincaid, the kitty murderer. Eventually, the boy leaves and goes back home, but the bullies ambush him right in front of his house. The costume followed the young boy and attacks the bullies, and Spawn couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Eventually, the boy gets in between them and demands the costume stop the attack. The next day at school, everybody thinks the boy is a hero for standing up to Spawn and saving the bullies. Detectives Burke and Twitch head towards work, confidently claiming that they have enough evidence to prove that Chief Banks was being bribed by Jason Wynn and that Internal Affairs and the CIA are all involved. However, when they arrive, someone revoked their parking rights and they weren't allowed to park inside the police station lot anymore. Sadly for them, the chief officially fired them and asks them to clear their desks and leave. This is payback for trying to expose him, but Twitch isn't impressed and threatens him, saying they are taking him down with them. Since the CIA and Internal Affairs didn't do anything to arrest Chief Banks before, even though the detectives provided enough evidence, they decide to meet with a reporter and give him the file they stole from Banks' office. After several days of research, the Daily releases the file, linking the kid killer to the chief. All of a sudden, all of his friends at the CIA distanced themselves from him, and nobody wanted anything to do with the chief, including Jason Wynn. The FBI arrive and want to interrogate him and go through his office. But before they could get a chance, Banks kills himself in an attempt to spare himself public humiliation. After the curse tried to kill him, Spawn's costume was damaged and his body was still healing from the injuries. As night covered the lands, the creatures of the dark were all drawn to him, darkness' way of replenishing itself. Giant wolves surround him, trying to protect him, while worms, maggots, and other earthly creatures hiding in the dark try to heal his body. Spawn draws dark energy from all the creatures, including a giant bear who gets close to him, when out of nowhere an angel hunter attacks him. She accuses another angel by the name of Angela of being a traitor. Instead of trying to kill Spawn, she helped him and even kissed him. It's forbidden for angels to help hellspawns, and she came to correct Angela's mistake. Spawn wasn't yet fully recovered, and she is able to impale him on one of the rocks from the swamp. She draws out her sword and wants to decapitate him, vowing to make sure that Angela holds his head before she dies. She strikes a powerful blow and decapitates Spawn, separating his head from his body. But Spawn's head wasn't real. The costume had made an illusion using the maggots that were helping to heal Spawn. This angel is young and inexperienced, and Spawn is annoyed that they would send a child to do their killing. The fight continues, and he is able to trap her underground, the place where madness reigns. After absorbing the latent evil flowing in the soil, Spawn is in a hellish high and gains the advantage, dealing several powerful blows against his attacker. Meanwhile, in New York City, the two detectives were jobless, and Twitch hadn't even told his wife he doesn't have a job anymore. Burke gives him some money and says he doesn't want to be a detective anymore. Instead, he wants to create his own agency, doing private detective work, and needs a partner. The fight continues, and Spawn's power meter decreases each time he uses his powers. But just as before, the creatures of darkness are drawn to him and come to help him, attacking the young angel from all directions. Spawn's chains immobilize her while the terrifying animals devour her completely, leaving nothing but an empty skeleton. Spawn returns to New York City and talks to Cagliostro, who says the costume is taking over his body, and he needs to do something about it. He wants Spawn to become its master and take control over it, not the other way around. Issue 46 begins with the mob killing one of their own men because he was stealing money from one of the bosses, Vito Gravano himself. But Vito answers to a master of his own. The head bosses from Sicily threaten him and ask him to find Overkill, who went missing during a mission a couple of weeks ago. Wanda is happy that the recent donation will help her hospital build the children's wing, and things were progressing nicely. Terry returns home, but he was feeling sick. A recent flu was bugging him, and he needed to rest for a couple of hours. Someone killed one of Gravano's best men, cut his head off, and then threw it in a box. He thinks someone is moving into his turf and wants his best men to find him. After his recent separation from the costume, Spawn hasn't been himself and was using worms to heal himself. Cagliostro warns him about the worms, saying they absorb the evil and sins from the world, and says he needs to control the suit and not the other way around. It turns out that Tremor was the one who killed Gravano's men, trying to get close to him and avenge his family's death. Gravano says he didn't murder his entire family. His brother is still alive. Tremor leaves him alive but takes another one of his men to interrogate him to see if he was actually telling the truth. Tremor goes straight to Spawn and asks him for help, saying that the man he just interrogated knows about Wanda and Terry as well. Spawn agrees to help Tremor, and they both go after the mafia boss. Gravano had barricaded himself inside one of his villas, surrounded by giant walls and guarded by security guards. But it couldn't keep Tremor out. He jumps from the floor and immediately attacks him. One of his guards shoots him in the shoulder, and that's when Tremor realizes that the man is actually his brother. He thought his brother David was killed as well, but Gravano convinced him that Tremor is the one responsible for killing off their family members. David refuses to listen to Tremor and shoots him several times, injuring him. That's when Spawn shows up and threatens Vito to stay away from Wanda and her family, saying he knows things that his Sicilian cousins are dying to know. He gives him a copy of the proof and then leaves with David and Tremor, leaving a trail of dead bodyguards in the backyard. Detective Burke rented an office where he plans to open an agency, working together with Twitch as private detectives. Sadly, he didn't have a lot of money to afford a nice place, and this place is literally a dump. Someone shoves an envelope under the door containing top-secret files on Jason Wynn and his associates. Spawn's costume was becoming more violent, and it was getting harder and harder to control it. He gathers trash from around the alleys and wants to build something. Ever since he came back from the dead, Spawn was attacked constantly, putting others in danger. Cagliostro shows up again, but Spawn isn't in the mood to humor him and just asks him to leave. Terry works all night again, but this flu wasn't going away, and on top of that, his heart was racing and he blacks out for several minutes. Something was wrong with him, and he didn't know what it was. Spawn continues his ritual of using the worms to heal himself, but he wasn't in control anymore. The costume was performing this ritual, and he was just along for the ride. He tells Bobby that something is happening to him, and he can't stop it. He wants everyone to think he left the alleys, but in fact he'd still be around. He just wants to isolate himself for whatever was coming next. He continues to build something, slowly draining away his powers. Terry finally decides to see a doctor and find out what was wrong with him. The doctor is unsure of what is going on and thinks it is nothing serious, but he wants to do a few x-rays to make sure he is right. Spawn was finally done. A small fortress in the alleys of New York City, strong enough to stop anything from entering. Cagliostro comes and wants to help, but the chains attack him and it wasn't safe for him. He doesn't give up, however, and breaks inside but is shocked at what he sees. Spawn was trapped inside a web of necroplasm, with tumors growing all over his body. A giant creature grabs Cagliostro and eats him alive, but it spits him out after just a few seconds. This triggers the costume to revert back to its original form, shrinking down again and leaving Spawn in a weakened state. But the old man is there to help him. Meanwhile, Cygor arrives in New York City after walking for nearly a month, calling out Al Simmons' name. On his way home, Terry blacks out again, but this time while driving, and he crashes into an oncoming car. He wasn't killed, but he was still badly injured and is rushed immediately to the hospital. Wanda arrives and the doctor reassures her he's going to be just fine, even though Terry thinks he's a dead man. He finally comes clean and tells her about the blackouts, saying he had one tonight as well. Cagliostro tells Spawn that because he was recently separated from the costume, it was now accelerating its evolution, and Spawn isn't able to guide it any longer. It wants to return back to hell and feeds on Spawn's anger. He wants Spawn to let go of his anger, saying that if he doesn't find a way to do it, the next time he uses his powers, the costume will take him straight back to hell. The old man knows all of this because he too used to be a Spawn a long time ago. The results finally come through, revealing that Terry has a cancerous tumor growing in his brain. It's too deep and too big to be removed, and he only has a few months left to live. Wanda couldn't stop herself from crying. The thought of losing a second husband absolutely terrifies her. In just a few days, Terry goes into a coma, and there's nothing left that the doctors can do for him. Spawn remembers he once made a promise to Wanda that he'd keep her happy forever. If this means saving Terry's life, then so be it. He sneaks inside his room and uses his powers to cure his cancer, but in return, he is teleported to hell by the costume. The doctors are stunned and couldn't understand how any of this was even possible. Terry was fully healed and allowed to return home, where his family threw him a surprise party. Granny Wanda tells him she was the one who sent Al to heal him, but he doesn't understand what she's talking about. Spawn was teleported to Hell's second level, a place filled with terrifying creatures. The creatures immediately attack him, trying to eat him alive, and he is barely able to defend himself. In Malebolgia's realm, warriors are made out of necroplasm, but here, it's a food source for these creatures. A giant insect tears off the skin from Spawn's body, trying to consume it and eat him alive, but he powers up and blows the creature away. At least in Hell, his powers are unlimited, and he can use them to defend himself. He kills the creature by stabbing it with a piece of rock, and then stays triumphant on its corpse. Out of nowhere, he is teleported to another level of Hell, while Malebolgia laughs confidently, saying everything was going according to his plan. Spawn arrives in level 4 of Hell, a great void with no sense of perspective. This is the place where humanity's greatest sins and atrocities are laid out to be witnessed by the unfortunate few. He is crucified and his costume is ripped apart from his body, causing him immense pain. A grotesque demon appears, claiming to be the leader in this part of hell. He says Spawn was the perfect candidate to become one of their generals because he was a trained killer who committed many sins. It's his capacity to become an even greater evil that appealed to Malebolgia in the first place. Meanwhile, Burke and Twitch arranged a meeting with an informant who gave them top secret files on Jason Wynn. Burke used the last of his money to buy a beautiful car, saying they need one since they've become private detectives, and calls it the Crime Mobile. The demon tells Spawn the costume isn't trying to defend him, because this is where they are created. The costume is finally home. He then stabs him in the chest and rips out his heart, keeping it as a souvenir, saying Spawn doesn't need it anymore. Malebolgia is amused by this, saying that his warrior's transformation continues as expected. Spawn is teleported to another part of hell, this time level 5. This place is inhabited by billions of souls who welcome his arrival, claiming he came here to save them, just as the prophecy predicted. They surround him and ask him to free them from hell, but Spawn is overwhelmed and demands to be left alone. But not everyone believes he is the Messiah, because not so long ago, another prophet arrived who bears another feature foretold in scripture. The two prophets fight to expose the impostor, but Spawn uses his powers at full capacity and easily deals with the impostor. The people pick Spawn to be their savior and want to crucify the other prophet, but Spawn wants to talk to him first. The hulkish creature thinks this isn't real because just a few days ago he was working as a policeman when somebody shot him and he ended up here. Spawn tells the people to spare him because he didn't do anything wrong, but the real Messiah would never spare a false prophet. The people turn on Spawn and want to crucify him as well. They use a dagger to carve the mark of the Hellspawn on his chest, but before they could kill him with stones, Spawn is teleported away to another part of hell. He arrives in level 9 where Malebolgia creates armies for the upcoming war with God. Hellspawns are his generals, but first Spawn needs to prove he has what it takes, so he is put through a series of tests. His first test is fighting Billy Kincaid, the Kid Killer, who is now a Hellspawn himself. Spawn easily takes him out. With a swing of his arm, he decapitates him, killing him for good. Once he is done, 4 Wandas show up, half naked and trying to seduce him, but this was just another test. These women are actually ugly demons who try to kill Spawn, but he gets pissed and easily ends them. He claims he's suffered enough and demands the devil show himself. Malebolgia appears and claims he is happy with Spawn's progress, slowly turning him into one of his greatest generals. After giving Spawn a few more tools to make him stronger, the Visage of Death, the Black Heart of the Dead, and the Mark, he teleports him to Earth to continue doing his work. Ever since Spawn cured Terry's cancer, the two of them have been linked somehow and Terry goes to the city to look for him. He is now certain that Al is still alive, but the alleys are not safe for people like him. Some homeless people ambush him, but Cogliostro saves him and takes him to Spawn. He barricaded himself in Rat City, one of the lowest and most dangerous places in the Bowery. Spawn attacks Terry, accusing him of stealing his wife and defending Wynn, the man who killed him. Terry explains he is only working for Wynn because he wants to get close to him and expose him for being a monster. But Spawn doesn't care and keeps pressuring him, jealous that he took his place and became Wanda's husband. In the end, Spawn believes him and agrees to help him take down the man who killed him. Terry shows him many files detailing shipments of weapons that were delivered to the wrong countries. Enemies of the United States, Iraq, North Korea, Bosnia, and many more. According to the data, Wynn's taken the profits from sales of the armament shipments and diverted the money to buy political favors in other countries. While Spawn digs deeper through the laptop, Terry looks around his hideout and finds a garbage bin filled with worms. Spawn is pissed and asks him to never touch them again, saying he's already dead and became a walking grim reaper of hell, and some things are better left unexplained. Spawn travels to a military base somewhere in Serbia to check if the weapons delivered here belong to the United States Army. Sneaking inside undetected is a piece of cake for the former military assassin. He's done it hundreds of times before. The soldiers here have recently slaughtered an entire village just 90 miles to the north, and Spawn doesn't hesitate to take them out. It turns out the data was correct. He finds hundreds of cases filled with weapons that were illegally delivered here. He takes a few of them as evidence and then uses explosives to blow up the entire base to cover his tracks. Some people lost a lot of money, and they blame Jason Wynn, saying that Spawn is his problem, not theirs. Issue 56 begins with a man remembering his beautiful wife and his son playing with toys when, out of nowhere, Jason Wynn walked inside the room and killed both of them. In his mind, Wynn resembles Genghis Khan as being a ruthless killer who didn't bat an eye at killing his entire family. As if this wasn't torture enough, the man was also locked inside a solitary prison, where he spends his days eating scraps and remembering his former boss. He used to be a military strategist using the philosophies of those like Genghis Khan to help Win advance in his military career. Eventually, he didn't want to help him anymore after finding out what terrible things he'd done. So Win killed his entire family and then locked him behind bars, condemning him to a life of solitary confinement. One day he hears explosions and people screaming. There was a big fight going on, but he had no idea what was happening. Out of nowhere, Spawn breaks open his cell door and calls him by his name, Forsberg, saying he's come to free him. Meanwhile, back in New York City's dark alleys, Cygor found Spawn's hideout and sat on his throne, attracted by his scent, which was stronger here, but Spawn was away on a mission, so he waits. Spawn brings Major Forsberg back to New York City, but he couldn't even talk to him. He was locked, tortured, and brainwashed by Win for so long that it turned him crazy. Terry thinks he still might be useful and wants to keep him around when, out of nowhere, two hands come out of Spawn's throne and attack him. Cygor had laid a trap for him, hiding inside his throne, waiting for the right time to strike. The ape was in a crazy state, with only one mission in mind, to kill Al Simmons. The chains wrap around the giant ape and drag him to the rooftops where the battle continues. Spawn unleashes a wave of darkness that hits it straight on. Thousands of bats and worms surround it, entering the ape's body and covering its orifices, suffocating it in the process. Spawn brings it back to the ground, while Major Forsberg recognizes the name Cygor. While working for Jason Wynn, he stumbled across a project to create a super soldier, using one of Spawn's former colleagues, a man named Mike. Spawn remembers him, and can't believe what they did to him, turning him into a cyborg ape. Two young brothers arrive in the city looking for Spawn, unaware of the dangers waiting for them. A thug named Snake takes advantage of their naivety and offers them a place to sleep and some food in exchange for delivering packages for him. In a short time, the older brother Eddie gets entangled in New York's criminal life, but they still go looking for Spawn. Some time ago, Spawn got involved and attacked their father, who was abusing them, which only made him more violent. In the end, Eddie had to kill his own father to save his little brother, ending up orphans on the streets. Eddie blames Spawn for getting involved, but he didn't feel guilty and sends them away. Snake is a ruthless criminal and wants to kill Spawn for getting involved in their criminal life, and asks Eddie to show him the hideout. He and his gang go inside the Bowery but had no idea what they were about to face. Spawn takes them out one by one, leaving only Snake. To save himself, he takes Eddie hostage and shoots his brother by mistake, thinking it was Spawn. Eddie pushes him straight into the throne, impaling Snake and killing him on the spot. Luckily, Andy wasn't seriously injured and he was quickly bandaged. Spawn tells them to go back to where they came from and face their problems, advising them to stay on the right side of the law. Spawn visits Terry during the night and scares the living hell out of him. He's tired of waiting for Forsberg to snap out of it and wants Terry to speed things up and take down Win faster. He leaves for work in the morning, while Wanda spends the entire day with Cyan. After losing Al, her daughter made her life worth living, and she loves her to death. Meanwhile, Win gets the results of his probe for internal security breaches and finds out that Terry was using his clearance to access top-secret files. Wanda left her daughter to play alone for a few minutes, but somehow she disappeared. She goes into her room and sees Spawn next to her crib, who kidnaps Cyan. Terry doesn't understand why he did this, and tells the police the location of his hideout. The Bowery is flooded with policemen who came to find Spawn and take back the girl. Spawn has no clue what's going on and thinks they came for war. He arms himself and prepares for the worst, while he watches everything from the safety of the rooftops. It turns out the Violator is the one behind the kidnapping, trying to frame Spawn and push him even further into chaos. Wanda was devastated and couldn't stop herself from crying, while Terry was trying to figure out what drove Spawn to do this. Meanwhile, the streets were crawling with SWAT teams, searching every corner of the streets to try and find him. They find his throne made out of body parts from low-life criminals and even Cygor, the cyborg ape, which lay unconscious on the ground. Spawn visits Terry and claims he's not the one behind the kidnapping, but Terry finds it hard to believe. Before leaving, he visits Cyan's room and takes one of her toys, hoping it will help him to find her faster. The doll is part of Cyan's past, and he is able to track the residual energy to find her location. The clown creates a cocktail of poison and wants to force the girl into drinking it, but luckily, Spawn arrives just in time and protects her. The Violator tries to revert back into his demon form, but the chains wrapped around his body prevent him from doing so. His body is deformed and injured, dripping necroplasm everywhere. The costume wraps itself around the clown's head, suffocating him, and Spawn uses a lot of energy to burn him alive, leaving only his empty skull behind. After the clown was finally dead, Spawn takes Cyan back to her parents, and they couldn't be happier to be reunited. Even though the little girl was now safe, Wanda wants to know what drove Spawn to kidnap her in the first place. The police reassure her they are still looking for him and will eventually get to the bottom of it. An informant tells Mr. Wynn everything that happened and also that Cygor was transported to a containment facility and scientists were already experimenting on it. Spawn returns to another part of the Bowery and claims his turf by impaling the Violator's head into the ground. Cagliostro tells him the clown isn't dead. Just like with the angel earlier, Spawn still hasn't figured out how to kill demons. His homeless friends build him another throne, after the last one was destroyed by police, but this time without any human parts. Spawn is mad and says he just wants to be left alone. He doesn't want to put them in danger by being close to him, but he still compliments the throne. Tired of things progressing way too slow, Spawn visits his former boss while he was sleeping. He puts a gun in his mouth and threatens to blow his brains out, but Wynn says that if he dies, so do Terry and Wanda. He made sure that if anything happens to him, his friends are taken out by assassins. Spawn leaves him alive but vows to return to his office at midnight to prove that he can get to him anytime he wants. Several hours later, a powerful lightning strikes the city, and Angela appears, even though she was galaxies away from Earth. A second lightning strikes the city, hitting Spawn and sending him crashing into the walls. Angela finds Spawn but doesn't understand why she was brought back to Earth and thinks Spawn might know the answer, but he is just as clueless as she is. And during the conversation, Angela is teleported a second time, leaving Spawn alone in the alleys. He goes back to his throne while a friend starts a fire in one of the barrels nearby. Out of nowhere, the man is shocked to see that Spawn's face healed, and he was looking like a normal man once again. Spawn doesn't believe him and checks for himself, and he really has his human face back, but the eyes are still hollow, remarking that the devil is still mocking him. He has no idea if this is going to be permanent or not and wants to take advantage of the situation. He immediately gets dressed in a fancy suit, puts on a pair of glasses, and leaves the alleys. The two detectives find out that Spawn had recently kidnapped a little girl, even though it wasn't true, and head to the alleys to look for him, questioning why Spawn dumped Kincaid's body in their office. Spawn visits Terry while he is playing with his daughter and tells him about the transformation. He tells him about his plan to attack Wynn in his office tonight, and when he's done, he plans to tell Wanda he's still alive and threatens Terry, saying they are enemies. He arms himself and makes sure he has everything he needs, even though Cagliostro advises him to stop playing the devil's game. He wants Spawn to focus on his new transformation and other more important things in life rather than vengeance. But Spawn doesn't care and wants to take down his former boss one way or another. Jason Wynn took his threat very seriously and gathered every agency available to guard the CIA building where his office was. Over 400 soldiers were called to protect the building, but using his magic, Spawn easily disguises himself as one of them. Meanwhile, Burke and Twitch find Cog, who tells them Spawn specifically chose them when he dumped Kincaid's body on them, and it wasn't random. Spawn hacks the security systems and locks the main gate, trapping nearly 300 men outside, while over 100 still remain inside the building. Hiding in the shadows, he easily takes out most of them and slowly makes his way toward the top floor. Security cameras go blank just seconds after spotting the terrifying Hellspawn heading toward the target. Spawn easily sneaks inside Wynn's office and confronts him, telling him to leave Terry and Wanda alone or else he's going to gut him. He came here just to prove a point, how easy it was to get to him even though he was guarded by over 400 soldiers. Before leaving, Spawn shows a glimpse of his true self, even though Wynn wasn't able to recognize that he was Al Simmons. Cagliostro tells the two detectives the truth, that Spawn used to be a soldier working for the US Army, a trained killer who was very good at his job, but when he wasn't needed anymore, his own people had him murdered in cold blood. He came back from the dead, however, and is now a tool, a pawn of Hell, primed for an upcoming war between Hell and Heaven, Armageddon itself. When Spawn died, he lost the only thing that mattered to him, his wife, and Hell knew this. So at the time of his death, Al heard a voice that claimed it was willing to help. Al asked for one last chance to see his wife, and the devil granted his wish. But like all deals with the devil, it came at a cost. Al Simmons returned from the dead, but he wasn't himself anymore. He was turned into a Hellspawn. Cog says that every person who ever lived is capable of extreme good or extreme evil, but it's the choices we make that determine who we are. He tells the detectives they were picked for a reason, and this reason is to help Spawn in his journey, to help him recapture his lost humanity. After threatening his former boss, Spawn walks confidently on the streets without realizing that his face is changing back to a Hellspawn. Some people make fun of him and his ugly face, and it pisses him off. He slams them against the ground, wanting to break their necks, but he eventually leaves them alone. While Wanda is visiting her grandmother, Cyan is playing with the dog, but she panics after the dog steals her pacifier. The pacifier was attached to a piece of string that was part of Spawn's, and she feels a strong connection with it. Spawn is furious and starts destroying his hideout, blaming the devil for making fun of him. Cog says he should have used the time looking like a human to do things he cares about instead of chasing his former boss and threatening him. Even though Malebolgia is the one who brought Spawn back from the dead, God is the one who chose where to place him. He was given a second chance, but not to become human again, instead to become better than he was before. Spawn finds Terry again and apologizes, saying he wants to help him take down Wynn by disrupting his foreign affairs. Eventually his allies will turn on him, but Terry is still pissed about before when Spawn threatened him and said they were enemies. Twitch and Burke receive a visit from their only customer, Mrs. Bird, a crazy old woman who claims she was abducted by aliens. Twitch abruptly leaves the office and leaves Burke to deal with her, which pisses him off. Winter was approaching, and the nights were much colder now, so the homeless gather together and try to entertain themselves. Bobby shows everyone a gift he got from his daughter Susie. She found him a few years ago on the streets and gave him a crystal deer. The topic switches to religion, but Johnny says he doesn't believe in a higher power. Spawn is curious and joins the conversation, saying he used to be just like him, believing that life is just about today. Now he thinks there is a gray area where most people live, where neither God nor Satan is truly good or evil. Johnny gets pissed and wants to leave, but he accidentally breaks Bobby's gift. Spawn follows him and overhears him and his thug friends planning to rob a pawn shop and then blame it on one of his religious friends. Spawn confronts him and says he won't allow it, but they all draw their guns and shoot him multiple times. For some unknown reason, his costume doesn't react and doesn't defend him, leaving Spawn in a puddle of his own green blood. Johnny then gets close and pulls the trigger, blowing his brains out. The two detectives are called to investigate the murder of Mr. Bird, the husband of the crazy old woman. Someone had shot him in the head, but there are no signs of forced entry. They find his wife in the bedroom watching TV, pretending like nothing happened and worrying about the movie's ending. Twitch doesn't know if she's really crazy or just faking it to avoid going to prison, which shouldn't be too hard considering she has them as witnesses. Cogliostro appears out of nowhere in the back seat of their car and gives them the complete files on Mr. Bird, hoping to aid them in their investigation. He also tells them that Spawn was shot and needs their help. After giving them the exact location to find him, the old man disappears once again. After finding out that Spawn was shot, Bobby and his other friends go searching for him, but Bootsy doesn't want to get involved, saying he doesn't want to die over this. Johnny returns to his part of the alleys and reports back to his boss, saying he killed Spawn and provides a sample of his blood as proof. His boss is someone named The Freak, who met with Spawn not too long ago. This guy is completely crazy and stabs Johnny in the eye for acting without his approval, saying that in these alleys he is the king. Even though it was a pain in the ass to move him, Johnny crucified Spawn and left him headless somewhere in a dark corner. Burke and Twitch explore the alleys, searching for Spawn, going exactly where Cog told them to go, and they eventually find his decapitated body, crucified and hanged by his own chains. Cog confronts Bootsy for refusing to help Spawn, but it turns out he isn't who he appears to be. He's actually an angel in disguise living among the homeless men and observing, but he is under strict orders not to get involved. Burke frees Spawn from his chains, but they had no idea his body weighs over 400 pounds, and it nearly crushes Twitch. They are confronted by Bobby, who wants to save Spawn, but they aren't the only ones getting involved. Another group of thugs shows up, happy that Spawn is now dead and wanting to take over the alleys once again. The two detectives don't know who to trust and threaten to shoot everyone if they don't lay down their weapons. Out of nowhere, Freak takes Twitch prisoner from behind and threatens to kill him. Burke calls out his bluff and stands his ground, saying he never really liked his partner, but in the end, he lays down his gun and surrenders. Unbeknownst to everyone, creatures of darkness start marching towards Spawn's lifeless body, including worms, flies and rats, healing his body and giving birth once again to Hell's Grim Reaper. This part of the alleys is called a dead zone, and it belongs to heaven, meaning that Hell has no power here. That's why Spawn's costume wasn't defending him earlier when he got shot, but the two detectives carried his body far enough to escape the dead zone. Spawn opens his costume and all hell breaks loose. Twitch escapes his attacker, allowing Burke to jump him. A small confrontation erupts and Freak is able to escape, leaving the detectives unharmed. The homeless men engage in a brutal confrontation with Freak's people, each fighting to decide who gets to rule these alleys. As more and more people join the fight, the violence increases, with people hitting each other with crowbars, breaking bones, and mutilating each other, all while Spawn is in a state of frenzy and unleashing darkness upon them. Meanwhile, Cyan has another frenzy episode while her mother is driving on their highway. She nearly gets run over while trying to recover her pacifier after dropping it from the car, prompting her mother to worry about her mental state. Bobby is stabbed during the fighting, but Bootsy comes to his rescue and drags him somewhere safe. Spawn couldn't help them because they were fighting inside the dead zone, the place which negates his hellish powers, so he goes after the Freak who ran away. He finds him and does something unspeakable to him, something fitting for the horrible person that he is. Spawn is able to pull out his karma from his body, give it a tangible form, and then send it back, covering the freak in complete darkness that suffocates him. As always, Cagliostro confronts Spawn about killing again, saying he can't stop doing hell's work for them. But Al is tired of his patronizing, saying the freak was a horrible human being and deserved everything. Terry comes home from another long day at work, and Wanda tells him about the incident on the highway. He didn't take it seriously, which made Wanda lose her temper and scream at him. After losing Spawn yet again, Burke brings his partner to unwind at a strip club, but when they open the door, they find the entire place in chaos. Someone attacked the people inside and kidnapped one of the girls. They quickly run after him towards the back exit, but they are too late. One of the girls is lying dead on the ground with her throat ripped out. After the war is over, the police show up and can't believe what happened here. Spawn watches from inside one of the buildings, but he isn't alone. A renegade vampire named Wolfram attacks him unprovoked, saying he came here to hunt him. Sadly, they are in the dead zone, and Spawn can't use his powers to defend himself. Wolfram pins Spawn to the ground and is about to rip his head off when Bootsy shows up to save him. Wolfram claims he and Spawn are the same, undead, cursed to walk the earth hiding in the shadows. But unlike him, he wears the mark of heaven. He is one of the many agents that God uses to fight the devil. But Bootsy says he isn't sanctioned to hunt the Hell Spawn and is in violation of their rules. He manages to break the two apart, but Wolfram threatens Spawn, saying he will come for him another time. The police show up and everyone disappears, leaving Bootsy to be arrested alone. Another homeless person named Eddie Beckett is wandering the empty alleys, drinking his wine and rummaging through garbage. He comes across the bag filled with Spawn's blood, green necroplasm, the same substance that hell is made of, and he decides to keep it. A group of thugs are terrorizing a young boy, preparing to electrocute him, saying his day of reckoning is coming, but Spawn breaks inside and asks them to release him. He quickly deals with the thugs without breaking a sweat and then unties the little boy, setting him free. After Spawn leaves, the boy starts laughing while glinting his razor-sharp teeth, revealing that he too bears the same mark, only in reverse, black on white, the brand of heaven. After seeing the girl get killed at the strip club earlier, the two detectives return to their office and are pissed because the elevator wasn't working. Cog is waiting for them in the darkness and gives them a file with everything they need to know on Al Simmons, saying that something big is coming and they need to help Spawn. Eddie Beckett, the man who found Spawn's blood in a bag, was attacked by a thug and lays injured on the ground. The necroplasm is attracted to his pain and suffering and bonds with him, stripping away his flesh and bone, replacing them with crumbling filth, broken glass, and other forms of garbage. In the end, Eddie was transformed into an abomination of a monster. Spawn goes looking for Bootsy to question him about his connection to heaven, but runs into the monster made of garbage. It instantly attacks him, surrounding him in garbage and trapping him inside. Twitch analyzes the file from Cog and find out everything they can about Al Simmons. Spawn, Jason Wynn, Senator Jennings, and Billy Kincaid are all connected, and the two of them are right in the middle. They suspect that Spawn might be a government project working for Wynn. Either way, they have enough evidence to hold him for questioning. The battle between Spawn and the monster rages on, with the costume using the chains to fight back and injured the beast, but any injury was quickly healed by consuming more garbage. Cog and Bootsy arrive on the scene, but they are too late. The monster opens up a big mouth and swallows Spawn alive. The only left behind was his sigil of the Hell Spawn, which is a sign that he is dead. Simmons is transported to a place filled in complete darkness, and Eddie Beckett is waiting for him. He doesn't remember what happened to him, but he points him in the right direction, telling Spawn to follow the light. He goes through the door and arrives in a beautiful garden that resembles heaven. This place is surrounded in dense vegetation and there are tons of animals running around, but as he walks deeper, something doesn't feel right. He is attacked and trapped by powerful vines sticking out from the ground. A creature appears, saying he is the keeper of Greenworld, and he speaks for the Emerald Parliament. Apparently, there are more than two forces in this world, besides hell and heaven, the third one being Mother Nature, the planet itself. If this wars between heaven and hell continues, it's going to destroy the planet, and the Keeper can't allow that to happen. He would rather kill every human on Earth to prevent the two sides to fight over their souls, thus stopping the war. The Keeper tells Spawn he's in the middle of everything, and only he can stop this war, but they can't risk him screwing up everything. Meanwhile, back in New York City, Bootsy decides to break the rules, which forbid him from getting involved, and he breaks Spawn's sigil. This instantly brings him back on Earth, but he was injured and confused about what just happened. Suddenly, a bright line shines in the dark alleys and two angels drop down from the sky, coming to arrest Bootsy and take him to heaven to stand trial at the Seraphic Tribunal. Just before being taken away, Bootsy tells Spawn to look for a child. He must look to the child, but this only leaves Spawn even more confused. Grandma Wanda visits the cemetery to pay tribute to her late husband, Jackson Everett. Spawn arrives and says that something happened to him, Ever since he returned from Greenworld, he feels like the world is alive, the entire city. He even felt her sadness. That's why he followed her. She tells him the story of how she met her late husband in a diner many years ago. It was love at first sight, but sadly, he had to leave and fight in the war. She was saddened, but he didn't die and returned to marry her. The two of them had a beautiful life together and had 2 children of their own. Jackson started working as a lawyer, going after the mob, unions, and even the government. This all caught up to him later on when the mob killed him by planting a bomb in his car, the same explosion that blinded her. Spawn decides to do something nice for her and brings her to the Dead Zone, the small territory in the heart of New York that belongs to heaven. She is transported to another place where she meets her late husband, and they have one final dance ending with a beautiful kiss. Just like her and her late husband, Spawn and Wanda are soulmates, but for now, he has to let her go so she can live her life. They will be reunited in the afterlife to spend an eternity together. Cog decides to tell Spawn the truth about what a Hellspawn is and brings him to an old church that was turned into a museum. Somewhere in the basement, there is a secret room containing archives about the history of Hellspawns on Earth. Immediately, something attacks him, the ceremonial headdress that belonged to a lethal angel named Immaculata. Cog was a Hellspawn himself, and he killed her many years ago. He was able to escape his costume, but not without consequences. He was now cursed to walk the earth forever, and neither hell nor heaven can claim his soul. Meanwhile, Bobby was wandering the alleys searching for something to drink. His hands were shaking, and he was missing Bootsy a lot. He stumbles across the dead body of a fellow homeless man and steals his bottle of whiskey. Instead of calling the police, he just chooses to get himself drunk. Cog believes that the only way for Spawn to end the war is to give in to his costume and become the ultimate Hellspawn, becoming so strong that he could even kill Malebolgia. By doing that, he can take his place and become the new king of hell, ending the war but spending an eternity trapped there. There might be another way though to gain heaven's favor, but so far they haven't been too willing to accept him. In another part of the alleys, a man appears from the shadows and shoots the 2 detectives without provocation, hitting Twitch and nearly killing him. Twitch spends the next 3 days in a coma, with Burke by his side. His partner blames himself for not reacting faster to prevent this, and even though he shot the attacker, he is powerless to help him. Spawn shows up and offers to cure Twitch, but he wants the 2 detectives to belong to him, becoming his helpers. The next day, Twitch miraculously recovers, and his family was thrilled about it. A doctor named Sarah Frost was amazed and gives Burke her card, saying she also runs a rehab center called Saving Grace. While his partner was recovering, 3 brutal murders occur, and Burke leads an investigation of his own. 2 days later, a 4th murder happens in Central Park. Someone stuffed a person's genitals inside his stomach. Burke investigates the body of the person that shot Twitch and finds a marking behind his right ear. Spawn investigates these murders as well, trying to get to the bottom of it, and recognizes the mark in one of the books from the archives. Apparently, the mark appears when the soul exits the body, condemned to hell for the crimes it committed, but not much else is explained. The 2 detectives look over the evidence and find several clues linking the murders. But before they could tell Spawn, someone informs Burke of another murder, this time a child. On a gloomy, rainy night, a mysterious man was sitting at his desk typing on his laptop, writing about the recent murders that shook the entire city. He gets dressed and goes outside to grab a taxi while the doorman calls him Mr. Crone. The police arrested Bobby and accused him of committing the recent murders, but he claimed he was innocent. Sadly for him, his fingerprints were all over the whiskey bottle he took from one of the bodies, making him the primary suspect. He pulls out a card and calls Dr. Frost. He knows her because she wanted to help him get sober with the Saving Grace Foundation. Spawn investigates the crime scene where the little girl was murdered and could picture everything that happened. Everything except the person who did it. Burke kept in touch with Dr. Frost, and they go out on a date. He thanks her for looking after Bobby and vouching for him, saying he's a good man. The mayor reassures everyone that they are doing everything they can to catch the killer, while the mystery man watches from the back. Burke likes Dr. Frost a lot and pays her a visit to the foundation. But he sees Bobby in the alleys nearly passed out. He wants to help and drags him inside the office, but when he opens the bathroom door, he finds an altar decorated with body parts from all of the recent victims. This proves that Dr. Frost is the serial killer going around the city, and they immediately tell Spawn. He wants 1 hour alone with her before calling the police. He pays the young doctor a visit just as she is walking out of a shower. He sends hundreds of bugs and insects to attack her, crawling all over her body while she screams in panic. It turns out she's a germaphobe terrified of insects and nearly has a heart attack. Spawn touches her face and confirms that she is the one who murdered all these people recently, seeing all the horrible things she's done. Thousands of insects appear and cover her entire body, making her extremely desperate. She takes a bottle of bug spray and sprays it all over her face, trying to free herself, but it's no use. When the police finally arrived, they found her body lying on the ground covered in hundreds of cuts. They think she killed herself using toxic bug spray. She even had it in her mouth. Burke checks behind her ear and finds the same mark as the one from the morgue, meaning the two persons are connected somehow. The two detectives were hailed as heroes for uncovering the mystery killer and bringing her to justice. But when they return back to the office, they find a bag in front of the door. Inside was the decapitated head of an unknown person, and someone had written on the wall, saying they've got the wrong person. Signed, Billy. A young boy is attending church with his family and neighbors, but something is wrong. Suddenly, he gets up, takes out his gun, and shoots the priest right in the head. Everyone starts panicking and screaming, but the boy runs away, while somewhere else Billy Kincaid's ghost is laughing maniacally. Spawn awakes from a restless sleep and jumps straight into the air, flying toward an unknown location. Twitch and Burke have dinner together, talking about what just happened, finding a severed head in front of their door and someone pretending to be Kincaid, a kid killer who is supposed to be dead. Cog tells Spawn that the mark from all those dead bodies describes an evil spirit sent from hell, which temporarily possesses a human soul, forcing them to do dark things. Even though Dr. Frost was the one who killed all those people, she was being controlled by such a spirit. The same thing happened to the boy who killed the priest, but the guilt was too much for him to bear, and he kills himself with the same gun. Spawn eventually finds the ghost responsible for all of this. It was Billy Kincaid's spirit, sent back by the devil to collect souls for his army. Kincaid is able to use Spawn's chains against him, saying he did the same deal with the devil, trading his soul in exchange for serving him for eternity. He knows everything about Al Simmons and threatens to hurt him, but for now, he disappears. Later, Twitch finds Spawn and gives him the severed head, asking him to get rid of it. He knew exactly where to find him because ever since Spawn cured him, he feels a connection with him and knows things. Twitch's beautiful wife, Helen, takes the metro with one of their kids when, out of nowhere, someone draws his gun and takes everyone hostage. This person seems completely crazy and threatens to kill both of them when suddenly the lights go out. Billy took over this man's body and forced him to do these things, but Spawn shows up and demands him to leave him alone. But Kincaid refuses and forces Spawn to kill him, allowing him to collect his soul afterwards. Spawn is tired of this cat and mouse game and sneaks inside Burke's car, scaring the shit out of both of them. He wants them to find Kincaid faster and stop wasting time. Kincaid now directs his attention to Jason Wynn, the ruthless CIA boss who killed Al Simmons. He puts evil thoughts in his mind, images of barbaric atrocities similar to the ones Genghis Khan used to do, whom Wynn greatly admires. His plan is successful, and he eventually takes over his mind, forcing him to attack a diner and slaughter everyone inside, including women and children. Just like Genghis Khan used to do, he rips out the hearts of the people inside and then leaves their corpses on the floor to rot, while he sets the entire diner on fire. Wynn wakes up the next day in the alleys, covered in blood and human body parts, without the slightest clue of what just happened. As if this wasn't bad enough, two thugs attack him and steal his phone and wallet, beating the crap out of him. Bobby finds him in the morning but thinks he's just another homeless man in trouble, so he decides to help him. Somewhere else, Kincaid visits Cyan and holds her in his arms, claiming he loves children very much. He uses his magic on her and her eyes turn green, signaling that he has control over her as well. Bobby offers Wynn some donuts, thinking he might be hungry, but this time he remembers everything and pushes him aside, calling him a cretin. He uses the phone to call the CIA and asks to be picked up, but the person on the other line seems suspicious, and he doesn't trust him. Twitch tells Spawn that even though he doesn't want to believe it, he is still human underneath that costume and offers him a beer, saying it's the little things that count and he deserves it. He then goes back home and asks his wife to leave the city, fearing that something dangerous is approaching and doesn't want her getting hurt by Kincaid, but he can't tell her the real reason. Wanda panics after Cyan finds Al Simmons' burial flag and doesn't understand how she found it. She says the sad man is scared for them and that he's trying to protect them, but Wanda has no idea who she's talking about. While the two detectives are having some drinks, a policeman gives Twitch a package and then leaves. Inside was a note made by Kincaid, detailing all the people he plans to kill, including Wanda's family and his own. Kincaid was now walking the dark alleys, searching every corner looking for Spawn, but Spawn had thought of a plan together with Cog and confronts him. However, he doesn't stay to fight and instead runs away. They eventually stop in another part of the alleys and Kincaid shoots him, injuring him in the shoulder. His costume didn't protect him because Spawn brought Kincaid into the dead zone, which negates all Hell's powers, trapping the kid killer inside the policeman's body. The two of them begin fighting, surrounded by Cog and other homeless people, preventing Kincaid from escaping. But the kid killer knew about this place and also knew that this body was younger and fitter than Spawn. allowing him to gain the upper hand and strangle him using his own chains. Spawn fell right into his trap, and without his cape he was powerless to defend himself. Kincaid whispers in his ear, detailing everyone he's going to kill, including Twitch's entire family, and ending with Wanda and Cyan. But, out of nowhere, someone shoots him in the head, instantly killing him. It was Twitch who heard everything and wanted to keep his family safe. But the cop that Kincaid controlled was a good man with a family of his own, and Twitch is overwhelmed with guilt. But sadly, there was no other way. Spawn brings his body back to Rat City, while the creatures of darkness begin to decompose him immediately. He blames himself for his death, saying tonight there are more souls in hell thanks to him. Out of nowhere, someone who looks exactly like Al Simmons visits him, saying it's time the two of them had a heart-to-heart conversation and asking Spawn to follow him. He brings Spawn to Al Simmons' grave, saying the grave belongs to him and Spawn isn't Al Simmons anymore. He needs to let go of the past because he will never be that person, ever again. Ever since he was brought back from the dead, innocent people were killed. There isn't a single life he's touched that hasn't ended up in complete disaster, including the two children who are now orphans because of him. Al Simmons asks him to let go of the past and of Wanda, saying she belongs to him, not some freak from hell. This pisses Spawn off, and he attacks him, kicking him to the ground and then punching him mercilessly. He wants Spawn to be his own man, take his own decisions, and stop listening to Cogliostro. Spawn returns to the Bowery and asks every homeless man to leave the alleys. He doesn't care where they go, he just wants them out of there. He powers up and uses his magic to clear this place, destroying his throne and burning the entire streets, telling the old man that he quits. Issue 87 begins with Ethan Crone, a writer obsessed with Spawn and the dangerous alleys in New York City. His publisher presses him about finishing his next book, but he can't stop thinking about Spawn and wants to learn more about him. He hires a crew and goes around the city, interviewing people who've seen him or been in contact with him. Bobby claims they used to be friends, but after Spawn forced everyone to evacuate the streets, he's not so sure anymore. Wanda and Terry want nothing to do with him and ask him to leave them alone. Crone wants to spend the entire night in Rat City, but his crew is scared and quits, leaving him alone. It's been 3 months since Spawn torched the alleys, burning any trace of his existence, but Crone goes deeper searching for clues. After several hours, he hears something in the building nearby, but when he gets closer, the window breaks and thousands of bats come flying out. Spawn appears like a shadow, cornering the obsessed writer and scaring the living hell out of him. In the morning, the last person he interviews is Cogliostro, but he says Spawn isn't even real. It's something the homeless made up to pass the time. As he leaves the streets, his notepad catches fire, burning his notes, and we can see some writing on the wall. These alleys belong to Spawn. Somewhere in a dark, gloomy apartment, a little girl named Mary lays frightened in her room while her stepdad watches TV. The dad locked the girl inside, accusing her of being a bad girl and threatening to punish her once the fight on TV was over. Somewhere else, Cogliostro attends a dinner with 2 emissaries, one from heaven and one from hell. But Cog couldn't believe that hell sent someone so important to attend the meeting. Apparently, all the little girl did was touch her stepdad's antenna by mistake, causing the TV to lose signal. He sits next to her door, taunting her, saying her time is running out. Once the fight is over, her punishment will start. Ever since Spawn quit 3 months ago, neither hell nor heaven has been able to track him, and they can't allow him to not be a part of their war. There's just too much at stake. The emissary from hell threatens Cog to find Spawn and bring him back, or he's going to make his life a living hell. While Mary is fearing for her life in her room, Spawn pays the dad a little visit. He grabs him with his chains and then impales him on the TV antennas, making it look like an accident. Burke and Twitch arrive and immediately realize this wasn't an accident, but likely the work of Mary's guardian angel from hell. Somewhere in Connecticut, Spawn finds a judge who likes to watch CP, but instead of killing him, he forces him to write his own confession, enumerating his sins and making a list with names and whereabouts of his co-conspirators. After he is done, the judge couldn't bear the humiliation of being exposed, so he takes his gun and blows his brains out. Spawn returns to New York City and visits the library of Hell Spawns, but he finds someone laying on the chair, waiting for him. This person claims he owns Malebolgia, and because of this, he owns Spawn's soul as well. He wants him to return and be a part of the war, offering him Wanda, and even to make him the king in Hell's 8th level, replacing Malebolgia. Spawn calls him a liar, but this only angers Hell's emissary, and he transforms into his demon form. Spawn slaps him, throws him against the wall, and then uses an angelic lance to threaten him. He could kill him on the spot, but doesn't want to do Heaven any favors, and instead scars him across the face so that everyone will know he failed to break him. On Earth, nobody has any power over Spawn anymore, and he only does what he wants. Several hours later, Angela arrives and finds this place in chaos. saying it was about time things got interesting around here. Somewhere in Illinois, in an old abandoned home, 3 teenagers panic and accuse each other of murdering an innocent young girl. Spawn shows up and demands to know the truth, asking which one of them is the real killer. He forces the young men to say what really happened, but each of them tells a different story. The first guy says they came here and found 4 black men abusing the girl and then killing her. The second guy accuses Dan, the pretty blonde guy, saying he was racist towards the girl and then lost his temper and stabbed her. But Dan defends himself, saying the other 2 guys called him to come to the house, but when he got there they handed him the knife. Before he could see there was blood on it, his fingerprints were already on it, incriminating him. Spawn gives him the knife back, asking him to take revenge on his friends for accusing him of murder, and he does just that. He viciously attacks his friends, leaving them in a puddle of blood. But Spawn knew all along he was the real killer, and he just wanted to punish the other 2 guys. In the end, he wraps his chains around Dan's legs and drags him up the stairs to end him. A young girl runs away from home and wants to live with her gang friends. But Mark, the gang leader, doesn't want to let her join the club. He tricks her into taking a pain test. If she can handle a burning cigar longer than him, he will allow her to join and live with them. But her tolerance for pain is low, and she immediately gives up, prompting him to send her away. Mark finds the girl again at a club and apologizes, saying he was too hard on her and wants to make it up. He offers to bring her to his place and gives her drugs, but Mark isn't what he appears to be. She quickly gets sick and starts hallucinating, running to find the bathroom, but accidentally runs into a secret room. She finds a cage and a rotten corpse of another girl on the side of the room. Mark traps her inside the cage and performs a satanic ritual in the middle of a pentagram, claiming he wants to attract the attention of some unholy force. He wanted to attract a Hellspawn, and he succeeded. But before Spawn could help the young girl, Mark sets the floor on fire, forming a ring around Spawn and trapping him inside. He claims that Spawn is now his prisoner and wants him to listen because he has an offer to make. Mark wants to become a Hellspawn himself and offers to trade places with Spawn. Some time ago, he found a ritual that will allow them to switch places, allowing Spawn to be a free man and get back his former life. The girl, however, will have to be sacrificed. The ritual demands it, and there is no way around it. Spawn thinks about it, but before agreeing to trade places, he wants to make sure that Mark knows exactly what he's getting himself into. He shows him grotesque and evil things, people being mutilated and tortured, but Mark doesn't mind it at all and calls it cool. He is actually dying, and has nothing else to lose. He would rather serve the devil for eternity than die. Spawn shows a giant tower, but before going inside, he frees the young girl and tells her to run away. Each level of the tower is more horrific than the other. Each step is more excruciating and painful, with fire burning his skin. But Mark continues to go up the stairs, claiming it doesn't bother him. On the top floor, Spawn shows him the true face of hell, with thousands of malefic creatures tormenting human souls for eternity. Spawn begs him to change his mind, but Mark refuses, saying he feels on top of the world. But out of nowhere, the ground starts shaking and the tower breaks apart, causing Mark to fall down, leaving this hellish world and ending up impaled on a fountain. Somewhere in England, 7 people are having dinner and toasting to lost friends. They are preparing to start a hunting game, but the person being hunted is going to be one of them. Reginald draws the short straw and is given a few minutes to prepare himself for the hunt. He starts running, trying to escape, blaming himself for even getting involved with these crazy people. He always hoped it wasn't going to be him, but tonight, his luck ran out. One of the other men finds him and stabs him in the back, but he is still a big guy and is able to run away. Crawling on the ground through the bushes, he runs into Spawn and tells him everything. Their group is called the Coven, and there used to be 13 people at the start. They hunt and eat each other until only one of them remains alive, feeding on the other's souls. This is an old ritual performed to summon an ancient demon named Urizen. Spawn lets him go, but he trips on a tree root and falls down, breaking his neck. Spawn then touches his face and uses his magic to do something to him. Later, his friends find him and eat his flesh while he is still warm. But something is wrong. They all start puking blood, but it is thick and black. Spawn had tainted the meat, killing the Coven and preventing the resurrection of Urizen. Wanda brings Cyan to a psychologist because she is having nightmares lately, talking about the sad man. The doctor doesn't find anything wrong with her but wants to see her again next week. Terry, however, doesn't approve of this and thinks his daughter is just fine and they are wasting money on the doctor. During the night, a creepy man visits Cyan and asks her to get back to sleep, but when she checks under the covers, she sees the Violator. She panics and starts running, but Spawn grabs her, saying he came to protect her. It turns out Cyan was just having a nightmare and her mother comes to console her. They spend the night in the same bed, but something unexpected happens to Wanda. She rolls in her sleep as if she's being possessed. Several days later, she gets a phone call from her doctor informing her that she's pregnant. Somewhere in Pennsylvania, two men are driving recklessly with a dead body in the back seat. Spawn appears out of nowhere and blocks their view, forcing them to crash on the side of the road. The two men die instantly, but in just a few moments, they come back to life covered in tattoos. Terry is upset because he and Wanda haven't made love in months. If she's pregnant, that could only mean she was cheating on him. The bodies of the two men are possessed by two demons, and they come over to a diner with a deadly plan in mind. Their names are Ab and Zab, and they were sent to finish the ritual started by the Coven, which is to kill 13 people and bring forth the arrival of the ancient demon Urizen. They kill everyone in the diner and drag 13 bodies on top of a hill, tying everyone to wooden sticks. They then set everyone on fire, finishing the ritual and summoning Urizen. Spawn goes back to his grave and talks to the ghost of Simmons, but he feels something is different. Something evil has awoken, and he rushes immediately to face it. The demon is a giant compared to Spawn and stares him down provocatively. The 13 corpses jump out from the ground on fire, grabbing Spawn and trying to kill him, but he easily deals with them. Spawn attacks the demon, using his costume to wrap itself around it, but it's no use. The demon sends him crashing into the ground. He does, however, land a powerful punch, which sends the demon crashing into a diner nearby. But the fight is just getting started. Urizen grabs Spawn and he is shown a vision of a lifeless, deathless, dreamless, and soulless realm of despair. The demon doesn't collect souls like hell or heaven. He devours and destroys them completely. Urizen impales Spawn on the diner sign, leaving him unconscious while he continues his mission of destroying the planet. Even though Spawn is still unconscious, the ground becomes alive and surrounds his body, covering him in green dense vegetation, talking to him. Ab and Zab decide to spend their remaining time on Earth indulging in the 7 deadly sins. But before they can do anything, Angela grabs them and pulls them into the dark alleys, demanding they tell her everything they know. The green world decides to intervene and help Spawn in his battle against Urizen. The green vegetation around him also heals him, giving him strength, but he isn't alone for long. Angela arrives and frees him, saying she came to help and wants them to work together. Meanwhile, in the ether, which represents the celestial realm, near the edge of reality, angels who made an oath to protect Earth and its people prepare for battle against the ancient demon, but they are instructed by God to not interfere and stand aside. Cogliostro tells Angela that Urizen is just bait. If the angels decide to intervene to try and stop him, Hell will have a reason to start the war, unleashing Armageddon on humanity. He knows the two demons, Ab and Zab, but has no idea who ordered them to unleash Urizen. Angela wants to find out who started all of this, who benefits the most from this, but Spawn wants to confront the demon himself. After a small skirmish between the two of them, Angela kisses him, saying she did it to surprise him. Spawn always acts on impulse but is never prepared for the unexpected. She kind of has a point. Meanwhile, Urizen continues his reign of terror, destroying entire cities and killing people in his path. The gynecologist informs Wanda that she's made a mistake. She isn't recently pregnant, she is actually 6 months pregnant. This eases Terry's concerns, since he thought that Wanda was cheating on him with someone else. Spawn agrees to listen to Angela and interrogates the two demons, but they are under some kind of enchantment, preventing them from saying the name of who sent them. In the celestial realm, the army of angels is divided. Half of them want to stop Urizen, while the other half prefers to do nothing and listen to the will of God. One thing's for sure, if they do decide to intervene, they will suffer the wrath of God. Urizen is wreaking havoc in Pennsylvania, and they don't know how to stop him. When Mother Nature heals Spawn from his injuries, they also give him a cool gift, the ability to control nature. He summons a giant wall of trees, surrounding the demon and trapping him for the moment. Angela sees something in the sky. It's her sisters who disobeyed God and came to stop the demon. She flies to them and asks them to stop, claiming that if they get involved, Armageddon will start. She threatens to fight all of them if they refuse to listen. Spawn attacks Urizen again, but this time he has Ab and Zab tied to his costume. He is able to block a few hits and even hold his leg from crushing him, but the fight is far from over. Angela attacks her sisters, telling them to step down and abandon their attack on Earth, but the other angels refuse to listen, calling her an outcast. Spawn's battle with Urizen continues. He shoots a powerful blast of energy from his chest, hitting the demon and even injuring him. Spawn says the world has spoken to him and is not afraid of him anymore. He claims he is much stronger and will end him. Angela is an older and more experienced hunter, while her sisters are young amateurs. She takes the leader hostage, but out of nowhere, 3 heavenly hosts appear, asking everyone to stop the fighting. Angela returns to Earth to help Spawn and stabs the demon using her heavenly lance. She then uses the ribbons of heaven, while Spawn summons the vines of Earth to trap the demon and immobilize him. They hit him with everything they've got, using all the elements: water, wind, fire, and ultimately earth. The ground shatters and opens up, devouring the dark god Urizen and returning him to the cold, stony prison of the earth. Once the fight is over, the two demons Ab and Zab finally confess that Malebolgia is the one who sent them to Earth to resurrect the demon. The devil screamed in anger, pissed that his plan failed and Armageddon hasn't begun. Another demon that bears Spawn's mark couldn't resist gloating over his associate's failure, saying his time will come very soon. Meanwhile, Wanda is rushed to the hospital because of her pregnancy. She lost a lot of blood and passed out, so Terry panicked and rushed to the ER. Spawn wants to kill Malebolgia for what he did, and Cogliostro shows him a doorway into Hell, saying that now is his chance, because the other lords of Hell won't help him. Spawn walks through Hell while thousands of demons watch him, but nobody dares to lay a finger on him, afraid of what he has become. He confronts the devil, and a brutal confrontation erupts. Malebolgia is still stronger in his realm, but he isn't alone for long, as Angela follows him there. She uses her lance to gut the devil, injuring him greatly, but he still claims they are nothing compared to him, calling himself the Lord of Hell. Angela is able to slice open his abdomen, causing his insides to spill everywhere, and then impales him straight in the heart. Malebolgia falls to the ground unconscious while she claims victory over the Dark Lord. But the devil isn't dead just yet. He gets up and uses her lance to impale her from behind. Spawn is furious and takes her sword, jumping toward him and seeking revenge. He is able to cut off the devil's head and confidently claims the battle is over. The Lord of the 8th Circle of Hell is finally defeated. Another lord appears and congratulates him on his victory, saying that now Spawn needs to take Malebolgia's place and become the new king of Hell. But he refuses and takes Angela out of Hell, claiming he's made his choice. The angels appear and ask for Angela from him, saying they will put her to rest and honor her spirit. For his actions in stopping Urizen, Spawn is forgiven and is offered the chance to become an angel himself, allowing him to enter heaven. But Spawn refuses, accusing heaven and hell of being the same thing, with neither being better than the other. He goes back to Earth and asks the angels to stay away from his world. But before leaving for good, one angel visits Wanda in the hospital and gives her one final gift, curing her of the awful Hell's curse. Granny Wanda awakes in her house, sensing that someone has come. She checks on Cyan and makes sure she is sleeping safely, and then goes to make tea. She could sense when Spawn entered her house and he apologizes for waking her up. Everything he ever wanted was to have a nice, simple life, with a wife and a couple of kids, a white picket fence around the house. But now he's dead and he can't even remember how it feels to laugh anymore. Granny hoped that he would find some peace since the last time they talked, but that hasn't happened yet. Back at the hospital, Wanda gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, but Terry wonders if they are ever going to be able to sleep again until the babies are 8 years old. Spawn tells Granny that heaven is the same as hell, and the only thing they care about is gathering souls for their war. She claps back at him, angry that he came just to tell her that her faith doesn't matter and that she's a fool for believing in something good. She's 88 years old, and the only thing left for her is belief. Belief that she will be reunited with her husband in the afterlife. Spawn didn't want to hurt her, he just wanted her to know the truth. He disappears and says he won't be visiting her anytime soon, while Granny prays for his soul. Cogliostro warns him that Hell is left without a master, and sooner or later Hell's demons will come after him and won't leave his loved ones alone. They won't just let him walk away from this. A young girl named Thea was lying on the ground staring at a bottle of whiskey, looking hopeless and desperate. A demon approaches her, asking if she remembers him. She's been bending over to his side of the field and wonders if she's ready to accept his deal. Thea is a special girl. Since she was a little girl, she could see things other people couldn't. During her mother's funeral, she saw an old lady and knew she was about to die soon. She could sense when people were close to dying, and this affected her greatly. She couldn't focus on anything in life and ended up begging for money on the streets and doing drugs. When two of her closest friends overdosed, she was devastated and ran to the streets but ran into Spawn. She was frightened of him, thinking he was some kind of demon who wanted to hurt her. She ended up in the hospital, and that's where she met the man in a tailored suit, who comforted her and gave her answers. He lied to her and told her Spawn wanted to hurt her because of what she is and because she knows what he is. He offers to take her hand and make all the pain go away, but she needs to do this willingly. She agrees and takes his hand, but in the last moment, he tells her the truth that Spawn was actually trying to help her. But it was already too late. Thea had taken her own life because she was lied to and confused by the demon. A man dressed in a fancy tailored suit visits an antiquity shop specialized in selling old war relics, especially related to Germany and Nazism. The man is looking for something fancy, and money is not an issue. The shop owner shows him something, an old lamp decorated with Nazi emblems and a strange mark. The young man is obsessed with Nazi items and couldn't stop himself from staring at the lamp. He calls it beautiful, but Spawn shows him a vision of its true origin. During World War II, a German captain was in charge of registering and assigning new prisoners inside the camp. All of the prisoners were tattooed with the same mark as seen on the lamp. But this captain was haunted by the deaths of all the innocent people imprisoned there and couldn't even sleep anymore. He falls in love with one of the prisoners, but she despised him, calling him a monster. One day, his superior sent the girl away to Berlin as a gift for one of the generals, which left the captain heartbroken. The chimneys were pouring smoke out night and day, and the ashes from everyone killed inside the camp were pouring down like snow. The captain ultimately takes his own life, remarking that it doesn't really matter what he does. Someone else will come to replace him. The young man wakes up from the vision that Spawn showed him, asking God to forgive him and saying he was sorry. In a small town called Malice, Mikey Mallow was attending church with his family, but he was scared for his life, afraid of what the Miller boys might do to him. This is one of the towns where Urizen went on a rampage, destroying entire communities and killing people. The Miller boys used to play where the demon was devoured by the earth, but one day, Preston stepped on something, and he saw a vision of the demon showing him vile and macabre images. When he woke up, he started behaving strangely. He told his brothers about the vision, and ever since that day, something changed inside them. The boys were meaner, angrier, and even exhibited some powers, forcing one of their teachers to choke herself. During Halloween, when all the kids dressed in cute costumes, the Miller boys slaughtered some pigs and used their skin to make masks for themselves. They kidnapped Mikey Alloy and tied him inside a barn, claiming they wanted to slaughter him as well. Spawn shows up and wants to help the young boy, but Preston, empowered by Urizen's evil magic, transforms into a pig demon and attacks him. He was no match for Spawn, however, who punches a hole straight through his chest, removing the piece of rock that infected the young boy. Spawn destroys the rock and then heals Preston, returning him back to normal. Mikey goes back to having a normal life, but Preston fell victim to some kind of strange illness and is terrified of the dark. Issue 105 begins with a plane crash just on the outskirts of New York Harbor. Spawn had miraculously taken all the bodies out of the airplane and placed them on the docks, but one man recorded everything with his camera. Somewhere in a warehouse, two thugs were paid to break open a crate, while the person who paid them watched from a distance. Inside, however, was Overkill, who was rebuilt from the ground up and smuggled into the city. The person who brought him here wants him to kill Spawn, calling his debt repaid if he does it. To get Spawn's attention, Overkill kills an entire group of people at a coffee shop, but this only pissed him off more. Ever since their last encounter, Spawn had gotten much stronger, and he easily gains the upper hand. The fight was being televised, and the person who filmed him at the docks recognized him. Someone, however, breaks inside his home and kills him in cold blood, stealing the tape as well. Spawn wants the cyborg to tell him who hired him, but he refused to say anything, so Spawn draws out the big guns. He blasts Overkill to hundreds of pieces and then tortures him to get the information he wanted. Spawn follows up on the info and arrives at the United Nations, where he confronts General Franklin Marder, but he wasn't the mastermind behind Overkill, someone else was using him. Spawn eventually finds the person who wants him gone, his former boss, Jason Wynn. He is now a wanted man, hiding in the shadows, pulling strings behind the curtain, but his time has finally come. Even now, Spawn doesn't know the full extent of his powers, but tonight he decides to try something new. He tears the skin off his enemy's body, leaving him with his entire flesh exposed. But it wasn't actually real. Spawn implanted the image of him being skinned alive in his mind, making him believe it was real and turning him completely crazy. As paramedics were dragging him out, he couldn't stop screaming, claiming that he doesn't have any skin anymore, although nobody else could see this. A criminal operation was happening down at the docks, but things go south really quick, and the thugs started pointing guns at each other. Spawn shows up and claims this is his city, and he's taking them down. They all start shooting him, but he makes the bullets reverse trajectory, taking themselves out. A man called Simon Pure visits a bar and finds Wolfram sitting at a table, a renegade vampire working for Heaven, but he wasn't looking so good. Simon calls him a beast without a code, then takes out his sword and slices his throat. He then walked outside, confidently claiming that very soon he's gonna deal with Spawn as well. Meanwhile, Detective Twitch's oldest son, Max, ran away from home and met a cute girl named Dawn. Max's parents had a divorce a few years ago, mostly because his dad worked all the time and didn't spend any time with his family. Dawn was going through the same thing and offered to be his close friend. It's already been a week since Max ran away, and just now Helen decided to tell Twitch about it. They get into a heated argument, but eventually cool off and focus on finding their missing son. Twitch wants to ask Spawn for help in finding his boy, so Burke makes a Spawn signal, hoping to draw him out. Surprisingly, it worked. Spawn shows up and offers to help them. Spawn gazes into the night. His awareness bleeds out through the shadows, but he feels something he can't define, a faint blur on the edge of his vision. Out of nowhere, someone attacks him from behind, but his costume reacts and saves him. The attack continues, with the man claiming the night of cleansing approaches and his days on earth are numbered. The man eventually reveals his name, saying he's called Simon and he has seen the light. But for now, he chooses to run away, leaving Spawn with more questions than answers. Somewhere else in a dark place, a group of people were performing a dark ritual in the name of God. Simon was leading the ritual and cuts his hand, offering his blood to several people to drink, calling them his disciples. Max and Dawn were getting very close to each other and even end up kissing, but she wants to show him a secret and asks him to follow her. Meanwhile, someone had killed 7 people and hanged them right in front of the entrance to the police precinct. The police chief was furious that nobody saw anything, making the entire force look bad. Spawn finds the 2 demons who resurrected Urizen, Ab and Zab, and forces them to work for him. Since he killed Malebolgia, he is the new king of hell and wants the 2 demons to find whatever darkness is hidden in the city and report back to him. Dawn says she wants to share something special with Max and bites her lip. She then asks him to kiss her and taste her own blood, which he does without questioning too much. The 2 detectives were put on the case of solving the gruesome murders, but Burke's first interview with the press didn't go as planned. Soon, Max started to feel strange. He was visibly shaking and had a small fever and couldn't wait to see Dawn again and kiss her. He could feel himself dying, but she says she's going to fix him and make him all right again and asks him to follow her. The group of teenagers who took part in the blood-drinking ritual earlier confront a couple of thieves who were trying to steal a car. The ritual turned all of them into vampires and they wanted to kill the thieves, but Spawn stops them. Even though they are fast and very strong, they are no match for Spawn and he easily deals with them, but he had to use a lot of his magic. The discharge of power reveals something unexpected, however. A giant invisible tower reaching high into the sky, but it quickly faded into nothingness. Spawn and the 2 detectives have another meeting on the rooftops, while Ab and Zab arrive with the proof requested by their master. They found the severed head of Wolfram in a dumpster, but he wasn't dead just yet. Dawn brings Max inside the hidden tower and all the vampires gather around him. Max is scared shitless and wants to go back home, but she says this is his new home and they are her family. Wolfram tells them a story that happened long ago when Simon Pure appeared in the desert and shocked the people by performing miracles, like walking on water or going long periods of time without eating or drinking. Pretty soon he had many disciples following him around, but they were outcast and persecuted by people, calling them devils and blasphemers. Simon offered his blood to them, saying that the ones who drink it will live forever. After many years, Simon said he had to leave, but his followers continued his teachings without him. And even though they were always persecuted everywhere they went, their numbers grew, waiting for the day when Simon would return, and they would inherit a world that was rightfully theirs. Simon and his people have been gathering in New York City for the past months, and plan to kill everyone who isn't a vampire yet, sending a clear message to the entire world. Luckily, Spawn knows exactly where they are hiding, and goes to the invisible tower. He blasts a beam of energy towards the building, but he didn't even land a scratch. The horde of vampires attack him from every direction, fast, strong, and deadly, but still not enough for Spawn. He deals with them easily, but their master eventually shows himself, threatening him with the sword. Out of nowhere, hundreds of vampires appear and Simon claims they are the future. The kingdom of God is spread upon the earth, though men do not see it. Spawn kneels down and touches the ground, summoning a giant wave heading straight towards the docks. The water engulfs everything, leaving even the vampires helpless to do anything. Spawn then wraps his chains around all of them and uses his magic to blow them up, dismembering them into pieces. Max appears in his dad's dreams, apologizing for running from home. He was mad at him for divorcing his mother and working all the damn time. Twitch wakes up sweating like crazy and just wishes his son would come back home. After losing many of his loyal followers, Simon regroups at the tower and asks his people to prepare because the night of cleansing will begin soon. He tricks people into volunteering to be his most loyal disciples, vowing their allegiance to him. He then gathers everyone on top of a building and shows them the mark on people's foreheads. Everyone bearing that mark is a sinner who must be erased from God's sight. The attacks finally begin as Simon and his horde of vampires descend down to the streets below. The citizens of New York stood no chance against the initial attack. People tried to run away, but it was a massacre. Burke and Twitch ask the police chief to clear Central Park because Spawn is planning something, but they have no idea what it is. Meanwhile, in the vampire's tower, Dawn tells Max she cares about him and turned him into a vampire to save him, when out of nowhere, Ab and Zab sneak up behind her and break her neck. 7 minutes after midnight, Spawn teleports all the vampires inside the park, but they come at him from every direction. He uses his chains to grab trees and kill a bunch of them, but it's no use. Their numbers are too great, and they keep coming. The two demons are up to something and draw a big sign using a special marker in the ceremonial chamber inside the tower. Spawn pins Simon to the ground, but his disciples come to his rescue, jumping on top of Spawn and forming a big pile. Issue 113 begins 7 days from now, with Twitch looking over a family photo, overwhelmed with guilt about his son. He takes his gun out and puts the barrel against his head, claiming he failed as a man. We now jump to the present. Spawn is overwhelmed with the giant number of vampires who jumped on top of him, biting him. He doesn't have any blood, however, and they can't infect him, so he calls the armies of darkness to his aid. Swarms of bats appear and attack the vampires, distracting them long enough for Spawn to free himself. He uses the chains to his advantage and clears all the vampires that were on top of him. He then wraps his chains around Simon and pulls him closer, using his magic to burn his face and draw the sign of the sinner on his forehead and on the foreheads of his most loyal disciples. The army of vampires now turns on him, following the sign and believing he is just another sinner, unworthy of God's kingdom. Meanwhile, in the tower, Ab and Zab finish drawing the sign, which opens a doorway straight to hell. This creates a powerful explosion, destroying the tower and all the remaining vampires inside. Spawn then uses his powers to purge the remaining vampires, turning them to ashes. After the purge was avoided, Twitch still couldn't find his son and assumed he was dead, so he tries to kill himself. But Spawn stops him, saying he won't allow him because he may need him again. A man named Ben Nakadai traveled all the way from San Francisco and arrives in Japan on a business trip. His company is working on this resort development, but they found the remains of an old temple on the property, and it's his job to inspect the site. Down in the restaurant, a man with a scar on his face introduces himself and asks if he can tell him a story. In the days of the samurai, there was a great soldier named Izanagi Nakadai. While he was away, his wife and child had been taken by fever, and he isolated himself to mourn their loss. An old man told him that each of us has a dragon we must slay, and if we refuse to face it, it will devour you in the end. Nakadai abandoned the throne and went to search for his dragon and eventually found it inside an ancient temple. The battle was brutal, but the samurai was fearless and overcame the great beast. In the end, however, he forgot to look it in the eyes, just like the old man had told him, and the dragon escaped. The great warrior returned home but found his kingdom in ruins. The towns were burned and the fields laid to waste. When he entered the great hall, he dropped his sword on the ground and couldn't believe who was sitting on his throne. But before the man could finish his story, Ben had to leave and take a phone call in his room. The man warned him to not make the same mistake his ancestors did and to beware of unanswered questions. The next day, Ben visited the ancient temple and found something old and valuable inside. A mysterious box with many great wonders contained inside. After Spawn ordered Ab and Zab to open a doorway to hell, all kinds of strange things started to happen. Ghosts started appearing everywhere in the city. People who'd lost their lives or were brutally killed searching for people closest to them. Spawn confronts these ghosts and frees them, allowing them to return back to where they came from. However, there was another ghost who wasn't so easy to set free, the great samurai Izanagi Nakadai. Spawn summons a sword and fights the warrior head-on, using his skills from his previous life to aid him. The fight was brutal but quiet, with neither of them saying a word and doing their best to honor each other. Nakadai receives the death blow with grace and gratitude, thanking Spawn for giving him an honorable death. Ben was in his hotel room and couldn't stop himself from staring inside the mysterious box. The demon sneaks inside his room and steals the box, thanking him for retrieving it for him. Cogliostro returns to New York City after being gone for several months and goes searching for Spawn. Spawn could sense that the old man was dying and wants to cure him, but he refuses the help. Somewhere in Tennessee, a young man named Eddie was recently freed from the juvenile center and writes a letter to his brother. The boy killed his abusive father because he wanted to kill his brother and blamed Spawn for putting him in that position. This event destroyed both of their lives, and Eddie ended up a criminal on the streets. Cog accuses Spawn of changing into exactly what hell wants him to be, but he doesn't believe it and wants to prove him wrong. He teleports the old man on top of the highest building in the city and shows him something. Spawn stops time, freezing everyone in the city and blaming God for creating humanity with so many flaws. He wants hell to win the war and take over the world, and since he is the king of hell, he will turn hell into a second paradise, allowing everyone to enter. Cogliostro calls him a madman, but doesn't think it's a bad idea and offers to help. Meanwhile, Eddie arrives in New York City and pulls out a gun. He goes nuts and shoots a bunch of people and then shoots himself in the head. He is rushed to the hospital where the doctors are able to save his life, but he goes into a deep coma. A bright light shines over him and he is engulfed inside a cocoon and then transformed into a soldier of heaven named the Redeemer. While Eddie's human body was still in the hospital bed in a coma, the Redeemer was flying at lightning speeds through the city, trying to find Spawn and exact punishment. But Spawn was thousands of miles away in Tunisia, where he brought Cog to change the world. But first, he needed Earth's permission. The Redeemer finds him and attacks him with full force. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, the demon Mammon visits Eddie and reads him a story, saying that he and his brother lived a happy life with their dad, and that Spawn came along and ruined it. The young man could hear these lies, prompting the Redeemer to become even more violent and go all out. But Spawn didn't even know who he was or what he wanted. He summoned 2 statues of Eddie and his brother Andy, but Spawn claimed he tried to help them, he didn't want to ruin their lives. Mammon eventually tells Eddie the truth. Their dad was a mean drunk who often took out his frustrations on them, and that Eddie is the one who shot his own dad. After realizing he had made a mistake, the Redeemer leaves Spawn alone and flies toward the sky. Spawn was left defeated on the ground with half of his body ripped apart, but out of nowhere, creatures of hell appear and drag him back to hell, leaving Cogliostro all alone in the desert with no way of returning to New York City. Al Simmons wakes up screaming in his bed next to Wanda, but she is annoyed with him making noise and asks him to sleep the rest of the night on the couch. The next day, while waiting at a red light, he sees Wanda and Terry hugging but thinks he saw someone else. Out of nowhere, the Redeemer passes him by, and he gets distracted, crashing his car and dying on the spot. Mammon appears next to Cogliostro in the desert and gives him the mysterious box from Japan, while remarking that there's a tree about 10 miles away if he wants to take the easy way out. With no other option, Cog finds the tree and hangs himself, earning himself a direct ticket to hell. After the fatal car crash, Al Simmons' ghost attends the funeral but hasn't got a clue why nobody could see him. He overhears Wanda talking behind his back, saying she's happy that he's gone so she can be with Terry now, the true love of her life. With his life destroyed, he ends up on the streets, wishing everything was just a cruel nightmare. A Hellspawn appears and offers him a bargain in exchange for his life back, but the Hellspawn is actually an evil demon from hell, trying to trick him. Spawn wakes chained against a big rock while Cogliostro tries to free him, as the Redeemer fights hordes of demons and monsters in the background. After Spawn defeated Malebolgia but refused to take its place, Hell was left without a king, erupting in a civil war with many factions fighting amongst each other to seize control. The Demon Lord captures Cog, saying he never thought he had the guts to come here, and then takes out his mystery box, asking where he got it from. The demon tortures Spawn, asking him to say the words and give up the throne, saying he's waited a long time for a chance at ruling over Hell. He knows all about Wanda and vows to go after her and torture her in unimaginable ways, but he shouldn't have mentioned her name. This enraged Spawn, and he powered up, using his chains to destroy thousands of demons attacking him. Something inside him shifts, like a hidden eye awakening. He is in Hell, and Hell belongs to him now. He anchors himself to the ground, using the chains to feed on unlimited power and becoming stronger than he'd ever been. Every inch of this accursed realm belongs to him, and he is able to summon an army of Hellspawns to aid him in his battle. He asks the traitors and rebel demons to choose a side, because the King of Hell has returned. Issue 120 begins with a vision of the first act of violence ever committed, when Cain murdered his brother Abel. He didn't know just how fragile God made humans, and he also couldn't have guessed the cruelty of his judgment. As the brutal war for domination continues, we learn that this damned place was created with one purpose in mind: to punish Cain and others like him. We learn the truth that Cogliostro is actually Cain himself, and after Hell was created, he vowed to never serve a day in this place. And so far, he's been true to his word. The demons couldn't stop themselves from staring at the Redeemer's beautiful angelic wings, but they were jealous and wanted to rip them apart. The battle rages on, with hordes of demons and cursed souls attacking Spawn from every direction. But this was merely a show because the victor was named long ago. While everyone was busy fighting, the freak opens the mysterious box and looks inside, but he gives it to the Redeemer, saying it's too painful to look at. Cog takes the box and asks Spawn to stop the war, remembering their earlier conversation when he wanted to make a better world. He gives him the box, which contains the seed of paradise, the last patch of Eden preserved by a rival god, hidden away eons ago. Spawn opens the box and transforms Hell into paradise, a beautiful garden filled with lush green vegetation. Wanda appears to him, giving him what he always wanted, and he immediately drops his crown and abandons his throne of Hell. But just as fast as everything appeared, paradise disappears in an instant and things go back to normal. Cogliostro took advantage of Spawn and picked up his crown, proclaiming himself the new king of Hell. A long time ago, he vowed to never serve a day in this place, and he intends to keep that promise. He returns Spawn to New York, but not as a Hellspawn, instead as Lieutenant Al Simmons. He still has all of his memories, but he thinks they are all just bad dreams. 2 cops question him, but he reacts instinctively and attacks them, landing him in jail. His cellmate is curious and wants to know why Al was arrested, but he isn't sure of anything. The man brags about being a ruthless killer, killing hopeless women and using razor blades to his amusement. but Al ignores him and just goes to sleep. During the night, a hellspawn sneaks into the prison and goes straight for the loudmouth, claiming he came to punish him. Burke and Twitch return to the precinct after a long day of work, and a colleague tells them about the man who just beat 2 of their colleagues. They take a good look at his profile picture and realize he doesn't have a shadow, but before they could investigate further, someone from the holding area screams for help. The hellspawn had stripped the man of his skin, leaving him to die a painful death with his flesh exposed. Wanda receives a dreadful call informing her that someone dug up her ex-husband's grave and stole his body. She and Terry have no idea who could have done such a thing and don't understand why the past keeps haunting them. A strange woman could feel that Al Simmons was back in New York City, but she doesn't know who he is or where he came from, but she wants to know where he is going. Twitch finds out there was another man locked inside the prison tonight, but they eventually had to let him go. He pieces things together when one of the guards mentions that his wife's name is Wanda. The strange woman is some kind of witch, dabbling in the mystic arts, and she performs a ritual trying to pinpoint Simmons' location. Al walks into the alleys unwillingly, like something was drawing him there without his knowledge. He stumbles upon the ghosts of his homeless friends, who wanted to know why he abandoned them, leaving them to die. He goes deeper and finds the hellspawn lying on this throne, claiming he was waiting for him. Al is scared and runs away, fearing for his life, but runs straight into the strange woman from before. She offers him a coffee and something to eat, saying her name is Nix and she's here to help him. The story then jumps inside a high-security prison with 2 guards opening a cell door, asking the person inside to come with them because the boys upstairs would like to chat with him. Nix buys Al something to eat. He hadn't eaten in ages and was very hungry. He doesn't know what happened to him and doesn't remember his past, just glimpses of a dark creature that follows him. Meanwhile, Jason Wynn is interrogated by his superiors, who demand to know everything he knows about Lieutenant Al Simmons. The Violator appears and talks to him, telling him how to get out of this, but only he can see it. Wynn wants to take a hot shower first, get some well-made clothes, a nice meal, and then maybe he'll talk. Nix brings Al back to her apartment and offers him something to drink. She invites him to her bedroom and gets on top of him, saying it's probably been a long time since he's been with a woman and she wants to make it all better for him. He falls asleep and dreams of Spawn, but when he wakes up, something is wrong. Nix tied him to her bed and pulls out a knife, saying the moon's at its apogee and it's time. She gets on top of him a second time, but this time she marks a spot on his chest where she plans to stab him. The dagger goes straight through his skin, and Al thinks he is going to die because the pain was unbearable. Nix opens his ribcage and exposes his heart, saying that now he is separate from his darkness, or his shadow, and it wants to get back to him. She takes a needle and starts sewing his heart while Al remembers all the bad things from his past, when he got mad and slapped Wanda, when he left the Redeemer in hell to fight hordes of demons, all the people he's killed over the years, and even being mean to Grandma Wanda. When she is done, Nix has drawn a pentagram on his heart, which binds him back to the costume. The room begins to shake, and thousands of creatures of darkness invade the room, sliding towards Al and entering his body. He screams in pain, but there is nothing he can do about it. In the end, the mark of the devil appears again on his chest. He gets up and is pissed at Nix for doing this to him, but she only wanted to help him. She thought it would make him feel better. He claims she destroyed him and slams her against the wall using his chains. He then breaks through her window and disappears into the night. He wakes up 3 days later back in Nix's apartment. She followed him when he ran away and found him passed out in the alleys. He was now a hellspawn again and could feel the costume slithering under his skin, but he could transform into a human anytime he wanted. They go for a walk, and she tells him that she draws her powers from the green world, the place that gives life to everything on Earth, and Spawn remembers being there once. Jason Wynn was reinstated back into his former position at the CIA, and everyone greeted him back. They even gave him a bigger office than before, and the Violator was pleased with the way things were progressing. Spawn wants to make things right from his past, starting by finding Major Forsberg, who he abandoned in the alleys. Going back feels strange somehow, and demons block his way, telling him to turn back, but he doesn't care. He finds Forsberg trapped inside a cage, half naked and unconscious. Meanwhile, Twitch is going over the files of the missing suspect at the precinct and realizes that he and Al Simmons are the same person. Spawn tells Forsberg he came to save him and make things right, but the demons get in the way. He easily deals with them with a single swoop of his chains, but the Major doesn't want to leave or let Spawn touch him, saying he's only going to drag him under. An illusion takes over them, and they are both transported to another place. Somewhere inside a deep jungle, Simmons tries to save the Major and drags his injured body, but he doesn't want to be saved. Demons crawl out of the ground and try to grab them, trying to stop them from escaping. Eventually, they are surrounded from all sides, and the Major begs Simmons to shoot him, saying he doesn't want to be one of them, faceless, inhuman, and without an ounce of dignity. Spawn wishes there was another way, but there is no way to save him. In the end, he does the only thing left and shoots him. This kills Forsberg in the real world as well. But with his dying breath, he thanks Spawn for coming back for him, calling him a damn fine soldier. When he and Wanda got engaged, they threw a big celebration at a restaurant and invited all of their friends. Terry asks him if he plans to quit the CIA and get a safer position now that he's married, but this pisses him off. Al claims he likes his job and doesn't run away from confrontation, calling his friend a pussy and then punching him. They return to the restaurant and take a group photo, pretending like nothing happened. Some years later, Al leaves for a secret mission and Wanda begs him to stay with her. They get into a heated argument, and Al grabs her tightly, hurting her arms. This is not the first time he got violent. It happened before when she lost her pregnancy, and she blames him for it. He gets up, takes his suitcase, and leaves for the mission. While he is away, Wanda goes shopping and meets Terry on the street. She was angry at Al and asks him to go shopping with her, saying she wants to spend his money on clothes. During lunch, he notices bruises on her hands, probably from when Al grabbed her so tightly. They end the night with a kiss, but she doesn't allow things to progress, saying she's the wife of his best friend and they're all going to know each other for the rest of their lives. Back in the present, Terry quits his job at the CIA and they put the house up for sale, trying to leave the tragic past behind them and move on. Jason Wynn attends his first mission after he is reinstated and brings his superiors up to speed on Al Simmons. He tells them about his past, saying he was a good soldier who followed orders without questioning. He wants to do a full investigation into the disappearance of his corpse, calling it a national security issue, and wants access to considerable funds to complete his task. The Violator congratulates him on the success of the meeting but reminds him he is the one pulling the strings and calls Wynn his monkey. Nix wants Spawn to perform a ceremony that will help him control his powers better. The meditation is working, and he is able to sense all the wrath, envy, greed, and vanity dwelling inside the city at all times. He changes into Spawn and then transforms back to a human. He is happy to finally be able to do this. Wynn takes a shower and gets himself ready to hook up with a prostitute. The Violator thinks it might be good for him to be with a woman, and they made sure to ask at the agency for a black woman named Wanda. Al goes for a walk but runs into someone he hasn't seen in a long time. Detective Twitch recognizes him and pulls a gun on him, accusing him of killing his oldest son, Max, and also of killing the other prisoner inside the jail. Meanwhile, the prostitute is waiting for Wynn on the corner of the street, but when he rolls down his window, he scares her because he looks crazy and is bearing the mark of the Violator. While Twitch was busy with Spawn, Burke finds the prostitute that Wynn hired dead behind the dumpsters, with the name Wanda written on the walls. Instead of taking him to the police, Twitch brings Al back to his apartment and threatens him, blaming him for his son's disappearance during the war against the vampires. Jason Wynn wakes up in his apartment covered in blood and with blue paint all over his face. He doesn't know what happened but has flashbacks of killing that woman. The Violator took control over his body and forced him to kill her, saying he shouldn't feel so bad because he's already killed over 2,000 people. Al begs the detective to put the gun down, but he refuses, saying he doesn't want to live anymore and thinks of himself as a failed father and husband. Eventually, Al has enough and transforms into Spawn, breaking his restraints. But Twitch takes his gun and shoots him 2 times. He takes the detective and throws him through the window, asking him to choose between life and death. Twitch chooses life over death, thinking of his other children and ex-wife. Spawn changes back to Al Simmons and offers to help him find his boy, but he still had the gunshot wounds in his human form. Somewhere in an abandoned house outside Boston, 7 ghosts live together, each killed for different reasons and drawn to this place like moths to a light. Max was also drawn to this house and now lives here together with the other ghosts. He isn't dead, however. The ritual performed by the vampires wasn't finished, and he wasn't completely turned into one of them. He now lives his life stuck between 2 worlds, in the gray spaces. Nix was able to make a compass that pinpoints where Max was staying, so Twitch and Spawn fly to Boston in order to find his son. Meanwhile, there's been another Wanda murder, and Burke is sent to the crime scene, but he couldn't find his partner. Max shows a gun to Sally, one of the younger ghosts inside the house, and she asks if they can use it to kill other people so more ghosts can come and live with them. The 2 men eventually find the house, but when they go inside, one of the older ghosts doesn't want to let them pass. The ghost grabs Twitch, but Spawn uses hellfire to burn its face and force it to let the detective go. Sally comes down the stairs carrying the gun that Max showed her, and she wants to kill Twitch. She wants to turn him into a ghost so he can be together with his son forever. She pulls the trigger and shoots Twitch right in the chest, and he falls to the ground unconscious. Max begs his father not to die, but there is something else hiding in this house. Somewhere in the basement, there is a doorway to hell that one of the demons is able to break and enter through. He claims this is his home and the ghosts are his food. He attacks Spawn, calling him a failure in everything he does and wanting to taste his pain. Spawn punches him straight in the face, sending him several feet away. But this only angers the demon and he retaliates more viciously. While the fight rages on, Twitch wants to sacrifice his own life so that his son can be alive once again. Spawn eventually gains the upper hand and opens another doorway to hell, pulling the demon inside. The entire house is dragged down, including the 7 ghosts living there, while Spawn uses his chains to anchor himself and protect Twitch and his son as well. He then uses his magic to heal his wounds and restore the detective to full health. After returning to New York City, the entire family and Burke visit Twitch in the hospital, happy to be reunited once again. As part of the deal to be reinstated in the CIA, Jason Wynn attends a meeting with the Shrink, but the Violator couldn't stop himself from teasing him. He wanted him to confess to the Wanda murders and tell the doctor how good he felt when killing them. The detectives tell Simmons about the murders, saying all the women are African Americans, young and pretty, and they all look like his wife. He didn't even know that Wanda and Terry had sold their house and moved to California to start a new life. Wynn kidnaps another woman and takes her to a construction site, bragging about all the cool weapons he can use to murder her. The woman says her name is not Wanda and that he's probably made a mistake, but this only angers him even more. But Spawn was on the case and the creatures of darkness spot them at the construction site. He shows up out of nowhere, shocked that Wynn was actually the one behind everything. He wants to expose him for killing these women and ruin his reputation forever. And once he sinks to the bottom, then he will come to end him for good. Wynn tries to run away but slips and falls off the edge, landing a few stories below. The Violator wanted to use Wynn as a tool to do his bidding, especially since he was so easy to manipulate. But now he doesn't need him anymore and wants to end him. He steps on his fingers, causing him to fall 20 stories to his death. But as soon as his body hits the floor, it immediately gets back up and puts itself back together. The Violator has now taken over his body completely, claiming the clown is back. Spawn didn't know what happened to Wynn's body, but he could feel that something was off. Somewhere in the city there is a dark presence taunting him, laughing at him. Now in possession of a new body, the Violator walks the dangerous streets and stumbles upon 2 thugs selling drugs. He kills one of them in cold blood and rips off his head, but he spares the other one. His name is Rex, and the Violator touches his head and does something to him, turning him into one of his subjects with the mark of the clown. While Al was sleeping, Nyx decides to help him figure out what dark forces he was talking about. So she performs a ritual that allows her to ascend to a different plane of existence. She stumbles upon the demon Mammon, who wants to have a talk. He knows her entire life story and knows about a friend she used to have. Her name was Thea, and she could sense when people were about to die, making her extremely powerful but also troubled. Mammon claims that Spawn killed her in cold blood in a dark and cold alley, but offers to bring her back from hell as long as she does what he wants. Nyx doesn't trust him and refuses to make a deal, so he returns her to her apartment, saying he won't be far if she changes her mind. Nyx and Thea started playing with dark magic ever since they were 12 years old. They started with Ouija boards, opening doors that should never have been opened, causing Thea to be cursed with that awful gift. She shows Al pictures of her and asks him what hell is really like. She really wants to know, so Al turns into Spawn and shows her a glimpse of hell. The images torment her and she's terrified. Hell is worse than anything she could ever imagine. Meanwhile, the Violator sent Rex to take over a bus and cause as much trouble as possible because he wanted to draw Spawn's attention. It worked, and Spawn explores the labyrinth of alleys at the south end of the Bowery, a place he once used to call home. The streets were familiar to him, but things were different now. The entire place was decorated like a circus, with balloons and clown faces everywhere. The Violator had managed to form a small army by turning normal people into his minions, just like he did with Rex. Eventually, he finds the Violator in his demon form, someone he thought he would never have to see again. The demon instantly attacks him and puts his finger through Spawn's head, using the same kind of magic to try and turn him into one of his minions. After seeing how horrible hell is, Nyx couldn't bear the thought of her best friend spending an eternity there, and calls out to Mammon, saying she is ready to make a deal with him. The Violator was able to incapacitate Spawn and tie him to massive chains, turning him into his prisoner. His minions grew in numbers and gathered around, collectively screaming to make him suffer. The demon tricked Spawn into entering the Dead Zone, a place that negates Hell's powers, rendering him unable to defend himself. One of them gets too close and Spawn wraps his legs around his throat, threatening to kill him if the Violator doesn't release him. Of course, the clown doesn't care about anyone else but himself, so Spawn had to kill him. The clown takes a blade and stabs him in the abdomen, then asks his minions to throw things at him to make him suffer even harder. Rocks, pieces of wood, glass, and other objects come flying towards Spawn, leaving him broken and unconscious on the ground. During the blackout, Spawn dreams about returning home from the military, but his parents were nowhere to be found. Instead, Mammon was waiting for him and wonders what happened to him in this house that pushed him to become an assassin. Whatever it must have been, it wasn't pretty, since it made him into a monster. The Violator and his army of minions feast on the corpse of the person that Spawn killed, eating his organs and calling them delicious. Mammon visits Nyx once again and compliments her on being a good witch, but her spells have no effect on him. He is omnipotent. He reminds her of the deal he proposed, and while she still hasn't made up her mind, her best friend is suffering in hell. The Violator orders 2 of his men to drag Spawn out of the dead zone. He tries to revert back to his human form, but that was a big mistake. He slowly gains his powers back, but his body is still hurt and needs to be careful. The clown created a fighting ring and wants to prove he is stronger than a hell spawn, while his minions cheer behind him. Ever since Cogliostro became the new king of hell, he's locked himself away, leaving all the demons without adult supervision to do as they please. The Violator claims he doesn't want to kill Spawn, but instead he wants to make his life a living hell. He wants to destroy him physically and mentally. Even though Spawn beat him before, the demon was a lot stronger now and slammed Spawn against everything, knocking him unconscious for a second time. Out of nowhere, the power goes out in the entire city, and the Violator and his minions prepare themselves to terrorize the streets. It only took a couple of minutes for the entire city to erupt in chaos. There were now over 1,000 minions, all controlled by the clown, attacking everyone and everything in the darkness of the night. Spawn recovers from his fight and goes to the streets to try and stop them, but they come at him from every direction. There were just too many of them, and all of them were very strong. While he was dragged into the dead zone, Nyx couldn't feel Spawn anymore, but she knows exactly where he is and rushes to him. However, on the way down she gets stuck in the elevator with Mammon. Spawn's body was still severely weakened, and he gets destroyed left and right by the clowns. Meanwhile, a random person falls on top of Burke's car and they try to help him. A mob of people forms around them and blames them for hurting the person, saying that police have been abusing them for years. Mammon describes how horrible hell actually is, that her friend Thea is in constant pain, and every time she screams, thousands of blades cut her throat. But that's not even the worst part. The worst part is being alone and feeling abandoned by her best friend. The island of Manhattan is sealed off, its people trapped like rats in cages, with many hours until sunrise, and the lunatics are taking over the city. Since he wasn't yet at full strength, Spawn decides to break inside the armory and steal a couple of weapons. Mammon was still stuck inside the elevator with Nyx and tries to convince her to take the deal, but she refuses, saying she doesn't want any part of his games. Meanwhile, the group of people was getting close to attacking the 2 detectives, but luckily for them, backup arrives and disperses the angry mob. Spawn heads into the metro and puts his gun expertise to good use. Everything feels normal to him. Killing bad guys is like second nature to him. But even with guns, there are just too many of them, and they quickly overrun him. He is able to free himself by pulling the pins on 3 grenades, causing a giant explosion and one of the trains to explode. He makes it out alive, but the explosion caused him to revert back to his human form, and he was badly injured. 2 weeks from now, Nyx locks herself into an abandoned building with no food or water for 9 days straight, until finally a small fly appears out of nowhere talking to her. After barely making it out of the metro, Simmons is rushed to the emergency room, but 2 FBI agents stood guard outside while they operate on him. Back in the present, Nyx performs a long and painful ritual that will most likely kill her in the end, but there's no turning back. She is determined to help her friend Thea. The small fly talks to her, saying his name is Nzejal, the Lord King of Hell, and he is the keeper of secret eyes and hidden doors. Nyx says she wants to bargain, asking for safe passage into hell. She begins the ritual by cutting her skin using a silver-white moon blade and taking a drop of her own blood. Then, using a piece of thread, the same she used when she reattached the costume to Spawn's soul, she creates a web of threads. The ritual was affecting Simmons as well, who was still in a coma inside the hospital. Eventually, the ritual is successful, and a doorway to hell opens up, but she wasn't human anymore. She borrowed Spawn's powers for this mission, transforming herself into a female hellspawn. As she makes her first steps in hell, she could hear Spawn talking to her from within the costume, warning her about the possible dangers at every corner. This place is alive. It moves beneath her feet. It's ancient and vast and very slow, and every inch of it screams in agony. She sees the Tower of Hell and thinks it might be hundreds of miles high, but she gets distracted, and a demon attacks her out of nowhere. She's not yet used to the costume and needs to focus, but is eventually able to control the chains and set herself free. She continues the journey and arrives at an old tree with hundreds of warm lights hanging from its branches. But those aren't just simple lights. They are people trapped in cages, screaming in agony. Each soul begs Nyx to set them free, claiming there must be some kind of mistake and they don't belong there, vowing to never sin again if they are allowed to be free. She can't focus on them too much. She came here with a purpose, to save her best friend from damnation. Somewhere on top of some old ruins, the Redeemer was waiting, watching her. He mistakes her for Spawn and attacks her from behind. When Spawn was dragged into hell, he came to save him, but in the end Spawn abandoned him, leaving him all alone to rot in hell. Eventually the fighting stops, and he tells her his story. Because he bears the mark of heaven, demons don't attack him, and he is allowed to move freely. But still, he is trapped in hell and can't escape. The Redeemer offers to help Nyx find her missing friend, in exchange for freeing him once she leaves. The bargain only allows her to take one soul back, her friend, so she lies to him, telling him what he wanted to hear in exchange for his help. The Redeemer explores hell from above and couldn't help but feel sorry for the billions of souls trapped here for eternity. Nyx tells him her friend wasn't some depraved criminal, just a sad and lost soul. This is good news because it means they won't have to go very far to find her. After walking for several hours, Nyx runs into her father, who instantly recognizes her. However, a demon appears out of nowhere and grabs her, but luckily, the Redeemer is able to slay him easily. He then slays her father as well, revealing that it wasn't actually him. Instead, just another demon in disguise. Eventually, they find Thea locked behind a door, shriveled in a corner all alone. She doesn't want to leave, saying there is nowhere else for her to go. Her body is nothing but dust and bones. She asks Nyx to destroy her soul forever because she no longer wants to exist. Taking the Redeemer's sword, Nyx kills her best friend and destroys her soul forever. The demon appears once again and offers her safe passage out of hell, respecting the bargain. She takes the Redeemer, and they both leave this god-awful place. Simmons has a vision of himself climbing the highest mountain in the world and arriving in paradise. He opens the giant doors and goes inside, amazed at how incredible this place is, as if the entire place was carved from a single piece. In the middle of everything, there is a giant tower, just like the one in hell, and he goes up the stairs, ready to meet the Creator. But when he enters the main hall, he doesn't find God. Instead, he finds Mammon sitting on the throne. The Redeemer couldn't be happier to finally be out of hell and flies above the earth, but he remembers he still has unfinished business to attend to. Spawn finally wakes up from his coma and leaves the hospital, determined to find Nyx and get back at her for stealing his powers and manipulating him. She was now a part of him, and he could feel her in his mind and knew exactly where to find her. She doesn't want mercy but tells him the reason for doing what she did. It was because she wanted to save her best friend, who died and went to hell. But before Spawn could punish her, the Redeemer appears, demanding he set her free. He owes Nyx a great deal of gratitude after she helped him escape from hell, so he takes her to safety, then goes back to fight Spawn. Meanwhile, the Fly appears once again, demanding his half of the bargain, saying he wants Nyx's power. Spawn ambushes the Redeemer inside an abandoned warehouse, and the two fight a brave battle, good versus evil. The Redeemer accuses Spawn of leaving nothing but death and suffering in his wake, calling him a cancer upon the face of creation. This enrages Spawn, and he goes all out, gaining a small advantage and pinning his opponent to the ground. He then takes his angelic sword and vows to show no mercy, just like the Redeemer promised him. Nyx agrees to give up her powers that give her control over Spawn, but she was tricked. It wasn't the Lord King and Zejal who offered her the deal. It was Mammon, Mr. Hell himself. Spawn is now on top of his opponent, but instead of killing him, he breaks off the wings from his back, saying that heaven doesn't care anymore about any of them. Without any wings and without his sword, the Redeemer reverts back to his human form, a young teenager named Eddie, whose life got destroyed by Spawn a long time ago. Without her powers, Nyx is now condemned, outcast, and destined to be all alone. Mammon had tricked her and got exactly what he wanted, full control over Spawn. He shows himself and traps Spawn using his own chains. He claims he did all of this because he wants to take over the throne, but not the throne of hell like Spawn thinks. He transforms him back into Simmons and vows to torture him by taking the thing which he values most in life, his ex-wife Wanda. Bit by bit, Mammon destroys Al's memory of his beloved wife, the first time they met, the day they got married, and many more loving memories. He erases them all. In the end, he leaves Spawn with just the knowledge that he has forgotten something important to him, but is unable to remember what it is. Al is left stranded in the middle of nowhere and forced to hitchhike towards any destination. A couple decides to give him a ride into a nearby town, from where he takes off on foot again, exploring the surroundings. He stumbles across a strange little town that looked almost too perfect to be real. He found it strange that there are hundreds of devil signs everywhere, from ring bells to window frames and even architecture. A woman at the diner tells him about the town fair called the Tained. This fair is intended to remind them that the devil is everywhere, and they ask for blessings and good fortune in the coming year. After a good night's sleep, Al walks towards the fair to see what the big deal is. Everyone is wearing devil masks, and there are tons of attractions with hellish themes in mind. All of a sudden the road clears and the woman from the diner appears dressed in black and riding a horse. The girl is taken inside the forest until they reach a giant waterfall. Out of nowhere, 3 angels appear, saying they've come for the girl who was offered to them as a sacrifice. He wasn't going to let the angels sacrifice the girl. One of them can hear his thoughts and claims they are not angels, or at least not anymore. They are the forgotten ones, the lost tribe of heaven. A long time ago, during a great war between heaven and hell, they refused to pick a side, making a third side that chose to be neutral. For their treason, God banished them from heaven, leaving them to spend eternity in the ether, a place at the edge of reality. Every 7 years, however, they are required to pay a sacrifice to God, and without it, they would simply fade like shadows on a wall. In exchange for the sacrifice, they offer up blessings, good luck, goodwill, peace and tranquility, and they have done so in various places across the globe. But Spawn doesn't care. He isn't going to let them sacrifice the young girl, so the lost angel offers him a deal. If he is able to pass a test during which he has to hold on tight to the girl and never let her go, no matter the ordeal they will be faced with, they will let her go. Spawn accepts and the test begins. The girl is transformed into different kinds of creatures, from lions to serpents to giant bulls and even rodents, all tricks designed to make him lose his grip on her. In the end, Spawn passes the test and is able to protect the girl at all costs. Because there isn't going to be a sacrifice, the chain of history has been snapped, and the Forgotten Ones promise there will be even more sacrifices yet to come because of his actions today. Somewhere in northeast Minnesota, a boy was walking in the freshly snowed plains when he found Al Simmons unconscious on the ground. Together with his parents, they were able to bring Al back to the cabin where he woke up confused. The family was kind to him and offered him something to drink and a warm place to rest. Somewhere nearby, a group of people was in the cold hunting something when, out of nowhere, a large pack of black wolves attacked them. These were no ordinary wolves. They were larger than usual, and their eyes glowed red, making them look like demons. Al heard the noises and came to help the men who were now fighting to stay alive. The men were more scared of Spawn than the wolves, and one of them shot him in the shoulder. The fight was brutal, with Spawn using his chains to latch onto the trees nearby and hit the alpha dog right in the head. He was eventually victorious, and the alpha was defeated, but not without casualties, and Spawn had severe injuries to his abdomen. The journey took Spawn to Chicago, Illinois, where he spent the day begging for money on the streets. He felt like someone was trying to communicate with him and saw signs everywhere, but he didn't understand what they were trying to tell him. Was he going insane or was someone just toying with him? 3 men were bullying an older woman on the streets, and Al got involved, telling them to leave her alone. The confrontation quickly turned violent, but Al used to be a soldier, a trained assassin, and taking these guys down was a piece of cake for him. He thought a new rebellion was underway, a second war in heaven, and somehow he was at the center of it all. While walking the dark and narrow alleys, he got confused. The alleys looked the same as the ones in New York City, but it was all an illusion. He was drawn inside an abandoned church, where he mocked God, calling him evil for creating a world filled with suffering and pain. He didn't understand why he was the one picked to become a hellspawn. He never asked to come back to life and be brought back to this wretched place. Out of nowhere, the ground started shaking and the walls came crumbling down, taking the shape of a giant malefic monster. The monster talked to him, saying the hellspawn must be stopped, but Spawn didn't understand. It hit him from every direction, but Spawn dodged the attacks and hit back, jumping through the monster's body and leaving a big hole. But it was no use. The monster could not be killed or defeated. Instead, it came crashing down on top of him, burying him underground. Spawn woke up in a dark place, crucified by powerful green vines and unable to move. He remembered his childhood, after his mother baked him some cookies, but asked him not to eat them before dinner. His father was reading the newspaper in the living room, but it wasn't actually his dad. It was Mr. Hell himself, Mammon. The voice told Spawn the future had already been predicted in scriptures. It all began when Mammon stole away his memory of Wanda, and when Spawn interrupted the sacrifice done by the forgotten angels. Those who abstained in the first war must fight now in the second. At this very moment, the throne of heaven sat empty. Its maker vanished, or perhaps perished, nobody knew. Mammon knew this, and wanted the throne for himself, taking advantage of God's absence. He wanted the entire universe to implode on itself, destroying countless worlds. In the end, Mammon wanted to sit on the throne of creation and remake the universe in his image. The voice brought Spawn back to the cemetery where Al Simmons was buried, saying that Mammon took his hope away, and it wanted to give it back to him. The ground shook, and Al's body was dug up from the ground. On his fingers, Spawn found the wedding ring, reminding him of his beloved ex-wife Wanda. Spawn returned to New York City and sat on his throne, finding it funny that he traded the throne of hell for this dump. Out of the shadows, hordes of worms came to him, crawling all over his body, covering his wounds and going inside, healing their master like medicine. He didn't know what to do next and headed toward the dead zone, but he needed to be careful because he didn't have any power there. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by the disciple, the first and greatest of heaven's warriors. He wanted Spawn to leave this place, calling him a worthless corpse that was rotting away. He grabbed him by the face and then ripped out his heart from his chest, leaving his body dismembered on the ground. The disciple then flew away, calling him foolish for fearing him. Wicked arms appeared out of nowhere and grabbed pieces of Spawn's body, dragging them into the shadows. A strange man with gray hair appeared and picked up Spawn's heart from the ground. The heart transformed into a young boy named Christopher, and the stranger called himself the Man of Miracles. He offered to take the young boy home, and they both teleported somewhere else. Meanwhile, every news station in the country was reporting something amazing that happened with the Mississippi River. Out of nowhere, its water turned red for no apparent reason, but it wasn't paint. It was actually blood. Religious fanatics marched in thousands on the streets, realizing that one of the first signs of Armageddon is the water in rivers and fountains turning into blood. The demons that collected parts of Spawn's body were dragging them down to hell and bringing him to an altar where they pieced him back together. The Man of Miracles guided the young boy toward his hometown, saying he needed to get back home before 6 o'clock because his mother needed him. On the way home, however, the boy ran into a toy shop and couldn't stop looking at all the figurines. While he decided to go inside, his mother was back home, worried about him, saying he promised he'd return home, but she couldn't wait any longer. The owner of the toy store was none other than Billy Kincaid, the kid killer that Spawn killed some time ago. He showed Christopher a toy shaped like Malabolgia, the king of hell, but it only scared him. Since the boy didn't like this one, he asked him to pick 10 other toys from his shelf, gifts for being a good boy. His mother was at home taking a bath, but she wasn't feeling too good, swallowing pills and worrying about her boy. Christopher couldn't decide which toys to pick, but while he was distracted, Kincaid took a knife from his drawer and sneaked up behind him. The boy picked one of the evilest looking toys, Tammuz, Hell's ambassador. Tammuz was one of Mammon's top generals whose job was to torture and make Spawn's life miserable. The demons informed them that the only thing missing was his heart, but Spawn didn't need a heart to survive. Tammuz confidently claimed he was the master of tortures and summoned Spawn's inquisitors, who were composed of some of his worst enemies. Kincaid wanted to kill young Christopher, but the Hellspawn costume was fused with his body and protected him. It wrapped itself around the deranged killer, allowing Christopher enough time to escape. Tammuz struck Spawn in the abdomen, carving a big hole and revealing a secret. This was where he was keeping the wedding ring, his only connection and memory of his former life, his beloved Wanda. Christopher remembered what really happened to him a long time ago. After leaving for school and saying goodbye to his mother, he stopped on the way to explore a giant water tower. After he made it to the top, he slipped and fell inside, splashing into the freezing water below. When he never made it to school, his mother went searching for him and found his backpack near the water tower. She panicked and jumped inside herself, without thinking of a way to get out. Her boy was still alive, but now they were both stuck inside the freezing water. After many hours, they both began to lose consciousness, and Christopher sank to the bottom of the tank and drowned. His mother tried to save him, but it was too late. He was already dead. Out of nowhere, a strange woman appeared and offered to take his body, saying she could help him and promised to send him back to her one day. The mother agreed and gave the woman her dead son. Now we saw Christopher's true face, rotten and disfigured after spending too much time underwater. Meanwhile, his mother couldn't wait for him any longer and took a knife, preparing to end her own life. But before she could finish, the boy arrived home and screamed to grab his mother's attention. She heard him and swiftly ran outside, but when she opened the door, she saw her son rotting away. But his appearance didn't scare her. She knew it was her son and rushed to hug him. Upon touching her son, his body healed completely and looked normal once again. The strange woman from the tank appeared again, but it was actually the Man of Miracles in disguise. Just as promised, he returned her son for them to meet again, but sadly they must leave once again. This time they needed to leave in order to save Al Simmons from his prison in hell. The Inquisitors continued to torture Spawn, inflicting devastating blows that caused him immense pain, while Mammon stood on the sidelines, amused at his suffering. In order for Christopher to reach Spawn, he had to go through the funhouse and find the pit. Billy Kincaid was following him like a shadow, this time working for an ice cream shop. He showed the boy the funhouse, but in order to reach the pit, he had to watch the entire show. Luckily, he had picked 2 toys earlier, one of Detective Burke and the other of Detective Twitch. The 2 detectives heard noises and went outside to see what was happening. It turned out it was raining frogs, another sign of Armageddon. They both agreed that something weird was going on and they needed to find Spawn. Out of nowhere, a circus appeared in the middle of the city, and the 2 partners went inside, They found Kincaid's severed head stuck to a wall, and Christopher next to him saying the costume killed him. The three of them found the pit together, which was actually a doorway leading them into hell. After dealing with a few demons on the way, they eventually found Spawn being tortured by Mammon and his army. Christopher ran toward him, and the moment the two of them touched, Spawn remembered everything. He claimed he was more than Al Simmons and more than just a Hellspawn. He was Legion. Out of nowhere, hundreds of Hellspawns jumped out from inside his body, ready to help their master. While this was going on, Wanda had moved to California and lived a simple life, but something was wrong with her twin children. Both of them were mean to each other and acted crazy around other people, including Grandma Wanda. Cyan said she was worried about her brother and sister, saying there was definitely something wrong with both of them. Granny read the Bible again and realized that what was happening all over the world were signs of something evil bound to happen. All of a sudden, the tables were turning in Spawn's favor and he wasn't fighting his battles alone anymore. Mammon offered him one final deal, to join him in helping defeat God, and in return he would make him the king of Earth. But Spawn refused, saying Earth was not his to give. He was neither Satan nor God. A confrontation erupted between the Hellspawns and Mammon's armies, but Spawn was easily gaining the advantage. In the end, Mammon lost, but he claimed this was just the first wave of weaker demons. The war was just beginning. He left the place with his tail between his legs, while Tammuz remarked that he was shaking with fear. For now, Spawn recalled the Hellspawns back to him, saying he still needed to heal himself back to full health. He had been dismembered after all. The Man of Miracles was waiting for them back in New York City, and said that Christopher was actually a piece of Spawn that represented his innocence. The two detectives warned Spawn that something else was happening with the world, all pointing to Armageddon, the end of the world. The school teacher informed Wanda that something was wrong with her children because they created something horrible during a school project. Meanwhile, a woman was bringing flowers to her dead husband's grave when, out of nowhere, the man crawled out from the ground, signaling that the dead were rising from their graves. Twitch tells Spawn that every news station around the world is reporting the same thing. Sightings of werewolves, vampires, demonic possession. Basically mankind's worst fears coming to life. Armageddon has already begun, and the only way to stop it is to destroy these monsters whenever or wherever they appear in the world. In Joshua Creek, Tennessee, the woman who was attacked by her dead husband is now transformed into a zombie herself, and together they returned home to attack her boyfriend. Christopher helps Spawn summon two souls to help fight these monsters all over the world. Hiroshi Kitamura and his granddaughter Kumiko are summoned and sent to deal with the zombies from Joshua Creek. These two are descendants of a great family of samurai warriors, and they charge into battle without fear. Together, they slay hordes of zombies, shooting them in the head to prevent them from resurrecting again. Eventually, they are overrun and are forced to run into a nearby house, but when they go inside, they find the woman and her late husband devouring her current boyfriend. As the war raged on Earth, the Forgotten Ones attacked heaven, and without God to interfere, the angels were about to lose. One of the priestess angels frees Zira from her prison, the strongest warrior angel and queen of the Seraphim. Even though Zira was incredibly strong, she was also utterly insane, and God had locked her away for 10,000 years. Even if she is able to fight off the Forgotten Ones, what chance do they stand against her if she decides to turn on them? Spawn goes together with Christopher to northern India to deal with another threat. An ancient god named Kaylee had been resurrected and started massacring everyone in her path. The Man of Miracles tells Spawn that there are thousands of souls trapped inside his body, and he needs to listen to their voices and also trust Chris because he'll know what to do. The boy helps Spawn summon two more souls, a young couple who died in a car crash some time ago. They tell Spawn about Kaylee, saying that the gods created her in order to kill an army of demons, but when the job was done, she couldn't stop herself from killing. She represents the destructive side of mankind's nature, and she vows to consume Spawn as well. Kumiko used to be a rebellious girl who often had fights with her parents and even her grandfather. She used to pleasure men in exchange for drugs and had gotten herself involved with the criminal underworld. Her grandfather came to save her one day and attacked the thugs who used to abuse her, but during the altercation, Kumiko was shot and killed, and Hiroshi suffered the same fate. She remembers everything and apologizes to him for ruining their family honor, but swears to make things right. Together they attack the hordes of zombies and do massive damage. Meanwhile, Wanda's twin children were watching TV, but Katie wants to attack her brother as payback for stabbing her with scissors. Wanda walks in and finds Jake on the floor with his head split open. She panicked and called the ambulance, but Jake gets up and helps his sister clean up the bloodstains. When the paramedics arrived, the boy was fully healed and nobody believed her story. Spawn desperately tries to fight Kaylee, the evil Indian god, but she's just too strong for him. She easily deals with him without breaking a sweat. But that's when the two people summoned by Christopher offer her a deal. They offer their most treasured possession in exchange for Spawn's life. their unborn child, who died with them in the car crash. Kaylee is impressed and accepts the sacrifice, saying she will give the child the gift of death, allowing her to be born once again. The courage and wisdom of the couple save Spawn's life, and Kaylee hopes he learned a lesson from all of this. Wanda and Terry bring the twins to see a psychiatrist, but nobody believes Wanda's story that Katie bashed her brother's head with a baseball bat. Wanda thinks something is wrong with her children and doesn't think she can love them anymore, which prompts the doctor to worry about her. She warns Terry about leaving Wanda alone with the twins. After going back home, Cyan finds her pet hamster killed by her twin siblings and screams for her mother. But when she goes into the other room, she finds her parents both tied up and held at knife point by the twins. In heaven, Zira had just ended a great war after she defeated the Forgotten Ones, slaughtering every single one of them. She wants to start the rapture, but only God can do this, and he has been missing for several hundred years. Zera leaves to find the Creator and promises to return him to his throne. Kali watches as all of this unfolds, but she transforms into the Man of Miracles, revealing that appearances are not to be trusted. Twitch was able to access the police database and find out that Christopher, Kumiko, and her grandfather all died the same day he did. After Spawn was resurrected, over 6,000 other souls were bonded with him and lived inside of him all this time. That's why he was hearing all these different voices in his head, and sometimes it seemed like he had multiple personalities. Malabolgia had no idea about this, and that's why he could never control Spawn like he did with the other Hellspawns. Twitch thinks these souls were bonded to him in order to help him prevent or stop Armageddon. Meanwhile, the twins were threatening to kill their own parents and threatening Cyan at knife point. Their bigger sister, however, still had the pacifier with her, which links her to Spawn. She screams in desperation, begging the sad man to come and save her, and Spawn instantly teleports to her location. He kills the twins with his chains and saves Cyan, who rushes to hug him. Terry loses control and accuses Spawn of murdering his children, but the twins were not dead and instantly get up. That's when Zera shows up and claims she's come to get the Creator. It turns out that God was inside Jake all this time, prompting him to remember everything. Terry still blames Spawn for messing with his boy's mind, but this angers God, who claims Jake is not his son. In fact, God says he is the one who created mankind on the 6th day, but this was only half of the truth. Jake's little sister transforms into her true form, revealing that she's actually Satan. God asks Zira to kill Spawn, but before she can strike him down, time freezes and nobody can move anymore. The Man of Miracles shows up, claiming he is Mother, the one who created both Satan and God. He has many faces, including Kali, the Keeper of the Green World, the Man of Miracles, and many others, but his children call him Mother. However, he is beyond male and female, and there is no greater power than him. He is the creator of the universe and the destroyer of worlds. Mother created many worlds, not just Earth, and on each of them, she left her children to rule. But from all her offspring, Satan and God are her most bitter disappointments. Instead of ruling over Earth in harmony, they squander their talents in endless fighting and bickering. Whatever one created, the other destroyed, and over time their bickering grew into hatred. One day they declared war on each other. When things got too heated, Mother intervened and removed her children from their kingdoms. She then came among mankind as one of their own, as the Messiah. But she couldn't exile her children forever, so she decided to make them human by impregnating Wanda. However, their hatred for each other persisted even in human bodies, which is why the twins hated each other and fought all the time. Al Simmons, together with the thousands of people that live inside him, represents mankind's potential to prove themselves worth saving. He could become the equal of God and Satan, but he must fight to attain this power. It won't be granted to him as a gift. As his final trial, he must defeat the disciple who awaits him in the dead zone. Mother returns her two children to their kingdoms, saying she won't interfere with Armageddon because she made the rules of the universe and even she has to obey them. Satan returns to hell, angry that Mammon wanted to take over his kingdom, and vows to make him suffer. God returns to his throne as well and gives the order to begin the rapture, which is the process of marking the faithful ones and allowing them to enter heaven. Realizing the truth about her two babies was too much to handle for Wanda, who wants to take her own life. She points the gun at her head and shoots. Luckily, Spawn was still inside her house and was able to stop the bullet just inches away from entering her body. Both she and Terry feel like they're going crazy, so Spawn asks Mother to do something about easing their pain. With only a touch, she is able to erase all their memories of the twins and everyone else's who came in contact with them. She then asks Spawn to go to the dead zone and defeat the disciple, but this time he will have his full powers. He also needs to listen to Cyan because the two of them are connected and she will help him. Spawn shows his true form to the young girl, but she isn't scared of him. Even in all his ugliness, she knows he will do anything to protect her and keep her safe. The rapture has already begun, and thousands of souls are being lifted into heaven, including Grandma Blake. Upon entering, everyone transforms into their youngest forms and is greeted by their lost family members. However, God decides to show Granny the real face of heaven, which isn't what she expected. The place is filled with armies of angels and scared people screaming in desperation. This isn't the heaven depicted in coloring books. God is preparing for war and needs an army. In order to boost their numbers, he transforms all of the recent souls into soldiers, creating a legion of angels for the upcoming war with Satan. Mother tells Spawn that inside the dead zone lies the entrance to the Garden of Eden, and if he eats from the tree of life, he will attain the powers of a god. But first, he must defeat the disciple, who was tasked with guarding the entrance. Cyan opens up her laptop, and on the screen she can see the two of them fighting. Spawn jumps toward his opponent with a giant wave of bats, which sends both of them straight through the door to Eden. The garden is amazingly beautiful, but Spawn cannot enjoy its beauty because he is busy fighting for humanity. He easily defeats the first disciples, but there are 11 more trapped inside the body of the Guardian. Spawn summons other souls as well to help him in his confrontation, but this puts an extreme strain on his powers, causing them to drop massively. Spawn defeats the disciple, but his powers are nearly depleted, and Cyan asks him to leave and spare his soul. While he is distracted, the disciple lands one final blow, which causes Spawn's power to deplete completely. While Satan is torturing Mammon in hell, he offers a suggestion in exchange for his life. He wants to cause a massive disaster and kill millions of people in order to collect more souls for their army. Mammon causes the San Andreas Fault to move, producing a devastating earthquake that destroys entire cities and kills millions of people. The devastation was incredible. Even the Hollywood sign was in flames. Entire cities were turned upside down and their people killed. Monsters were sent to attack Cyan and her parents, but Mother was keeping an eye on everything and created a force field to keep them safe so she could continue to help the sad man. Mother chose Spawn to be the new savior of this world and came to help him. She picked a red fruit from the tree of life and fed it to Spawn, rejuvenating him and granting him the powers of a god. Spawn was reborn once again and could feel himself stronger than ever. He didn't have a power meter anymore. After the rapture came the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse: pestilence, death, famine, and of course, war. The horsemen did incredible damage, killing millions of people all across the country and then moving to Europe to do the same. It was all over in a few hours, but the people didn't stay dead. Their bodies came back to life in the forms of demons and dark angels. All of them headed east towards the ocean, where they would join the armies of hell and heaven for one final confrontation. Spawn went searching for his 2 greatest enemies, God and Satan, but came across Zera, who had just finished slaughtering some demons. She attacked him using her avatar, which represents the living personification of pure rage. But Spawn was a god now and easily destroyed the avatar. Then he went after Zera and took her out without breaking a sweat. Even with all her bones broken, she swore to destroy him, but Spawn killed her with one swift punch to the abdomen. Somewhere in the distance, a strange figure warned Mammon that they had a deal, and he swore he would get a chance to feed on mankind. But so far, things hadn't been going great. Spawn found Grandma Wanda injured on the ground after she was fatally injured by demons. She claimed she saw the true face of heaven, and that he was right all along. It wasn't what she hoped it would be. Spawn was attacked by a swarm of hell spawns, but he was furious after losing Grandma and destroyed all of them with one powerful hit. Satan was furious that his greatest warriors had been defeated and joined forces with God. Together, they ordered both of their armies to attack Spawn at the same time and kill him. Seeing no other way out, Spawn released a giant white light that surrounded all the demons and angels in existence. The blast was extremely powerful and killed all of them at the same time. But not only that, the beam of energy also destroyed every human on Earth, basically erasing mankind from existence. God and Satan were furious that both of their armies were destroyed in an instant, but Spawn mocked them, saying they had prepared this Armageddon for thousands of years and he ended it in an instant. Their mother appeared and finally revealed their true form, returning them to their normal bodies instead of those of 2 children. Both of them attacked him at the same time, obliterating his body from this plane of existence. Mother felt sorry for them. They had so much potential but chose to squander it away with their constant bickering. In the end, she left them on Earth to fight each other for eternity. None of them could kill each other, and both were immortal. They would be forever stuck in a constant battle. But Spawn wasn't dead. Mother had brought him to a place beyond the normal plane of existence. She gave him the option to create Earth from scratch and return things just as they were before the apocalypse started. There was a giant white light and everyone was brought back to life, including the 2 detectives, Wanda and her family, and even Grandma Wanda. Spawn refused to replace God as the new creator and instead closed the gates that linked heaven and hell to Earth, forbidding any angels or demons from interfering ever again. Spawn only wanted one thing, to have his life back and be with Wanda. Mother granted him this wish and returned him to Earth as Al Simmons. But before entering Wanda's house to take his life back, Mother showed him something. Terry couldn't help but feel jealous of Al, especially since Wanda knew he was the one who saved mankind. But Wanda claimed Al wasn't the perfect husband he thought he was. He loved his job more than her and was even violent a few times. She got pregnant on purpose to force Al to quit his job and start a family together, but he loved his job more than anything. One night, he punched her in the abdomen. He intentionally caused her to lose the pregnancy. Al and she never had a baby together, but it wasn't because they couldn't. It was because he killed his unborn baby. Al had suppressed this memory inside his mind, but now it was all coming back to him, forcing him to change back into a hellspawn. He accepted his fate and acknowledged that he didn't deserve to have Wanda back. He wasted that opportunity. Mother returned him back to Earth, in the same dirty alleys as always. But this time, there were no more homeless people to keep him company. He was all alone. Meanwhile, in a gloomy and dirty building in the Bronx, a strange man was angry at his roommate for being dirty and never cleaning up after himself. He took his Stan Laurel statue and went inside his room, beating the life out of him until there was nothing left but a puddle of blood. In the year 1270, somewhere in China, a tribute was brought to the palace of the governor Zhengli. 20 years ago, under a blood-red moon, a man was born who was sired by a demon. The man looked deformed and couldn't speak, but he was immune to injury and pain. The governor kept him as a pet and would challenge visitors to create new and more elaborate tortures for their amusement. An old man, who was the palace's storyteller, felt pity for the creature and, when everyone was asleep, went inside his cage to clean his wounds. Right above the creature's heart, there was a patch of white and delicate skin, his only weakness. The governor's daughter also visited the creature, taunting him with her beautiful body, saying he would never feel the love of a woman. During another exhibition, one of the visitors hit the creature in the heart with his arrow, causing him immense pain. The injury was severe and he was slowly dying, but a man visited him and offered him a deal, claiming his lord Malebolgia sent him. Many months later, a great warrior came to the palace and offered to join the governor's army. After defeating the strongest soldier, the warrior proved his courage and was invited for dinner. However, during dinner, he pulled out a knife and cut the governor's daughter's head, spilling her blood all over the table. He then slaughtered everyone inside the palace who had ever mocked him. Out of all the men and women in the palace, the old man who showed him mercy was the only one who was spared. According to the legend, the warrior rules his own corner of hell now, with his concubine at his side. The story jumps to the present, with a young woman sitting alone in her apartment picking her fingers. It's a bad habit ever since she was 10 years old, but for some unknown reason, she can't stop herself. Her boyfriend shows up with a bouquet of flowers, but she opens the door, wearing gloves to cover up her wounds. She sends him away, saying she isn't in the mood for company right now, and promises to call him later. Meanwhile, Twitch goes into an old abandoned building searching for Spawn and finds him sitting in the middle, hiding between metal chains. Spawn doesn't want any company and sends the detective away, saying he wants to be alone, but Twitch thought they were friends. He tells him the truth, that everyone died and he brought them back to life, and even remade the earth without God and Satan. Twitch believes him but says that something is wrong with people. He tells Spawn about the guy who murdered his roommate in cold blood, and also about the woman who picked her fingers till she didn't have flesh anymore. Apparently they all live in the same building, and the detective thinks there is something paranormal going on there. Twitch tells Spawn about another murder in the same apartment building. During the night, a father murdered his baby sleeping in the crib. The mother killed herself the very next morning after finding her dead baby. In another apartment, a father lost his mind, dressed up like a woman, and then slit his own throat using a turkey cutter. Twitch believes that something paranormal is happening and wants help, but Spawn just wants to be left alone, saying he's already saved the entire world. Meanwhile, Jason Wynn was also brought back from the dead, but someone high up wanted him gone. Luckily for him, he had information stashed away that could expose governments and national agencies if something were to happen to him. Spawn eventually finds him and asks what happened to the clown. Another woman killed her husband by feeding him ground glass and claimed a voice was telling her to do it. She was having an affair, and one day her husband returned home quicker than expected. Her lover had escaped through the garbage chute, but something went wrong and he got stuck. During Armageddon, his body was possessed by the Violator, and he was now terrorizing the people inside the building. The two detectives return to the building to find the man's body, but instead, they find another victim of the clown. A woman who was living alone had her head ripped right off. The clown was casually waiting for them in the second bedroom, claiming he didn't kill all these people. Instead, he pushed them to the edge. saying that every one of them was capable of murder. Bullets have no effect on the demon and his wounds heal almost instantly, but the same could not be said about Spawn's chains. Spawn tells the two detectives that the Violator used to possess Jason Wynn's mind, but not anymore. He found Wynn's insurance hidden away, hundreds of top-secret files exposing some very important people, but Spawn destroyed all of them, leaving Wynn defenseless and merely a dead man walking. Spawn fights the Violator, but he doesn't have the powers of a god anymore and the fight is mostly equal. The demon opened a doorway to hell through the garbage chute, claiming that his brothers are coming. Burke brings the wife who was having an affair with the man the demon is now possessing. She is able to bring forth his human side and take control, but not for long. Eventually the clown grabs her and pulls her through the door, going back into hell together. Spawn powers up and uses his abilities to send the entire house through the door, sealing the entrance to hell completely. Mammon and a mysterious person were watching from a distance, happy that things were going exactly to plan. After Nyx lost her powers in a bargain with Mammon, she lived an empty life and couldn't bear the thought of not having powers anymore. She came to New Orleans to regain her powers with help from a voodoo priest, but ran into another witch named Suzanne Lefebvre. Suzanne offers to help her and warns her about the other priest, saying he deals with dark magic, but Nyx is desperate and paid a lot of money for this. The priest was waiting for her and prepared a ritual to help her get her powers back. He gives Nyx something to drink, but it instantly paralyzes her, rendering her unable to move. Suzanne knew that something bad was going to happen and used her own magic to contact Spawn and warn him about Nyx being in danger. The priest says he has no clue how to give her powers back, but instead, someone paid him to do something else. He pulls out Zira's severed head, which was locked away in a glass container. Spawn shows up ready to confront the priest, but Zira possesses Nyx and takes over her body, killing the priest herself. She then attacks Spawn using a cursed dagger and stabs him in the chest. She gets on top of him and wants to end him, but Suzanne also came to help. She grabs Zira's severed head and throws it outside to be devoured by a pack of demonic dogs, breaking the curse over Nyx. The dogs belonged to Mammon, who watched the entire thing, and when everything was done, he gave Nyx her powers back, saying he doesn't need them anymore. She wants to be a part of Spawn's life, but he tells her the horrible thing he did when he killed his unborn baby. After returning to New York City, Nyx wants to learn more about Spawn's new powers, but he doesn't have any real power anymore. He gave that up when he saved the world. Something feels strange, however, as if something is missing. When they first met, he could change into Al Simmons and says the thing he's missing is his humanity. She wants to help and performs a ritual, which allows Spawn to slowly turn into a human again. But he can never really escape his dark side of nature. That part is forever buried inside of him. The two demons, Zab and Ab, visit a church that was designed to show people the true face of hell, in hopes of attracting people to join the church. They offer Priest Richard a deal to make his hell house even scarier, in hopes of being more effective. They painted the church with special markings that opened the door to hell. They were able to bring 3 demons that terrorized Father Richard and his partner. Spawn shows up and confronts them, mad that they didn't listen to him to stay out of trouble. He opens one of the doors to deal with the demons, but finds Wanda pregnant, begging him not to hit her again. Nyx comes to help and opens one of the other doors and finds Spawn on his knees, severely injured and crying in pain. He blames her for reuniting him with the costume after he became human, but this wasn't actually Spawn. It was just another demon from hell summoned by Zan and Ab. She deals with it swiftly and finds Spawn trapped by the second demon disguised as Wanda. After she helps him get free, Spawn deals with it by ripping its heart out and sending it back to hell. The third and last demon was taking advantage of Father Richard, disguised as someone from his past that he killed a long time ago. Richard is actually Spawn's younger brother, and seeing him triggered his memories to come back, remembering this part of his past that was hidden. Al and his brothers murdered this man together a long time ago, but for some reason, he blocked out this event. Spawn has a flashback to when he was just a little boy, playing cops and robbers with his 2 brothers. One day, a strange man named Mr. Malefic showed up at their house while their dad was away on business trips. Over the years, this man came every time their dad was away and lived with them for a few weeks. He was weird and obsessed with killing animals, determined to experience how it feels in the moment the soul leaves the body. When they were a bit older, Mr. Malefic and Richard got very close and invited him to his home. He introduced him to drugs and women, getting him involved in all kinds of weird things. One day Richard fell asleep, overdosing on drugs, but when he woke up, a strange man was taking advantage of him. He reacted without thinking and stabbed the man with a knife. He called his brothers to help him, and Mark, the oldest, wanted to call the police. But Al thought they would all go to jail, so he made sure the man was dead by stabbing him a few more times. They planned to hide the knife and erase all evidence that Richard was even there, but Mr. Malefic witnessed everything. He claimed that's when he knew that Al Simmons was the perfect person to become his soldier, a hellspawn in the Devil's Army. Malefic took care of the body and they didn't go to prison. Al joined the army, Mark joined the university to study psychology, and Richard became a priest. Spawn killed the demon and saved his brother from his soul-sucking clutches, but he wanted to know what happened to their parents. He leaves his brother inside the church and goes back to his hometown. His mother recognized him and was happy to see him, but his father was scared of what he had become. Al's mother had met Malefic a long time ago and became one of her disciples. She only married Al's father because he told her to do it and have children. The father remembers a journal his dad gave him, a journal that warned them about Malefic and what happened to Al. The journal was passed down from generation to generation, but Al's dad thought there were nothing more than scary stories. Malefic visits Richard one final time and says that heaven isn't what everyone thinks it is. The father thinks he belongs in hell for killing that man all those years ago and wants Malefic to take him there. Mammon opens a door to hell and Richard walks inside and was slowly swallowed alive by demons. In the year 1881, a soldier in the US Army named Francis Charles Parker was arrested for killing a bunch of men during a shootout, even though he did it in self-defense. He was eventually arrested and taken to prison, where he sat next to another man named Old Job, who murdered 2 men. These men were part of a larger gang of people who killed his wife and 4 children. The man vowed to have his revenge and even swore to kill everyone in town for protecting the gang leader. Mammon showed up and offered both of them a deal with the devil in exchange for their freedom. The next day, both men were hanged for their crimes, but Mammon made sure that Francis was spared. He wakes up several hours later in the infirmary, while a doctor was checking his health. In the room next to them, Old Job's lifeless body was laying on the table, but not for long. He is eventually brought back to life, screaming in pain, as necroplasm slowly takes over his body. Mammon had kept his word and turned him into a hellspawn. He even brought him his costume and a pair of special guns to go along. The old man had become the Gunslinger, a cowboy hellspawn bent on avenging his family. He goes after the gang members and brutally murders them one by one. But he didn't stop there. He turned his rage on the other people of this small town in Colorado, blaming them for protecting the gang leader and denying him his initial revenge. The marshal frees Francis and gives him a gun to help him take the gunslinger down, but he was too strong for them. He had special guns and the bullets burned their victims alive, inflicting pain and torment like nothing they had ever seen before. The gunslinger eventually comes face to face with the gang leader and shoves a dynamite stick up his throat. Revenge was finally his as he watched the murderer's body drop to the ground with his head blown open. The final 2 people left alive were the marshal and Francis, and he wanted to finish both of them, but Mammon forbade him from killing Francis. The gunslinger put his family to rest and took Francis out of town, passing the mutilated bodies of everyone he's killed. Before disappearing, Mammon told Francis to find his fiancée, get married, and have lots of babies, saying that one day, one of his offspring will stand by his side and rule this world. Ever since that day, Francis changed his name to Henry Simmons and kept a journal, warning his descendants that if they ever come across Mammon, to reject his deal. For 200 years, Mammon has been screwing with Spawn's family, and now, thanks to his father, he finally knows the truth. Suddenly, the TV starts, and Mark, one of Spawn's other brothers, was giving an interview. He worked as a profile investigator and was investigating 3 bizarre murders. Spawn takes Nix and goes to speak to him, but Mark was scared, thinking he was the killer. Nix casts a spell that calms him down and allows him to trust them. Spawn wants to help him solve the murders and decides to split into 2 teams. All 3 victims entered a comic book art competition, but there were 2 more winners who are still alive. Mark visits one of the contestants, a man named Kenneth, who also entered the competition but lost. This man suffers from an autoimmune disease and lives inside a germ-free room and would die if he ever went outside. However, he quickly becomes the primary suspect after Mark inspects some of his drawings and realizes he plans to kill again. The 4th victim is a girl who also won the comic art competition, and she is killed by a squid-like creature who throws her out the window. Spawn is too late and is unable to save her before she hits the ground. This creature is Mammon in disguise, getting involved once again and messing with Spawn's life. Spawn suffers the same fate and gets thrown out the window, landing on top of a police car, while Nix deals with him by stabbing the creature with a magic sword. Spawn returns to confront Kenneth, who was still locked away in his germ-free room. After the Armageddon, something happened to him that allowed him to live out his sick fantasies from a distance. Mammon empowered him, allowing Kenneth to create astral projections that he could control from the safety of his room. But he wasn't done just yet. He had one more killing left to do, the 5th and final winner of the comic book art competition. He created a beautiful demon that seduced the young man but also drained him of his life force, leaving him breathless. Spawn jumps inside the room to confront Mammon and slams him against the wall, but this wasn't actually his true body, but rather just another disguise that melts in his hands. Content that he got away with doing his sick killings, Kenneth goes outside for the first time in his life and dies as he smiles looking at the sun. Somewhere in a morgue, a creature wakes up, wondering what happened to his hands. The mysterious person who was following Mammon greets him, calling him Severin and asking if he remembers her. A long time ago in Macedonia, he killed his wife after his sickness took control over him. He was turned into a vampire and joined the vampire clans under the leadership of Lucian and Daciana. Mammon showed up and brought a demon baby with red eyes, offering it to be raised by the vampire clans, promising that one day, this creature will help them to conquer the world. Her name is Morana, and she wants Severin to bite Spawn and infect him with the vampire curse. For a long time, Severin wanted nothing more than to die, but he is immortal and can't die no matter how hard he tries. He agrees to help her, and in exchange, Mammon will grant him eternal death. Morana brings him to Spawn's hideout where he and his brother were having a conversation. He instantly attacks them, punching Mark and grabbing Nyx by her throat. When Spawn tried to help, Severin bit him, ripping his flesh between his teeth. Al falls on the ground and claims he feels as if hellfire is coursing through his veins. Severin escapes to the roof and meets with Morana, who keeps her end of the deal and grants him his wish, the gift of death. The story jumps to the year 1916 during World War I, with Captain Thomas preparing in the trenches to lead an attack. He remembers a beautiful moment from 20 years ago when he had just returned to England with a beautiful black woman from the United States. They were madly in love, but sadly relationships between a rich white man and a black woman were frowned upon. Eventually, Selma got pregnant and had his baby, but she would never be together with Thomas. Instead, he married someone else. However, Thomas kept sending her money and always looked out for his son from a distance until the boy turned 18, and they both joined the war. On the battlefield, Thomas kept an eye on his son, but during an attack, he was injured and was about to die. Lord Mammon appeared and offered Thomas a deal, his soul in exchange for his son's. The father agreed and took his son's wounds while Michael safely returned home. Thomas became a hellspawn in Malebolgia's army, while his son moved to the US and lived a happy life, even having a granddaughter named Wanda. Issue 180 begins in the home of Wanda and Terry, with Cyan waking up and coming to the kitchen to talk to her parents. But something was wrong, her visions were getting worse and she could see her mother covered in blood. She was still linked with Spawn and could feel that something was wrong with him, but she couldn't do anything to help him. Spawn was still on the ground, dealing with the effects after he was bitten by a vampire. Nyx tries to help but gets thrown away by a powerful energy blast, which nearly kills her. In his mind, Al Simmons was fighting battles of his own. He was attacked by his costume. The costume claims he was using him all this time, controlling his powers, even though Simmons thought he was the one in control. He wants his human host to remember why he was created in the first place. He wants him to unleash his anger and rage so he can harness it. The costume tries to turn him against Wanda, claiming she moved on with her life and didn't want to have his children, and for this, she must pay. Eventually, it's able to take over Al and wraps around his soul once again, saying he knows what must be done. Mammon tells Morana to prepare herself because Spawn has taken the bait. Cyan felt that something had changed in Spawn. As she opens the door to her room, she finds him standing there and asks him if he's come to kill her mother. Spawn opens up his chest and unleashes a wave of blood that drowns the entire room, but luckily this was just a dream and Cyan wakes up screaming. She has another vision, this time of her grandmother, asking her to wrap the lace around a knife. This lace was used a long time ago to stitch Spawn's wounds, becoming a talisman and linking the two of them together. Wanda and Terry were making love in the room, but they were not alone. Spawn was already there, watching them. Seeing his ex-wife overwhelmed with pleasure consumes him, driving his rage and anger to a boiling point. He loses control and attacks them, blaming Terry for stealing his wife. Cyan enters the room and stabs him using the knife that had the talisman wrapped around it. Spawn then takes Wanda and disappears, saying he doesn't need anyone else. She belongs to him now. He brought Wanda to the same spot where he asked her to marry him, on a boat in the middle of a beautiful lake. Spawn removes the knife from his chest, exposing his wedding ring that was wrapped around his heart. This frees him of the costume, and he transforms back into Al Simmons. Cyan called Nyx and asked her for help. They both arrive just as Al brings Wanda from the lake, but there was something wrong. The costume was now a separate entity, and it jumps from the lake and attacks Nyx. The costume bonds with Nyx, turning her into a hellspawn for a second time. She now wants to kill Wanda, but Mammon orders her to stop, claiming he is the costume's master. He convinced Malebolgia that Al Simmons was worthy enough. Without him, they would have never bonded together. He offers the costume a chance at acquiring real power and leads them toward a castle located in Limbo, a place between worlds. After Armageddon, some people moved away from God and heaven and created their own religion, calling themselves the Children of the White Light. A few days ago, their bus got lost and ended up near the castle where Morana was waiting for them. All of them were pure and innocent and tried to live a life without sin, but Morana hanged them by their legs, cut away their tongues, and fed on their virgin blood, empowering herself. After turning on God after the Great War, Mammon was banished into the deepest part of hell, where he served Malebolgia. But he wanted to take his throne and orchestrated turning Simmons into a hell spawn, who eventually killed Malebolgia for him. But the rabbit hole goes even deeper because Spawn isn't actually the one he was going after. When Al lost control and hit Wanda, causing her to lose the pregnancy, she was rushed to the hospital, where Mammon was waiting for her. The baby wasn't actually killed. Instead, he took her baby and raised her, turning her into the perfect warrior. Morana is actually the daughter of Al and Wanda, and today she comes of age, turning 18 years old. Morana had been born a half-demon, but after turning 18 and bathing in the blood of her virgin victims, her body transformed, and she looked human, just like her parents. She was incredibly beautiful and resembled her mother, but she blames her parents for abandoning her at birth, even though they had no idea she was even alive. Mammon introduces her to Nyx, who was wearing the Hellspawn costume, saying it belongs to her. One touch was enough for Morana to take the costume from Nyx and bond it to her, becoming the greatest Hellspawn to have ever existed. She wants to go to Earth and feed on the souls of every human, but first she wants to kill her parents and feed on their life force. Tyann has a vision of her grandmother, telling her she has special powers that allow her to see the future. Cyan teleports into the future and meets an old lady who claims she came just in time. She wants to tell her how the fight against Morana is going to end. After she returns to the present, she reminds Al about the Legion, over 6,000 souls that used to be a part of him when he became a Hellspawn. Al calls out these lost souls, and they answer his calls, but only a few of the strongest Hellspawns survived, including Christopher, the young boy who died in his mother's arms. Even though things are looking better for them, Tyann claims they are still going to lose this fight. While the Hellspawns fought bravely, they weren't the ones who were going to finish the fight. That honor belonged to someone else. Morana was just too strong, easily destroying the Hellspawns one by one. Al tried to help them and attacked Mammon, but Morana protected her father using the costume. Christopher was the last one to die, as Morana burned him using Hellfire, releasing his soul forever. Tyann wants Nyx to use a binding spell, binding Morana and Mammon to Limbo and trapping them there, but she doesn't know the spell just yet. The old lady from the future had taught Tyann how to cast it, and she teaches it to Nyx. The spell works, binding itself around Morana and preventing her from killing her parents. In the end, both she and Mammon are trapped inside cocoons and unable to escape their prison. Nyx teleports everyone from Limbo back to Earth, but Al stays behind, saying he has to go somewhere else to end this. He goes through the same portal opened by Nyx, but ends up in Hell, on top of billions of souls, the same place where he was reborn. He walked towards an unknown destination for days until he found a place filled with necroplasm. The hellish substance covered his body and teleported him back to New York City, the same dirty alleys that had long become his home. The necroplasm covered his entire body, making him stronger and emanating green power, growing stronger and stronger until a giant beam of energy lit up the city's entire night sky. Spawn touches his face and uses the energy to blow his head right off, killing himself in the process. The story now jumps to a man waking up from a 3-year coma, calling out his son's name. The doctors called it a miracle, saying his recovery was impossible in such a short amount of time. A mysterious man had been keeping an eye on him the entire time he was in a coma, and wasn't too thrilled about him waking up and making a full recovery. The Violator knew that Spawn was back in the city thanks to the giant beam of green energy and was looking for him. The clown stumbled upon a dead zone that had been moved from its original location and realized that Spawn used it to kill himself, even though he never thought he'd have the guts to do it. With Malebolgia and Spawn gone, the Violator wants to put his plan into motion, saying he always wanted something more but was too afraid to act. But now, there was nobody left to stop him. He walked deeper into the alleys and found Spawn's body, but his head was completely destroyed from the explosion that generated the green energy. The guy's name was Jim Downing, but he couldn't remember anything else about his life. Every time he closed his eyes, he could see Spawn. Sarah, one of the nurses at the hospital, was suffering from depression and spent the last 2 years talking to Jim while he was in a coma, which made her feel better about herself. Bill Winston, a lawyer in charge of keeping an eye on Jim at the hospital, killed himself when he heard the news. He had a beautiful family and had just gotten a promotion at work. The detectives couldn't understand what motivated him to take his own life and begin a formal investigation. 2 angels were sent to investigate how it was possible to move a dead zone from one place to another, and found Al Simmons' body hiding behind a magic barrier. Jim Downing wasn't just a regular person who happened to wake up from a coma. Someone wanted to control him and hired the mutant to kidnap him. The mutant blew up the hospital room, nearly killing Sarah in the process, and ordered Jim to come with him. Jim tried to save Sarah and pushed her away, asking her to keep running and get as far away as possible. She ran in darkness and ran straight into someone who was behind the corner. The person looked like a freak and told her to fall asleep and forget everything. The extractor was following Jim through the hospital, shooting beams of energy toward him, causing another big explosion. The police were alerted about the explosion, while firemen rushed to the scene to try and put out the fires. The extractor put his hand on Jim, but dark necroplasm wrapped around his arm, causing him great pain. A brilliant young reporter named Mark Rosen was sent by his boss to the hospital to document everything that was happening. The firemen found Sarah unconscious on the ground, but they couldn't get to Jim because the entire floor was on fire. The extractor realized that Jim was special and understood why someone wanted to kidnap him. He cornered him in one of the rooms and grabbed him by the throat, demanding some information. But something strange began to happen to Jim. His eyes turned green, and he transformed into a scary-looking hellspawn with giant claws. The extractor was ordered to abort the mission because Jim was no longer a threat and left the hospital. The man slowly changed back into his human form and fell to the ground unconscious. Since the hospital was nearly destroyed, Jim was rushed to a nearby hospital on a stretcher. During the night, he had nightmares, and the necroplasm covered his body once again. One of the other patients saw everything and screamed, waking up everyone and alerting the nearby nurses. Luckily for him, it didn't last long, and he quickly reverted to his human form. Meanwhile, at the Clarion newspaper, a meeting was taking place, trying to piece together what exactly happened at the hospital. Mark was tasked with talking to some of the medical staff and possibly a few of the patients. The hospital specialized in treating patients with chronic and rare conditions, and it was unclear where exactly the funds came from. The clown talked to one of the informants working for Heaven, tasked with keeping an eye on the streets and the dead zone. The place where Spawn killed himself wasn't exactly a dead zone anymore, but the informant didn't report it to his bosses. The clown killed him to protect this piece of information. Jim met with Sarah, who was also taken to the same hospital after she fainted last night. Since he couldn't remember anything about his life and didn't have anywhere to go, she invited him over to her place. During the night, he went to the bathroom, and the necroplasm took over his body once again. This time, he transformed into a hellspawn, with a power meter starting at 1. Jim had no clue what was happening to him and broke the bathroom window. He called out Sarah's name, but when she finally got to him, he had already broken through the window and jumped outside. The Violator visited a former acquaintance who had moved to Connecticut and now lived a normal life. This man was a demon just like him, but he gave up his allegiance to hell and lived like a normal human. The Violator wanted his help to take over the armies of hell and start another war with Heaven, saying that Spawn was dead and there wouldn't be another Hellspawn for at least 200 years. With Malabolja dead, there wasn't anyone to stand in his way, and he recruited the man to work for him, even though the man didn't want to be a part of this anymore. Spawn fell from the window of Sarah's apartment and dropped straight into an abandoned warehouse. He landed in the middle of a turf war between 2 gangs, who quickly turned on him. The costume took over and massacred everyone inside the warehouse, leaving nothing but dismembered bodies everywhere. Jim then transformed back into his human form and returned to the apartment, without any memory of what had just happened. The place quickly turned into a crime scene, and when detectives Burke and Twitch showed up, it felt like déjà vu all over again. Mark began his investigation by questioning everyone who worked at the hospital that night, but nobody remembered anything important. One of the patients who was in the same car as Jim said he used to suffer from acute asthma, but ever since that night, he seemed to be completely cured. The head nurse said the same thing happened to all the other patients. Every one of them was cured of the illness they were suffering from. An angel observed the city from above, remarking that something was trying to hide itself in the city, but didn't know if it was one of theirs or Hell's. The 2 detectives were also discussing the case and managed to find out that St. Anthony Hospital was owned by the Nortega gang family, one of the biggest mob families in the city. A secret agent visited Sarah's apartment looking for Jim, but he wasn't there because he went for a walk to clear his mind. Jim stopped to have a couple of coffees and ran into Wanda, who instantly recognized him. 5 years ago, Al disguised himself as a white man and visited her house. The same day he found out she had remarried his best friend. It turned out the white man from his transformation was none other than Jim Downing. She recognized the green color of his eyes and realized he must be connected to Spawn in some form or shape. She told him to go into the Bowery, the dark and dirty alleys where Spawn used to live. He sat on the throne and the costume took over him, transforming him into a Hellspawn. The angel from before found him, saying it was good to see another of God's elite. The angel thinks the Hell Spawn is working for God and is curious to learn more about him. She was sent to New York City to investigate the anomaly that happened when Spawn killed himself. But they didn't believe her when she reported that the dead zone had changed to something else. She thinks that Jim killed Spawn, but quickly realizes he isn't one of God's soldiers. She calls him a traitor, saying the other angels warned about creatures like him. A confrontation erupts and Jim gets pissed, demanding to know more about his identity since he still doesn't have his memories. Sarah calls him and warns him to stay away from her apartment because someone was looking for him, and they are still lurking around. Jim thinks the angel might have something to do with this and threatens her, ordering her to stay away from Sarah. He beats her up pretty badly and then impales her to the wall, leaving her to go back to the apartment. Sarah is happy to see him safe and hugs him, saying she didn't tell the agent anything about him. The Violator finds the angel impaled to the wall and confronts her, asking if God sent her to investigate the anomaly. She mocks him, which pisses the clown off, revealing he is actually a demon from hell. Just to prove how tough and ruthless he really is, he rips off her wings, leaving her helpless on the ground. The strange man that the clown visited earlier comes to a club searching for someone named Claudio, but nobody seems to know where he is. Two thugs show up and ask him to leave, saying he's asking too many questions and needs to leave. They take him into the back alleys, but these men are not human. They are some kind of vampires. They bite the man, vowing to turn him into one of their own, but the vampire instantly starts puking blood. The bald man wasn't human either. He transforms into a demon and attacks the two vampires. He claims he is working for the clown, and his master wants to arrange a meeting with their boss, a man named Claudio. Jim returns to the alleys, but the angel wasn't there anymore. The clown had taken her down. He finds her in a dark corner without her wings, talking crazy. Before he could interrogate her, the freak shows up, saying that angels go crazy after they lose their wings, and she won't be able to tell him anything. But the angel wasn't crazy just yet, and confronts the freak, calling him evil and saying she knows all about him. Jim doesn't understand anything that is going on, and calls everyone crazy when, out of nowhere, the Violator shows up transformed into his demon form. He wants the new Spawn to get closer, promising to answer some of his questions and explain about his powers and costume. The freak warns him about the demon, saying he is dangerous and wants to lure Jim outside this zone where he will be weak. Seeing that his plan wasn't working, the Violator leaves and returns transformed into his human form, the clown. He and Spawn bear the same mark, meaning they are both the same and were created in hell. After losing their wings, every angel goes insane, and the longer it's been without them, the crazier they get. The clown tells Spawn his costume is alive and still adjusting to its new host. It's also blocking most of his memories, which is why he can't remember his past. He leaves Jim alone, promising to meet again later, but for now, he has other things to take care of. Burke and Twitch nearly run him over with their car, and the clown decides to piss on their car. Burke is furious and runs after him, catching him in the dark alleys and arresting him. The CIA detectives in charge of investigating the Winston suicide find out that there is more to the story than meets the eye and want to fly to New York City to follow a lead. After being taken to jail, the clown runs into Claudio, one of the vampire gang leaders. The clown wants to form an alliance with the vampires, and with a new Spawn in the picture, nothing will stand in his way of forming an army. The mafia boss Nortego organized a meeting to try and find out who blew up one of their hospitals, what happened to patient 47 who escaped, and also who killed their people in the warehouse. A man named Gilbert Sanchez claims he has information on patient 47, whose real name is Jim Downey. He tells them about Sarah, the nurse who invited him to her apartment, saying he will likely return to her soon. Patient 47 is a highly secret project that nobody should know about, so Nortego kills Sanchez to silence him. Spawn interrogates one of Nortego's men and forces him to give him a name related to the people who visited Sarah. Detective Craig Rowan, who was investigating the Winston suicide, arrives in New York City and finds out from his partner that the gun used in the suicide had one of the barrels lined with a special kind of metal, one that doesn't even exist on Earth. Mark was working on his investigation of the Miracle Man, trying to uncover who is the missing patient who cured all the others of their sickness. He gets a phone call warning him that if he continues with the investigation, he might uncover some secrets that will get him and his girlfriend killed. The mysterious caller also tells him that the name of the missing patient is Jim Downing. Spawn follows up on the lead and finds the man who visited Sarah at her apartment. The guy lived a double life, with a beautiful wife, a nice home, and a cute son. But before he could interrogate him and find out more information, the entire house blows up, killing everyone inside. Detective Craig Rowand arrives at the police station and confronts Burke and Twitch, accusing them of not cooperating with him on his investigation. According to the phone records, before his death, the lawyer who killed himself made quite a few calls to New York City, including to a man named Gilbert Sanchez. who was just killed by Carlos Nortego. Another officer tells the detectives that a house just blew up in Connecticut belonging to Benny Vicari, a man who worked for Sanchez. Spawn wakes up from the explosion and is pissed as hell, claiming someone is going to die for this. Mark interviews Sarah and her best friend Judy about the night of the explosion at the hospital, but she doesn't remember much. The freak made sure that she forgot everything. Jim walks to the door, but he wasn't looking too good and wants to rest. Sarah's friend decides to leave and give them some privacy, but on her way out, two thugs working for Nortego kidnap her. Mark sees everything and rushes back upstairs to tell Sarah. Spawn goes after them and quickly finds them just a few blocks down. He jumps on top of the car, killing one of the thugs and grabbing the other for interrogation. He kills the other one as well, but not before squeezing a name out of him. Dr. Kingston, from the Upper East Side. Judy makes it safely to the police station where Sarah and Mark were waiting for her. Mark notices that his cough from earlier has completely disappeared and realizes that Jim is the one curing everyone. Spawn follows up on the lead and interrogates the doctor involved with his case. They were experimenting on people, combining different kinds of medical experiments and trying to create the perfect soldier. Jim wasn't the first experiment. There were many more before him, and he was patient number 47. The doctor says that the one behind these experiments is Carlos Nortego, the infamous mob boss. Spawn decides to take things directly to him and breaks inside his office, beating up his bodyguards. Nortego claims that he was their most valuable patient yet, but he went into a coma. Spawn turns the entire room dark and kills all of his bodyguards by scaring them to death. Nortego claims Spawn was working with him and that he was the one in charge of the experiments. Tired of all the failures, he gave the order to experiment on himself, which turned him into what he is now. Spawn then kills him by breaking his neck. The Violator shows up and takes Spawn to see Al Simmons' body, claiming the two of them used to be close friends and partners in their war against heaven and hell. He wants the two of them to work together, vowing to help him master his powers and become the king of Earth. The Redeemer visits Sarah while she sleeps and wants to kill her for helping the Hellspawn, but he spares her life after he sees that she is a god worshipper. Mark brings a family friend who was paralyzed from the waist down during the Vietnam War. After spending just a few minutes together, the old man is completely healed and he can use his legs again. This proves Mark's theory that Jim has the power to help people and he wants to help him when the news breaks out. The clown talks to Jim on the roof of the building, saying that both heaven and hell are trying to control him. When out of nowhere, the Redeemer interrupts them. He wanted to know what happened to his wife, the angel whom the Violator broke off her wings. The Redeemer pushes Spawn off the top of the building and fights with the demon, who admits to breaking off her wings and leaving her to go crazy. However, the demon wasn't alone. His armies of vampires come to protect him, and together they destroy the Redeemer and leave him for dead. Spawn thanks the clown for helping him understand what he is and vows to have his back if he ever needs help. A mobster hires one of his thugs named Malcolm to hunt down and kidnap Jim Downing, aka Patient 47. Malcolm is also one of the patients they experimented on. He was, in fact, Patient 46, and he thought he was the last one. Mark gets into a heated argument with his boss, saying he needs more time to convince the miracle patient to give an interview, but his boss hands the case to another reporter. Mark quits and warns Jim that every news station in town knows about him and wants an interview. Patient 46 appears out of nowhere and demands to speak in private with Jim. The two of them fight on top of a construction site, and Malcolm claims both of them were part of the same experiment. While others died or just disappeared, the two of them survived, but not without scars. They are in constant pain and suffer from nightmares almost every night. He wants both of them to die, claiming they don't deserve to live while the others died. Their fight is so brutal that the entire building comes crumbling down on them, and in the aftermath, only Jim Downing remains alive. Detective Rowan rides alongside Burke and Twitch and talks about the Winston case. Burke thinks they are wasting their time by chasing the doctors from the hospital and believes they should focus on the dead guys from Nortego's gang. They head towards the big building that collapsed in Midtown, but when they arrive, they catch a glimpse of Jim flying away. Twitch sees the clown in the alleys and runs after him, but the clown changes into the Violator and threatens him. He admires Twitch's bravery and determination and doesn't want to kill him. Instead, he goes after someone close to him, causing Burke to have a heart attack. Jim returns home and packs up his things because he wants to leave Sarah alone, saying he attracts too much danger and doesn't want her to get hurt. Mark offers him a place to stay with him, saying he already has a spare bedroom that nobody uses. But Spawn wants to be alone and goes back to the alleys where he is confronted by the Freak. The Freak claims the clown lied to him, tricking him into joining forces with him, and wants Spawn to be on his side to help him eliminate his enemies. The clown appears and instantly attacks the Freak, biting his hand right off with his sharp razor teeth. He seems unbothered by this and claims he came here to collect the Hellspawn, which belongs to him. He has other Hellspawns on his side, including a powerful Omega Spawn that he controls. The four of them fight, but the clown warns Spawn to stay away from the freak because he isn't what he appears to be and is very dangerous. When Spawn killed himself, a piece of him scraped off into a bigger, stronger, more powerful version of himself. This creature multiplied everything evil from Spawn tenfold, making the Omega Spawn wage war on everything in its path. Spawn grabs the freak by the throat, but the clown warns him to run away and let him deal with both of them. Spawn refuses and is shot in the back by the Omega Spawn, who is radiating rage and wants to destroy everything in its path. Spawn does his best to keep up, but he is thrown left and right and slammed against the ground like a toy. Eventually, he gets hit so hard that he reverts back to Jim Downing, but the clown, instead of helping him, knocks him out cold with a piece of wood. He wants him unconscious so that he can transform into the Violator without Jim noticing. The demon attacks the Omega Spawn, but even he is no match and gets pinned to the ground. He gets cornered, and as a last resort, he shoots from his mouth a wave of acid that burns the Hellspawn, causing him immense pain. Omega retaliates and blasts a hole straight through the Violator's chest, but luckily, he doesn't need any organs to live. The freak touches Spawn while he lies on the ground unconscious, causing him to enter a dreamlike state where he talks to Al Simmons. Jim Downing was part of the 6,000 souls trapped inside Al Simmons that refused to leave when he killed himself. Instead, he stayed behind, taking the costume and becoming Spawn himself. The costume separates from his body and attacks the Omega Spawn without its host. Meanwhile, the freak grabs the Violator and drags him all the way to hell, claiming he wants to show him something. He reveals the truth, that he is Malebolgia, the former king of hell who was killed by Spawn a few years ago. Somehow he survived and has now come back, looking to regain his true powers and his throne. For now, he isn't at full strength, so he leaves the Violator alone, claiming he will return to kill him once he is ready. The costume grabs the Omega Spawn and shoots a beam of energy from its mouth, completely destroying him, leaving nothing but an empty skeleton behind. Al Simmons says that Jim was one of the souls that was trapped inside of him, alongside a young boy named Christopher and many others. He wants Jim to let go and be free just like the others and doesn't understand why he wants to stay behind. However, if he chooses to stay, he will be stuck in a war between heaven and hell and needs to be ready. He eventually wakes up from his vision, and the clown claims he dealt with the two attackers by himself, and for now, they are safe. But just to be safe, he wants to go underground and get ready for the upcoming war. Issue 201 begins during the Carnell Phillips TV show, where Jim Downing was invited as a guest. He came to the show in hopes that somebody from his past would recognize him and call the station, maybe some friends or family members. 6 hours earlier, as he was waiting for a cab, a policeman shows up and offers to give him a ride, saying he recognizes him from the newspapers. On the way to the TV station, the officer stops to talk to someone and recover a briefcase. He kills the man and prepares to steal the briefcase that contains everything about Jim's past. Jim transforms into Spawn and confronts him. Someone else shows up. A strange man with red eyes says that he and Spawn are the same. Both are monsters created by someone. He wants to control him, takes the briefcase, and then disappears into the shadows. Spawn interrogates the officer and finds out that he and his boss are both vampires. He decapitates him and learns that the mysterious man from the shadows is named Blood. During the show, the host brings a mother and her sick son, who was unable to walk or speak ever since he was born. Jim is able to cure the boy, and he calls out his mother's name. Meanwhile, Mark realizes that spending time around Jim cured his bad vision. He no longer needed glasses anymore. After healing a terminally crippled child, Jim's celebrity status skyrockets, and his career as a modern-day messiah begins. He gets offered to attend even more shows, and he kind of liked being in front of millions of people. Across town, Twitch remains at Sam's bedside as he struggles with his failing health. He feels responsible for what happened in the alleys with the Violator, and knows he had something to do with everything. Detective Rowan reveals his suspicion about Jim Downing's involvement in the confusing chain of events leading up to Sam's heart attack. A nurse, who's not who she appears to be, sneaks inside the room and injects Sam with something. Mark's girlfriend, Susan, feels neglected because her boyfriend is too busy to spend time with her. She sneaks inside Jim's bedroom at night, and they make love together while Mark is focused on his work. Since Mark became Jim's manager, he arranged a meeting with a high-powered New York corporation, but Jim wants to call things off after realizing the owner is the vampire Blood. After a small confrontation in private, Blood gives Jim the briefcase he stole earlier, but he removed most of the information inside. The only thing left is a bunch of photos revealing that Jim is married to a beautiful woman. Jim was analyzing the pictures, trying to make sense of everything, when Susan knocks on his door, hitting on him again. He rejects her advances, saying he's busy with something else. Later, Jim shows Mark a picture of his wife and asks him to use his reporter skills to find out who she is. Meanwhile, in Minsk, Belarus, Malebolgia visits a strange man and claims he came to take his flame back. His enemies are aware of his return and he wants his powers back. Sarah was ambushed by paparazzi and snuck inside a restaurant to avoid them. Jim comes to help, and they both sneak out the back door, but they are soon spotted, and a flock of reporters swarms them. On the rooftops, a group of vampires belonging to the old guard was watching Jim from a distance. The clown appears and tells them he wants them to test Spawn's limits, see just how strong he really is, and how far they can push him. Down on the streets, a bus hits one of the paparazzi who was relentlessly following Jim and Sarah. The man was in critical condition and losing a lot of blood. Sarah and the other people ask Jim to use his powers to heal him, but he refuses, saying they can go to hell for what they did. Sarah pleads with Jim to save the injured photographer, but he is reluctant to do it. Eventually, he agrees to help him. He only does it for her. He gets down on his knees and powers up, emanating a beam of energy from his body that fully heals the man. Susan and Mark get into another heated argument about him paying too much attention to work and his new friend instead of her. Jim takes Sarah into the back alleys and asks her to trust him. He enters the shadows and teleports both of them to her apartment, claiming there are many things about him he doesn't yet understand. Spawn goes back to the alleys where he meets the clown again. Although the clown once thought they should stay underground, he encourages Jim to step out into the spotlight, deterring heaven or hell from making a move on him. Blood asks the old guard to attack Spawn and push him to the limits. He wants to see if he will make a valuable asset or if he's just a meaningless pawn. The doctor informs Twitch that Burke isn't getting any better, but at least his health isn't getting worse either. He can't explain, however, some irregularities in his blood work, as if his entire body is rewriting itself. Jim's miracle healing on the streets was making headlines everywhere, with every news station in town reporting on the video. Jim's unexplainable act of heroism goes viral worldwide, with videos of him healing the photographer gaining millions of views. Jim, however, retreats to the safety of the streets and sits on Spawn's throne alone in the darkness. The old guard finds him and puts him to a test by shooting him in the head to see just how fast he can regenerate. Spawn takes the gun and does a test of his own, shooting one of them in the head as well. Back at Mark's apartment, Mark and Susan are answering calls from various media outlets looking to book Jim. However, the duo becomes increasingly worried since both he and Sarah seem to have disappeared. Somewhere in Mexico, Malebolgia visits a strange man while he is having dinner with his wife. He aims to collect another piece of his power and drains the man of his life force, becoming even stronger. The clown visits Blood while he is making love with a woman in his bedroom and warns him about Malebolgia becoming stronger than ever. They need to make sure Spawn is on their side for the upcoming confrontation. Back in the alleys, the vampire that was shot by Spawn regenerates fully, but doesn't stop there. Instead, all three of them transform into incredibly powerful beasts. The old guard begins their series of tests to determine the strength of the new Spawn's powers, but he hides in the shadow, preparing an ambush for them. Twitch leaves the hospital to find Spawn and asks Rowan to keep an eye on Sam. Rowan questions Jim Downing's motives, saying he doesn't understand why. One minute he loves the spotlight and appears on every TV station performing miracles, and then he disappears completely, as if he is hiding from someone. Spawn surprises the vampires and drags one of them into the shadows using his powerful chains. His brothers regroup and try to guess his next move, but they clearly underestimated the new Spawn's abilities. Mark tells Susan he's gotten dozens of offers from big companies for Jim to become their spokesman. This could turn out to be the opportunity of a lifetime, and he wants to take advantage of the situation as best as he can. Spawn overpowers the vampires and hangs them up like cattle, tearing their flesh and ripping their bodies into pieces. Twitch finds him in the alleys and makes his way through the chains, calling out Al Simmons' name. But instead of finding Al, he finds Jim, who claims he's killed the three vampires. In the Vatican, a mysterious person was watching the news about Jim Downing and tells someone on the phone that they've got a problem. Twitch pulls a gun to Spawn's head and threatens to kill him if he doesn't say what happened to Al Simmons. Hearing that name triggered something inside Spawn and he asked Twitch to follow him. Back at the hospital, something strange was going on. The entire floor was empty, as if all the doctors and nurses had completely disappeared. Rowan enters Sam's room and finds the crazy nurse sitting on top of him with a syringe. She attacks him and pins him to the ground, so he is forced to shoot her. The nurse runs to the rooftop and the detective follows a trail of blood leading up the stairs. He confronts her on the rooftop, but something was wrong. She was beginning to change into something else and asks Rowan to deliver a message saying that soon everyone is going to witness the coming damnation, and everyone will know what it's like to become completely forsaken. She then jumps off the building, but not before completely transforming herself into a demon with wings. Spawn takes Twitch to see Al Simmons' decapitated body, but accuses him of killing the previous Spawn. Next, he takes him to one of the rooftops and threatens to drop him if he doesn't answer his question. Twitch tells the truth, saying he works for the NYPD and calls his bluff, but that was a bad idea because Spawn drops him without giving it a second thought. Meanwhile, the police are interrogating Rowan about the dead nurse, but they don't believe him, and Twitch wasn't answering his calls to corroborate his story. While being unconscious, Twitch has a vision of his son Max talking to him. Max says he is sorry for running away and for making his parents suffer because of his decisions. One of the rookie cops informs the other detectives that they found something and wants them to check it out. Max warns his father about blood, saying he wants to take Spawn's costume and kill everything. They need to stop him at all costs. Luckily, Twitch wasn't killed, and he eventually wakes up from his vision. He accuses Spawn of breaking his glasses and says they need to work together if he wants to find out the truth about his past. The detectives find the entire hospital staff stuck inside one of the lockers that belonged to the dead nurse. She had brutally killed them and mutilated their bodies. Twitch brings Jim to Spawn's former throne, saying he used to live here on the streets. Jim doesn't understand why anyone with such great powers would choose to live like a bum, but he had no choice. Twitch gives a brief overview of Al Simmons' past, how it all began with Billy Kincaid, the Violator, Jason Wynn, and even the Freak. But Spawn wants more details. He wants names, addresses, witnesses, and he wants to personally interrogate anyone who might have answers about his past. Twitch offers to run his information in the police database and find if his story overlaps with Al Simmons' story, maybe something connecting the two of them. But in exchange, he wants him to cure Detective Burke of his health problems, and Jim agrees. But the hospital was crawling with police officers, and Twitch has no idea what happened. A small conversation with the other detectives brings him up to speed. Thankfully, Sam is still alive, but his condition hasn't improved at all. The clown visits the morgue and revives the nurse who was possessed by a demon. This demon used to be the Empress of Hell, but now she is being controlled by the clown, who asked her to keep a close watch on Detective Burke. He is unhappy with her actions, but offers to bring her another body, saying he has someone nice planned for her. Twitch asks Rowand what happened at the hospital and why he shot the nurse. The detective is reluctant at first, but Twitch shares his own supernatural experiences and claims he will understand. Even though Twitch believes him, he wants Rowand to change the story and leave out the supernatural elements, claiming the others won't believe it. Meanwhile, Spawn sneaks inside Burke's room and tries to use his powers to heal the detective, but something is wrong. The healing wasn't working and the costume was fighting back as if it had a mind of its own. Spawn struggles to regain control of the costume, but he is eventually forced to let go of it and return to his human form. Two of the vampires from the old guard managed to escape and completely regenerated their bodies. They watched Spawn struggle to control his costume and questioned whether to report this back to Blood and the clown. Jim sneaks inside the same building where the two detectives were talking and wants to figure things out. According to Twitch, the lawyer in Langley shot himself 30 minutes after Jim awoke from his coma, and the staff working at the hospital are all involved. Twitch doesn't understand why they can't find any information on Jim, not even in the police database. Most of the important information is blacked out, like someone powerful doesn't want people to know who he really is. Twitch thinks that the clown did something to Sam. That's why Spawn's healing powers aren't working on him, and also informs him that he and the Violator are the same person. Mark is worried about Jim and Sarah and calls the police, informing them that both of them have gone missing. The detective in charge of solving the hospital murders tells Rowan that he is the main suspect and doesn't want him to get involved with the case. The two remaining vampires from the old guard tell Blood everything they were able to find out after confronting Spawn. Their brother has inexplicably gone missing, but Blood thinks there must be some doorway to heaven hidden in the alleys, exposing God to a possible attack. Jim confronts the clown, accusing him of lying to him, but the clown says they need each other if they want to have a chance at stopping Malebolgia. The two of them began a brutal confrontation, but after many minutes of fighting, they decided to stop and call it a truce. They both went to a bar to drink some beers, while the clown decides to tell Jim the truth about heaven and hell. Malebolgia wants to return as the king of hell, and plans to use the Hellspawn as a weapon against God. Right before Al Simmons killed him, he split his power into 7 pieces and hid them on Earth, but the clown stole one of the pieces and hid it in Detective Sam Burke. That's why Spawn wasn't able to heal him. Malebolgia wants to turn Earth into a second hell, and the clown wants Jim to help him stop that from happening. For the moment, Jim agrees to form an alliance. Even though they won't be friends, they can still work together to achieve a common goal. In the Vatican, the high priests admit that Jim's healing miracles are legit and call him the Second Coming. The Pope gives the order to try and recruit him to the church's side, and if he refuses, they will label him as a heretic and assign him for Inquisition. Jim sneaks inside Sarah's apartment and asks her to come with him, saying he is about to change the world and needs her help. 2 weeks ago, in the CIA headquarters in New York City, a woman shows Agent Kruger a picture of Jim and his wife, saying this photo should have disappeared a long time ago. She wants him to erase any trace of Jim's past life and asks him to be discreet. Over the next couple of days, Agent Kruger killed everyone that came in contact with the photo or who was looking into Jim's past. Jim holds a press conference announcing that he is starting a foundation with the goal of helping people who are sick and need his help. During the conference, Mark gets a phone call from one of his contacts, who was being forced to lie to him, saying he had leads on Jim's past and wants to meet. When the phone call ended, Agent Kruger kills the man in cold blood and prepares to meet with Mark. Sarah says she is scared of Jim and wants to move upstate to work there. Ever since he transformed into Spawn and teleported her from the alleys, she's been scared of him and needs some time apart. Spawn returns into the void, where he locked up one of the old guard vampires, vowing to torture him greatly if he refuses to answer his questions. Meanwhile, somewhere in London, Malebolgia finds another piece of his powers and doesn't waste any time reclaiming it, even if it means killing a hopeless baby. Mark goes to meet the informant, while Jim informs him he is going on a meeting with Mr. Ramus, aka Blood, in hopes of securing the funds necessary to jumpstart the Foundation. Jim wants the money and doesn't offer anything in return, claiming he wants to call the shots and doesn't answer to anyone. He knows he and the clown need him to stop Malebolgia and offers to help them, but he wants the money to start the Foundation, and he wants it today. Last night, he snuck inside one of the hidden vampires' nightclubs and killed all of them except one. He wanted to prove a point to show Blood just how strong he really is, claiming there is no point in sending the old guard to do his dirty work. Blood doesn't make a scene and agrees to give Jim the money he wants, but when the time comes to fight Malebolgia, he needs to make sure he is on the right side. Mark was waiting in the train station when a mysterious man calls him on a second phone. The man tells Mark to break his own phone because he is being tracked and has exactly 2 minutes to follow his instructions, or he is going to die. In the bathroom, the mysterious man reveals himself to be Terry Fitzgerald, Al Simmons' best friend. He tells Mark that someone inside the CIA wants him dead, but not because of Jim Downing, but because of the woman in the photo, Jim's wife. Jim continues to expand his public presence with a morning show interview, discussing his powers, his past, and the creation of his foundation. At the same time, the Vatican was looking into his life, trying to determine what kind of relationships he was able to build since he woke up from a coma. They send one of their holy agents to meet with Sarah in upstate New York and try to convince her to work with them, offering her a chance to come to the Vatican and meet the Pope. Twitch was watching the interview as well, but Rowan was annoyed, saying they need to focus on solving the stockpile of other cases. One of the officers brings them the results of Jim's fingerprints, but the results are shocking. He has 10 different fingerprints, all belonging to former murderers who died while imprisoned at 10 different penitentiaries. In the CIA headquarters, we find out the truth that Agent Kruger is none other than Terry Fitzgerald himself. He made contact with Mark but hasn't heard from him since. It was part of their plan to gain his trust. While Susan was working at the restaurant, the clown pays her a visit, suggesting that he knows she's in love with Jim and it pains her because they can't be together. Malebolgia tries to recover the last piece of his powers and digs up a grave, but when he opens it up, he finds a note from the clown saying he was too late. Towards the end of the morning show, someone from the crowd draws a gun and shoots Jim in the chest. He drops on the ground and bleeds massively, while everyone watching at home is horrified. While he was unconscious, Jim has a vision of something that happened 10 years ago. The freak was one of the first patients in the program, but the stress was too much and it made him go crazy. Jason Wynn was one of the people from the CIA that helped fund this program, and Carlos Nortego was also involved. He provided the necessary pre-op functions and experiments and received 30% of the cut if the program was successful. Tremor was also one of the first patients, but the experiments turned him into a beast and he was impossible to control. Jim's wife worked for a cutting-edge science company, and he only dated her to get what he needed. Once he was done, he shot her point blank in the head. When every test failed, Jim turned himself into patient 47, desperate to get results when the military wanted to cut the funding. Jim eventually wakes up from his vision, but he wasn't dead, and people cheered as he got up after being shot in the chest. The police want to get him to safety in order for a doctor to check his health, but Jim says he is fine and doesn't need one. He eventually agrees to go with the officers, while the man who shot him was locked inside a police car. Meanwhile, in Greenwich, Connecticut, the clown visits one of his allies, but when he opens the door, he finds out that Malebolgia had gotten there first and decapitated the man and also his animals. Twitch tells Jim about the fingerprints, trying to understand how one man can have 10 different fingerprints, all belonging to different murderers. Susan hits on Jim once again, but he rejects her, saying he already warned her that they can't be more than friends. He turns on the TV to see what the news stations were saying about him when, out of nowhere, the clown appears from the shadows. He claims he fought with Malebolgia and tried to escape in the shadows, but he couldn't. Jim asks him to calm down, saying it's only the two of them in the room. But that wasn't true because Malebolgia followed him here. Jim confronts the devil and wants to fight him, but the clown convinces him to run away, saying they are not yet ready to face him. They disappear together into the shadows, jumping from one place to another, trying to lose their scent and prevent the devil from tracking them. After arriving in Japan, the clown disappears. saying he needs 20 minutes to get something but promises to come back. But they weren't able to lose the devil's track because he eventually found Jim and confronted him. He brings him back to New York City in the same alleys where Al Simmons used to live. Jim changes into Spawn and fights back, but Malebolgia is able to take control over his suit and wrap him in his own chains. Meanwhile, the clown sneaks inside Sam's hospital room and takes away the last of the devil's powers that were trapped inside of him and making him sick. Malebolgia pushes Jim into the dead zone, saying that the area negates his powers and he is powerless without his costume. But Jim taunts him, accusing him of being afraid to face him inside the zone, and the devil takes the bait. Sadly for him, Malebolgia isn't affected by this zone and stabs Jim in the chest using his demonic claws. He leaves him for dead on the ground, but the fight was far from over. Jim eventually gets up, but this time he is empowered by the forces of heaven and even grows angelic wings. The devil realizes that Jim's powers are not from hell but rather heaven. God has broken the pact and got involved somehow. He thinks the dead zone empowers everyone that gets inside, and he wants to be empowered as well. But as soon as he steps inside, he becomes weak and even loses his horns. He blames God for interfering with the war, while Jim grabs him and takes him high above New York City. Malebolgia tells Jim he once entered heaven, but they banished him after he tried to murder God. Jim was tired of hearing him speak, so he drops him from the sky, but just to make sure he gets hurt even more, he blasts him with a powerful beam of energy. Luckily, the dead zone blocks all activity happening inside and nobody in the city even knows the fight is going on. Spawn claims the costume hates him and told him all the secrets on how to kill its creator. Jim is the one who put the evil inside the freak during the experiments, and he alone can take it out again. He drains Malebolgia of his powers, leaving the freak to revert back to his human form, a broken man with no powers. Spawn claims the world belongs to him, and Jim Downing's soul is just a means to get into heaven, where he wants to assassinate God himself. The freak calls him crazy, saying that if that happens, Al Simmons will come looking for him. Spawn cuts the freak's body in half using his new demonic wings, claiming he's ready to take on anyone willing to challenge him because no one is going to stop this Spawn ever again. Following the defeat of Malebolgia's earthly vessel, Jim turns his attention towards piecing together the final mysteries of his previous life. His past is linked to Al Simmons' past, and both of them had come in contact with more or less the same people who affected their lives. Somewhere in Argentina, a group of soldiers find one of the former facilities that was used to experiment on people and try to burn any evidence they could find. Spawn finds them, and a swift confrontation erupts, but they were no match for his chains, which easily tear through their flesh. Spawn wants to know who sent them to destroy this facility, but the soldiers were uncooperative, so he eventually kills every single one of them. Jim acknowledges the mistakes he's made and all the suffering he's caused to the people that were part of the experiments. He cares about Sarah and wants to make things right with her, but she is scared of him after she saw that he is Spawn. Jim announces to the public the start of his foundation, saying that the first thing he wants to do is replace the maze of dirty alleys known as Rat City with a revitalized city district. An old man was watching everything and claims Jim is going to be surprised about his resurrection. Even after he gained a firmer understanding of the many mysteries in his life, a darkness is slowly growing within Jim Downing. The darkness talks to him, claiming it's the costume itself, and it controls Jim, not the other way around. All of this is happening because Jim likes the power it gives him. Luckily, this was just a dream, and Jim wakes up even more confused, saying he hasn't had a good night's sleep in weeks. He managed to gather bits and pieces about his past life, but he still can't make the connection and put all of them together. The city was filled with merchandise about him, including t-shirts, calendars, and all other kinds of different products profiting off his image. He wants Blood to sue everyone that's making money off of him, but in reality, Blood was the one doing it. According to the contract Jim signed, Blood owns the commercial rights to his brand. Jim returns to the streets feeling pissed off when a strange man by the name of Richard Masulo greets him. Jim doesn't recognize him, but the man claims he was part of the project and then transforms into a monster, aka Tremor, who was involved with Al Simmons a long time ago. Richard didn't come here to fight with Jim. He actually saw him on TV and knew that the two of them were connected somehow. He wants Jim to try and cure him because he thinks that Tremor is a curse and doesn't want to be a monster anymore. The healing seems to have been a success, and the two men discuss the project. Jim shows him the wall of clues, bits and pieces that he was able to acquire about his past. Richard points to a man who was the head of the project, Director Kramer. Jim thinks that Kramer was actually him, but they don't look the same. Maybe because the experiments changed the way he looks now. Richard tells him about another man involved in the project, someone they used to call the Agent. He left the project a long time ago and started a gun-for-hire business with some of the other rejects they experimented on. Terry Fitzgerald thinks that Jim Downing is involved in the recent destruction of several secret facilities in Argentina, Bolivia, Nigeria, and Canada. He wants to follow him and watch his every move, telling the other agents that they have a tough case ahead of them. Spawn takes out the 2 bodyguards tasked with protecting the agent and then sneaks inside his office, saying he wants him to answer some questions. Spawn and Richard interrogate the agent together, demanding to know what happened to them. The agent claims he wasn't part of the project for long. He was hired to do forensic DNA work to find the perfect matches for the project, but all of the initial experiments failed. The freak was one of them and had a high tolerance for pain, but everything they did to him turned him crazy, and that's not what they were going for. All these experiments were meant to create a flawless human being, but he didn't know for what purpose. After many failed attempts, they decided to hire former Nazi doctors, even though it would paint the project in a negative way, but they were desperate. Director Kramer was the one responsible for everything, and Jim can't remember exactly if that person was him. He became romantically involved with the head of another research company, but she didn't want to share technologies even though the project needed them badly. Tired of waiting for Kramer to try and convince her to be on their side, Wynn sent out a team of killers to persuade her, but when she refused, they killed her. All this time, Jim thought he was the one responsible for killing his wife, but the truth is, he wasn't the one who killed her. After she was dead, Kramer took a flash drive to her laptop and stole everything he could from her computer, including patents, new technologies, and everything else he could find that might help the project. But ever since that day, things began to fall apart. The people involved were less trusting of each other and everyone began to cover their asses. Agent Sykes claims he wasn't there when Richard was brought to the project. He wasn't involved with his selection at all and even warned Kramer about the dangers of doing these experiments. Towards the end, everyone focused on something different, and the project began to lose its identity. Instead of creating the perfect human, they created Frankenstein. In the end, Jason Wynn pulled the plug and shut down the project, but Spawn demands to know if he was in charge or if it was Director Kramer. The darkness that was inside Spawn pushed him to torture Sykes further, even though Richard warned him it might kill him. Richard goes outside to take a break and calls someone on the phone. He tells the man everything they were doing and that the bait was planted. All he needed to do now was say the magic words. "Spawn, I know where Jason Wynn is at." After Spawn defeated the Devil's earthly vessel, the clown returned with the missing part of Malebolgia's power, but he was too late. The freak was already dead, and he couldn't be happier, remarking that he was weaker than he thought and he was scared for nothing. Out of nowhere, Cogliostro appears and shocks the clown, demanding he never speak to Jim Downing ever again. But the clown claims he isn't the same weak demon he used to be. He's changed. But so has Cog. Only time will tell what he means by that. Richard brings Spawn to Simmonsville, the town that was created from necroplasm out of Simmons' memories when he died. This is where the experiments began, where the first patients were released to see how they behaved in the real world. The two of them get separated and Richard meets with Jason Wynn in one of the houses. It doesn't take long for Spawn to find them and attack Wynn with his chains. Richard comes clean and says he made a deal with him, but only because he has the answer they both want. Wynn claims that he and Kramer were able to manipulate certain factions of political power all across the globe, so that when the time came they would have all the right pieces in the right places. At that very moment, Barack Obama was being elected as the new president of the United States, and Wynn claims he is one of their people. 23 years ago, Jason Wynn was an eager young CIA operative when he was introduced to the war between heaven and hell. He attended his first meeting with representatives from heaven, who wanted to protect the dead zones on Earth and keep an eye on the ones from hell. These zones represent doorways into heaven and hell. Since heaven is not allowed to interfere in earthly matters, the idea of creating a hybrid agent was suggested, one that combines the attributes of a human and an angel. But for the moment, the US government would continue to monitor the zones, and if necessary, allow any military intervention into foreign countries, especially in the Middle East. 4 years later, after Jason Wynn was put in charge, a representative of hell made him an offer he couldn't refuse. He gave him a briefcase that contained information about the Project Ragnarok. Director Kramer had already begun the work, but needed funding. That's where the government came in. Over the years, Wynn built a small empire for himself, gradually asserting his influence in almost all aspects of the government, from mayors all the way to the top. He claims that he created Spawn, and the costume that Jim is wearing belongs to him. He wants it back, but more importantly, he wants Jim to bring Al Simmons back. Ever since he first laid his eyes on him, Wynn knew that Al Simmons was the perfect candidate to become the ultimate soldier. He was loyal, ruthless, the perfect assassin, everything that Jim Downing isn't. He claims the costume is controlling him and not the other way around. He just doesn't know it yet. Wynn had a plan. Simmons was supposed to be patient 47, but Jim screwed everything up when he experimented on himself. All those years of failed experiments forced the White House to shut down the project prematurely before they had a chance to experiment on Simmons. Wynn made a deal with Hell. He turned Simmons into the perfect soldier, then killed him, making him the ideal candidate for a Hellspawn. But after the project was shut down, he was forced to kill him. But Simmons' version of Spawn was rejected by Hell because he was weak. He needed more training, more power. It took them 5 years to reconsider, which is why Simmons was brought back to life 5 years after he died. As punishment for not delivering them a perfect Spawn, Hell retracted every promise they ever made to him. He kept Jim as a backup in case he ever woke up from his coma and hopefully became the next superhuman, a bargaining chip to give to Hell or maybe to Heaven. Spawn sends Richard away, saying he never wants to see him again, and then asks Wynn why he wanted to meet him. The former CIA operative says he wants Spawn to kill him, after Hell promised that the only way to redeem himself is if he sacrifices himself, but he needs to be killed by a Hellspawn or this wasn't going to work. Spawn accepts his request, but he changes into Jim Downing, denying him the chance of getting killed by a Hellspawn. He then snaps his neck and leaves Simmonsville, but not before blowing everything up, erasing any trace of its existence. After finally uncovering the entire mystery about his past, Jim returns home and destroys everything about his past, saying that from tomorrow, he wants to start living as the real Jim Downing. Mark found out that all of his connections to whom he sent Jim's wedding photo are now dead. He wanted to find out more about his past, but instead he asked too many questions and now people are dead. He records a message of himself just in case something bad happens to him as well. He was supposed to have dinner with Susan, but he wants to finish this and blows her off. The clown informs Blood that Cogliostro is back from Hell, which means he gave up the throne, and he wants to recruit Spawn to his side. Detective Burke was finally cleared to leave the hospital and returns home, while Twitch brings him up to date on the whole Jim Downing situation. Apparently, every time they run his fingerprints through the system, they get 10 different fingerprints belonging to 10 different felons. The clown visits Sarah while she sleeps and hides Malebolge's power inside of her, saying he wants to keep it safe until he comes back for it. Susan, overwhelmed with loneliness and rejection from her boyfriend and from Jim, takes a hot bath, but instead of relaxing, she takes a blade and slices her wrists. Jim again has trouble sleeping, tormented by the costume who feeds on him while he sleeps, gaining more control over him each passing day. Mark, Jim, and Blood have a meeting the next day, discussing the success of the Foundation, which has exploded recently. There have been thousands of applications, desperate people asking for Jim to use his powers and heal them, but there have also been a lot of death threats, and Blood wants to triple their staff and also offer protection to keep Jim safe. Jim confronts the man who shot him and realizes that Blood is the one who hired him to do it. He lets him live, but just a few minutes later, Spawn returns and kills the man, claiming he isn't Jim Downing. While the remaining 2 vampires from the old guard were having a good time at a nightclub, Blood shows up and tells them he knows what happened to their brother. Spawn hid him inside his costume, and because the darkness is taking over Jim at an alarming rate, it will be very hard to recover him. He is also worried about Cogliostro, who wants to teach Jim how to use his powers more efficiently. Jim is finally able to spend some time with Sarah after they've been separated for weeks. He feels sorry for scaring her when he took her into the darkness and knows she is having visions because of this. He wants to take her visions away by healing her, but when he touches her hand, he is overwhelmed with horrific images of pain and suffering. They were also waiting for a representative from the Vatican, Father Hallwell, who wants Jim to align himself with the Catholic Church. By doing this, they could unite all of mankind into belief in a singular religion. He also wants to take a sample of Jim's blood, but he is reluctant to do it. Meanwhile, the clown visits the morgue and tells the demon who inhabited the hospital nurse that he has a new body ready for her. She quickly possesses Susan's body, who killed herself 15 minutes ago in the bathroom. The clown wants to keep her around Jim, Mark, and Sarah and report everything she sees back to him. The Vatican is unhappy that Jim is unwilling to cooperate and align himself with them, but they have their own ways around resistance, revealing that they've dealt with hellspawns and demons in the past. The public is divided on Jim's foundation. While some are calling him a savior, others are calling him a fraud and accusing him of being the devil. Rat City was completely changed, and a new building, meant to be the Foundation's headquarters, was being built. Father Hallwell says goodbye and prepares to head back to the Vatican, but hopes that Jim will take the time to reconsider his decision. Mark thinks it was a bad idea to meet with them, saying that it's better to not be affiliated with any church. As Jim goes back to sleep, the costume takes over once again, surrounding him in darkness. He then appears somewhere else and attacks a group of murderers who were torturing a police officer. This is the costume's way of satisfying its lust for blood and violence, doing this every time Jim goes to sleep. Meanwhile, in Langley, Virginia, Rowan couldn't sleep and spent the nights haunted by visions of the demon he shot at the hospital in New York City. The clown sneaks inside the hospital disguised as a physician and talks to the doctor in charge of treating Victoria, the angel that went crazy after she lost her wings. They think she suffers from acute delusions and transfer her to a mental hospital better equipped to deal with her. The clown talks to her about the new Spawn, claiming that the costume was taking over Jim Downing, getting more violent with each passing day. Every night it takes control and heads out into the world, finding bad people and brutally killing them. He did the same thing a few nights ago when he killed a bunch of corrupt police officers in Mexico. The clown doesn't understand how Jim was able to attain Spawn's powers without dying. When he was in a coma, his spirit went to heaven, where he tried to assassinate God himself. When he failed, his soul was sent to hell, and then when he came out of a coma, he was brought back to earth, all without even dying. He is the only Spawn in existence to have been in heaven, hell, and earth without even dying once. The costume wants to take over the Spawn because whoever controls Downing ultimately controls the universe. The clown wants to know who gave him Al Simmons' powers and promises to give the angel her wings back if she agrees to help him. The Curse, a religious fanatic and former enemy of Spawn, kidnaps and interrogates one of the people saved by Jim Downing after a bus nearly killed him. The Curse connected his body to a machine and dissected him, desperately looking for something inside the man's body. Meanwhile, Jim wakes up in another part of the city but has no memory of how he got there. Then all of a sudden, the costume takes over him, and he ends up in complete darkness. The costume talks to him, revealing the truth that during the night it takes over his body and goes out searching for evil to devour. Even though hell has taken credit for its creation, Spawn was actually born in heaven. Because when God created the first light on the planets, he also gave birth to shadows, the darkness, and thus the costume was born. It had to wait nearly 1 million years until the right host appeared, one such as Jim, who has never died. After the process is complete, there won't be any Jim Downing left anymore. There will be only Spawn, and he will have the powers of a god. The costume claims the process is irreversible, and there is no way of stopping it. But Jim tries one final time and powers up, separating himself from the darkness. After successfully fending off the costume, Jim finds himself lost in the white, a featureless and infinite realm of light. Meanwhile, the press interviews Mark and asks him if he thinks that Jim is the second coming. But he dismisses the question, saying they don't know anything about the origin of his powers or how long they're going to last. The curse killed one of the persons that was healed by Jim. Searching for signs of darkness inside of him, a man disguised as a priest confronts him, accusing him of actually being crazy instead of doing the Lord's work. The man eventually reveals his true face and changes into his actual form, then kills the curse. He claims that every person healed by Jim has had a dark seed implanted in him by the costume and they're all infected. Jim eventually meets someone else in the white emptiness. It was Max, Twitch's oldest son, who was killed some time ago. He says Al Simmons told him to deliver a message, that he needs to kill the costume before it kills him. Max and other souls are stuck in limbo, a place between heaven and earth with no way of escaping. Al Simmons was here before and tried to free these souls, but he couldn't. Jim even met Simmons, but he can't remember. There are still things he doesn't remember about his past. Max warns him that the costume has nearly taken control over him. It's just a little longer until it gains full control. If that happens, Blood will want to use the costume for himself to gain even more power. A long time ago, there weren't different levels of hell and heaven. It was just one beautiful garden called Eden. Max doesn't know what exactly tainted this land with sin, but eventually, the people were corrupted with sin and became evil, taking everything they wanted from others. Lilith was the first vampire to have ever existed, but Blood forced her to share her powers with him, and when it was done, he turned on her. Her body was a lot stronger because she had housed the vampire powers already, so he stole her body by draining her blood completely. That's how he got the name Blood. Over time, Blood killed all of the vampires in existence until he was the only one left. He then started his own bloodline and formed an army of vampires that he could control. Lilith's soul is hidden here in Limbo with the other people, and if Blood gets control over the costume, he will have access to Limbo and come for her. Twitch still blames himself for his son's death and thinks about killing himself, but his youngest son reminds him that the living are more important than the dead. Jim escapes the void and visits Twitch while he is brushing his teeth at home. He doesn't remember what happened in the void and only remembers talking to a young boy, warning him about something. Twitch realizes he is talking about his son and gets mad, sending Jim away and asking him to never come uninvited into his home again. The clown visits Victoria again in the mental hospital but finds Blood there, waiting for him. Blood is impressed with how far the clown was willing to go to gain Victoria's trust. Disguising himself as a physician and fooling the medical staff isn't an easy job. Victoria was sent to Earth the same day that Jim woke up from his coma, and the clown thinks that God is afraid of Spawn. He He sent an angel to gain his trust and convince him to join Heaven's side, but things didn't work out as planned. Blood was pissed about the clown's secret agenda and bit Victoria on the neck, turning her into one of his vampires. He wants to punish him for keeping him in the dark and betraying his trust, but after he leaves, the clown reveals he hasn't come alone. He made a new ally in the Redeemer. Jim goes on top of the Brooklyn Bridge and jumps into the freezing water below, trying to see what the symbiote will do without its host. The water separates him from the costume, but not for long. Eventually it grabs him by the leg and drags him down. Luckily, Cogliostro was keeping an eye on him and comes to his rescue, dragging him to safety. He uses some kind of magic to separate Jim from the costume, saying they need to talk in private. He wants to teach him how to use his powers and make him understand what exactly he is up against. He asks Jim to follow him because he wants to show him something, but first he needs to call the costume back. Every time Jim summons the costume, he's in control. It's when the symbiote takes over that he loses control. Cog brings him to the construction site where Blood is building the new foundation building. The building is built on top of the dead zone, where Blood is building an army of vampires ready to battle God. But he doesn't trust the vampires, so he needs Spawn's help as well. That's why the constant struggle to control the costume. The two men enter the dead zone together, and Cog claims that this simple patch of dirt is the reason all the wars in the world have been fought. This zone and others around the world are where sin first leaked onto Earth and from there attached itself to every living creature in existence. Apparently what was said in the Bible is mostly a lie. We know that at the beginning there was only Adam and Eve, but that's not true. God created more women, one for each of Adam's ribs, but the most important ones were Eve and Lilith. While Eve followed the teachings of God, Lilith was tempted by Satan and followed the shadows. God didn't create man alone, Satan had a hand as well. That's why mankind is corrupted with sin and capable of doing evil things. The two deities took turns collecting souls, one for God and the next for Satan, and it didn't matter if you were a good or a bad person. The only thing that determined where you ended up was where the previous soul went. Both heaven and hell started wars across the centuries, and the only thing that mattered was to gather as many souls as possible for the upcoming war. The more evil the person was, the better they would serve in the war. It didn't matter if they ended up fighting for heaven or not. Blood was locked in limbo for a long time, and he blamed God for doing it. He wants revenge and plans to build an army of vampires led by the Spawn to conquer and defeat God himself. The Vatican informs Father Hallowell that they decided to act against Jim Downing and force him to align himself with the Catholic Church. But the father thinks it's a bad idea. At the moment, he is stronger than any of them realize. But the Vatican has a secret weapon of their own hidden in the basement. Cog tries to prove a point and attacks Spawn using a magic sword. His sword shouldn't have any effect in the dead zone, but because Jim is stronger than anyone they have encountered, his powers allow magic to be used even here. Solomon Kilgore, the beast that was locked inside the Vatican basement, visits one of the people who was healed by Jim. But the old man seems familiar to him, and Solomon is in shock when he sees him. Blood sent the old guard on a special mission to Chernobyl, Ukraine, but one of them thinks they are wasting their time and should be looking for their brother. They are taken hostage and led inside one of the buildings, where someone waited for them. Solomon Pure is the leader of another vampire sect, and Blood wants to join forces with him for the next 6 months. Even though they've been enemies for as long as they can remember, Solomon is curious to know why Blood is so desperate to ask for his help, and he agrees to meet in person. Jim and Cogliostro continue to argue at the construction site of the new Outreach Foundation. With no warning, Jim sprouts his angel wings, saying he rejects all of it. He doesn't want to be a part of this war. All of a sudden, it all makes sense to Cog. They don't fear him for his demonic side. They fear the side of him that's been touched by God. Spawn is the key to both heaven and hell, and whoever controls him has the upper hand and a chance to invade first. The confrontation escalates, and Cogliostro pulls out his sword, but he is no match for Spawn, who easily sends him to the ground. The symbiote takes control once again and says he infected all of Jim's friends, just like he did all those people he healed. When the time comes, Jim will sacrifice everything in order to save the ones he cares about, and that's when he will gain full control over him. Spawn reminds Cog that he used to be a Spawn himself, so he knows how easily the costume consumes the host, slowly taking control, eating away like a cancer. He claims he should have killed Cog a long time ago, and now he wants to correct this mistake and slits his throat, leaving the old man to bleed to death on the ground. But the symbiote begins to lose his grip on Jim, and he fights to regain control. He eventually succeeds, bursting out with the wings of redemption. Mark, Susan, and Sarah organize an intervention because they are concerned about Jim's behavior. He disappears for days and doesn't explain where he goes or whom he sees, and everyone is concerned about him. Jim reveals that he was able to find out more about his past, like the fact that he had a wife, but she is dead now. Last night, after Jim grew angelic wings while still in the Spawn costume, he used his powers to heal Cogliostro completely. He was amazed that he was able to bust out wings while still wearing the costume and asks him to be careful. He's become so strong that neither Hell's forces nor Heaven's can touch him, but they might go after his friends. He suggests keeping his distance from them to keep them safe. In the present, the situation escalates and Jim insults Susan, forcing Mark to stand up for her and ultimately end the intervention. Blood shows Solomon Pure the dead zone underneath the John Doe Foundation, claiming they need to band together with all the vampire clans and attack God together. However, Blood is called to attend a meeting on the top floor. His business partner, Mr. Gibbons, isn't happy that Blood hid the existence of a dead zone here and wants a piece of the cake. But Blood claims this zone belongs to him and he will kill anyone who gets in the way. Down in the basement, the Redeemer shows up out of nowhere and attacks the vampires, claiming he was never going to stand by and let them take whatever they wanted. He brutally slaughters every old guard member, chopping off their heads using his heavenly sword. Meanwhile, on the top floor, Blood wants Biggin's messengers to deliver a message back to his boss. He wants his help to get inside the gates of heaven, and when everything's done, he can have the dead zone for himself. Vampire body parts fly in every direction, but Solomon Pure refuses to intervene, saying they have other things to attend to. And, to be honest, he doesn't mind seeing Blood's clan wiped out, especially after what they did to his people. The clown watches everything from the shadows and says they could make a good team, his demons combined with Blood's army of vampires, but he screwed everything up. The clown brought a visitor downstairs and claims that by now, he's probably left a bunch of gifts for him. Sarah confesses that ever since the night Jim took her into the darkness, she's been having horrible visions of something dark, and it scares her. Jim touches her hand, but this only intensifies her visions, and she sees the demon empress from hell calling out her name. She panics and runs out of Jim's apartment, getting in the elevator, but the clown was waiting for her in the shadows and kidnaps her. Ever since Sarah ran out, Jim has been unable to contact her and has no idea what happened to her. After checking the security cameras, he sees that she went inside the elevator, but she never got out. Something happened inside. Twitch tells Sam why he got a heart attack in the first place, blaming himself for antagonizing the clown too much. Jim sneaks inside his car later, asking for help in finding Sarah. Twitch inspects her apartment, but there are no clues. She hasn't even returned home. Next, Jim confronts Blood, asking if he had anything to do with her disappearance. If the vampire wanted to send a message, he would kill all of his friends, not just Sarah. He suggests going to look for the clown, telling him about the mental hospital where he lives a double life as a physician. Jim disguises himself as one of the staff and lures the clown inside a closet. He also has the power to change his appearance and surprises the clown with dirt from the dead zone, which negates his hellish powers. He then threatens him to tell what happened to Sarah or he will cut off his face. The clown says he took Sarah into the black, a place between the real world and the shadows. Every time he's ever teleported from one place to another, he's been there. He just never noticed it. Jim leaves to search for her, but not before breaking the clown's hand and vowing to come back to find out why he kidnapped her. Spawn enters the darkness and finds Sarah scared on the ground, but his eyes are glowing green and attracting a lot of attention. They are quickly surrounded by hundreds of monsters drawn to his eyes. He tells Sarah to close her eyes while he tries to kill them, but there are just too many. Eventually, he busts out his angelic wings and grabs Sarah, taking her at max speed toward the exit. He is able to successfully bring her back to her apartment and then spends the night next to her in bed, trying to calm her down. In the morning, they both wake up in the same bed, but they are naked. Sarah freaks out and doesn't remember anything from last night, questioning the naked part and if they spend the night making love. Jim tries to calm her down, and she claims she only remembers darkness but doesn't remember Jim saving her. She goes to the bathroom and eventually calms down, saying to herself that she dreamed about this moment 1,000 times, and now that it finally happened, she decides to embrace it. Meanwhile, Jim makes her breakfast, and she's overwhelmed. Nobody was ever this nice to her. They agree they want to continue the relationship and try being a couple, but for now, he has an important meeting with Mark. Mark confronts him about his wedding photo, demanding to know who the woman is, saying that because of that photo, many of his friends and contacts have died. Jim comes clean and reveals that he is actually Spawn, which leaves Mark in a state of shock. After returning home, he finds the lights turned off, and when he goes into the bedroom, Sarah is waiting for him with a knife. After a short struggle, he overpowers her and pins her to the ground, threatening to kill her if she moves. In a flashback, he recalls how perfect the entire day started. After they slept together, he went to the foundation to meet Mark, but at home, Sarah wasn't feeling too good and started coughing blood. He recalls his meeting with Mark where he told him the truth, that his reporter friends are dead because he is Spawn and has a lot of enemies. Before ending the meeting, Mark gives Jim an important file and wants him to look over it. While this was going on, Sarah was slowly losing her identity as she was being possessed by a demon. She sabotaged the lights in the entire apartment because the light was hurting her, and then she took out a kitchen knife and waited for Jim to come back home. He had to change into Spawn to fight off her initial attack, but after a short struggle, he overpowered her. Jim transformed into his angelic form and took a cross to perform an exorcism. The ritual was successful, but it left Sarah unconscious on the ground. He immediately called an ambulance that rushed her to the hospital while he followed her in a cab. She was rushed into the emergency room and instantly hooked to life support machines to get her condition stable. Dr. Tropsky informs Jim and Mark that Sarah has gone into a coma, but they have no idea when or how she's ever going to wake up again. Daniel Kilgore appears out of nowhere and wants to talk to Mark, but he is busy giving a press speech. In private, the doctor reveals he isn't who he claims to be and knows exactly what happened to Sarah. After returning from the darkness, Sarah was in a weakened state, and when the two of them made love, the symbiote had infected Sarah, growing inside her body and feeding on her life force. The doctor is a vampire himself and works for blood, but he offers to help cure Sarah in exchange for a sample of Jim's blood. Meanwhile, the clown visits Susan back at the apartment and tells her to get close to Jim because she was also infected when she made love with him and is able to drain his powers just by touching him. Jim agrees and gives the doctor a sample of his blood. He didn't care anymore, he just wanted to save Sarah. Mark and his girlfriend come to visit Sarah, but Susan gets to Jim and hugs him, draining a bit of his powers. Mark goes back to the newspaper to get some more answers, while Jim and Susan stay behind. She continues to drain his powers, causing him to have a headache. He eventually decides to leave the hospital and search for answers of his own. While Mark was doing research on his computer, Daniel Kilgore visits him, saying he wants to talk in private. He tells him about Al Simmons, who chose Downing to be the next Spawn, but he isn't dead, or at least his spirit isn't. Daniel reveals his true form by transforming into Haunt, warning Mark that everyone Jim has ever healed was infected by the costume, including him. He gives him a file about Wanda Blake in hopes of learning more about Al Simmons' past. Spawn breaks inside Blood's limousine and kidnaps him. Determined to find a cure for Sarah, he brings him to the top of a building and exposes him to direct sunlight, wanting to weaken him. He wants the symbiote to take over the vampire and allow him to speak to it and hopefully find a way to cure Sarah. Just to make sure the costume wasn't going to kill both of them, he brought some dirt from the dead zone, which negates the costume's powers. The symbiote released from Jim's body and entered Blood, turning him into Spawn for the moment. The symbiote claimed that everyone he's ever healed was now infected and they were going to die soon. There wasn't any way to save all of them. He would have to choose. But the darkness released from Jim's body spread everywhere, contaminating everything. An invasion of cockroaches spread into every corner of the city. The symbiote refuses to cure Sarah, so Jim attacks it, forcing it to submit to him. He takes the costume high into the sky until they reach the edge of the planet's atmosphere, causing both of them to lose consciousness and fall down again. Meanwhile, bugs were getting inside everything, from the transport system to telecommunications, infecting even computers and servers. After falling on the rooftops, the fighting continues with no clear winner in sight. Eventually, the symbiote overpowers Jim, and he asks it to kill him, but it refuses. Slowly, it went back into its host, releasing the vampire from its grip. Blood says he begged the symbiote to kill him, but it refused. But how could it survive without its host? Meanwhile, the two detectives were looking into Jim's past, trying to understand why he has 10 different fingerprints when Cog pays them a visit, saying they are looking at the clues the wrong way. The city was being overrun with insects, birds, and even bats, causing mass hysteria and blocking almost all roads. Reporters were flying above the city trying to record what was happening, but flocks of birds attacked them, causing the helicopter to crash. Out of nowhere, symbols started appearing all around the city. The numbers 1, 5, 7. Twitch thinks the numbers are important and connected to Jim Downing and even Al Simmons. Sam is skeptical as always, but Twitch is determined to find out the meaning behind them. The invasion of bugs was now alarming. The entire city was covered with birds, and no airplanes could get close enough. Spawn tells Mark that something is wrong with Susan and she shouldn't be trusted. He also asks him to go to the hospital and keep Sarah safe while he deals with the invasion. As Jim flies over the city, the insects are attracted to him and follow him from behind. He struggles to stay in control, but the symbiote takes over and separates itself from him. They begin to fight, but Jim knew that it wouldn't kill him. It just wanted him weak, so it could control him. He escapes and mocks the symbiote to follow him, luring it away from the heavily populated areas. The city was now surrounded, and not even warships could get close because there was something growing in the water. The two detectives follow the trail of insects, trying to catch Downing and figure out what the numbers represent. The costume has now grown bigger, moving on the streets below and covering everything and everyone in darkness. Jim brings the darkness back to the alleys, the same place where Al Simmons killed himself. Right where his body fell down lays another dead zone, one that nobody knew about. Simmons killed himself outside the zone, but his body fell inside, negating his healing abilities and ending his life. Jim goes inside the zone and taunts the symbiote to come inside, but when it refuses, he sticks his hand out and the symbiote bites his arm off. The ground begins to shake, emanating a powerful green light that drags the symbiote down into the ground. Jim is relieved that it was finally over, but he was wrong. The symbiote's arm emerges from the ground and grabs him by the throat, dragging him down as well. Twitch finally realizes that he was reading the numbers upside down. If you turn 571 around, it spells Al. The ground started to shake once again, only this time more powerfully than ever before, and a beam of green energy erupted into the sky, destroying all of the insects and birds that were clouding the city. The evil was finally destroyed, and out of the ashes of that giant green explosion, Al Simmons was reborn once again as a stronger and better version of Spawn. Al Simmons was now resurrected for a second time, but this time it was for a different reason. While he was in the darkness, he met someone who told him his ex-wife Wanda and his unborn child were murdered. A few days ago, someone burned her car while she was still inside, and Al wants to know who did it. A bunch of teenagers tells him it was some new people that don't belong here, who came after the bug invasion. Al sees someone familiar and thinks he is being followed, so he chases him down into the alleys. The man says his name is Mike, and God sent him to watch over him and help with anything he needs. Al demands to know what happened to Wanda's soul, but not even God knows what happened to her. Apparently it landed somewhere in hell, but God's forces don't have power there, and for the moment, she is stuck alongside Al's unborn child. While they are talking, 3 demons jump them, but Al welcomes a good fight. He easily deals with the demons, using his new sword to shred through their flesh like butter. He then interrogates the last one alive and finds out that someone named Belial sent them. Mike is a fallen angel that serves God by watching over mankind and doing his will. Belial used to be one of them as well, but he got too self-absorbed and eventually changed sides by joining Satan. He is the one that ordered Wanda's killing for no other reason than to spite God. Somewhere in hell, hidden from the other souls, Wanda is hiding inside an old cabin, but she can't escape because the place is surrounded by demonic wolves. Demons want to trick her into opening the door, but she realizes it's a trap and reconsiders. Luckily, the cabin is protected by heavenly forces, and so far, nobody could get inside to harm her and the soul of her unborn child. Al and Mike walk the streets of New York talking about God, but someone is watching them. His face triggers an alarm inside the CIA watch program, and someone recognizes him. Al feels something strange around and enters a shop where he is greeted by an old lady. She shows him visions of his violent past and many of his victims, who ultimately turned out to be innocent. Al has killed many people, and sometimes they were innocent, but he justifies it by saying he was just following orders. This old lady was innocent as well, but she took her own life when Spawn kidnapped her criminal grandson. His costume was made from the souls of innocents, people who he killed or who died because of his actions. More people are made aware of Simmons' return, including the clown who watched him in the alleys, and also the new operations director at the CIA, James Cutter. Spawn's dad lies in his hospital bed, sick with cancer and very close to dying. Al visits him, but it scares him because he wasn't in his human form and looked like a demon. His father hadn't even realized that he was already dead the moment his son appeared. Spawn came here to guide his father's soul toward judgment, because forces of evil are coming to claim his soul as a bargaining chip against him. Al's dad was always on work trips and was never around the home, and even when he was, he didn't pay any attention to his children, and Spawn hated him for that. He only came here to help his soul and doesn't want to talk or make peace with his dad. Dark creatures attack them, trying to get to the old man, but they are no match for Spawn. Out of nowhere, the demon Belial appears, who claims to be the president of hell. He wants to take the father and crashes an entire building on top of Spawn, but that doesn't even land a scratch on him. Spawn orders him to leave, boosting his new weapon, God's sword, powerful enough to kill any demon. Belial eventually retreats, allowing Spawn to bring his father to the light, the place where all souls are judged and their fate decided. Al encounters a demon who tells him that God and Satan are the same. They both want power, respect, human obedience, and the total annihilation of their mortal enemy. But at least Satan is more truthful about who he is. She brings him to the Titanic Museum and tells him that hell invented time, and they can manipulate it however they want. To prove her point, the demon teleports Al onto the Titanic just moments away from sinking. Panic begins to sink in the moment the ship hits the iceberg and the alarm is rung. The angel Gabriel appears and tells Spawn that if he wants to undo the past and save Wanda, he needs to pay a price. If he wants to save a soul, he needs to prove himself as a hero, and Gabriel asks him to save the people of the Titanic from dying. But Spawn refuses and attacks the angel, claiming that the past can't be undone, and the people needed to die. He stands by and watches a father and his son sink to the bottom of the ocean. But if he were to intervene, that's exactly what Satan wants. By changing the course of history, there's a chance he wouldn't even have met Wanda. And if he never knew her, why try and save her? The demon snaps her fingers and brings them back to the present, claiming this was a test, but now she wants to offer him something he can't refuse. Satan promises to bring Wanda back from the dead, as if nothing even happened, but in exchange, he wants Simmons to hand over the symbiote and promise to never step into hell ever again. Spawn teleports the demon back into the alleys, the same place that used to be his home. He attacks her and forces her to show her true face, a hideous creature from hell. Spawn beats the hell out of her and sends her back to hell to deliver a message. He is coming for Satan, and when he finds him, he vows to kill him. Al then attends Wanda's funeral and sees Terry and the children gathered around the casket. He visits Terry later in his home and offers his condolences, but that's not why he came. He wants to know where Wanda was going the night she died, but Terry is angry at him and accuses him of always being jealous of their marriage. Spawn knows that if they came after Wanda, they might return for her children, so he puts a protection on the entire family to keep them safe. Terry eventually says that Wanda was going to do a TV interview and tells him the name of the station. Before leaving, Spawn erases any memory of the meeting, making it as if he was never there. Meanwhile, somewhere in hell, the demon delivers the message back to Satan and says that Spawn took her ability to change form, forever leaving her in this human body. Jim Downing has resurfaced in a coma after the aftermath of the bug invasion that took over New York. News stations around the country were painting him as an imposter, claiming he never actually healed anyone and it was just a trick. Spawn visits Channel 7 and confronts the newscaster, who was a demon from hell. He tells Spawn that Wanda is being kept inside the tunnel, a place between different planes of existence, including Earth, Heaven, and Hell. Accessing the tunnel requires a specific ritual, the participation of both an angel and a demon as willing keys to unlock its entrance. Luckily for him, Mike offers to be the angel key, but the place is a maze, and they might get lost there for entire centuries. Meanwhile, in Hell, the demons are preparing an army to take on Spawn and prevent him from entering the tunnel. Spawn visits a strip club and finds the clown hiding there in his human form. Before disappearing, Downing took away his ability to shapeshift, and he was now stuck in this body forever. He agrees to help Spawn in exchange for his powers back and says the way to enter the tunnel is marked on his chest. The M shape on Spawn's chest is actually a map. Mike comes to the alleys and sits on Spawn's throne, trying to imagine how a king feels. The clown comes out of the shadows and scares him. Mike busts out his angel wings and sends the clown away, but he claims he is waiting for someone. Before they could start a confrontation, Spawn arrives and asks them to be quiet. The three of them enter the dead zone and pass into the darkness, a place of emptiness and despair. The clown follows Spawn's map on his chest and leads them in the direction of the tunnel. While Spawn scouts ahead, the angel and demon get into another argument and nearly start a fight before they are asked to behave again. The clown falls into the darkness, and Mike flies down to catch him. Meanwhile, Spawn is attacked by demons, but he quickly deals with them using God's sword. Eventually, they see a shining light, and Spawn wants to enter the tunnel alone. He tells his companions to turn back, saying he needs to do the next part alone. But before leaving, he keeps his end of the deal and gives the clown a piece of his power. Spawn enters Hell and is greeted by a horde of demons. Entire armies of Hell's soldiers summoned here to take him on. The fight wasn't going to be easy, but he promised he'd come here and kill Satan to avenge Wanda's death. At the start, there were thousands of demons, but the number decreased with each passing minute, from 3,000 to 2,000, then to 800, and so on. In the end, Spawn killed all of the demons but one. He left one alive to deliver a message to Satan, informing him that Spawn has arrived. Wanda's been running for what feels like forever, desperately trying to get away from someone chasing her. One of Satan's elites, a demon named Hellion, catches up to her, saying she doesn't get to rest, not as long as she keeps resisting them. He wants her to submit willingly, but she spits in his face. Meanwhile, Spawn continues his journey through Hell, killing waves of demons in his pursuit of Wanda. Eventually, the ground underneath him shakes uncontrollably and Satan himself emerges. He viciously attacks Spawn, but he is able to dodge most of his attacks. He knows that the devil doesn't want to kill him because doing so will kill the symbiote as well. Satan grows in size, becoming over 800 feet tall, but Spawn mocks him, saying he's afraid of him. The devil claims he was only testing him to see how strong he's become over the years and how cunning. His offer is still valid, Wanda's soul in exchange for the symbiote, his only chance to be with her forever. but Spawn rejects his offer, saying he can keep her but the costume is his. He makes a counter-offer asking the devil to hand over Wanda and leave this place, claiming he's already dead and there's nothing left to fear anymore. Spawn waited for them to be distracted and strikes Satan with a powerful energy blast, causing him to fall down. He then grabs Wanda and hides her in the costume, teleporting both of them away. They manage to escape for now, but Al is badly injured. Satan landed a devastating blow just before they jumped. Wanda respects Al for not interfering with her marriage after he came back from the dead and says he will always be her first love. The two of them make love together, hiding between the rocks of hell, but the demons slowly creep toward their location. Al changes back into Spawn and takes Wanda away, saying he has a plan to get out of hell, but he doesn't think they will both be allowed to escape. When the time comes, he wants her to be ready. But before he could finish his sentence, someone shoots them right out of the sky. Spawn was now buried under tons of rocks while Wanda was taken prisoner once again. But as always, he wasn't dead just yet and fought back, blasting the demon that was keeping his ex-wife. Satan appeared once again and squished Spawn under his immense weight while he prepared to skin him alive. In another part of hell, Hellion searched for Simmons' unborn baby, who Wanda had hidden away before the demons found her. Spawn cut his way out of Satan using God's sword, and the fight continued with no clear ending in sight. He begged Satan to take his costume if he could, and then blasted him with a powerful energy beam. Wave after wave of demons jumped at him, but he destroyed every single one of them because he wasn't just fighting for himself, he was fighting to save the love of his life. Eventually, Hellion returned with the soul of Al's unborn child and offered it to him in exchange for his costume. Spawn pointed his hand into the sky and called down a beam of green energy, claiming this was the only way. From the shining green light, God emerged, bearing a human shape, claiming that Satan had gone too far. He accused the devil of cheating, lying, and breaking their treaty. Wanda's soul was innocent and was supposed to end up in heaven, yet he took it to hell. God intended to correct that mistake and attacked him, and a battle of the gods commenced. Spawn was able to free Wanda from the clutches of the devil, but there was still one thing left to do: to take the soul of his unborn child from Hellion. The demon was no match for the mighty Spawn, and he eventually took what didn't belong to him in the first place. Wanda claimed that wasn't the soul of his unborn child. Instead, it was Al Simmons' own soul. Wanda had been protecting it in order for him to be reborn. He wanted to take her out of hell, but she said she was already dead and couldn't leave. Instead, she wanted him to save himself, become a hero, and then watch over her children to keep them safe. In the end, Al agreed to give Satan the costume, but with one condition. He wanted God to take Wanda's soul to heaven, and he wanted to walk out of hell a free man. Satan agreed, and the exchange was made. While God took Wanda to heaven, Al headed back toward the tunnel to escape this place, but Satan ordered Hellion to follow him and kill him before he exited. But Al wasn't going to give up this easily. He kept 2 pieces of the suit for himself while he made the symbiote into a bomb that detonated in Satan's face. He turned one of the pieces into a mighty sword that he buried deep into the ground, sealing off hell from earth. He kept another part of the costume for himself, but with only a mere fraction of the power it once possessed. After arriving in paradise, Wanda watched over Al to make sure he made it home alive and smiled with happiness. Spawn woke up in the alleys of New York City, naked and without his costume anymore. He wandered the streets and some kid alerted the cops, accusing him of doing something bad. 2 officers tried to arrest him, but his instincts kicked in, and he attacked them without even thinking. Sadly, he got shot in the shoulder and fell to the ground bleeding. He was taken to the hospital, and 10 hours later, Terry Fitzgerald visited him. They used to be best friends, and Al had promised him he would save Wanda, which he did. He reassured him her soul was in heaven, but Al had no idea he had been gone for 1 year. Hell had shifted time again, just like the first time he was killed. Al claimed the demons that killed Wanda were still free inside the city and might come after his family, so he wanted Terry to help him. They came to an abandoned warehouse where Wanda had kept all of his things after he died. She couldn't force herself to destroy them. Terry even helped him move into an apartment building and gave him some money to start off. A young boy named Tommy greeted him, claiming the man that used to live there was dead and was now haunting the apartment. Al had a nightmare where an entire horde of demons was invading the city, but he killed all of them dressed as Spawn. He didn't think this was just a dream, but more like a premonition. Since he came back, Al vowed to become a hero and protect the innocent from the evil that surrounded them. This also included fighting new demons like Decay, one that had the ability to rot away everything it touched. Since he couldn't rely on his costume anymore, Al decided to join a gym and train. His skills as a boxer quickly helped him make new friends at the gym, who were also vets like him. Al still had a piece of the costume, but it would take a lot of time before it grew to anything he could use. Terry told him about this new demon that was eliminating witnesses to a mob case that was going to trial. He dressed up as a ninja and followed the last witness to see if Decay would try to kill him. They eventually clashed, But Al's weapons had no effect on the demon. It was simply rotting them away. He quickly escaped and ran to the top of a nearby building, but the demon was right behind him. After a small confrontation on the rooftop, the demon got angry and jumped toward him, but Al dodged the attack, causing Decay to fall to his death. It had been 2 weeks since Al's return from hell, but so far his costume hadn't been too cooperative, and he could barely control his chains. If he was going to be a hero and fight all these demons coming at him, he was going to need help, starting with his new friend Earl, the boxer from the gym. While they were out for coffee, a man broke into Al's apartment and found a suitcase filled with cash. Al returned just in time and threatened to kill him if he ever saw him again. His costume felt something, as if it was alerting him to something dangerous happening in the city. Downtown, there was a fight going on between a woman dressed in a red costume and a villain named King Spider. King Spider was part of an organization that wanted to bring the end of the world, starting with poisoning the water supply of every major city in the country, starting with New York City. Together, they defeated the villain, but Spawn needed to be careful since his costume wasn't strong enough just yet. Her name was Ant, and she was part of a bigger group of vigilantes and wanted to recruit him as well, saying they wanted to attack a stronghold in New Mexico and they could use more people. A woman named Angela ended her shift and left the diner, but a strange man was following her. The man tried to attack her with a knife, but Spawn was watching and slammed the guy against the sidewalk. Al often came to the diner to have lunch and kind of liked her, even though she was scared senseless when seeing him as Spawn. Malcolm Dragon, a superhero from Chicago, came to New York City to help Ant take down the criminal organization from New Mexico. The leader, a man named Alzava Stone, had the ability to give criminals superpowers, and he needed to be stopped. Meanwhile, Al was fighting a group of demons led by Monstress. Ant and her friend joined the fight, but if they wanted to win, they would have to take her down. Malcolm attacked Monstress, but she gave him a kiss that transformed him into one of her mind-controlled demons. Ant was able to knock her out and free her friend from her control, alongside all the other demons who were actually just regular people. The three of them agreed to team up and head to New Mexico to stop Alzava Stone. Al decided to visit the Adolescent Treatment Center, where Cyan was being treated for her drug addiction. Terry had arranged the visit under the name Jessie Smith, and one of the nurses took him to her room. She asked him to turn off the lights, and they spent the next 20 minutes sitting in silence. She asked him if he loved her mother, and he admitted he did. Ever since her mother died, she had started using drugs and even hurt herself to deal with the depression. She dropped her teddy bear on the ground, but when Al reached to grab it, she went into a frenzy. She screamed like crazy and behaved almost like a wild animal, forcing the nurses to step in and sedate her. Al went after some drug dealers and broke into their hideout, knocking out 2 guards. He only wanted the name of their boss, but he was forced to kill one of them and then took his phone with contacts to other sellers. We found out that Cyan had drugs in her system, something called oxycodone, and her father was the one giving it to her. Spawn went on a killing spree looking for the people responsible for Cyan's drug addiction. But since he wasn't at full strength anymore, he got injured and realized he couldn't do this alone. The costume was just a shell of what it used to be, barely tougher than his own human skin. He enlisted the help of his friend Earl, who agreed to help because he needed the money to take care of his sick mother. Spawn followed the trail of drugs and ended up at the port, where most of the merchandise entered the city. A group of thugs was loading drugs into trucks, preparing to have them delivered to poor neighborhoods and into the hands of children. He started shooting up the place from the roof of another building, and the criminals retreated back inside the warehouse. Earl arrived driving a van and parked it in front of the warehouse, following Al's instructions. He then asked him to run as fast as possible because he was going to blow it up, detonating a large quantity of explosives from inside. Terry was arrested on suspicion of being involved with the recent killings of drug dealers all across the city. Al asked Earl if he wanted to continue working for him, but warned him that it was going to get a lot more dangerous. Earl refused his offer, saying he almost lost his life because of him and didn't want to do it again. Al gave him a bag full of money as payment for the van he destroyed. Earl still declined his offer but eventually accepted the money because he needed to take care of his mother. A man in a dark suit named Shade was finalizing a deal to acquire Mr. Maitland's company and made him a generous offer. However, the deal fell flat after Maitland found out the only reason they wanted to buy his company was to send a message to Matthew Ramos, aka Blood. Earl decided to do some investigation of his own and followed Al as he went on another mission. Spawn took out an entire floor of drug dealers and destroyed the merchandise, but a small boy pointed a gun at him and shot him. He dodged the bullet but fell through the window and hit the ground hard. Luckily, Earl was there and dragged him back to his home. Al said he was doing this to stop drugs from ending up in the hands of children but didn't like being followed. Earl eventually agreed to help him, but said he wasn't wearing a black costume. Al visited Cyan again, and she asked him to turn off the lights because it was easier to see him. She touched his face, but when he opened his eyes, a beam of green energy leaked out, and both of them were teleported somewhere else. The medical staff was immediately alerted that the girl and her visitor were both missing. They tried calling Terry, but he didn't answer because he was being interrogated by the police. The beam of green energy teleported them back to Al's apartment in the darkness. They both accused each other of doing it, but neither of them knew how they got there. Al wanted to go back, but his costume attacked him out of nowhere and caused him immense pain. Meanwhile, Shade informed his boss, the Soul Crusher, that Mr. Maitland refused to sell his company. The strange man was unaccustomed to not having his way, so he intended to pay Maitland a personal visit. The chains eventually released Al, and he recovered from his injuries. He thought Cyan had something to do with it and pulled the drapes up, trying to make the room a little brighter. The sharp light caused Cyan to panic, and she started screaming, so Al dragged her back into the dark. He quickly realized she didn't like the sun but had no problem with artificial light. Meanwhile, her dad was being interrogated by the FBI about the death of the drug dealers, and was also being accused of buying drugs to give his daughter. The officer also questioned him about Al, who had been seen alive in recent days, despite being declared dead for years. Al made a trip to Scandinavia to get Cog's advice on what to do with Cyan. He quickly realized just how powerful she really was, and needed to keep her in the light to prevent the demons that were stuck on Earth from finding her. While this was going on, a SWAT team is getting ready to raid Al's apartment. Cog tells Al that everyone who was stuck on Earth, be it angels or demons, is now coming after Cyan, thinking that she's the key to unlocking the dead zones. Unbeknownst to the two men, a SWAT team was raiding the apartment building trying to find their room. When they finally find them, Cog uses his powers to protect Cyan while Al deals with them. He wraps himself in chains to protect his body from bullets and attacks them. Eventually, they are overrun as more SWAT teams arrive, so Al takes Cyan and jumps to the next building, but a helicopter fires towards them using machine guns. He is able to keep Cyan safe and take down the helicopter as well. Out of nowhere, she begins convulsing, and a beam of green energy lights up the sky once again, this time teleporting them back to Terry's home. Al goes down to find some medicine, but is overwhelmed with pictures of Wanda and her children. What he didn't know is that another SWAT team was right outside the home, and they rush inside using smoke grenades. The officers quickly surround Al, but they find out things aren't what they seem. 3 more versions of Al appear out of nowhere, confusing the officers. He quickly deals with them and runs outside, but only one of them is the real him. In the back, Cyan waits for him and uses her new powers to cloak them invisible. Terry was being kept prisoner, but he refused to tell them anything about the drug lords in Simmons. The man pulling the strings is Commander Scarelli, who is confident that in the next 2 days Terry is going to break. After finishing work, the commander returns home where his 2 children are happy to see him. Ever since his divorce last year, they've been his pride and joy. Spawn visits him in the middle of the night and threatens to kill him and his children if he doesn't release Terry. After some beatings, Scarelli gives the order to release Terry from custody. Meanwhile, the Soul Crusher visits the home of Mr. Matlin and sends a deadly message to him by gassing his son and the dog. The police arrive and find the son and his dog wearing gas masks, but when they remove them, the flesh on their faces was nearly melted. Detectives Twitch and Burke are assigned to the case and find out that the father is a big-shot investor for some biochemical company. Cyan brings Spawn to the alleys of New York City, where they talk about Wanda and her new powers, which she didn't even know she had until a few days ago. A dark figure approaches, but it was Earl who brought Terry to be reunited with his daughter. The Soul Crusher returns to his hideout, somewhere in the labyrinth of sewers underneath the city, and is greeted by Shade, who brings his wheelchair. The old man is positive that Mr. Matlin got the message and will be more cooperative in the future. After committing the murder, he walked back into the city, but so far the only evidence they have is the World War I vintage gas mask left behind. Spawn comes clean and decides to tell Earl the truth about the costume and him being Spawn. Later, Spawn kills a low-life criminal who was abusing his wife, but things are not what they seem. Both of them are demons, and he warns them to leave Cyan alone or he's going to kill all of them. The Soul Crusher visits one of the nurses from the hospital where Cyan was staying and demands to know where she is, claiming she might be in danger. He didn't hesitate and killed the nurse, saying he wants the person that kidnapped Cyan and her sacrifice will be rewarded. The detectives follow up on their only clue so far, the gas mask, and question an antique dealer about the masks. It turns out those kinds of masks are rare and very expensive. The person doing this must be rich. While Sam stops to buy some donuts, Al talks to Twitch and asks for his help. He wants to send Cyan to Japan and wonders if he has any connections there that can keep her safe. Terry wants to send his children to school, including Cyan, but Al thinks it's too soon and might be a bad idea. He was right because, on the way to school, the Soul Crusher blows up her bus and kidnaps her, demanding to know where Spawn was. Luckily, he was right behind them, and the confrontation begins. The old man was augmented by the suit, and he was faster and stronger than Spawn anticipated. He unleashes a toxic gas that burns the skin in a matter of seconds and then tries to run away. But Spawn's chains follow him and attack him, causing the ground to collapse and allowing the Soul Crusher to escape into the sewers. Spawn doesn't chase him down but instead helps the other children because some of them were still stuck under the bus. Spawn visits Twitch once again and asks him for help in keeping Cyan safe in Japan. He understands and thinks he might know someone over there who can help. Next, he tells Terry his plan about moving his daughter to another country, but he isn't thrilled about the idea. Terry blames him for disappearing all these years and leaving his family defenseless against the forces of hell. Twitch calls his contact in Japan, a man in a black suit wearing dark glasses, who agrees to help him. Al has another nightmare involving Wanda. This time she was burning alive, and he wakes up screaming her name. Cyan was watching him sleep, but something was wrong. Some foreign entity took control of her body and talked to him, saying there are dark forces coming. The entity's name is Misery, and there are others like it who want to help, claiming that Spawn won't be able to fight the battles alone. She then touches Al's forehead, which restores his powers completely. His source of power has always been inside him. It was never about the costume. Al is Spawn, and not the other way around. The next day, Terry takes his daughter to Japan, and she couldn't help but feel impressed with the view from above. Cyan settled in with the host family and quickly became friends with their daughter Yoko. But ever since she came to Japan, she's been seeing a ghost following her around and showing her horrible things. Inside a pet shop in another part of the city, people are being held captive in cages, while their kidnappers mock them. Cyan is taken to the doctor by her host family, but there didn't seem to be anything physically wrong with her. The doctor thinks it might be stress-related. Spawn comes to check up on her and sees the ghost sitting outside the house, but only he can see it. Cyan was happy to see him and couldn't wait to catch up. Back at the pet shop, some of the prisoners are loaded inside a truck, but one girl drops her ring on the ground. Their captors were demons, and these prisoners were used as human bombs, setting them free and detonating to kill specific targets. Spawn follows the lonely ghost that's been stalking Cyan, and she leads him straight to the pet shop. But when he goes inside, one of the other prisoners jumps towards him and explodes, destroying the entire building. Spawn survived the explosion, but the entire place was destroyed, erasing any evidence left behind. He sees the ring dropped by the young woman earlier, but before he could get to it, a crow flies down and steals it. He follows the bird and traps it using his chains, but a swarm of crows attacks him out of nowhere. A mysterious man in a red suit named Shizumu tells the young woman to wait for him because he needs to go somewhere. He was controlling her mind with some kind of magic, and this entire club was a cesspool for human trafficking. The man visits a rival mobster and forces him to kill his entire crew, while he watches with a smile on his face. Spawn is able to recover the ring from the flock of birds and finds a connection to the woman who was being held captive. A top-secret meeting was taking place between Japanese crime bosses, but some of these people are fallen angels. Spawn breaks inside the building and finds the girl in one of the rooms. Guards are quickly alerted to his location, but he quickly deals with them. Shizumu eventually returns and confronts Spawn, taking control of his mind and turning the costume against him. Al was trying to control the costume, telling it what to do, but it wasn't behaving the way he wanted, so instead he stops telling it what to do and lets the symbiote do its own thing. The costume wasn't affected by Shizumu's mind control, and it attacked him. Luckily for him, the flock of crows comes flying in. It was one of his crew who could transform into crows. She is able to slow down Spawn long enough to save Shizumu. Spawn interrogates one of the other crime bosses and finds out that Shizumu and his crew got some cool powers a couple of months ago, and they work for a man named Okumatsu, aka Mr. O. Spawn kills his way inside the building where Mr. O was hiding, but he is invited to join him for dinner. Okumatsu is a fallen angel, and just like the demons from hell, he was stuck on Earth when Al closed off the dead zone. He decided to put his talents to good use and be productive, making a special serum and giving criminals special powers. On his way out, Mr. O gets inside the car and thinks that the Hellspawn is going to cause trouble, and he was right. Spawn attacks and kills him in his car as he was getting ready to leave, but the whole thing was witnessed by Cyan, who was nearby and saw everything. She had no idea and also doesn't understand how he is unable to keep her safe, even with all that power. She just wants to have a normal life and not be looking over her shoulder the entire time. But their conversation is interrupted by a flock of birds. The woman from before and others like her attack them out of nowhere, and Spawn is barely able to keep Cyan safe. The crow lady gets close enough to stab Cyan, but she uses her powers and teleports somewhere else. Sadly, she teleported underwater in the middle of the ocean. Before she passes out, she teleports again, this time arriving in the Sahara Desert. She focuses one more time, thinking about her host family, and this time she is able to teleport straight home, but something was wrong. Even though the odds were stacked against him, Spawn is able to overpower the Crow Lady, and she is forced to run away. But before she can get away, he catches her with one of his chains. Spawn pins the Crow Lady to the ground, and she threatens him, saying there will be more coming for him, but he welcomes it. He eventually lets her free, and she flies away into the darkness. Meanwhile, Cyan's host family were all frozen in time as Shizumu was mind controlling them. The entire scene was watched by the female ghost who was haunting Cyan before. The crime boss orders his men to kill the parents and even the little kid, but something began to change in her. Even though she couldn't move, she was able to turn every negative emotion against her attackers, becoming a black mirror. For once, they knew exactly how it felt to be one of their own victims, and it was killing them. Shizumu grabbed Yoko, the last family member left alive, and ran away. Cyan was taken to the hospital where Al came to check on her. He realized that coming here was a big mistake and wants to send her home on the next plane. But just before takeoff, she snuck out and decided to stay behind, determined to find Yoko and the people who took her. She became friends with the ghost that was stalking her, who, even though unable to speak, showed her where to find her friend. Meanwhile, Spawn went on a rampage and left no survivors, and even found Shizumu and sliced off his head. Cyan eventually finds the building where they were keeping Yoko, but she is attacked by the Crow Woman and a man who devours souls, who devours the ghost that became her friend. Cyan was taken by a man named Tamura, who was involved in a sadistic experiment with a creature that secretes a liquid drug that can be used to control human behavior. The liquid can only be produced if the creature devours young innocent children, which is what made each vial of the drug so valuable. Cyan was strapped to a chair and waiting for the same thing to be done to her when a young boy appeared out of the ground. He was one of the victims that had been killed there, and only his ghost remained. He was able to speak and keep her company while Spawn made his way toward the compound. He was shot out of the air and fell to the ground, where he was surrounded by demons on all sides. The demons rushed toward him, detonating on impact and hurting him greatly. The Crow Lady also came to settle the score, using a special gun to scare the Hellspawn away. She followed him and ran into Cyan as well and decided to slice her throat. But it wasn't actually her. Spawn had disguised Tamura to look like her, and she had just killed one of her own. Cyan finally found Yoko, but she was killed as well, and only her ghost remained. She talked to her and vowed to avenge her. Spawn went deeper into the compound and was confronted by the person in charge, a demon wearing red clothing and chains wrapped around his waist. Suddenly, the creature grew in size several times over, becoming as tall as a 10-story building. Only Satan was capable of doing this, but that was in hell. How was this demon able to do this? Ever since Cyan enhanced his powers, Spawn had been able to do things he couldn't do before, including willing himself into a hellish living spear. He then flew toward the creature at full speed and impaled it right in the abdomen. But the demon was not dead and got up eventually, shooting a blast of energy towards Spawn that hit one of the buildings and freed Cyan from her prison. Yoko helped her escape and she quickly dealt with a bunch of demons in the hallway. Cyan found the creature that had devoured the countless innocent children, including her friend Yoko. She was overwhelmed and went inside a room filled with valuable green drug. She wanted to numb her pain away and injected herself, but the liquid immediately began to affect her nervous system, increasing her powers tenfold. She then went outside to help Spawn and turned the monster's thoughts on himself, causing him to experience the pain of all the countless souls he had killed. This caused him to turn on himself and break apart his own skull, killing himself. After he was defeated, Cyan powered up and destroyed the entire facility, freeing the souls of those still there, including Yoko. Al and Cyan flew back to New York City, and he wanted to talk about her powers, but she wasn't in the mood to be lectured. Eventually, she listened, and Al wanted to figure out why she talked like someone else when she used her powers. Cogliostro warned him to do a better job at protecting her because if they were able to find her in Japan, they were going to find her here as well, and they'd do anything to take her powers. Spawn returned home and began his search for a demon to help him execute the next part of his plan. He kidnapped a famous rapper named Bonds Chilling, who was actually a demon in disguise. The media had gone wild after his disappearance, and Spawn wanted to use this to his advantage. He explained his plan to him, and Bonds agreed to help. Afterward, they teleported back to Times Square in New York City in broad daylight. The rapper's sudden reappearance became viral news, thanks to bystanders using their phones to spread the images globally. Spawn grabbed one of the officers and whispered something in his ear, then disappeared back into thin air. The next couple of days were hectic. Every media publication in the country reported on the kidnapping, but nobody knew who Spawn was or where he was hiding. He decided to put into motion the second part of his plan and appeared back in Times Square, but he didn't want to fight and he immediately surrendered. One of the officers tried to remove his mask, but it wasn't coming off, as if it were glued to his face. He was taken into custody and interrogated by the FBI, but one of the officers lost his temper and wanted to stab him. Spawn took the knife and stabbed himself, telling the officer to push it nice and deep if he wanted to kill him. A swarm of officers rushed inside the room and beat the crap out of him, leaving him for dead on the floor. Even the president got involved and wanted answers, but the CIA didn't have a clue about who he was, and now he was dead. Spawn's body was taken to the morgue and the doctors confirmed that he didn't have any pulse. X-rays and other machines weren't working around him, so they began the autopsy. The team of doctors tried to break off his mask using a saw, but the machine broke when it touched his skin. They couldn't explain how any of this was possible when, out of nowhere, Spawn woke up gasping for air. But as soon as he got up, he fell to the ground unconscious once again, leaving the doctors in shock. Next, they took him into solitary confinement, hoping to break his spirit, but Spawn wasn't even in the mood for eating. Over the next few days, the CIA tortured him, trying to get him to talk and answer questions about his identity, but nothing would break him. A lawyer was assigned to defend him, but he was instructed by the CIA to report anything he found out back to them. After everything else failed, Spawn was taken to a maximum security prison, where the warden took a turn at trying to break him. They stripped away his clothes and assigned him to Compound 8, one of the toughest sections of the prison, where only the most ruthless criminals resided. He is quickly surrounded by a bunch of inmates, all looking to take a turn at the fresh meat, but one of the toughest prisoners steps in, claiming that Spawn belongs to him. They take him to the washing room where he wants to violate him, but Spawn grabs him by the throat and slams him against the machines. He then transforms and threatens Jerome, the prison bitch, who was actually a demon in disguise. During the night, Spawn attacks the man who wanted to violate him, making it look like an accident. In the morning, he tells Jerome his entire plan, saying he wanted to end up in prison and offer himself as bait, trying to lure the demons out there to come after him. Jerome gives him a name, a demon named Gideon, in exchange for protection against the hell demons. The federal agent that brought Spawn to prison comes and takes him to another part of the prison where he plans to torture him, a place filled with halves of former prisoners. He then shows him an old friend, someone he hadn't seen in a long time, the android Overkill. The guards hand him right in front of his former enemy and begin torturing him. They break his fingers, hit him in the face with hammers, and even try to cut his flesh. The federal agent leaves, leaving 2 guards to do his dirty work for him. After 20 minutes of intense pain and despair, there is a loud explosion, and the alarms go off. When the other guards arrive, Spawn was missing, and he had hanged the 2 guards in his place. Spawn escaped the prison and went to visit Mark Rose, the reporter friend of Jim Downing. He wants him to ask the prison if Spawn is still a prisoner there because they would be forced to lie and cover up his escape. 2 demons are already informed of his escape, but are unsure who alerted the media already. They are the ones who killed Wanda and are worried that Spawn might be coming for them. Spawn breaks inside the federal agent's home during the night and tortures him. After nearly 30 minutes, he gets every piece of information he could have gotten out of him, and then leaves his crows to eat his flesh. Spawn promptly returns to the prison and hangs himself in chains, but what the guards fail to notice is that Overkill is now missing. The guards are unsure what to do next and just point their guns toward him, thinking he's some kind of zombie. Suddenly, someone sounds the alarm, calling all the guards to come to Sector 9 because something big was going on there. Taking advantage of the fact that most of the guards were grouped in one section of the prison, the inmates decide to riot. Most of them are here for life, so what else do they have to lose? Meanwhile, in the basement, Al changes into Spawn and goes on a rampage on the guards below him. He wanted to send a clear message and force everyone to fear his wrath. The prisoners cause a massive riot that quickly turns into a war zone, and many of them are able to escape the prison and go into the city. The cells were now mostly empty, and only Spawn is left alone, walking the doorways. He is looking for someone, a man that Jerome told him about. He finds Cirelli sitting quietly in his cell, and he apologizes for cutting his tongue, but he refused to talk to him earlier. Cirelli gives him a name, a man named Gideon from Albany, but the prisoners were not the only ones who managed to escape the prison. Overkill, who had been dead for nearly a decade, was now free. The android goes on a rampage, destroying everything in its path, trying to find someone, and eventually finds the person inside his limousine. Spawn finally understood that he could never fight his war alone, and he's going to need an army. Everything he did for the past few months had been planned meticulously. He gathered weapons, built his own laboratory where he constructed the bottom half of Overkill, and even let himself get captured by the police. He kidnapped an angel and brought him to his hideout, telling him his plan, and that he's going to kill anyone that's coming for him, demons or angels alike. He then visits Mark because his costume sensed something demonic coming from him, but it wasn't him. It was his girlfriend Susan. He grabs her head and kills her in front of Mark, who calls him out of his mind. Spawn tells him the truth, that she was a demon in disguise, and to get ready, because the next time they see each other, he's going to ask for a favor. Spawn then visits the president, Donald Trump, who was giving an interview in the Oval Office. But the president and his guards aren't who they say they are. They were also angels in disguise. He breaks one of their wings, demanding to know who killed his wife. He then teleports the two reporters who were videotaping the entire thing and asks them to release the footage to the world, claiming he wants to expose who the real enemy is. Spawn reveals his next part of the plan and his personal army that consists of Sigor, Overt Kill, the Curse, and even the Freak. He brings Mark to his hideout and shows him his personal army. At this point, he was the only human in the room. Meanwhile, the clown has a secret meeting with one of his fellow demons, who brings him a mysterious skull. Spawn sends each of his Frankenstein soldiers into the world to do his work. Freak visits an Indian hacker and asks him to get the bank codes to some big accounts from powerful people. The Curse is sent to Ireland to interrogate a priest and collect information about his partners. Sigor and Overt Kill are sent into the jungles of Papua New Guinea to destroy a telecommunications tower. Meanwhile, Spawn sneaks inside a secret data center filled with thousands of servers and downloads information about every financial transaction between all the shadow players he now hunts. He hands over the documents to Mark and asks him to write an article that will expose thousands of CEOs, politicians, and world leaders who are conspiring against humanity. Next, he goes back into the alleys and sits on the throne and waits for the clown. The fat guy shows up and plants the mysterious skull in his face, which instantly drains his powers. Now in a weakened state, the clown stabs him using a crowbar and then leaves him to die on the ground. But Spawn isn't dead, and he wakes up several hours later, claiming the clown took the bait. Meanwhile, Mark is working as quickly as he can on putting the evidence together that will hopefully expose mankind to the real enemy around them. Mark spent 7 hours at the library, doing research about forgotten facts from the dawn of man's early recorded writings. Spawn asked him to make a report and to avoid using the internet because he might leave a digital trail behind for them to follow. He takes him back to his house and reveals the origin of the first Spawn. During the first Armageddon, there were two great commanders, one black and the other white. Eventually, they were killed, and Satan took their skulls and impaled them in hell for all to see, to show that he was above them all. Later, they created a new creature to serve them, one fused from both heaven and hell's fury. This was the very first Spawn. They shattered the two skulls and merged them together, the power of the white demons and the black angel, into something that would last forever. But the other day when the clown attacked him, he used a piece of this skull which drained his powers. It acted almost like kryptonite to him, making him weaker. Spawn shows Mark a little girl he was keeping prisoner in the basement, but it was actually a demon in disguise. After getting the information he needed, he lets Sigor attack the demon and kill it, leaving Mark in shock. Spawn explains that ever since he came back, his powers have changed, and he is able to bring the dead back to life simply by touching them. Once they are resurrected, they become loyal to him, and he is able to use them to his advantage. But he thinks this is a curse and he wants to break it. In order to do this, he wants to see Jim Downing. Mark visits media publications and shows them pictures from inside the White House, proving that Spawn met the president when he was supposed to be in prison. Those images quickly become viral, proving that the president is lying to his people. Spawn confronts Blood for the first time, demanding to know everything he knows about Downing. Blood was reluctant at first, but after a small beating, he was much more cooperative. Spawn is determined to break his curse and visits Downing in the hospital. He disconnects him from the machines that were keeping him alive and then shines a bright light of energy into his body. Spawn's plan is having an impact on the global markets. Fueled by a lack of trust in the government, companies owned by demons and angels alike were beginning to bleed a lot of money. A demon from hell asks for help from the angel Gabrielle, but she thinks the hell spawn is their mess and doesn't want to get involved just yet. The people were outraged and protested outside the White House when, out of nowhere, there was a large explosion. Spawn rushed to see what happened and met a godsend, one of heaven's warriors. The godsend creates a bubble around them to shield them from the public eye and asks Spawn for help. He wants them to join forces and attack hell together, saying that afterward, he's going to have just one enemy and not two. Spawn declines, and the two of them begin to fight. But the godsend was matching his blows and even had a costume similar to his. Eventually, Spawn shows him the true extent of his powers and ends the fight quickly, even though the godsend claimed there are hundreds more just like him. After the dome disappears, Spawn changes back into Al Simmons so the people could see, and he says he's here to save their souls. Everyone gathers around him, taking pictures and videos, asking if he's American and where he comes from. Spawn warns them not to trust the government and the people in charge, saying his name is Colonel Al Simmons. Police show up and want to arrest him, signaling that it's time for him to disappear once again. His dramatic appearance goes viral. Every media publication and social media site was writing about him. Later in the day, he goes back to the alleys and sits on the throne, and as always, the clown shows up. Spawn claims the clown is obsessed with him. He knows that just coming here will draw him out of hiding. The two of them begin a brutal fight, and Spawn changes form as well, transforming himself into a demon. They were trading blows until the clown decides to teleport both of them into the desert. Without shadows, Spawn's powers begin to drain rapidly, and the clown stabs him from behind. He had planned this entire thing and manages to crucify Spawn to a cross in the desert, where he leaves him to die. The clown mocks him, claiming he helped create him in the first place, and Malebolgia just took the credit. This is why he was sent to keep an eye on him, because only he was capable of destroying him if something were to go wrong. Meanwhile, in New York City, Cogliostro visits Mark and hands him a file that contains all the military information about Al Simmons. The clown continues to torture Spawn and stabs him using a dagger, spilling his green blood everywhere, but Spawn isn't completely helpless. By using the shadow from the cross and the clown's own shadow, he's able to summon his pets to come help him. He then frees himself from the cross and pins the clown to the ground, saying he knows how to kill him. He rips his two horns and stabs him in the chest with them and then rips his head right off, decapitating the clown. Spawn takes his pets and leaves the desert, leaving the clown's head impaled on a stick for everyone to see. Somewhere in a hidden corner of Earth, the Redeemer was watching everything and claims he needs every available warrior to stop Spawn. A meeting was taking place between the Redeemer and other forces of heaven. He wants to face Spawn head-on, claiming they need to stop him before he gets too strong, but that's already too late. They recall Al Simmons' life and every event that led them to this point, how he was a trained killer working for the army, and how he ended up in hell after his boss had him killed. Malebolgia, the Violator, demons, and angels all had a small part in making Spawn what he is today. Cogliostro agrees they need to stop him together, and even though he isn't confident in them winning, he only cares about his own survival. Cogliostro continues to compliment Spawn, saying that neither heaven nor hell can kill him at this point. He's just too strong. His transformation grew steadily over the years, and not even he could notice just how strong he was growing. Everyone that came after him thought they knew how to beat him, but they were merely building him into a killing machine. They were strengthening him. When he killed himself, he chose Jim Downing as his successor, but that wasn't by accident. Downing was one of the souls that inhabited Spawn's body when he was resurrected, and he was also the first Spawn that never died. By killing his wife, they only made things worse and took away the only leverage they ever had on him. Now he has nothing left to lose and doesn't care if he dies anymore. All he wants is revenge. But the Redeemer is still confident they can take him, because unlike hell, heaven's warriors are not cowards. Al Simmons uses a secure location to give a series of interviews to the media. Mark was the one helping him transmit the signal, but he needs to get back because he has a day job. He goes back to work, but falls asleep, dead tired after working all night with Simmons. On his way out, he is stopped by two FBI agents who arrest him and take him to an interrogation room. They wanted to know what happened to his girlfriend, Susan, who's been missing for the past 2 months. They found her blood on his carpet inside the home and accuse him of killing her. The two detectives quickly reveal they aren't human and threaten him. But luckily, Spawn comes to his rescue and exposes the imposters. They are actually the Redeemer and another angel, trying to find out where Spawn was hiding. Meanwhile, Nyx talks to her friend Jessica and warns her that everyone who's ever come in contact with Spawn has died. This makes both of them potential targets because they've been in contact with him plenty of times. Spawn deals with the two warriors and teleports Mark to his home, but when they arrive, they are greeted by more demons and must begin a fight to the death. It started with angel warriors, then hell joined the fight, making Spawn's odds of winning that much lower. Two angels want to kill Mark, saying he doesn't serve a purpose anymore, but Spawn pushes him into the shadows and teleports him to the safe house. The fights are brutal and he tries catching his breath, then grabs the Redeemer and takes him into the shadows. The Godsend follows them, but Spawn had already teleported to another place. Drastic plunges in international stock markets, sudden deaths, and disappearances of more than a dozen high-ranking global executives for some of the biggest corporations were all linked to Spawn. Nyx asked Cogliostro for help, and he came to talk. Random acts of violence have been happening all over the world, but the media is downplaying the severity of it. Spawn confronts a demon newscaster, demanding to know who killed his wife. The demon tells him to start looking in Albania. But after Spawn leaves, another bigger demon shows up, complimenting the newscaster for pointing the Hellspawn in the right direction. Mark accuses Spawn of disrupting the international markets and causing harm to millions of people around the world. But Spawn doesn't care, saying he hasn't been normal for a long time. Somewhere in Nebraska, the Johnston clan was having their annual barbecue, where every member of the family was invited to eat some delicious food and have a good time. Later, however, someone attacks the people in the house, brutally killing them. It was a little girl, one of the youngest members of the family, who had completely lost control and killed everyone with a knife. News stations were reporting the same thing, that random acts of violence have been happening all around the world and nobody knew why. Spawn shows Mark his true form. Ever since he came back from the dead, he hasn't been human, and this grotesque form is what was left of him. He goes to Albania, following the tip he got from the newscaster, and finds a secret base where they are mass-producing toxic chemicals responsible for the random acts of violence around the world. He is confronted by a demon who turns on artificial light that weakens Spawn's powers, and he falls to his knees. The demon reveals his true face, looking very similar to the clown and even bearing the same mark on his face. He was working together with the forces of heaven, and Godsend wanted to finish him off. The clown whispers in Spawn's ear that he is the one who murdered Wanda, but that's everything he wanted to hear. Spawn stabs the clown in the chest and rips out his heart, but the demon didn't need a heart and revealed who he really was. He was the Violator himself, someone who survived and managed to transform his appearance to look bigger and stronger. He lifts Spawn over his head, slams him on the ground, and then stabs him in the head using his horns. The Godsend also stabs him using an angelic dagger, pushing him against the barrels of toxic chemicals. Thinking that he is dead, the Violator cuts away his costume, leaving nothing but Al Simmons' deformed body behind. But Al wasn't dead. After they leave the compound, he detonates his body, causing a massive explosion and destroying all the supplies of toxic chemicals. From the burning rubble, Al Simmons emerges unharmed once again. It wasn't the symbiote that gave him powers that made him what he is. It didn't make him Spawn because Al Simmons is Spawn. 3 hours earlier, after Spawn dragged the Redeemer into the shadows, they began to fight. But Spawn wanted him to reconsider and abandon God. He claimed God was lying only to get what he wants and is no better than Satan. He called him by his human name, Eddie Frank, whom Spawn met a long time ago when he was just a kid. He implanted a hell seed inside him and wanted the Redeemer to join him, which he ultimately did. The Redeemer abandoned God and joined Spawn in his quest to cleanse the earth of hell and heaven, becoming the Reaper. Meanwhile, a secluded hospice recently received a new patient, Jim Downing, who for 8 months had been in a coma. The Shadow Forces sent 2 of their agents to find him and kill him, but Spawn anticipated this and sent out his blood squad to keep him safe. His crew confronted the 2 Shadow agents and brutally killed them, leaving nothing but carnage behind. At the same time, Jim Downing woke up from his coma with his eyes glowing green. Jessica Priest came to check on her best friend Nyx after she claimed she had valuable information on the Shadow players. But she was too late. Nyx was already killed, and her dead body lay cold on the ground. Jessica found an ancient amulet and wanted to perform a resurrection. Uttering words from a short spell, the ground began to shake and the room was engulfed in a green shroud, while Jessica was overwhelmed with images of Spawn's entire life, including his enemies. When the spell was over, Jessica was bathed in necroplasm and transformed into She-Spawn, a female version of Spawn. Spawn collected pieces from his broken costume and confidently claimed his enemy's time on Earth was over. The clown summoned a battalion of demons from hell, but Spawn summoned a battalion of undead from the ground, calling them to do his bidding. The clown didn't understand how he could be this powerful, especially since he was holding the costume in his hands. But Spawn claimed the costume was nothing more than a bomb, and then counted down from 3. A powerful explosion shook the entire place, causing a massive discharge of energy that could be seen even from space. His enemies were both killed in the blast, but his powers were drained completely, and the meter stood at 0. At the same moment, around the globe, a spark was triggered and a new breed of Hellspawn was born. The army surrounded the entire blast zone and created a cover story for the explosion. But Al Simmons gave many interviews afterward and asked the people to hold their leaders accountable and not believe everything they were told. The next few weeks continued with business as usual. He went around the country brutally murdering demons in his pursuit to eliminate them completely from Earth. But the blast and the depletion of his powers took its toll on him, and he wasn't at full strength. His costume reverted to a previous form and wasn't any match for a new villain, who claimed there were bigger forces at play than even heaven and hell. While he waited for his powers to grow again, Spawn stole a bunch of weapons and resorted to his soldier training. A man created a device that could detect paranormal activity, including demons, and he went looking for his brother who went missing a couple of years back. He ran into Overkill and the Freak, who escaped from Spawn's basement and went on a demon-killing spree. The Freak was actually this guy's brother, but he was completely crazy and didn't remember much of his previous life. He gutted his brother with a dagger and left him to bleed to death. Meanwhile, an Asian man remembered how his family always talked about their heritage, saying they were a special people and that someday they would be compelled to answer a calling. He always thought those were nothing more than stories, so he turned his back on his family and lived his life. But for the past 2 years, the man was hearing voices telling him to prepare for a darkness, so he took his sword and performed seppuku. After laying on the ground unconscious for a few moments, a darkness covered his entire body, transforming him into a samurai hellspawn. Spawn is in pursuit of eradicating the evil that spreads around mankind, and he doesn't care if it's demons or angels. If they attempt to impose their will on another living soul, they become his target. His recent activities, however, have gained him the title of vigilante. He infiltrates an abandoned warehouse where demons disguised as people were running a human trafficking ring. However, they are not afraid of him. They know his powers aren't what they used to be, and he was even carrying guns. But his enemies would easily forget that Al Simmons was a trained assassin, and he didn't need his powers to take them out. He quickly deals with the bodyguards, using his guns and grenades to eliminate them. He then transports the prisoners, including many children, to Central Park, where they can't be hurt anymore. The ring boss transforms into a hideous demon and attacks Spawn from behind, but someone shoots him from behind. Jessica Priest, a friend of Nick's, came to help him, but he doesn't know whether to trust her or not. She eventually calms him down, saying she didn't come to fight him, and shows him her glowing green eyes. Apparently, Nyx was doing some research into the shadow players that were after Spawn and found something, but they got to her and killed her before she could deliver the message. Now all that remains is her phone, which was encrypted. Al brings Jessica back to his hideout and introduces her to Mark, who panics a little. She then transforms into a hellspawn herself, claiming that when Spawn created that huge explosion, a piece of the necroplasm bonded with her. Mark is able to decrypt the phone and realizes that Nyx was able to detect 12 necroplasm energy signs all around the world. A long time ago, Al planted pieces of his symbiote in 5 different people just in case he ever died, but he can't explain why the map shows 12 people. Meanwhile, in the Vatican, 2 agents are heading to the basement to see a prisoner that was being kept in one of the cells. Inside the prison cell, there was a giant-sized medieval hellspawn contained under artificial sunlight to weaken his powers. Eventually, we find out the truth. The person who killed Nyx was actually Cogliostro, who wanted to bury the secrets that she was able to uncover about the shadow players. Somewhere near the border with Canada, Eddie Frank, aka the Redeemer, was now in his human form and trying to hide from the shadow forces. But 2 agents were right on his trail. They accuse him of being a traitor for rejecting his role as the Redeemer any longer and start firing toward him. Innocent bystanders get killed in the wave of bullets, but they didn't care. Human life didn't matter to these people. Spawn is sorry that Nyx was killed. The only reason he planted the Hellspawn seed in her was because he wanted someone to replace him if he ever died. But when Jessica attempted to resurrect her, she received those powers and became She-Spawn. Spawn realizes that one of the energy signals on the map must be coming from Eddie Frank, and he was probably being chased by someone. He and Jessica gear up, determined to go help him. Meanwhile, the Vatican sent their medieval Spawn to go after Eddie as well, asking him to prove if he's really one of them. Mark receives another alert on his computer. This time it was some video footage from the hospice where Jim Downing was staying, proving that he was now out of a coma. Medieval Spawn corners Eddie and pins him against the wall, threatening to end his life with his giant sword. But it doesn't take long for Spawn and She-Spawn to arrive to his rescue. Jessica takes out one of the agents that was actually an angel in disguise, while Al takes on the medieval Spawn. The fight is brutal, but Spawn holds his own, trading blow for blow with a bigger and stronger version of himself. He takes him into the forest nearby, using the shadows, where the fight continues. Meanwhile, the second angel attacks Jessica and overpowers her. But Eddie decides to join the fight and transforms into the Reaper. He easily takes out the angel with just one blast of energy. Spawn takes his opponent's sword and decapitates him, breaking a sacred creed that has stood since the creation of darkness itself. Spawns do not kill spawns. They all teleport back to the hideout, but they brought the medieval Spawn as well, claiming they want to study him and find out why he turned on them. Spawn holds the severed head in his hands, but something begins to happen and he is engulfed in an orange liquid. Suddenly, he is pulled into complete darkness and he feels himself falling, but he doesn't know where. Then, in a distant future, we see 2 people, a man named Raptor and the last woman on Earth, Claudia's. They are both fighting to stay alive, battling a giant angel who is a legion of 1,000 angels. The giant angel destroys Raptor, but his voice is still stuck inside her head, communicating with her. He wants her to use her powers and find his spirit, which was locked inside the legion of angels. Claudia's eventually finds Raptor, and he is able to destroy the angel from within, causing a massive explosion. From the ashes he is reborn, holding the crown of heaven in his hands. The two people spend the afternoon on top of a building, talking, remembering the past and their loved ones. In this future, there was a great war that killed all of humanity. They are among the last few people left alive on the planet, and everything is destroyed around them. They prepare for one final battle, saying that if they succeed, there won't be any more angelic harvests, no more severing minds from their bodies, and no more cannibalistic demon feasts. Suddenly, a shadowy figure sneaks up behind them and slices Claudia's head right off, leaving Raptor in complete shock. The shadowy figure is Spawn, who accuses them of messing with his head, but Raptor calls him a monster and blames him for killing their future. The battle between Spawn and Raptor rages on, with neither of them able to gain the upper hand. They are both equal in their powers and skills. After emerging from the darkness and into the future, Spawn thought these two people were his enemies. That's why he attacked them. For some unknown reason, both Spawn and Raptor are draining each other's powers, becoming weaker. Spawn feels himself growing weaker and goes back into the shadows, hoping to draw his opponent after him and gain the upper hand. But while in there, their minds merge together, and Spawn feels his opponent's memories mingled with his. Just before Raptor disappears and Spawn returns to the present, he finds out the truth. He is responsible for this grim future, and it all begins with freeing the beast. Everywhere around the world, a ghost appears randomly in people's homes and kills their innocent children, feeding on their souls. Nobody can predict where it's going to strike next because it moves through the shadows, claiming that Billy is gone. Bannister, one of the leaders of the Shadow Players, organized a meeting to celebrate the disappearance of the clown, which put their coalition in charge. They know about the 12 spawns and want to get to them first in order to recruit them. The recent fight between Spawn and the medieval Spawn proves that they can be manipulated and used against each other. Cogliostro shows up uninvited and wants to help, claiming that without him, they won't even get close to them. Meanwhile, Spawn and his recruits want to do the same thing, but he isn't at full strength just yet and decides to use the armor from his dead enemy. He sends the Reaper and She-Spawn to meet one of the targets and hopefully recruit them. Somewhere in New Mexico, Javier, aka the Gunslinger Spawn, has gotten himself into a bar fight and killed everyone inside. Cogliostro makes first contact and warns him that his human body is too weak and will shrivel away in 24 hours. He goes back to the town where he first arrived to try and find out what went wrong, and maybe do something about his condition. The gunslinger heads back to a town where all of its inhabitants have been poisoned by some unknown force. This all happened right before he was transported here, and when he first arrived, he quickly jumped into the first host that crossed his path. Sadly for him, that host was also infected, just like everyone else in the town, and it carried over with him when he became a Hellspawn. He is ambushed inside a beauty shop by Cog and two Hellhounds, who don't stand a chance against his guns. Meanwhile, Spawn and Mark are having an argument, trying to understand why the medieval Spawn attacked him. It goes against the rules of Hellspawns. The Reaper and She-Spawn arrive in Tokyo, where they were supposed to meet an informant who had information on the Shadow Players. But the place is deserted with no sign of anyone, so they decide to make some noise and attract something. Cog wants to recruit the gunslinger and brings out another version of Javier Sanchez, the same person he was currently possessing. Sanchez turns into a hybrid demon and attacks him, but because the gunslinger's body was poisoned, he is much weaker and eventually loses the fight. The demon enters his body and takes over him completely, transforming him into a deadlier version of a Hellspawn. But the gunslinger is still in control, saying he used Cog to gain new powers from his demon, making him stronger. He then decapitates Cog and leaves the town, having found a way to escape his death and become stronger than ever. With recent outbreaks of an unknown virus, the scientific community has been working non-stop to come up with a vaccine. That day finally came when Dr. Mila Visser and her team found a cure. News stations were reporting how the virus was infecting people and changing their behavior, turning them extremely violent. The doctor returns home and is greeted by her family as she waits for the vaccine to get approved. But Spawn visits her during the night, accusing her of making the virus worse instead of curing it. She was actually a demon working for the Shadow with the demons who created the virus in the first place. He kills her and leaves her husband to weep for her, who had no idea who she really was. Later in the hideout, Jessica hits on Al, but he isn't interested in her advances, claiming they are in a war and can't allow themselves to get careless. He teleports her to where Nyx was killed and uses his powers to bring the dead back to life, including her best friend. She immediately starts crying, but this isn't her friend anymore. He wants to prove a point and see if she has the stomach for this because it's only going to get uglier. Spawn goes to India searching for his blood squad, who started answering to a new master ever since new Hellspawns appeared all over the world. He changes into Al Simmons and meets Jim Downing, the Spawn that took his place after he killed himself. Al didn't know he came out of a coma and wanted to make sure he was on his side. Jim is the one who stole his reanimated team because he wanted to bring them back to life using his own blood. Spawn calls him an idiot, saying that his blood was tainted by Malabolgia and the clown, and then attacks him. The two of them get into a confrontation, and even though Spawn didn't want to waste any energy, he needs to show he is the alpha dog now. Jim claims he doesn't answer to him, so Spawn breaks the machinery and frees his blood squad, saying he prefers them dead and under his control. Meanwhile, in North Dakota, someone killed two demons who were disguised as humans, living their lives and waiting for the perfect moment to join the war. But the gunslinger was making preparations of his own, and they just happened to get in his way. He doesn't know why or how he got to this future, but he does know they'll come for him eventually. They always do. He prepares himself by bathing in the barn's cold shadows, but unlike other spawns, he likes doing most of his work in broad daylight. Back at the hideout, Mark gets bored and goes down to the basement where the armor of the medieval spawn was lying. He puts on the helmet and takes a few selfies and then picks up the sword. All of a sudden, the sword emits a green energy that engulfs him, causing him to black out from the immense pain. Eventually, the gunslinger is confronted by dark angels who don't waste any time and immediately attack him. His bullets are like kryptonite to them, and one hit is enough to kill them. He kills the last one outside with a dagger, stabbing him through the head. Meanwhile, Downing continues to defy Spawn, saying he doesn't work for him, and tries to heal Cygor, who wasn't looking too good. Luckily, his powers work, but it takes a toll on his body, and he is visibly weakened. Downing refuses to join Spawn, so he leaves, claiming he won't last long fighting this war alone. After killing his opponents, Gunslinger gets on a white horse and leaves the farm, heading towards an unknown destination. He is stopped by Jessica, who came looking for him on a motorcycle. Since he was teleported here from his own time in the 1800s, he's never seen a metal horse before. Jessica tells him about the other spawns and offers to help him, but he doesn't want any help and prefers to be alone. We see his power meter and learn that he is actually one of the strongest spawns out there. As a sign of good faith, she creates a motorcycle for him as well and teaches him how to ride it, saying it's going to run a lot faster than his horse. Meanwhile, Spawn brings Overkill on a dangerous mission, trying to reach a remote island in the middle of the ocean. As they walk along the beach, they fall into quicksand, and Overkill quickly sinks underneath. It takes everything he's got, but eventually Spawn pulls him out. However, they aren't out of danger just yet because a giant red creature confronts them, which also bears the mark of a hellspawn. It attacks and nearly kills the android, but Spawn demands him to stop. The creature listens to him and even talks back, saying his name is Monolith. But instead of talking, Spawn takes his gun and shoots it, unloading everything in his arsenal. The creature, however, is unharmed and hits him at full strength, as if he was being hit by a giant charging rhino. Spawn didn't stand a chance and was beaten in just mere seconds. Monolith then teleports him back to his base, where they are greeted by soldiers who wear masks over their faces. They strap Spawn to a machine and torture him using sonic waves, powerful enough to cause him great pain. The creature puts a hood over his face and says that in the morning his master will want to speak with him. His master is the Omega Spawn, one of the strongest and most feared spawns in existence. He was conquering another planet when Spawn opened a portal that dragged him to Earth, and now he is stuck here. When he first landed on Earth, Cogliostro wanted to steal his powers, but he stood no chance and was easily beaten. But the Omega Spawn didn't kill him because he wanted the hidden knowledge to leave this planet, and orders Spawn to find out everything he can from the old man, threatening him with more sonic waves if he refuses. But out of nowhere, someone attacks him from behind. It was the medieval Spawn who came to his rescue. He stabs the behemoth in the eye, partially blinding him and giving them the upper hand. As the Omega Spawn falls to the ground screaming in pain, medieval Spawn summons his sword back to him. The fight rages on as the Omega creates a vacuum, pulling the heroes towards impaling rocks, but Spawn is able to hold the two of them using the sword. Medieval Spawn jumps towards him, blinding him a second time using his costume, followed by a devastating blow to his chest by Spawn. Even though he was injured, the Omega was still stronger than both of them. But luckily, Spawn managed to bond with Monolith after he was taken prisoner and orders him to attack his master. He grabs his chains, immobilizing him, while medieval Spawn takes the sword and cuts off his hand. A torrent of necroplasm harvested from the souls of millions of victims shoots wildly from the amputated arm, directly hitting Monolith and instantly killing him. Omega Spawn activates sonic waves that hurt both of the Hellspawns, rendering them unable to move. But something sinister was coming out from the hole where Cogliostro was being kept prisoner. A grotesque black creature with spikes, bearing the mark of a Hellspawn, crawls out with only one purpose in mind: revenge. The creature slowly spreads itself in every direction at once, like some animalistic disease bent on consuming its prey, like some kind of plague. It unleashes a sickening shriek, like the sound of a soul being tortured, that has the same excruciating effect on Omega as the sonic waves have on Spawn. A group of soldiers attacks the two Hell Spawns, and they are forced to work together to defend themselves. The Omega claims that only the strongest of them will get to rule the Earth, while the loners, like the Plague, will get destroyed. It grabs him in the palm of its hands, breaking his bones with a tight squeeze, but the Plague grows spikes on its body, injuring the Omega and forcing him to release him. While the other two Spawns were busy fighting the soldiers, Spawn couldn't help but notice the severity of Omega's injuries. Now desperate, the Omega powers up and creates a giant ball of green energy. It then releases it upon his enemy, causing a massive explosion that triggered a number of earthquakes around the globe. Omega controlled the earthquakes, but he didn't want to kill millions of people. He just wanted to send a message, a signal calling others for help. Spawn takes the sword and jumps him from behind, stabbing the behemoth in the back of his head. But he wasn't dead just yet and gets up even more furious than before. He picks up a giant rock and crashes it on top of the two Hellspawns. Meanwhile, the Plague crawls from under a pile of rocks and slithers towards Omega, sneaking up behind him. The fight continues, and Spawn wraps his chains around the monster's throat, preventing him from breathing. Plague joins as well, wrapping its black tar around the beast's legs and immobilizing it. Together they manage to drop the Omega on the ground, and Plague drags it inside the same hole from which it came crawling out. Omega is unable to defend himself anymore as he gets dragged against his will into the darkness. The entire island was beginning to collapse, and they needed to get the hell out of there. Spawn brings Medieval Spawn back to his hideout using the shadows, but he was severely weakened and needed some rest to regain his powers. Spawn wanted to know why he helped him, especially after the first time they met when he wanted to kill him. She-Spawn walks in on them and threatens to blow his nutsack since that was the only weak spot on his armor. Spawn goes looking for Mark and finds him tucked away in a corner on level 7. He doesn't remember anything that happened in the past several hours and has no idea how he got here. They go back to check on Medieval Spawn, but he had disappeared, leaving only his armor behind. On top of everything that's been going on, someone attacked Cygor and wrapped him in chains, hinting that someone might have snuck inside the hideout. Spawn gets into a heated confrontation with She-Spawn, saying they can't allow themselves to waste any time because the enemy won't stop until all of them and their loved ones are dead. Jessica is annoyed with him and takes off, wanting to clear her mind while Mark shows him something. The island where they fought the Omega is some kind of portal that his enemies were exploiting because targets keep disappearing, then reappearing. In a small town in Italy, people were enjoying a lovely dinner at a cozy little restaurant. The food here has always been delicious, but people don't come here for the food. They come to meet the amazing owner Gino Spadillo, who is always kind and generous. But Gino holds a dark secret. In his wine cellar behind a secret door, he holds a couple as hostages. Spawn sneaks up behind him and confronts him, revealing that Gino is actually a vampire. After quickly dealing with him, Spawn finds what he was actually looking for, a list that contains names of loyal agents hidden across the planet, which he intends to kill one at a time. Next, he visits Detective Burke in his apartment and gives him a file containing names and a list of corporations belonging to the Shadow Players. He wants him and Twitch to help him bring them down. Meanwhile, a demon named Jericho was hired to kidnap Cygor in hopes of setting up a trap and luring Spawn out. But things don't go as planned. The beast goes on a killing spree trying to escape. A man named Soul Crusher appears, vowing to keep the beast in check until Spawn arrives, and then see who is stronger. The Soul Crusher battles the enraged ape, who comes directly at him with full force, but bullets have no effect on him. He then tries brute force, punching the ape and sending it flying into the air. His plan had finally worked, and he had succeeded in getting Spawn's attention. Spawn dives into the water to save Cygor before he drowned to death and throws him into a nearby warehouse. He then goes into a sunken ship and uses the shadows to teleport inside the warehouse. The ape was badly injured but still alive. However, before they could escape to safety, Soul Crusher attacks them once again, blasting the ape from behind. This pisses Spawn off, and he uses his costume to blind his opponent, forcing him to defend himself with a knife. Al wraps his chains around his body, squeezing the life out of him. But before he could kill him, Wanda appears as a vision. She asks him to be better than his enemies and not be a killer, and instead show mercy and become a king. Overwhelmed by his vision, Spawn decides to leave the Soul Crusher alive. At least Cygor is now forever loyal to him, and the Shadow Players have gained another enemy. The crew has a meeting, and Spawn wonders what happened to Medieval Spawn. He hasn't seen him ever since he came back from the island. He believes that his hideout is compromised, and it all started when they came along, so he wants both of them gone. Spawn goes outside to clear his mind and follows a lead, a man named Paul Green who used to work for the Shadow Players. He confronts him at his home and demands to know the location of his files, but something is wrong, and he hears noises coming from the basement. Spawn goes inside and finds a 22-year-old woman holding a baby. She was just 16 when Paul kidnapped her, and for the past 4 years, he has been abusing her and even had a child with her. Paul asks Spawn if he wants to have a go at her, claiming she's a good girl and won't mind. Spawn loses control like he hasn't in a long time, powering up and causing a massive blackout in the entire county. Meanwhile, back at the hideout, Mark packs his things to move out but finds medieval Spawn's helmet inside his closet. He tries it on for a second time and instantly transforms into the hell Spawn that Spawn was looking for. Paul is actually a vampire and claims he only did what Spawn would have done, but he's wrong, and Spawn beats the crap out of him. He grabs a gun and tries to defend himself, but bullets have no effect on the Hellspawn's body. Chains break his jaw, and hundreds of cockroaches go inside his mouth and attack his body from within, causing him to black out. Spawn then transforms into Al Simmons and takes the girl to a doctor saying she needs help. He then returns to the house and tortures the vampire a little longer. He keeps him locked down there for 5 straight days without feeding, and the bugs inside his body slowly kill him. Spawn gives him a chance to save himself, but he first has to pass through a narrow tunnel filled with sharp spikes. Paul survives and reaches the other side, where his own dogs are waiting for him. They also haven't been fed in 5 days and are dying to taste his flesh drenched in blood. Spawn gives him a key and says he has to go back through the tunnel to open the door of the cellar and escape. But as soon as he goes back inside, Spawn sets the dogs free, who immediately charge at him and eat him alive. It doesn't take long for other vampire factions to be alerted to Spawn's presence, and they quickly come for him. One of the stronger ones, a vampire named Rebirth, goes inside the house searching for him, claiming he wants to make him an offer. He wants Spawn to join their side, claiming they are outcasts and are not loyal to either hell or heaven. Spawn refuses, even though he is part vampire. So Rebirth does something to him, which makes it harder for him to breathe. He then slams him against the wall and impales him with a stick right in the chest. But Spawn has an ace up his sleeve. He touches the ground, which quickly begins to shake. Out of nowhere, hundreds of undead come crawling out of the ground ready to help their master. Rebirth had no idea that Spawn had this kind of power. His master didn't know either. While being distracted, Spawn impales him from the back and then decapitates him, throwing the head on the ground in front of the other vampires. He lets them live, saying he wants them to deliver a message to their unknown master. If he wants to talk, then he needs to do it face to face and stop sending his lapdogs. Even though he was victorious, Spawn goes back to the hideout but is severely weakened. He can't keep doing this forever. Mark rose and wakes up in a strange place, surrounded by the corpses of a tribe of goblins. Luckily, he transformed into medieval Spawn, who kept him alive. Jim Downing shows up and takes Mark to a local diner because he wants to talk. He knows about medieval Spawn but doesn't understand why Mark never told Spawn about it. Downing doesn't trust Spawn, calling him too unstable and not worthy to wield so much power alone. If things go bad, he wants Mark to help take him down, but hopefully they will never have to do it. Out of nowhere, 5 angels show up and attack them, claiming they want to secure the Hellspawn. They were hired by the Vatican to bring back medieval Spawn, but they didn't expect to find Downing here. After transforming, the 2 Hellspawns quickly deal with the attackers and teleport away before more of them show up. Downing talks to medieval Spawn and offers to join forces, and because he shares the same memories as Mark, the Hellspawn agrees. At the same time, the Redeemer visits Al Simmons, but the costume attacks him instinctively. He easily brushes off the attack as if it was nothing and claims they have a lot to discuss. Centurion Spawn was running through the forest, desperately trying to escape his attacker. He was weak and got shot with a blast of energy that sent him to the ground unconscious. His attacker, the Forsaken, grabbed his leg and dragged him away as his prisoner. Spawn interrogated a man who used to be Cogliostro's friend, demanding to know where the old man was. The last time Spawn saw him, he was a prisoner on Omega Island, but the man told him he recently had a meeting with Fegredo, a mid-level lieutenant working for both sides. Spawn went to his house, but he was too late. Someone had already killed most of his men, and probably Fegredo too. But when he opened the door, he found Daniel Kilgore, aka Haunt, who viciously attacked him. Meanwhile, inside a secret underground base, a sect of angels was performing tests on all kinds of monsters and creatures. Cordelia informed Dr. Milner that she wanted to run a few tests on a group of Hellspawns who were being kept prisoners there, including Centurion and the Gunslinger. The fight between Haunt and Spawn had just begun, but there was something wrong with the attacker. It was as if he was a beast, one seemingly incapable of being controlled or reasoned with. Spawn ended the fight with a demonstration of power, which brought Haunt back to his senses. However, he wasn't alone. His brother Kurt Kilgore was also present in the form of a ghost, and said that his brother was poisoned by an angel named Lydia. The 3 of them decided to work together and explore the house, looking for clues. Spawn found a small cube, which was a communication device used to talk between different factions of the Shadow players. Back at the zoo, the Hellspawns were forced to fight each other to determine how strong each of them was and expose their weaknesses. The Forsaken demanded to know why they hadn't killed the enemy already, but Cordelia lied to him, saying it was God's will, even though they hadn't been able to talk to God ever since Spawn closed the dead zones. Spawn decrypted the device and found out that Arthur Sylvan gave the order to poison Haunt, and he was supposed to meet Cagliostro later that night. But Cog didn't attend the meeting. Instead, he asked an old woman named Iris to go in his place. Spawn showed up and claimed that Cog wanted to ambush them and he shouldn't be trusted, prompting Sylvine and her allies to attack. Back at the zoo, Cordelia chose the Gunslinger to go on a mission, but he wanted his freedom in exchange. She showed her true form and transformed into a demon, similar to the Violator, trying to intimidate him. She then brought a creature that was able to mind control the Hellspawn, ensuring he would go through with the mission. A fight erupted between Spawn, Haunt, and the Rogue Angels, who were trying to kill Iris and get to Cagliostro. One of them told Haunt that the cure for his poison lay in heaven, and the only way to get it was for Spawn to open the dead zones. Spawn eventually won the fight, and Iris said that Cagliostro agreed to meet with him in 1 week's time. Haunt confronted him, demanding he open the dead zone so he could get the cure from heaven, but Spawn refused, saying the cure was probably somewhere on Earth, he just needed to find it. Meanwhile, Senator Rollins was announcing his run for the presidency while hundreds of people gathered to cheer for him. Gunslinger showed up with a hit squad and killed the senator, claiming he did it in the name of Al Simmons. Cordelia watched as everything was being transmitted live to the world and gave the order to shoot the Gunslinger. Spawn went on a mission to retrieve the Gunslinger's body, but he couldn't find it anywhere. Instead, he only found mercenaries who wanted him dead. The Forsaken was getting anxious and demanded to speak to God himself, but Cordelia continued to lie to him, saying he needed to finish his mission first. Spawn decided to ask Terry for help, and he was able to find CCTV footage of the Forsaken kidnapping Hellspawns. That could explain why some of the necroplasm signatures had been disappearing and reappearing all over the world. Mark moved in with Downing and decided to help him build an army, just in case they needed it against Spawn. Cordelia had a secret meeting with someone who was worried about the Forsaken, saying that God never forgave him and would never allow him to enter heaven again. He had the power to level entire cities, and if he ever found out they'd been lying to him, God knows what he'd be capable of. Spawn visited the Redeemer, who had just killed an enemy from his past. He wanted to know when heaven started creating Redeemers. Ever since the dead zones had been locked, Hellspawns couldn't be killed anymore, and their spirit just attached itself to another person. The same thing happened to the Gunslinger, who took another human as its host, but not for long. A mysterious man attacked him and drained him of his powers, leaving nothing but an empty shell behind. As soon as Hell created their new breed of elite soldiers, Heaven began working on some of their own. They had many names across eons, Anti-Spawn, Redeemers, but it all started with the Forsaken. In those early days, the Celestial Forges infused him with too much elemental fire, making him too strong for his weak mind to handle, driving him insane. He was now on a mission to hunt down and kill other Hellspawns, hoping to please God and be allowed to enter heaven once again. Meanwhile, Downing met with Haunt and introduced himself, saying he could help with his situation with Heaven and Simmons. Spawn and the Redeemer confronted the Forsaken, trying to stop him from killing another Hellspawn. Out of nowhere, other Hellspawns appeared, sent by Cordelia to bring him back to base. She was afraid that if Spawn won, he might find a way to control him, and she still needed him. The Redeemer confronted him and was able to refresh his memory, reminding him that God wanted to kill him and sent an army of angels to do it. Hundreds of images flashed across his mind in a split second, and he realized the truth, that Cordelia had been lying to him the entire time. He then went after her, vowing to kill her and her entire crew. Back at the Exodus Foundation, Cordelia was preparing to escape before the Forsaken arrived, destroying all of the creatures and erasing any trace of their existence. But it didn't take long for her enemy to arrive, hungry for her blood. When Spawn arrived, the entire place was already destroyed, and there was nothing left but dead bodies everywhere. The Redeemer recognized some of the species, claiming they were probably brought to Earth through the time hole created by Spawn. Mark was surprised by Overt Kill, who was brought back to life by Downing and was now loyal to him. After he was destroyed on Omega Island, Downing took his body and rebuilt him, hoping to turn him into a valuable ally. The Forsaken confronted Cordelia in her demon form and easily defeated her, stabbing her in the abdomen. But before he could finish her, he was confronted by Spawn, who went straight for his armor. He managed to crack it, which severely weakened the Forsaken, causing him great pain. He was forced to retreat but vowed to return and finish the fight. Cordelia claimed that when Spawn caused the time hole, he brought all kinds of monsters from different time periods, and now they were stuck on Earth. Even though he wanted to protect the world, Spawn had done the opposite, setting mankind on the path of annihilation. A long time ago, Cain, aka Cogliostro, lost control and killed his brother Abel with a rock to the back of the head. That dreadful sin followed him his entire life, and when he died, he ended up in hell. After arriving there, he knew right away that he wanted to take the throne and become the king. Eventually, he was recruited by Malebolgia and forced to fight in the war against heaven. He had extensive knowledge of necroplasm, so together with the Violator, they created the first Hellspawn symbiote. But instead of choosing the Violator to wear it, Malebolgia chose Cogliostro to become his general. In time, Cog rebelled against his master and wanted to overthrow him, but he failed. As punishment, he was sent back to Earth with only a fraction of his former powers. He spent centuries trying to find a Hellspawn worthy of helping him kill the devil, but none of them were worthy enough, not until Simmons showed up. After Spawn killed Malebolgia, Cog took the throne, but he wasn't strong enough to wage war against heaven and the green world, and he eventually got stuck on Earth when Spawn locked the dead zones. He just pretended to be old and weak while in the meantime he acquired as much power as he could, becoming stronger than ever and taking on the name Sin. He intends to force Spawn to unlock the dead zones so he can return to his throne in hell. Spawn meets with Cog and asks him how to close the tear in time, because it's creating a chaos bigger than he could have ever predicted. The old man agrees to help him under one condition. He wants him to open one of the dead zones, so he could return to hell and be a king. Spawn refuses his offer and attacks, claiming he's going to get the information one way or another. Seeing that he can't be reasoned with, Cog transforms into his true form, a powerful warrior infused with necroplasm. Ever since they first met, Cog disguised himself as a weak old man, fooling everyone into believing he is no danger to anyone. But that couldn't be further from the truth. Ever since the tear in time happened, he was able to consume the powers of all the other Hellspawns, becoming exponentially stronger. He wins the fight and begins to drain Spawn's power, but Spawn says he's hidden the power to unlock the dead zone somewhere else, and killing him won't accomplish anything. Before Cog could finish him, Cygor arrives to his rescue and takes him to safety. Meanwhile, Hunt was unable to find a cure for his poisoning, so he joins Downing, who introduces him to the rest of the team. In the week since his clash with Spawn, word of Sin's power has traveled far and wide. Many demons have come to pledge their allegiance to him, including Blood, the Vampire Lord, and a demon named Cadiclus. Downing informs his team that he wants to attack Spawn tonight, hoping to force him to release his control over the dead zones. Mark, however, wants to talk to him first, believing that he can convince him to work together, and Downing agrees to let him do it. Cadiclus used to work for the Violator and his crew of demons who are now on Omega Island. Under the island, however, there's a crack in the fabric of reality between this world and hell. Sin is intrigued and wants to hear more about this place, hoping he won't need the dead zones to enter hell after all. Mark confronts Spawn and asks him to find allies and work together in stopping the Shadow Players, claiming he can't continue to fight this war alone. But Spawn is pissed at him because he didn't tell him about medieval Spawn, saying he can't be trusted. Since he refused to cooperate, Downing and his team attack him from behind, saying the time for talking is over. A fight erupts between Spawn and Downing's crew, even though Mark always thought they'd be able to avoid this moment. Together they are able to overpower Spawn and pin him to the ground, but the decisive blow is done by one of his trusted bodyguards who was being controlled by Downing for the past several months. Meanwhile, Sin and Blood arrive on Omega Island and make their way deeper inside, decimating the clown's forces with ease. Eventually, he comes face to face with the Violator, who was still alive somehow. Jim ties Spawn down and tries to reason with him, saying he is far too unstable and doesn't deserve to wield so much power. He claims he's not a Hellspawn anymore, and hasn't been one for a long time. He wasn't working alone, and out of nowhere, a portal opens, and Nyx walks out saying that Spawn is a threat to the entire planet and needs to be stopped. Nyx claims she took precautions in case someone would come after her, allowing her spirit to be resurrected after her death. It was Cogliostro who killed her, but Spawn didn't even investigate her murder. He was too busy fighting his war. She and Jim go inside his mind, trying to unlock the secrets of how to unlock the dead zones. But his mind looks like the apocalypse. It wasn't going to be an easy job. Sin defeats the Violator, but it wasn't actually him, just a mindless beast with no real power. Meanwhile, the clown was talking to Jericho, one of his generals, who was out on a mission trying to find someone and deliver a message. Spawn's mind was tougher than Nyx had anticipated, and his defenses kicked them out. They needed to be a lot more careful if they ever want to extract information out of Spawn. Meanwhile, Sin continues to destroy the clown's defenses, easily dealing with a constant wave of demons, but something was closing in on their location fast. It was the Forsaken, who is actually Sin's brother, Abel, whom he murdered a long time ago. The world was still young the last time Sin laid eyes on his brother, and before murdering him, the brothers had been boys who loved each other dearly. But Sin's betrayal was the first murder ever committed, and so they became the first human Hellspawn and the first Redeemer. Mark changed into medieval Spawn and wanted to help Simmons, but he was greeted by Overkill and Sigor. On Omega Island, Blood's forces sustained heavy casualties, and the sun was coming up soon, so he ordered his army of vampires to retreat. After Abel was killed by his brother, he was the first human to be allowed into heaven, but the purifiers wanted to experiment on him and see just how far they could push him. They brainwashed him and erased all of his memories. Only when he was pulled into this time did he finally remember everything. Sin was losing energy at an alarming pace, and the Forsaken eventually won the fight. Nyx goes inside Al's mind once again and finds the location of all the 14 dead zones on Earth. They were betrayed by someone in their crew. Haunt switches sides and helps to free Spawn, hoping to have a better chance at finding a cure for his poisoning with him. Downing urges Nyx to escape and locate the dead zones before Spawn moves them again, while he and his team stay behind to end the fight. A few weeks ago, Medieval Spawn visited Spawn and told him about Downing's conspiracy against him. He also told him about Mark and how the two of them are connected. Spawn then went and convinced Haunt to join his side and become a spy inside Downing's group. So this attack was no surprise at all. Spawn had known all along what Downing was planning. Meanwhile, the Forsaken prepares to land the final blow against his brother, but the demon Cataclysm surprises him from behind and stabs him in the neck. Sin then sends him flying with a powerful energy blast. Nyx tried to compromise all the 14 dead zones, but she only managed to do half of them before Spawn was able to secure the rest. She was once an ally who believed in his cause, but now she stands against him, and he feels betrayed. On Omega Island, Sin finds the gateway between hell and heaven and crosses it together with Cadiclus. He couldn't wait to sit on the throne once again as the one true ruler of hell. Jim and Nyx have taken half of the dead zones and hid them in Greenworld, trying to prevent the other sides from getting to them. During one of her dream walkings, Nyx found a way inside Greenworld and met with Gaia, aka Mother Nature herself. She spent the next years learning new spells and training as hard as she could so she could one day serve Greenworld. After Cogliostro killed her, she was resurrected in Greenworld and given the title of Scion, aka Protector of Greenworld. But she wasn't the only one. Jim Downing had also been recruited to serve this place and given powers similar to a Hellspawn so as to not arouse suspicion. Ever since, the two of them have been working together, trying to secure the dead zones and keep this place safe, but they've only managed to secure half of them. The Mother of Existence gave birth to a number of children other than God, such as Satan and Gaia herself. Those other children are extremely dangerous, but luckily they are locked in other dimensions. Ever since Spawn's necroplasmic detonation, the dimensional walls have been damaged, and Gaia is on a mission to prevent her siblings from crossing. If another detonation happens like the one from before, it could destroy the entire reality as we know it. Greenworld has never interfered with the war between heaven and hell, but in light of the current threat, they decided to be a part of it. After his recent defeat against Sin, Spawn wants to even the playing field and asks Haunt to travel with him to heaven, where he plans to retrieve a weapon. Meanwhile, Sin and the demon companion arrived in the 9th sphere of hell and are making their way to level 1, where the throne resides. They arrive at the Tower of Wrath in the 8th realm of hell, where Lord Barbatos resides. Spawn enters the tunnel that leads to heaven but is confronted by one of heaven's warriors, who has been trapped here in complete darkness ever since the zones were locked. Luckily, Haunt's powers still work inside this place, and he deals with the attacker, who had completely lost his mind. They finally arrive in heaven, but the place looks very different compared to the last time Spawn was here. Lord Barbatos tells Sin that he was gone for 500 years, even though on Earth only 1 year had passed. During his absence, new players have gained power, and one such has taken the throne of hell for himself, a demon called Cataclysm. Spawn and Haunt continue to make their way through heaven, killing off the initial guards who tried to stop them. They torture one of them, who tells them where they keep all the weapons and antidotes. Lord Barbatos recounts a great war that happened between the different factions of hell, who were trying to take the throne for themselves. In their pursuit of victory, a new breed of warrior was created, called Cataclysm. This warrior's powers don't come from necroplasm. Instead, they come from obsidian, and his entire body is infused with it. Barbatos and Sin form an alliance, agreeing that this is the only way to take the throne back from Cataclysm. Spawn infiltrates the armory and takes the Divine Judgment, a weapon specifically designed to kill Hellspawns. But sadly, the antidotes for Haunt's poison were kept in another location called the Purifier Citadel. The two men retreat inside a cave and plan their next move, but they are interrupted by a warrior who demands to know who is responsible for him being trapped in heaven. This guy's name is Korvox, and he claims he got stuck here when the dead zones were closed. He wants Spawn to take him out, and in exchange, he offers to take them inside the Purifier Citadel, where they keep the antidote for the virus. Meanwhile, in the Infernal Keep where the Throne of Hell resides, Averon informs his father that Sin is making alliances and trying to build an army to overthrow him. Cataclysm asks him to take a group of soldiers and kill the old man before they become a threat. Korvax says that after the dead zones were locked, a new group of angels called the Purifiers took over heaven and slaughtered everyone who stood in their way. They are able to infiltrate the citadel and slaughter everyone who stands in their way. The Purifiers' leader, Rapture, is informed that the dead zones are beginning to reopen, and when they do, they will begin an invasion. In hell, Averron confronts Sin face to face, claiming he is the first son of Cataclysm, and he came to kill him for daring to attempt a coup. A brutal war erupted with both forces sustaining heavy casualties. This place was very close to a necroplasm reservoir that provided enough energy to power every Hellspawn in Hell's army. Sin is able to drain a lot of energy for himself, making him extremely powerful, and ending the fight with one swift blow to Averron's chest. He then cuts off the head of Barbatos, who wanted to run away during the fight to save his own life. Korvax is able to synthesize an antidote and gives it to Haunt, but finds it strange that the virus from his body wasn't strong enough to kill him. Apparently, by coming here for the antidote, it opened all of the dead zones, allowing Heaven's forces to attempt an attack on Hell. As soon as the zones were opened, the Purifiers went straight to Hell and began their invasion, and Haunt's virus was the key to everything. But taking over Hell wasn't going to be easy because Sin was now stronger than ever and faced the angels head-on. He and his forces are able to defeat the initial wave of invasion, and word of his victory traveled all across the 9 realms of Hell, garnering even more support in his fight to overthrow Cataclysm. It's already been 3 days since the dead zones were reopened, 3 days since Heaven launched its invasion upon Hell. But while this was going on, some residents of Heaven and Hell have run away, hiding on Earth, existing simply to inflict suffering. After dealing with one loner demon who's been causing a lot of trouble, Nyx visits Spawn and wants to talk. She knows he is the reason the zones are opened that led to a brutal war in Heaven, but she demands to know what happened. Out of nowhere, the clown shows up uninvited, claiming he just came to talk. He wants to join forces and form an alliance to take down Sin, even if he wants the throne for himself. They will have to deal with him later. Spawn finds out that Nyx is working for Greenworld now, and it pisses him off. As the war rages on, there is no clear winner, but if they don't act fast, Hell's forces might just get overrun. The Throne of Hell gives the user immense powers, allowing him to destroy entire planets, kill celestial beings, and even end the war in a matter of hours. But Cataclysm can't claim this power for himself. The powers coursing through his body do not originate from Hell, and Sin knows this, planning to expose the imposter and overthrow him. Spawn tries to recruit the Gunslinger in the war against the forces of Heaven and Hell, saying that if he doesn't help him, Sin is going to take the throne of Hell. The Gunslinger agrees with one condition, that he gets to be the one who puts a bullet through his head. Meanwhile, the Purifiers have completely taken over the 6th realm of Hell and were battling Cataclysm and Sin at the same time. Cataclysm's forces sustained heavy casualties, and he was forced to join the war himself. He was a skilled soldier after all. Next, Spawn recruits Haunt as well, who didn't want anything to do with him after what happened in Heaven, but the lives of billions of people on Earth are at stake. She-Spawn and the Soul Crusher have also been recruited into Spawn's crew, and together they make their way to one of the dead zones to join the war. Cataclysm was nearly forced to retreat his armies and spare himself the humiliating defeat, when all of a sudden, the Green World joins the war, fighting on his side against the forces of Heaven. The siege of the Fangs has reached day 5, and the Purifiers are slowly losing the battle. Gabriel gives the order to retreat, but it was too late. Nyx strikes him from behind with an energy blast and then takes him prisoner. She offers her services to Cataclysm, asking only for them to stay out of Earth when this is over, and he gladly accepts. Spawn and his small army arrive in Hell's 7th realm, but they are greeted by a swarm of demons. They quickly deal with them and head towards the Great War, but it takes them nearly a week just to get to the edge of the 7th realm. The Redeemer, Medieval Spawn, Gunslinger, and the Reaper are all united under Spawn's leadership, even though most of them blame him for ending up in this situation. Sin congratulates Cadiclus on being a loyal and admirable soldier, and vows to make him general of Hell's army when this is over. Out of nowhere, something comes flying towards Spawn and his crew at incredible speed. It was the Reaper, who is badly injured. Just a couple of hours earlier, a part of Spawn's crew was ambushed by acolytes who killed the Freak and captured Gunslinger and Medieval Spawn. Every time Sin uses his powers, his necroplasm tanks drain a bit more, so he kidnapped the 2 Hellspawns to feed on their energy. The clown contacts Cataclysm and offers to help him fight the war on 2 fronts. While he is busy fighting the Purifiers in Hell, the clown plans to attack Heaven and disrupt their resupply chain. But in truth, the clown is lying to him. He and the Forsaken have other plans in mind. The war in Hell continues on all fronts, with Cataclysm fighting to keep his throne in the east, and Sin making advances to the north. Spawn's crew is able to ambush one of the Purifier's supply ships, allowing them to travel undetected inside Heaven-occupied territories. Spawn expresses her concern about the outcome of the war, fearing that even if they are successful in stopping Sin, there's no guarantee someone worse than him won't take his place. Spawn knows she is right, so he plans to take the throne for himself, becoming the King of Hell. Jessica doesn't like Spawn's idea of becoming King of Hell and argues with him. The others feel the same way, thinking they were tricked into helping him get the throne for himself. A small confrontation erupts and the crew splits up, with Jessica and the others going back to get the Hell Spawns that were taken prisoner. The clown has begun his attack on Heaven, with the Purifiers suffering heavy casualties, but Rapture refuses to acknowledge the threat and says they need to focus on destroying Hell's armies. What Spawn didn't tell the others is that there is a faster way to reach the Infernal Keep where the throne is located, a dark route that runs through the underbelly of Hell. But the journey isn't easy. In fact, most who dared to cross this path lose their minds. But Spawn is running out of options. After making several advancements on the front line, Green World's forces come face to face with Sin himself, who can't wait to kill Nyx a second time. Meanwhile, on the other side of Hell, Wanda Fitzgerald comes all the way from Heaven in search of Spawn because she needs to speak with him. The brutal confrontation with Sin has finally begun, but they never expected him to be this powerful. Every time he consumes necroplasm, his powers change, making him even more unpredictable. One by one, Sin defeats the Green World army, including Downing, Overkill, and even Nyx. Meanwhile, in the underbelly of Hell, time moves slower, and Al and Wanda have been walking for months, reminiscing about the good times when they were married. She wanted to know if there was any other way to end the war without him sitting on the throne, but this only angers him, and he shouts at her. Hell isn't very welcoming to angels, and Wanda was starting to feel sick, being in constant pain. Sin returns victorious but is informed that his second-in-command, Cadiclus, has lost the front against Cataclysm and has been killed. Nyx and Downing were saved from the battlefield but suffered heavy injuries. The Emerald Parliament has ordered a full retreat, and she is to return to Greenworld as soon as possible. The other members of Spawn's crew have come to save the two Hellspawns who were taken prisoner earlier, and after a short confrontation, they all head toward the Infernal Keep. In Heaven, the Clown and his army are marching toward Hell, determined to kill Sin and prevent him from taking the throne, while the Forsaken stays behind to continue the fight against the Purifiers. Cataclysm is informed by his generals that Sin and his armies will arrive in less than 2 hours and that they should retreat. He refuses to leave and gets ready for the upcoming battle, but it only took 1 hour for his enemy to arrive. Rapture wants his troops to continue the attacks, even though they sustained heavy casualties. He was still confident they were going to win, but all that confidence disappears the moment the Clown and his army sneak up from behind. The fight between the two warriors is brutal, but Sin is easily the strongest between them. Spawn arrives in the middle of the final fight and says goodbye to Wanda while he runs to the throne room. Sin overpowers his enemy and vows to resurrect and torture him every day for eternity. By resurrecting and killing his son in front of him, he then gives the final blow and kills Cataclysm in front of his armies. Now the three main players all rush to get to the throne first, not knowing what to expect once they got there. Sin enters the throne room but is greeted by the Clown, who got there first. The two of them begin to fight. Their anger for each other is thousands of years old, and the Clown vows to never allow a human to become the King of Hell. He transforms into a beefed-up Violator, and the true fight begins. Malebolgia's skull was rotting above them, watching over their rivalry as he did for thousands of years. Spawn joins the fight and uses the weapon he stole from Heaven, but it's still not enough to defeat Sin. He teams up with the Violator, but the old man is stronger than both of them. The Clown injures him with his claws, making him even angrier and forcing Sin to go all out. He grabs the Violator's head and rips it right off, separating it from his body and ending his life once and for all. He then turns his attention towards Spawn and beats the living crap out of him. But just as he prepares to end his life as well, Spawn starts to laugh, and a green light engulfs the entire room. 5 minutes ago, Spawn met with Nyx in the corridors and asked her to sacrifice herself and take the throne, saying he can't do it because it will corrupt him, possibly making him worse than Sin himself, and that's exactly what Nyx did. She took the throne for herself and became the Queen of Hell. This was possible because she was marked by Hell a long time ago, when she became a Hellspawn herself and even traveled to Hell to save one of her best friends. She ends Sin with just a single blast, disintegrating his body and turning him into necroplasm ash. She then used her immense powers and teleported everyone out of Hell, including Spawn's crew, demons and angels alike. When everything was over, she sat on the throne and said that everything is about to change on Earth. Spawn arrives on Earth, but he wants to know what happened to Wanda. She meets with Spawn and both of them are attacked by 3 demons, but something is wrong. Neither they nor the demons have their powers anymore, and they are forced to rely on their physical abilities to end the fight. One of the demons says that Greenworld took over Earth while everyone else was busy fighting in Hell. Somehow they expanded all of the dead zones, becoming big enough to cover the entire planet, which means that neither Hell's nor Heaven's forces have powers anymore. Blood is informed that the dead zones have expanded, and both Heaven and Hell forces are now powerless. He wants to seize control of the zones and attack both sides in an attempt to take full control of the planet. Spawn visits Purgatory, a bar that's a neutral point between Heaven and Hell. He talks to one of the demons and asks if there's a way to cure vampires, but the demon cut a deal with Blood and doesn't want to mess that up. Losing their powers affected the angels more than anyone because they lack the strength to hold up the wings on their backs, wings which have been rotting down to stumps. 4 of them try to sneak into an abandoned warehouse and use one of the zones to return to Heaven, but they are ambushed and brutally killed. 2 vampires hunt down Spawn and track him inside a warehouse, but even though he doesn't have powers anymore, he still has his skills as a trained assassin. He holds his own and even kills one of them, but the fight takes a bad turn when a giant vampire named Alec appears out of nowhere. But Spawn isn't completely defenseless. A mysterious woman arrives to his rescue, and she still has all of her powers. She takes on both of the vampires at once, and since she still has powers, she must be some kind of hybrid. She easily wins the fight by cutting the larger vampire in half and then pins the second one to the ground. Spawn is curious why she still has her powers, but she doesn't want to answer and slams him against the ground. She then kidnaps the second vampire to interrogate him further, demanding to know Blood's location. The vampire lord was talking to a CIA agent, aka Fixer, who says they've broken Heaven's and Hell's influence, and they need to ensure it's permanent. Blood reminds him that he commands legions of vampires and is the one in charge. Once the meeting is over, he asks someone to follow Spawn and keep an eye on him, but not to engage him just yet. Spawn put a tracker on the vampire earlier and follows them to an abandoned warehouse. He finds the bodies of the 4 angels who were killed earlier and recounts the horrific events that transpired there. The killer was none other than the Reaper, who was turned into an angel-vampire hybrid and is working for Blood. The Redeemer had a vampiric side to him ever since he was bitten by vampires a long time ago. But now, without his angelic powers, the vampire inside him took control, and he transformed into the Reaper, who now follows Blood's commands. The mysterious woman ambushes Blood in one of his many mansions and stabs him with the Midnight Scar, a dagger powerful enough to kill the vampire lord. But sadly for her, this wasn't the real Blood. It was merely a changeling disguised as him. On her way out, she is ambushed by the Reaper and another vampire, but she takes the fight head-on without any sign of fear. However, she isn't strong enough to fight both of them and gets injured, but this time Spawn comes to her rescue. He tries to talk some common sense into Eddie, saying that Blood is poisoning his mind, but Eddie reminds him of how Spawn destroyed his family. Out of nowhere, someone shoots a missile toward them, causing a giant explosion that decimates the forest. Spawn and the mystery woman are able to escape, and he wants them to work together, but she isn't too thrilled about the idea and blames him for the situation they are currently in. The person who shot the missile is an assassin named Fixer, who is secretly watching both of them and is instructed to kidnap the woman. The person giving him orders is none other than Jason Wynn, who is back from the dead. 2 months ago, Cyan visited Al while he was sleeping and scared the crap out of him. He never used to need sleep when he had his powers, but now it's a different thing. Cyan says she talks to her mother in her dreams, but she isn't coming back and wants Al to move on with his life. In the present, Spawn and the mystery woman are running through the forest until they reach an opening, while Fixer is closely following them from the shadows, but he gets into a fight with the vampires and is desperately trying to stay alive. The mystery woman finally introduces herself, saying her name is Lyra, and she still has powers because she's a hybrid. The 2 of them are eventually captured by the vampires, and Blood makes a video call appearance. He knows that Spawn cares about Eddie, so he orders him to kill himself. The Reaper is under his full control and stabs himself with a giant axe right in front of Spawn. Jason Wynn is worried about Fixer, who hasn't been responding since the attack, but they have another problem. Jim Downing drops from the sky with his powers still intact, determined to save Spawn. Downing claims the new Queen of Hell sent him to retrieve Spawn, the Redeemer, and Lyra, and if they refuse, they will face her wrath. When she expanded the dead zones, she left vampires in charge, but she can easily take their powers as well if they piss her off. The vampires agree to let them go unharmed, and Downing teleports them to one of Spawn's old hideouts. Redeemer tries to kill himself again, this time by ripping the skin off his body, and Jim is forced to intervene and knock him out. He claims this was all a bluff, and he never talked to Nyx after she became the Queen of Hell. In fact, he wants Spawn to tell him what happened in the Infernal Keep. For now, he is here without the Greenworld's knowledge, who have been fighting amongst each other ever since Nyx abandoned them. Spawn asks him to take the Redeemer with him back to Greenworld, hoping that he will be cured there of the vampire curse. Spawn convinces Lyra to work together, saying they both need each other and they both want to take Blood down. Meanwhile, Wynn asks Fixer to return back to base, saying he has another team standing by to take his place. 16 years ago, Lyra returned and found her father butchering a man inside the kitchen. He explains that he and her mother are soldiers of hell and heaven and were sent to Earth to watch over each other. But over the years they fell in love with each other and had her as a daughter. However, her parents' love is forbidden and they've been hunted ever since, with both her parents doing everything possible to keep her safe. Lyra's mother was a demon from hell, but she was eventually found and killed for her betrayal. Her daughter is a hybrid, and the dad raised her alone, teaching her how to fight and defend herself against the forces that hunt them. She tried to have a normal life and even got a job and made new friends, but everything changed 2 months ago when the war in hell ended. Her dad was left without powers, and he was eventually found by the vampires and killed. Ever since that moment, Lyra has been trying to hunt down the one responsible for her dad's death, aka Blood. She wants Spawn to help her kill the vampire lord, vowing to become his soldier if they survive. Wynn and a team of doctors have been experimenting on demons, trying to invent a virus that could wipe them out, but so far they've been unsuccessful. Spawn visits Nero, a powerful wizard, and asks if there is a cure for vampirism. He is sorry to disappoint them, but if there ever was a cure, Blood must have destroyed it a long time ago. Next, they go to investigate a sect of demons who are trying to find ways to replace the powers they've lost, dealing with magic, technology, and gene augmentation. They find an abandoned warehouse, but the place is filled with dead demons, so they split up. Lyra finds a woman named Marjorie, who claims to also be a hybrid that was kidnapped by these demons. Spawn interrogates her and demands to see proof of her powers, but before she could explain, they were ambushed by a group of demons who were working together with Fixer, the agent sent by Jason Wynn, and they managed to capture Lyra while Spawn ran away to regroup. She was taken to a biotech lab where she was kept for 3 days until the doctors found a way to draw her blood and collect her genetic material. Jason Wynn is happy with the progress, confident that his doctors will find a way to make the virus, but he knows that Spawn is coming for the girl. After clearing his way inside the lab and killing more than a dozen men, Spawn finds Lyra unconscious on the bed and wants to take her to safety when someone appears on the intercom. It was a man named Alistar Prince, founder and CEO of Coprus, the company that's been trying to make the virus. But it wasn't actually Alistar. It was a changeling working for Jason Wynn, trying to blame everything on him. Before Spawn could interrogate him, he was already taken out by Wynn's people, and his body was left to rot on the ground. Nyx, aka the Queen of Hell, inhabits her previous human form on Earth and finds a horde of vampires that were brutally murdered. A new angel faction was turning into a real problem for Blood and his army of vampires, and they needed to do something about it. The curse had been helping these angels by creating weapons and building armor for them in the war against the vampires. The curse says he found a way to break the curse and give everyone their powers back, saying it's the only way to stop the vampires. He wants Spawn's help, but he refuses and leaves, calling him insane. On their way back, a man was viciously attacked by a bunch of evil creatures, and Spawn has a hard time dealing with them. Being without his powers is hard, and he won't be able to stay alive long enough to help other people in need. He begins to reconsider Curse's proposal, but tonight he decides to go back home. Nyx was waiting for him, telling him to abandon his pursuit of restoring everyone's powers, saying he's putting decades of her work at risk. She gives him a final warning, but he disregards her and does what he wants, like he always does. He and Lyra go towards one of the dead zones, the same one where the Angel faction are waging war against the vampires. Somewhere in hell, 2 warriors are digging a giant hole and dumping the bodies of all the victims from the Great War. Demons and angels are all stacked on top of each other and in the end, covered by a giant rock. Back on Earth, She-Spawn argues with Spawn, saying he's falling right into a trap and wants to go with him, but he refuses. She makes a reference to Wanda, which pisses him off, forcing him to slam her against the wall. He then feels overwhelmed and gives her a kiss, making Jessica blush. He needs her to stay behind just in case he dies, and he gives her a list of all the people he wants her to keep safe. He then arms himself to the teeth and goes to Blood's offices, but finds it suspicious that security is lacking that night. He is ambushed by Blood, who is immune to his bullets and who charges towards him. Without his powers, Spawn is nothing compared to the mighty vampire lord, who impales him using a giant pipe. Spawn's broken body is left to rot on the rooftop, and he gives his last breath covered in his own blood. Nyx shows up a second time and calls him a fool, saying that she warned him this would happen. Nyx had a plan. She wanted to attack God and take over heaven, making every angel her slave, but she needed Spawn and his symbiote to accomplish her goals. She picked up his body, and a powerful green light engulfed the entire planet, and when she was done, Spawn was resurrected once again. But not only that, she also restored his powers, alongside everyone else's, be they demons or angels. She called him reckless and wanted him to follow her orders, but Spawn didn't follow anyone. While her avatar was confronting Simmons, back in hell, Nyx gathered the corpses of the fallen soldiers of heaven, saying she needed them to be part of her executioner. She used her powers to merge all of the bodies together, creating a hideous monster of rotten flesh, while also vowing to bring Armageddon to God's doorstep. Back on Earth, Spawn claimed her avatar didn't hold any true power. She tried to use a spell against him, but he snuffed out her spell with little effort. He then used his powers to force her to kneel in front of him, claiming that on Earth, he was the true king. He then picked her up and destroyed her avatar completely, leaving nothing but a rotten corpse behind. 10 full minutes passed before he collected himself, when out of nowhere a large group of enemies appeared, who now had their powers back and vowed to take him down. Nyx had finished constructing her warrior, claiming she would conquer Earth soon enough, but first, she would attack God and burn everything he held dear. The story begins in a kindergarten, where a teacher was teaching young children about the Bible. The man's phone starts beeping, and he leans over to pick it up, but the beeping wasn't just a random notification. It was actually the timer of a bomb that goes off, causing a massive explosion that destroys the entire building, killing everyone inside. Spawn and Jessica Priest, aka She-Spawn, attend the funeral, but they couldn't understand why the teacher did this. Spawn found something in the aftermath of the explosion, a sigil that links the shadow players to the killings. The sigil also says there's a list somewhere, files with names of every shadow player stuck on Earth, demons and angels hiding in human skin among us. He breaks inside the apartment of an archangel named Pete Raphael and a demon, Miss Leviathan. The two of them were having an affair, and he threatens to kill the demon if the archangel didn't decipher the sigil. The people involved are part of a terrorist group of some kind, following the Psalms 137 about killing youngsters, to get their God to reveal himself. Raphael says the person leading this group is an angel named Metatron, and he is hiding in New York City. Metatron used to be a human, but he managed to get God's attention, who turned him into an angel. Spawn returns to the same streets where Malebolgia brought him back to Earth when he was resurrected. He finds the angel's hideout, but Metatron was already dead. His entire body was torn to pieces and scattered everywhere. Somewhere in another part of the city, in a dark and spooky basement, a group of people following the teachings of Psalms 137 were gathering and celebrating the killing of youngsters. Their leader claims that by doing this, their king will reveal himself to them, and they will punish him as he so richly deserves. All hail King Spawn. Their leader was none other than Billy Kincaid, a ruthless killer whom Spawn killed a long time ago. Kincaid claims that Metatron was weak, and he was guiding the followers much too slow. Under his leadership, he will convince Spawn to become one of them, making him kill youngsters just like them. Tensions were running high as Al tries to find the location of the group, but he had no leads. Jessica convinces him to give the sigil to Mark because he is an expert with computers and he might be able to decipher it further. Somewhere in Arlington, Virginia, a sweet old lady was returning home with groceries and wanted to check on her nephew, who was upstairs in his room. The nephew, however, wasn't alone. He was making love to his girlfriend, talking about Psalms 137, as both of them were members of the group. Mark was able to decode the sigil further, and he found that something big was going to happen tomorrow in Washington, D.C. Al meets his former best friend, Terry Fitzgerald, who gives him a list of the shadow players, proving that the government knows about their existence. The next day, near the steps of the Capitol building, a large group of people have gathered to protest. The young man and his girlfriend pull out 2 machine guns and threaten to shoot everyone in sight, including nearby youngsters. Spawn appears out of nowhere and gets in the way, using his cape to take the full brunt of the bullets. He wraps his chains around the 2 attackers, but the girl pulls her phone out, wanting to detonate it and cause another explosion. Spawn wraps his costume around her, swallowing her up completely and eating her soul. Both of them were now dead, but Spawn and Terry couldn't believe they were just children themselves, brainwashed by the religious group who were now under Billy Kincaid's leadership. Al and Terry used to work together for the agency. They've done this countless times before, putting photos on the wall, trying to connect predators to victims. Spawn took Terry's daughter and hid her somewhere, trying to protect her from the shadow players, fearing they might kill her. Her dad demands to know her location, and the 2 men get into a heated argument. Jessica interrupts them, saying she found something. 2 different attacks from Psalms 137 were happening at the same time, one in Uganda and one in Canada. They were using the same truck to move around, and Spawn realizes from the license plate that Billy Kincaid is the one behind these attacks. The team splits up, each going after separate targets, while Terry stays behind to coordinate everything on the radio. Spawn goes after Kincaid himself, and arrives at a big mansion protected by 2 bodyguards. He swiftly deals with them, showing no mercy for people who defend kid killers. He goes down the stairs towards the basement and sees Simon surrounded by Psalm's 137 members. Simon is one of the kids who died in the first explosion, and his soul was now trapped by the cult, who were looking to make him their slave. Spawn unleashes his full wrath, going all out on the people and showing no mercy for these monsters. Meanwhile, in Uganda, Jessica was surrounded and needed backup, but medieval Spawn was busy in Canada dealing with more cultists. One of them detonates a grenade, creating a giant explosion and causing medieval to drop communications. After dealing with the members, Spawn is finally confronted with Kincaid, but something wasn't right. The last time they fought, he was just a human, but now, someone freed him from hell and made him a lot stronger. Kincaid slams the Hell Spawn and throws him around like a rag doll. However, Spawn is able to use the darkness to his advantage, and he quickly surrounds the kid killer, getting inside his body. He then teleports inside his body, exploding out of him and tearing his body into pieces. He then turns his attention towards Simon, wanting to help him, but someone grabs his chains. Kincaid was not dead. Instead, he recovers but was looking like a monster. His entire body was deformed and his organs were spilling out. He regenerates his body quickly and pins the Hell Spawn to the ground using his own chains. Kincaid claims he's seen the future, a future where Spawn drags others into the battle, where Terry is lifeless on a cross, a world where brothers are at war with brothers, and when it's done, Spawn emerges as the world's one true king, sitting on the throne while the world burns. But Simmons doesn't care about the future. He only cares about the enemy that is right in front of him. He goes all out and loses his temper, dealing deadly blows one after another. But the kid killer refuses to defend himself, as if he wants Spawn to unleash his fury. In the end, there is nothing left of him, only bones and flesh covered in blood. Spawn takes the boy and wants to leave, but they are confronted by the Oracle. The Oracle works for Gaia, the Earth goddess of the green, aka Mother Nature, and the creator of everything. She claims that Gaia is tired of this constant war between heaven and hell, and she is coming to Earth to exact judgment. She's done that several times before, and every time, she destroyed everything and everyone and started over. The Oracle accuses Spawn of locking the dead zones and trapping demons and angels on Earth, alongside every soul who can't return to either hell or heaven. She offers to take the young boy with her, and Simmons agrees. He then goes to Uganda to help Spawn, who was being chased by armed guards. While desperately trying to keep some kids alive, medieval Spawn arrives as well, and together they end the attacks, leaving nothing but a bloodbath behind. They got a lead on Plague Spawn, who was rumored to be somewhere in Russia, but before going there, he wants to go to Botswana, the same country where he was killed by the agency. Believing that all of these attacks are connected to him and his origin story, many years ago when Al used to be a trained assassin working for the agency, he was sent on a mission in Botswana to find the head of an army using children as soldiers, then execute him. He arrived at the destination and pointed his gun towards the target, but he didn't expect to find a teenager. This kid had the mark, Psalms 137, written on his hand, and claimed he was working with Jason Wynn, Simmons' boss. That's when he realized that they were both used as pawns, and he abandoned his loyalty for the agency. Unfortunately, his bosses had been watching him for quite some time and gave the order to execute him. This moment is the exact second Al Simmons became Spawn. Though he has no memory of who shot him or why, we see a vision of Jessica Priest, aka She-Spawn, and his partner in the agency, burning his body and claiming the target has been eliminated. In the present, he and Terry go back to Botswana trying to find how Psalms 137, a low-level terrorist cell, got their hands on US military-grade weapons, and why their plans included him opening the dead zones. He goes back to the same place where he met the kid and sees something written on the wall. The king returned. Out of nowhere, someone attacks him from behind and blasts him with an energy beam. This person was also part of Psalms 137 and wanted Spawn to take the crown and open the doors so the servants can come and worship him. Spawn tries to fight back and attacks this mysterious person, but he was just too powerful and gets slammed on the ground. The attacker asks him to get up, claiming he taught him better than that, as if the two of them knew each other. Spawn attacks him using his chain and removes his mask, revealing that this person was actually his former boss, Jason Wynn. Wynn sold his soul to the devil a long time ago, and when Jim Downing killed him, his soul ended up in hell. He was tortured for failing to turn Spawn into one of Hell's top generals and turned into their slave. Eventually, he ended up in the same cell with Billy Kincaid, until one day, someone offered them a way out. They were offered a second chance at delivering King Spawn back to Hell, and the two men worked together to achieve their goal. While Kincaid focused on Psalms 137 and getting Spawn's attention by sacrificing children, Wynn rebuilt his entire body, creating special armor and renaming himself as Disruptor. Disruptor claims there's a small crack between Earth and Hell, but they still need Spawn to open the dead zone so more demons can pass through. He slams him on the ground a few more times, proving just how strong he's become. But during the altercation, he drops a piece of his armor and Terry picks it up. Terry attacks him, but he isn't strong enough, and Disruptor manages to get close enough to punch him in the face, breaking his jaw. This angers Spawn, who uses his chains to regain the advantage, but his former boss panics and triggers an explosion. Spawn survives, but he wants names of demons or angels who want to come to Earth. Wynn reminds him that if he and Kincaid made it through, so can Wanda, his former wife. Spawn wants him to suffer and takes out his eye using a sharp object, leaving him blind forever. He then fixes Terry's jaw, and the two of them leave for New York City, claiming the sigil is drawing him there. Meanwhile, in Billy Kincaid's home, a group of soldiers working for the Exodus Foundation arrive to retrieve what was left of him, which wasn't much. In another part of the world, the Shadow Forces were having a secret meeting after they successfully created a throne made out of bones from Spawn's enemies, calling it the God Throne. After a brutal battle with Jason Wynn in Botswana, Spawn has returned to the shadowed alleys of New York City. They are confronted with an onslaught of soldiers working for the Exodus Foundation, the group that was secretly funding the terrorist group, Psalms 137. Spawn notices that their emblem changed and was now just the number 11. Terry figures out that 11 is just the sum of all the other numbers combined. In biblical terms, the number 11 denotes chaos. 11 priests working together against Spawn from the shadows. They organized a protest in front of the Exodus building, trying to lure the Hellspawn there, but Demon Mammon isn't sure their plan is going to work. This pisses off their leader, the forgotten angel Azrael, who grabs him and makes him sit on the God throne. Mammon's body begins to change as he screams in horror, affected by the pain from all the souls of the next world. Azrael accuses him of failing against Spawn many times in the past, but he only wanted to teach him a lesson. Spawn and Terry arrive at the building and see Wanda's car driving toward the crowd of people. What Jason Wynn said affected him, and he thinks it might really be her in the car. What if she managed to escape through the dead zones just like Billy Kincaid? 2 years ago, she was killed during a mob riot, but Spawn knows the Shadow Forces were behind her death, so they rush toward the car, thinking it might actually be her inside. They are stopped in their tracks by the angel Azrael and the court of priests, who claim they are the ones responsible for Wanda's death. They did it for the purpose of bringing Spawn to this exact moment, hoping he will soon ascend to become something greater, and rule not only this world but other worlds he doesn't even know about. Meanwhile, in Greenworld, the Oracle and Simon were watching everything unfold, when out of nowhere the Oracle attacks the young boy, trying to kill him. She is stopped by the voice of Gaia, who claims the boy is far more important than they initially anticipated, and she needs him alive at all costs. Simon escapes and runs into the forest, but comes across a giant monster who wants to help him. The monster offers to be his teacher, claiming the boy will one day become the Kingslayer. Jason Wynn says that bringing Wanda back is possible, but he can't do it in his current form. Spawn needs to accept their offer and become their king, ascending to a new plane of existence and becoming all-powerful. The court of priests attacks him in a desperate attempt to force him to accept their offer. Most of his former enemies are here. Tremor, who used to be a man, but was now mutated into a hideous beast. Zira, one of God's greatest angels who once led the Seraphim. And even Mammon, a former lord from hell. Azrael claims that thanks to Spawn, he saw how infallible heaven was really like, so he left paradise. He ripped one of his wings from his back, and the madness slowly began to overcome him. He claims that Spawn doesn't have true power but mostly rage, driven by his desire for vengeance. He could eventually gain true power and then lead them against heaven and hell. He wants him to sit on the throne and become a force none could ever fathom. Spawn is tired of hearing him speak and throws a lance toward the angel, but Azrael is able to destroy it with pure energy, with an impressive display of power. The 11th hour draws close, and when it passes, if he's still not decided to sit on the throne and become their king, they will unleash their wrath on Earth and kill everyone. Spawn thinks about it and eventually accepts, but he vows to use that power and kill all of them. The shadow players feel disrespected, saying he doesn't take this seriously and decide to leave, leaving him one final ultimatum. 2 years ago, after abandoning Paradise, Azrael came to Greenworld and demanded to speak to Gaia. He was carrying the body of a dead woman but was denied entrance to this beautiful paradise. As payback, he killed one of the creatures that was guarding this place, spilling its blood and poisoning the lands. In the present, the Heap, aka giant creature, continues to train Simon, vowing to help him become better and stronger as time goes on. He wants the boy to get close to fulfilling his destiny and become the Kingslayer. Spawn comes to Greenworld after being sent an invitation from Gaia herself. The place was now sick, poisoned when Azrael spilled the creature's blood. He is greeted by the Oracle, the Heap, and Simon. This place makes him weaker and the giant monster attacks him, but Simmons knows that the sigil, Black Azrael, and the child are all connected. He grabs the oracle by the throat and demands to see Gaia, claiming she wanted to speak to him. Eventually, Mother Nature shows herself, and Simmons wants to know where she is hiding Wanda's soul. Gaia says she hides many souls here, including the souls of children that hell and heaven couldn't save. In fact, she's hiding a better world, one that will shine when the wars between heaven and hell have played themselves out. Either side could have stopped this war at any time, but their egos won't let them stop. Simmons could have been a god, but his nature is far too cruel to hold that role. Suddenly, Simon attacks him, shooting him in the back with a powerful energy blast from his sword. After spending just a short time in Greenworld, Simon has gotten much older and was trained to become Spawn's killer. But he wasn't strong enough and Al kicks him to the ground, telling him he's been used, just like they tried using him all these years. Gaia restores his powers completely, curious to see what he would do. He directs his attacks toward the Oracle and the Heap, hitting them with necroplasm. Spawn tells the young boy to run away and get as far away from this place as possible, but Gaia demonstrates her incredible powers once again. She makes everyone disappear and makes Wanda appear, saying that Azrael stole her soul from heaven and brought it here 2 years ago. Gaia wants him to sit on the throne and become king, which would grant him godlike powers, allowing him to bring back Wanda from the dead. In return, Azrael promised that they would all leave Earth, leaving the planet to return back to its green state. She gives Spawn an ultimatum: sit on the throne and become king, or she destroys Wanda's soul forever. A strange man is walking along the busy streets of New York City. This man works as a janitor for the Exodus Foundation, the same organization that is run by Azrael and the Court of Priests. Terry attacks the janitor from behind and knocks him unconscious. He steals his clothes and his ID card because he wants to sneak inside the Foundation and find out what he can about Wanda. The night shift starts at midnight and the place is mostly empty at that hour. Nobody suspects a thing, and Terry makes his way to the elevator. He looked at the building's blueprints and knows about a secret level that is locked away. Inside, he hears the two demon brothers, Ab and Zab, bragging about the fact that, together with their mysterious boss, someone named the Shadow Man, they were able to teleport Jason Wynn and Kincaid from the locked dead zones. They also talk about Azrael's plan to take over the world, turning entire nations on each other. Terry loses his temper and attacks one of the demons, using the element of surprise to his advantage. However, the second one jumps from behind and then stabs him in the eyes with a knife. Luckily, he was wearing night vision goggles which shielded his eye, and he is able to knock both of them unconscious. He then walks inside a nearby room and finds Spawn sitting on the God Throne. He is afraid that Al might take the offer and use his new godlike powers to bring back Wanda, and he doesn't want that to happen. He points his gun toward him and threatens to kill him. Spawn is happy to see that he can count on him because he is either going to kill everyone connected to Wanda's death or he's going to want to claim the throne for himself. And if that happens, he wants Terry to find a way to kill him. After both of them leave, the Court of Priests has another meeting, discussing what happens after he takes the throne. Should they follow him as a king or kill him before he kills them? It's been 2 weeks since Spawn sat on the God Throne, but instead of choosing to take it and become a king, he chose to hunt down the ones responsible for Wanda's death, starting with Tremor. He finds him in the alleys and beats him to a pulp, but he needs him to deliver a message. What happened to him tonight will happen to the other members of the Court of Priests. Terry thought that by sitting on the throne, Al was going to be mind-controlled, but instead he used the throne to make himself stronger. Nonetheless, Terry knows what the throne is capable of and decides to sneak inside the building a second time, planning to destroy it forever. However, the throne shows him visions, showing him how Wanda returns and how Spawn will end the world. Two demons watched everything from the shadows, but they were instructed not to intervene and just observe. Next, Spawn goes after Zab, one of the demon brothers whose powers allow him to teleport back and forth from hell. He cuts off his fingers, mutilating him forever and taking away his ability to use magic. Azrael attacks him, but Spawn is now much stronger and accuses him of being blinded by hate, so he decides to make it official by taking one of his eyes out. Meanwhile, Terry wakes up from his visions and continues his plan to destroy the throne. He covers it with C4 explosives and then detonates the explosives, causing a massive explosion that takes out the entire floor of the building. The explosion was devastating, but somehow Terry survives and he slowly regains consciousness. However, he is shocked to see that the God Throne had survived as well. It's merely a vessel of corrupted energy, and you can't destroy energy, you can only convert it into something else. In this case, a crown waiting for its king. Azrael thought somehow his outcome would be different, but murdering innocent children, freeing Kincaid and Jason Wynn, is something that Spawn can't forget. Godsend comes to his rescue, attacking Simmons from behind and diving 10 stories into the ground below. As punishment, Spawn breaks off one of his wings and prepares to do the same thing to the second one, but Azrael recovers and shoots him from behind. He brought Zabaz back up, but with his broken hand, he isn't able to use his magic. The Black Angel summons a snake from his broken eye, which attacks the Hellspawn, pinning him to the ground. Spawn is tired of hearing the word king. He knows they don't really want him to become their king. Instead, they just want to control him and slowly strip away his powers for themselves. He sneaks up behind Zab and grabs his broken hand, linking his necro power to the demon's magic, creating a slight sliver that sucks Azrael through it. The Black Angel was teleported to heaven, a place where he is known by everyone and considered a traitor, an outcast, and his judgment will be plentiful. Disruptor, aka Jason Wynn, and Morana confront Terry and ask him to hand over the crown, but he claims he had a dream. In his dream, the number 137 turns into 11, and then 11 became 2, a vision of the future where Spawn and Wanda become rulers of everything, but they are cruel, willing to kill everyone who stands in their way, including Wanda's own children. Spawn appears as well and demands they hand over the crown, or they will suffer the same fate as Azrael. Ever since the dawn of time, both heaven and hell have used the dead zones to place their soldiers on Earth whenever they wanted. The court of priest warriors sacrificed themselves, hoping that they would control him and get him to open them, but they failed. Since Azrael was banished to heaven, Spawn wants Disruptor to go to Greenworld and negotiate for the soul of his ex-wife, Wanda. Since becoming Spawn, both heaven and hell have tried to control him, but in fact, he was the one controlling them, moving the pieces like pawns on a chessboard. Somewhere else, a dark and evil creature named Ordeal was wandering the woods looking for victims to fill them with shocks of horror that would haunt them forever. He hears the voice of Comox the hero, a godlike beast who has bonded with a young child. Ordeal is confused and doesn't understand why the kid is not afraid, when out of nowhere, he is attacked from behind by Comox, the child's protector. The two of them were connected and every injury sustained by the protector is replicated on the boy's body and vice versa. The fighting is interrupted by a mysterious shadow, a strange voice claiming he brought them here to talk about King Spawn. Back in New York City, Spawn is confronted by Raven Spawn, a Death Knight from Malebolgia's southernmost army. He warns Spawn that by taking the mantle of hell, it'll corrupt him, forcing him to destroy everything, and he won't be strong enough to resist it. None of them are strong enough. If he opens the dead zones, angels, demons, and other hell spawns are all coming for him, demanding retribution, but he isn't afraid. He's made up his mind. He wants to bring back Wanda from the dead and won't stop at nothing. Raven Spawn calls him a pawn in a bigger game, saying there is an even bigger king pulling the strings but doesn't want to say who. He transforms his body into tiny crows and flies away, hailing King Spawn as he escapes. The strange figure from the forest was none other than the Violator, who uses his clown form to hide his true form. Ordeal tells the young boy he is a vessel sworn to deliver misery from his master called Nightmare. His body contains secrets and powers others can only utter in their dreams. Jealousy, blasphemy, sin. He can grow any of these, manifest them, and make them seem so real for his victims. One such victim is Terry Fitzgerald, who is overwhelmed with anxiety and paranoia after he stood against Spawn when he tried to destroy the God Throne. He thinks that Spawn is looking for him, wanting to kill him, so he calls someone and asks for help. Ordeal then takes them into Spawn's mind, showing them what will happen if Spawn becomes the king of hell. There's going to be no one left to reason with him. He's going to rule the throne like a tyrant, bent on destroying both heaven and hell. Somehow, Raven Spawn enters Spawn's mind as well, and claims he is fighting to contain the chaos that's exploded everywhere thanks to Simmons. The boy was chosen for a greater mission, just like Kingslayer, the boy from Greenworld, but only if he can figure out who's really the king. Spawn realizes they are messing with his mind and attacks them, but Raven is able to use his magic and take them out, just barely escaping before being trapped inside forever. However, the clown doesn't like him interfering, calling him a failure who doesn't have what it takes to fight for the throne of hell. Spawn was able to track their location and teleported there, watching and listening to how they were plotting against him. The remaining members of the Court of Priests were now working for him, and Disruptor was able to negotiate for Wanda's body. The only thing missing now is her soul, which is hidden behind one of the dead zones. Spawn wants to know who is really controlling this new group that's been plotting against him, and once he figures it out, he's going to destroy them. The clown comes face to face with Spawn and says they are all pawns on a bigger chessboard. The game is nearly over, and Spawn is running out of moves. If he does nothing, he'll never see Wanda ever again, but if he does, the clown will make sure to destroy both of them when he sees her. He claims his true form is much more powerful than he used to be, but he doesn't want to show himself until the moment is right. An epic clash erupts between the two groups. Morana attacks Ordeal and they jump at each other's throats. Comox the hero has incredible brute force and he slams her against Godsend, knocking them both unconscious on the ground. Raven Spawn attacks Disruptor, unleashing hundreds of crows to do his bidding, but the former CIA agent uses his body armor to electrocute all of them. All of this was just a distraction while the clown sneaks through the forest using the shadows. Spawn eventually finds him, but they are both teleported to New York, but the city is under attack by Psalm 137 zealots. Terry is on the streets using his experience to take out as many of them as he can, when suddenly, the Redeemer appears in the sky, demanding to know who's behind the attack. Spawn arrives and asks for his help in stopping the zealots, promising to talk about what's going on once everyone is safe. Heaven's and Hell's warriors join forces and easily take out the zealots, stopping the attack in just a few moments. Simmons wants to leave and find others important in his mission, but the Redeemer stops him, claiming that he's seen the future, and if he leaves now, the other side wins and he'll never recover from this. But no one is going to stop Spawn from doing what he wants, and he teleports away while the clown laughs maniacally, claiming the king has fallen. There are many players on the chessboard, all wanting a piece of Spawn, but he isn't afraid and welcomes all of it with open arms. He took the court of priests to one of the dead zones, where he made a small crack, allowing them to pass through. As their new king, he wants them to go into hell and retrieve the soul of his ex-wife, and in exchange, he offers them the throne of hell. However, this is a suicide mission, and Godsend is the first to fall, getting snatched and dragged inside hell by one of the demons. Spawn leaves them to accomplish his mission and then goes to see Terry. He promises he didn't come there to kill him. Instead, he reminds him of a mission they did together in Colombia many years ago. They were supposed to fight a drug cartel, but instead, Al chose to play sides because it was the only way they could survive. He claims the vision Terry saw of him killing everyone to get to Wanda is real, but he is risking the lives of his enemies, whom he sent into hell to find Wanda. The two of them agree to work together once again and spend the entire night drinking beers. Meanwhile, in hell, Disruptor is desperately looking for Wanda, but runs into Brimstone, a powerful demon. He tells the demon everything, and he was extremely curious to know how a human was able to gain so much power and become a king. Brimstone is a being of immense power who built a small army with only one mission in mind, to invade Earth. He wants the court of priests to kneel in front of him, but they refuse, so he attacks them. He easily takes out Morana with his sentient weapon and then decapitates Godsend. Left without a choice, Disruptor kneels in front of this great demon and tells him the entire history of Spawn and the Dead Zones. Brimstone agrees to help them find Wanda, realizing that's the only way to get out of hell and invade Earth. Al brings Terry to an abandoned building that belongs to the Psalm 137. Killing an entire group of kindergarten children wasn't enough for these lunatics. They also had to go after their family members. The two men are shocked to find so many bodies hanging from the ceiling, and Al says they should split up. While moving through the dark corridors, Terry is knocked unconscious by a mysterious figure lurking in the shadows. Spawn is attacked as well by a giant monster who calls himself Behemoth. This monster was created by the Zealots using dark magic and DNA from the remains of Billy Kincaid after Spawn killed him. Simmons unleashes his rage, calling the monster a kid killer, going all out and breaking his hand. However, the beast was not defeated and claims it's more superior to him and wants to prove it. He takes a steel girder from the ground and sticks it in his broken arm. He then attacks Spawn with a powerful hit which sends him to the ground. The Hellspawn is even more enraged and gets up, but before he can retaliate, the giant monster disappears and the room transforms into the abandoned warehouse from before. He quickly notices he wasn't alone. Oracle was there together with Simon, aka the Kingslayer, the boy whose body was vaporized in the school bombing. He led Oracle to this place, sensing his mother was in danger, hoping to help her, but instead, he only found her dead remains. The Oracle wants Spawn to help them find the dead mother's spirit, who is now trapped somewhere in hell. He refuses and blames her for everything that happened, saying they didn't allow him to search for Wanda's body in the green. The Kingslayer attacks Spawn, blaming him for his mother's death, but he easily dismisses him, saying he's not strong enough, but maybe one day he'll be. After they leave, Al goes searching for Terry, but he was missing, probably kidnapped by Psalm 137 members. He wakes up Mark Rosen and asks him to check the security cameras that were pointed towards the exit. Terry was kidnapped by a man named Jericho, a businessman and mercenary working for the highest bidder. Mark tracks the number plate and follows the car, giving Spawn directions on where to go. Jericho says they hired him to kidnap Terry because they need him as a bargaining chip against Spawn. He is just a pawn, nothing more. Terry's dealt with threats his whole life, and he is a tough son of a bitch. He kicks the car into parking mode and causes them to crash. He then kicks the driver in the face and knocks him unconscious, but Jericho was still alive. The mercenary decides he doesn't need the bargaining chip and wants to end him, but Terry puts up a good fight and defends himself using a piece of glass. However, he didn't have to fight for too long because eventually Spawn finds them. Al opens a portal and sends Jericho into the depths of the Netherworld. He then claims that if they want him to become their king so bad, he's gonna do it, but he's gonna be the most vicious king they've ever seen. On Christmas Eve, a strange man with blue hair, carrying a freezer, was walking the snowy streets of New York City. A young girl was eager to meet Santa Claus and runs into him, knocking the freezer from his hands. However, something unexpected falls out. He was carrying a person's brain, and quickly tries to pick it back up before it gets spoiled. The bystanders call the police, and detectives Burke and Twitch were sent to investigate. A nearby homeless man gives them a business card to the Exodus Foundation, saying that one of their labs is collecting brains for research once you're dead. They quickly go to check it out, but the old man in charge says that everything they do is perfectly legal. Paying someone money to donate their brains isn't against the law. The old man was particularly interested in Burke's brain, saying he looks like a Neanderthal and he wants to look inside. Eventually, they find the man on the streets with the brain inside the freezer, but he was already killed by someone. 24 hours earlier, the punk was hiding inside an abandoned building. The accident earlier attracted too much attention, something that might get him killed in this line of work. He got the brain earlier by murdering a college professor in cold blood and extracting his brain. Spawn finds and confronts him, demanding to know the names of the people he was working for. When he refused to talk, Spawn killed him by dismembering him, just like he was doing to others. The story jumps to a strange man named Bateman Merrival, who was desperately trying to dodge a bunch of police cars that were following him. He was talking to his sister, Tar Merrival, who was waiting for him together with his date. The brother and sister are part of the family which runs the Exodus Foundation, and Bateman is carrying canisters of brain material in his car. Spawn jumps on top of his car and stops him dead in his tracks, causing a massive crash. The man tries to get away and drops something, a photo that catches Al's attention, giving the man his only chance to escape. Somewhere else, detectives Burke and Twitch were trying to solve the murder of the punk who stole people's brains and see if there's any connection linking him to the Exodus Foundation. Terry is trying to help, claiming he can arrange a meeting with Spawn, but warns them that he doesn't care about anyone else but himself. Spawn appears out of nowhere and gives him the photo he found earlier, saying he needs to see this. It was a picture of Terry's daughter, and he panics, thinking the Foundation might have found her, or even worse, already killed her. Spawn tracks the man that he was following earlier and sees him entering a restaurant. The two detectives wait outside, while Terry goes inside to see what was going on. Even though his mission was just to ID the people in the restaurant and get out, Terry decides to change the plan. He pulls a gun and threatens Bateman, but he wasn't alone. He was having dinner with his own daughter. Terry and his daughter go back to the hotel to talk about what just happened, but she is angry at him and starts shouting. Meanwhile, Spawn finds a giant vault belonging to the Exodus Foundation, but instead of finding money, he finds thousands of perfectly preserved brains. Two guard dogs get close, wanting to sink their teeth into his hellish flesh. Spawn doesn't want to kill them. Instead, he feeds them 2 brains while he continues his investigation unbothered. The 2 detectives were listening to Terry and his daughter fighting, but when they go inside, they find Cyan using her powers to levitate her father. They show her pictures of the victims affected by the Foundation, trying to calm her down and saying they are killers. She met Bateman Merrival while she was in Rwanda, hiding from the Shadow Forces and her father, but she had no idea what they were capable of. After a few drinks at the bar, Sam decides to go home, but is ambushed by Madeleine, a woman working for the Exodus Foundation, who threatens to cut his brains out. Her brother jumps him and immediately injects him with something to calm him down. He wakes up in the car and Bateman threatens him, saying they wanted Cyan for her powers, but now they screwed up their plans, so he wants to make him pay. They bring him back to the Exodus building, but Spawn was waiting for them and he was angrier than ever. He throws a couple of brains towards them, triggering the dogs to attack them in a frenzy. Whatever was injected in the brains to keep them healthy makes the animals ravenous. Somehow Madeleine escapes, leaving Bateman to be eaten alive by the pack of dogs, but Sam grabs his gun and shoots her in the leg. Spawn threatens her, demanding to know everything that they are doing in this warehouse and why they need so many brains. After spending nearly 12 hours talking, the father and daughter are exhausted. Unpacking so much emotional trauma takes a toll on them. They hear noises in the corridor and go outside to see what was happening, but they find Tar Merrival, the daughter of Alistair Merrival, aka the head of the Exodus Foundation. Tar had powers of her own, and she manages to incapacitate Cyan before she gets a chance to do anything. She didn't come here alone. She brought Behemoth, the giant monster that Terry and Spawn fought earlier. Back at the warehouse, the 3 people go down the stairs inside a creepy laboratory, where they find body parts from thousands of victims who were dismembered for their brains. The Foundation wants to build a data-linked storage of information, built from the victim's DNA, but the entire thing is gruesome and causes Spawn to lose his temper. They weren't the only ones inside this lab. Yoko, one of Cyan's friends from when she was in Japan, who was presumed dead, was trapped here and exploited for her psychic powers. Spawn thought that she was killed in an unfortunate car crash, but she lived and was brought here by the Foundation. They fed her the brains of thousands of people, which enhanced her powers, and now the ghosts of all those dead people live inside her. She blames Spawn for what happened to her, for abandoning her in Japan. The ghosts she devoured form into a single union, then shatter themselves and attack his body, burrowing deep inside his flesh. Al drops on the ground, overwhelmed with pain, while Sam sends a message to Twitch, alerting him of their location. Tar was successful in kidnapping Cyan, but luckily Terry managed to get away and finds Twitch, who was searching for Sam. Together they head toward the warehouse, believing that Cyan and everyone else might be taken there. Sam jumps in to protect Spawn and shoots Yoko multiple times using his pistol, and she falls back to the chair unconscious. This causes the ghost to turn on him, and Spawn is still on the ground recovering from his attack. After just a few moments, Yoko recovers unharmed and decides to give the detective a lesson. She shows him a vision of when he was just a little boy, when his father used to beat him a lot, and he was helpless to defend himself. Yoko grabs his belt and does the same thing, reminding him of how weak he used to be and how he failed to protect himself and his mother. Out of nowhere, the head of the Foundation arrives, Alistair Merivale himself, together with his daughter and the hulking monster. He brags that he was the one who freed Billy Kincaid and Jason Wynn from hell, and also the one who rescued Yoko and brought her here. Twitch and Terry eventually arrive and witness everything that was going on inside and decide to make their move. The warehouse erupts into a war frenzy, with Spawn attacking Merivale and throwing him against the wall, but he gets careless and Tar uses this opportunity to give him the kiss of death. Yoko sees Cyan on the ground and gets close, remembering her face from their time spent together in Japan. This triggers a bunch of memories. She remembers what really happened to her, how she was killed, and how Cyan avenged her death by punishing the ones responsible. Tar's powers severely weakened Spawn, which left him vulnerable to an attack from the behemoth. Twitch and Terry decide to join the fight and come in guns blazing. The detective goes straight for Tar, while Terry rushes to see if his daughter is still alive. Spawn uses the shadows to recover his powers, and returns filled with rage. He goes all out on the behemoth and stabs it in the abdomen. He then throws it against his attackers. Yoko remembers what it feels like to be human again, and decides to attack Tar, using the ghosts inside her body to take her down. The fighting comes to a sudden halt, and the only one left standing is Alistair Merivale. Spawn lets him go, claiming he plans to hunt him later and that he'll lead him straight to the rest of their pack. However, the old man doesn't manage to get too far, because someone attacks him and beheads him. Someone was watching the events unfold from the shadows, none other than the clown himself. He wants Spawn to say goodbye to his friends because where they're going none of them can follow. The clown claims he came here to ask for help, but Spawn doesn't say anything. Instead, he just stares back in silence. Every second they're wasting on Earth, Cogliostro's another step closer to Hell's throne. He wants them to send his friends away and work together to stop him. If not, he's going to hurt them. The clown gives a demonstration of his new powers and covers everyone in a cocoon of ionic shockwaves, paralyzing each of them and causing immense pain. He then focuses his attention on Yoko, increasing her vibrational frequency until she can't take it anymore and explodes. Seeing how powerful he's become, Spawn tells his friends to leave before it's too late. Cyan doesn't want to live, especially after her friend was just killed. But Terry says he wants to go after some people who are helping the clown and needs her help. Now just the two of them, Spawn attacks the clown with everything he's got, but it's not enough. The demon is the one who created the symbiote, together with Cog's help, and he can also control it, turning it against its own host, Al Simmons. Like some ancient mummy, Spawn's body is tightly wrapped by his cape, then reinforced by his own chains, while the clown slams him against the wall. But the cape is empty. Al had managed to teleport behind the clown and attacks him. He goes all out on the demon, accusing him of killing his ex-wife, trying to make him feel the pain that she must have felt when she died. If Spawn helps him get the throne of Hell before Cog, he vows to leave Earth alone, at least for several decades, until he deals with other enemies who don't live on this planet. But Spawn refuses once again, saying he doesn't owe him anything and prefers to just walk away back into the shadows. Spawn is tired of waiting for others to make a move on him, so the next day, he arms himself to the teeth and goes on a hunt. He breaks inside a warehouse searching for his enemies, but he finds no one. The place was completely abandoned. Next, he goes inside a dance club, leaving a trail of bodies behind. His own personal message that he's coming for them. He finds the club owner and interrogates him, demanding to know where Visage was hiding. He continues searching the city, leaving his mark everywhere he goes. Demons, angels, vampires, none were spared tonight. By the second night, they were all running scared, while some were convinced they only needed to go deeper into the shadows for protection, forgetting that Spawn thrives in the darkness. He uses the shadows and travels all the way to London, arriving at an abandoned warehouse. Inside, he finds an old lady. He had finally found the person he was after, Visage. This place is a dead zone, and it completely negates his powers. Luckily, he was armed to the teeth. Visage claims she is working for a higher power, one that lives outside Earth and who doesn't care about the war between heaven and Earth. Spawn wants her help. He wants to find a shortcut to cut off Cogliostro before he grabs the throne of hell and offers her gifts, aka tokens, taken from his enemies. Visage senses how much Spawn has truly suffered and sees the kind of man he truly is. Her side doesn't want to get involved, but she gives him something, a gift that will take him to hell, the dark side of it. But once he's there, he's on his own, and there is no way of bringing him back. As Spawn begins his descent into hell, his entire life flashes before his eyes, and he wants to know why hell chose him out of millions of people to become a hellspawn. He knows he had a rage inside him from a young age, a rage his father taught him on a constant basis. He thought that by joining the army it was his way out, but instead his anger flourished. However, one day he met the love of his life, and for a while it worked, but eventually she saw his true face and he turned violent even with her. He saw his father do this to his mother while growing up, until he couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he left. They killed Wanda because they wanted to control him, and knew that by taking her there would be nothing left but rage. Eventually, his journey ends, and he arrives in Hell's 5th level. But he wasn't alone. He is quickly surrounded by tentacles, and a demon appears in front of him. The demon is curious about him, saying he hasn't seen a hellspawn in eons, ever since they were banned from this level. Spawn wants help in getting to level 3, where the throne of hell resides, but the journey isn't going to be easy. The monster makes a grave mistake and gets a bit too close, and Spawn takes the chance and blinds it. He then attacks and kills it, determined to show everyone residing here that he is a monster just like them, and they shouldn't mess with him. He then wraps his chains around the giant beast and drags it through the pits of hell, making his way towards the throne. He walks through a swamp and is attacked by the cleansing bush, a creature that loves to devour necroplasm. It wraps itself around him, making it almost impossible to move forward, but Spawn lets it feed on the creature he killed earlier, allowing him to escape and continue with his journey. He is confronted by another demon. This one accuses him of killing a field lord and breaking the laws, so he must be punished. Just like the previous one, this demon also makes the mistake of getting too close, so Spawn pins him to the ground and then bites his neck. Even though hellspawns are part human, they are also part vampire, and they like to feed too. He continues his journey, this time dragging 2 demons with his chains, while his message echoes even harder: don't mess with Spawn. After walking for a few more hours, he is greeted by an army of demons. Upon seeing their leader dead at the hands of Spawn, and also the carcass of a field lord, they are scared, and he is allowed to cross unharmed. Soon he arrives at the River of Souls, who warn him to turn back and abandon his quest, claiming they've all failed before him. He ignores them and climbs a giant mountain filled with razor-sharp terrain. Hell wasn't going to make it easy for him. He is confronted by a giant monster, one that the field lord had warned him about, just moments before Spawn ended him. Luckily, he came prepared. He's been dragging the 6-ton carcass behind with only one purpose: to feed it to the giant monster. The monster begins eating and completely ignores the hellspawn, allowing him to walk free, slowly marching towards the throne. Even though this was supposed to be a shortcut to the throne of hell, instead it's done everything to try and slow him down. Spawn's been fighting all kinds of demons ever since he got here, but now, even the costume turns on him. But just like with any species, he has to show the symbiote who the alpha is. He continues his journey, and even though hellspawns don't need sleep, he'd like to stop and rest for just a minute. But the minute is all it takes for the ground itself to attack him and swallow him alive. He wants to give up and just accept his fate, but he fights back and escapes. Al realizes that all the creatures and demons of this place are attracted to his glowing green eyes, so he covers his eyes and continues the journey blindfolded. A giant demon wolf has been following him for hours and decides to make its move, but the insects jump to his rescue. Many other factions have waited centuries for a savior to come, willing to stand up to the ruling powers here, so they do everything possible to keep him alive. A swarm of bats comes flying down, wanting to help him, but Spawn panics, thinking he is under attack, and falls over the edge. He descends nearly a quarter mile, slamming against the cliffside dozens of times, until he finally hits the ground. As he lays on the ground unconscious, a mysterious figure approaches him. It was Wanda, his ex-wife, who picks him up and carries him to safety. Even though hellspawns weigh over 600 pounds, Wanda effortlessly lifts him up and walks towards the throne of hell. After walking for several days, she gets tired and stops to get some sleep, even though she was afraid of letting herself be exposed in this place. But luckily, Spawn eventually recovers, and he takes over the watch, keeping guard while she sleeps. Al doesn't know if the person sleeping next to him is really Wanda, or if it's just another one of Hell's tricks. He feels something. His body begins to hurt, as if someone is using it to get to him, but that can only mean they are afraid of him. Wanda eventually wakes up, and he tells her he came to Hell to accomplish a mission, and he's the only one who can do it. He tells her about the clown, how he's the one who killed her to get to him, and he's become much stronger ever since he separated from the Violator demon. She wonders who is keeping Earth safe while he's down here, but Al has other people he trusts, even though they might not be as strong as him. He is curious if she still loves him, and she does, but not the same way he loves her. They've had their moment, but that's long past now. His job now isn't to keep her safe anymore, but instead, he needs to watch over her children. He warns her about Cogliostro, who's become incredibly strong, and if he doesn't stop him from taking the throne of Hell, he's going to invade Earth. Wanda warns him that he can't be the one to do it, because it will corrupt him, making him just as evil as his predecessors. Wanda's become something else. She's a goddess now, who came here to guide him and help him escape this realm. If this is going to be their last act, at least it will be together. It's been nearly a month since angels and demons have lost their powers, and some of them were desperately trying to assert themselves, while others were just trying to lay low and blend in. Spawn ambushes a man named Jimmy, who used to be a demon but is now just a regular human. He takes him to an abandoned warehouse and interrogates, demanding to know what happened to Grandma Blake. The man is reluctant to talk, so Spawn uses a knife to slit his throat just a little bit. He then throws him inside a cell, where he's been keeping a vampire who hadn't eaten anything in over a week. Elsewhere, 1 week earlier, a secret meeting was taking place between the Shadow players. One of the other factions, led by Kruger, was making a move on them, so they decide to have him eliminated. They want to use Spawn to take him out, and the boss knows just the way to do it. Grandma Blake goes shopping with one of her caretakers, but something was off. This new girl, Tina, has other plans in mind, and after attending church, she drives the old lady to a remote part of the city, where Jimmy and another man were waiting. She was working for them, and the two men kidnapped Grandma Blake. In the present, Spawn is successful in interrogating Jimmy, who tells him everything, including the location of Mrs. Blake. But instead of letting him go, Spawn gives him a wooden stick and asks him to fight his way out if he wants to stay alive. Sadly for him, the vampire was not an ordinary vampire, and stabbing him through the heart was not enough to kill him. Terry Fitzgerald gets ready to attend a party and puts on one of his best suits. His twin children, Jake and Katie, are unhappy because he has to leave. They don't like when he abandons them with the babysitter. He and his friend arrive at the dinner party, but as he goes to get a drink, something is wrong. One of the guests puts on a mask and shoots someone, then he blows his own brains out. The person he shot was Terry himself, who now lays unconscious on the ground in a puddle of his own blood. Spawn was still searching for Grandma Blake, who was kidnapped by the Shadow forces, but one of the demons he interrogated sent him on a wild goose chase. He interrogates his partner this time, claiming he's gonna let the vampire eat him alive if he lies to him, just like his partner did. The man is reluctant to say anything, claiming they are not afraid of him ever since he lost his powers and became mortal. But Spawn doesn't need powers to end him, and he pokes out his eyes to prove his point. The man eventually caves in and tells him that Mrs. Blake is held up at the dock. Unfortunately, this was just another wild goose chase because the docks were empty and there was no sign of Grandma Blake. The Shadow forces are the ones who planned Terry's attack, but they didn't want to kill him. They just wanted to point the blame at one of their enemies from Europe, Mr. Kruger. Spawn goes on a hunt searching for Terry's attackers, looking over CCTV footage from the dinner party, and sees that the shooter was bearing a strange tattoo. He arms himself to the teeth, but his search leads him nowhere. Instead, he finds a pile of dead bodies stacked on top of each other somewhere in a dark alley. Spawn eventually travels to Berlin and finds Kruger, and after interrogating him for information, he blows the entire building to pieces. But getting to him wasn't easy. He had to fight off hordes of bodyguards who weren't ready for him. 10 minutes earlier, Al walks inside the office and finds Kruger sitting unbothered, drinking some wine. He pulls out his pliers and wants to pull out his fangs, but Kruger says he's not a vampire, though Spawn already knew this. 12 minutes earlier, he was attacked by a vampire who jumped at his throat. Unfortunately, Al came prepared and he electrocutes the vampire using a shock collar, which he had wrapped around his neck. 14 minutes earlier, Spawn was being shot from every direction by Kruger's bodyguards, but he wasn't afraid and met them head-on. Close quarters are his sweet spot. This is where his military training comes in handy, the places where he excelled over everyone else. 17 minutes earlier, Spawn arrives in front of Kruger's building, but he thought the front would be better armed than this. It was easy for him, going inside and blasting everything in sight using his machine gun. 2 days earlier, everyone he's ever interrogated pointed fingers at Kruger, accusing him of being the one responsible for Terry's shooting and Grandma Blake's kidnapping. That's what determined him to take the next flight to Berlin in the first place. But Kruger wasn't the one involved with Granny or Terry's shooting. It was an Angel faction who wanted him gone. Al meets with Cyan and tells her to keep an eye on her father because the Shadow players shot him in order to draw him out and end him. In the meantime, he's gonna keep looking for Grandma Blake, who's still missing. The Angel faction are happy with the outcome. With Kruger out of the way, it's one less enemy they have to deal with. Their next concern is with the Vampire Lord, Blood, but for now, they will stay out of his way. Granny was kept inside an abandoned apartment building, but she wasn't feeling too good, coughing all the time. She asks her kidnappers to bring her some medicine, but they refuse, claiming they are not her babysitter. Spawn breaks inside and threatens one of the kidnappers, but he gets caught off guard and gets punched in the face. 12 minutes later, after dealing with the bodyguard, he goes up the stairs where a larger group of men were waiting. He smashes the front door and goes all out, using one of them as a body shield while quickly taking out the rest using his gun. These people kidnapped an old lady and kept her away from her family. They deserve to get killed, and Spawn shows no mercy. Eventually, he finds Granny and gives her a big hug, claiming that God sent her because she is much too important for him. Spawn brings her to a safe house and apologizes for everything that happened to her, but it's not his fault. Those men that kept her hostage have blackness in their hearts. He lets her rest and goes outside where 2 men were waiting for him. They are instructed to stand outside the door and keep her safe at all costs. Next, he meets with a vampire named Jester and offers him a deal. In exchange for keeping Grandma Blake safe, Spawn agrees to hunt down one of his angel enemies and bring him his head. Jester agrees and vows to prevent any angel from getting close to the old lady. He finds 2 angels who were dealing drugs in the dark and dirty alleys of New York City. He cuts off both their hands and interrogates one of them, threatening to do the same to his legs if he refuses to answer his questions. But things take a dark turn when more angels join the fight, who, even though have lost their powers, still embrace their ordained orders to eradicate every damn hellspawn they encounter. They come at him from every direction, and without his powers, Spawn is barely able to fight them off. He gets stabbed in the back, but he uses their weapons to kill one of them while he gets kicked in the face with a giant hammer. Somehow he is victorious and kills off most of his attackers, but when he tries to get away, he is confronted by another warrior who says he looks out of breath. Elsewhere, a man named Jeremy Stratton is working on his invention, trying to find solutions to the problems of his own making. Out of nowhere, Spawn walks through the door, badly injured and claiming he needs his help badly. Jacob was never athletic. In fact, he was pretty much a dork his entire life. He used to isolate himself in his room for days, reading and learning about everything he could get his hands on. Eventually, he got pretty good with technology. He is able to build pretty much anything, which earned him the nickname, the Tinkerer. After his mission in Berlin, Spawn was badly injured and needed someone he could trust. That person is Jacob. Even though he isn't a doctor, he takes out a couple of needles and sews Al's wounds, preventing him from bleeding to death. His back had it the worst, but luckily getting yourself drunk helps with easing the pain. To finish things off, Jacob uses a torch to cauterize his wounds, but Spawn was tough and he dealt with the pain like a real soldier. Meanwhile, Blood, the Vampire Lord, isn't happy that Spawn killed one of his associates in Berlin, along with many of their top soldiers. He captured one of his angel enemies and blames him for telling Spawn about the Berlin Alliance. As punishment, he throws him off the top of the building. A couple of hours after the operations, Jacob created a special armor for Spawn, one that enhances his strength and speed, something to help him against his enemies. Al barely escaped the mission in Berlin and knows he can't keep this up much longer, so he decides to get help from an old friend. Later, he sneaks inside a secret angel hideout and attacks an angel named Tyrone. Tyrone's dad is the leader of this rogue angel group, and he is the one who kidnapped Grandma Blake, and the one responsible for sending Spawn to Berlin to deal with his vampire enemies. He wants to kidnap and use him as a bargaining chip against his dad, but Tyrone is confident he's not going to get out of there alive. Spawn asks him to trigger the alarm, wanting to send a message by dealing with the guards and kidnapping the boss's son, but he wasn't planning on doing this alone. This time he brought Cygor, the android gorilla, who used to be his ally, who doesn't need powers to do some real damage. It's been over 1 year since Spawn resurrected the enraged ape, and he was now grateful and completely loyal to his master. The angels shoot Cygor with an arrow. They should have known better than to instigate a creature who was already sitting on a razor's edge. He jumps on top of his attackers and stomps them using his giant fists. Another one attacks him from behind with an axe, injuring him greatly, but Spawn takes care of him with a swift kick to the face. Ever since they were left powerless and trapped on Earth, angels knew that the only way they were going to survive is if they stick together in large numbers. The room is flooded with rogue angels, leaving no room for escape. Spawn gives the signal, and Gore grabs him by the legs, then begins to swing him around with great speed. Armed with just 2 guns, Spawn is able to take out most of his attackers in just a couple of seconds, putting his skills as a trained assassin to good use. Unfortunately, using weapons inside this hideout triggered an alarm, which sealed off the entire building and also alerted the police. They have less than 1 minute to escape before the entire place is surrounded by cops. Gore slams through one of the doors, causing a hole big enough for them to escape. Spawn knocks Tyrone unconscious and puts him on his back, while Gore breaks one of the sealed doors, creating a hole big enough for them to escape. They head towards the nearby building and escape just seconds before dozens of police cars arrive and surround the place. Spawn takes his prisoner to one of his hideouts and ties him up in chains so he can't escape. Tyrone claims he's not afraid and that he knows where his friends and family live. This prompts Spawn to ask Jacob and Gore to leave because he wants to talk in private. Because he kidnapped Grandma Blake, a sweet old lady who had nothing to do with this war, he's gonna make him suffer. Tyrone's dad wants his son back. He wasn't even involved with what happened in Berlin, but Spawn doesn't know that. The old man wanted to draw him out by kidnapping Grandma Blake and eventually kill him, all in hopes of doing a service to Blood and getting in his good graces. He arranges a meeting with a black market trader, one specialized in hiring assassins to do special missions. The trader already has someone in mind capable of taking out Spawn, a ninja assassin who moves with deadly silence, who shows no remorse for his actions, but it costs a lot to hire him. A few hours later, the old man is waiting patiently in his office after agreeing to hire the assassin to take out Spawn when someone unexpected visits him. It was Simmons himself who came to negotiate the release of his son. They agreed to leave each other's families alone, but Simmons wants something else, 50% of the old man's company. The old man refuses, saying he asks too much, so Simmons leaves, claiming that if he hurts his family, he's gonna kill his son, his entire crew, and then come after him as well. Spawn walks back to his hideout when, out of nowhere, the assassin confronts him. Spawn busts out a pair of wings that he stole from one of his vampire enemies. 8 seconds pass as each Titan sizes their opponent before the assassin makes his move and attacks him. The next day, detectives Burke and Twitch are sent to investigate the brutal murder of a 15-year-old boy. He was attacked by a pack of vampires and the poor boy didn't stand a chance. The vampires will attack again, and Spawn can't do anything about it, not without his powers. Blood and his pack of vampires are now the alpha dogs, while angels and demons can't do anything about it. Last night, Spawn was fighting the assassin sent by Tyrone's dad, but he couldn't help but think about how stupid both sides were behaving. At first, he thought the assassin was a vampire or a meta-human. But no, he's just a regular human with no special powers. They keep forgetting that even without his powers, Simmons is still a trained soldier, and he can kick their asses. No wonder Heaven's forces haven't been able to defeat the Hellspawns over the centuries. They keep sending idiots like Tyrone's dad to do the work. During the fight, the assassin is able to stab Spawn in the abdomen using his sword, then blind him using a flash grenade that simulates sun rays. Next, the assassin used 2 stun darts to incapacitate Spawn, which knocked him unconscious. A group of thugs showed up and wrapped him in chains and then threw him inside a van. What they didn't know is that Spawn had killed the assassin and took his place while placing his body inside the costume. The attacker got cocky and turned his back to Spawn, thinking he was unconscious on the ground, but he wasn't. In the present, he attacks the thugs who wanted to take his body to their boss and quickly takes them out. Simmons realizes how badly he needs his powers back, but Blood and his vampires won't idly stand by. They'll fight to keep their dominance. 2 months ago, a man named Steve was giving a toast in honor of his son's wedding, recounting how proud he is to have him as a son. Out of nowhere, his body transforms into a hideous beast, revealing the awful truth that he was, in fact, a demon. This demon was sent to Earth decades ago to gather intel, but he abandoned that mission immediately and lived a normal life as a human. That life ended the night the dead zones expanded and he was exposed for what he really was, a demon from hell. However, Steve wanted his old life back and asked for help from Caliban, a demon involved in solving other people's problems. However, the materials needed to change him back into a human were all collected by Blood and his vampire army, and there was a waiting period of 3 months before he could help him. Meanwhile, he needed to keep out of sight and abandon the idea of having his old life back. His family and friends were all afraid of him now. In the present, Burke and Twitch tell Spawn about a recent murder that happened during a poker game. Someone butchered an entire room filled with people, and only one survived, Dennis Cullinane. Dennis refuses to talk to the police and says he only wants to talk to Spawn, so the 2 detectives ask him for help. While the demon was waiting for his turn to change back into a human, his wife couldn't handle the stress and went insane. His son was even worse. After his new bride left him, he couldn't take it and took his own life. Steve attended his son's funeral and vowed to kill the one responsible for ruining his life. That person was none other than Spawn. Al visits the man who survived the poker game, asking why he wanted to speak to him. Dennis claims that someone attacked him and took his face, and vowed to do the same to his family if he doesn't lure Spawn here. Sadly, this was a trap, and the demon attacks him from behind. But he was genetically mutated using Han's DNA, becoming incredibly powerful. Everything changed 2 days ago, when Caliban provided Steve with a sample of Han's symbiote. If he injects himself with it, he will gain powers and will be able to go toe-to-toe with Spawn. However, if he takes the serum, Steven won't have enough credits to turn himself into a human anymore, but after losing his family, he doesn't care anymore. His rage was unmeasurable as he goes all out on Spawn, stabbing him in the back with the symbiote. He then tosses him across the hospital room and also kills the man who lured Spawn here. Al uses a gun to defend himself, but bullets have no effect on the enraged demon, and he continues his waves of attacks. But luckily, Spawn is able to stab him in the eye and then escape through the hospital window. Badly injured and on the run, Al calls the only person who can help him, Jacob. He wanted him to send Cygor to his rescue, but the ape was still out on a previous mission. He was just minutes away from passing out, having multiple stab wounds and damage to both of his hands. But before they could finish talking, the demon catches him from behind and attacks him once again, causing even more damage. Steve accuses Spawn of taking everything from him. His wife, his son, his entire life disappeared when the dead zones expanded, all thanks to him. But something is wrong. Out of nowhere, the symbiote separates from his body, becoming a different entity and attacking its host. The supplier who provided Caliban with a sample of Han's symbiote infected the sample on purpose, wanting to kill demons and angels who tried to use it. His plan worked, as the symbiote completely destroys the demon, ripping him in half. After barely surviving the attack, Spawn goes after Caliban, demanding to know who gave him a sample of Han's DNA. Something horrible was happening around the city where parents were being butchered in their homes and their sons are being abducted. After the events in Spawn issue 360, Spawn's powers have returned, and he is trying to solve the murders and find the missing children in his own way. Somewhere else, at the home of Terry Fitzgerald, Katie wakes from a nightmare and her dad rushes to comfort her. His son Jake has been having panic attacks as well, after hearing about the missing boys on the news, and Terry doesn't know how to make them feel better. Wanda was always better at talking to them. Special Agent William Lynch from the FBI knocks on the door, asking if they can speak in private. The man who Spawn captured earlier is a demon named Kraus, one with unique tracking abilities which allow him to trace anyone anywhere. However, after visiting the homes of all the abducted boys, he isn't able to trace anybody. It's as if they've completely disappeared from the face of the planet. Terry calls Spawn and tells him about the visit from Agent Lynch, saying he wants to meet with him. Lynch claims he needs help because what's happening now, it's happened before 25 years ago to the day. His brother and 4 other boys were abducted at night and the parents were brutally murdered, just like what's been happening this week. He thinks the agency, the FBI, is involved because all the evidence he was able to collect was tampered with and someone inside the government was messing with the files. Kraus finally has a lead and informs Spawn about it, who rushes immediately to track it down. 2 thugs were speeding away in their van when out of nowhere Spawn appears and deals with them. He finds one of the missing boys inside the van, but one of the drivers calls him an idiot and vows that the Wraith will destroy him for interfering. Somewhere else, an assassin shows up and kills one of the persons working with the 2 thugs, claiming his services are no longer required. Special Agent Lynch has a dream where he is being interrogated by the police, right after his parents were murdered and his brother kidnapped. The officer blames him for what happened, saying he's probably involved with the killers. That's why they spared his life. But luckily, this was only a nightmare. He glances over a photo of his family before the tragic event and wonders what his family would have accomplished in the 25 years since they were murdered. He goes to the office and is informed by one of his colleagues that one of the missing boys was found and is being interrogated by his colleagues. Meanwhile, Spawn visits Ichabod, an ancient vampire who's hiding in the dark corners of the sewers. He wants to know about the Wraith and threatens to turn him into blood if he doesn't cooperate. Ichabod first heard of the Wraith over 300 years ago, someone who has a fondness for child sacrifices. He seems to emerge from the shadows from time to time to kidnap and sacrifice another group of firstborn boys, but he doesn't know for what purpose exactly. He's very dangerous, and Ichabod warns him to watch his back, because the Wraith is the last person he wants to piss off. The assassin from earlier sneaks inside the police station and kills everyone in his path, trying to get to the boy. Agent Lynch tries to stop him and threatens him, but it's no use and he gets punched in the face. Out of nowhere, Spawn emerges from the shadows and teleports the young boy to safety, and then turns his attention to the assassin. The night before, he and Agent Lynch planned to use the boy as bait, saying the boy was wearing a ceremonial robe when he found him, meaning he was about to be sacrificed. They need to find the Wraith before he hurts someone else, even if that means putting the boy in danger. While fighting, Spawn scans the assassin's mind, trying to find more about the Wraith, but the man's mind was booby-trapped with some kind of psychic bomb that instantly kills him. But Spawn is determined to continue looking for him, and he won't stop until the Wraith is destroyed. Spawn caused a massive explosion that opened a tear in time, bringing different hell spawns into the future, including the Gunslinger from the year 1864. Spawn wanted to recruit him in his fight against Sin, but the Gunslinger refused his offer and preferred to be alone. He got on his bike, which Spawn taught him how to ride, and drove towards the city. He soon ran out of gas and pushed his bike inside a neighborhood, remarking that he never had to do this with any horse. A young man named Taylor had finished his shift at a nearby gas station and waited for his dad to pick him up. The storage room was open, even though he remembered locking everything up. But when he opened the door, he found the bike hidden inside. Gunslinger pointed his gun at him, thinking the boy wanted to rob him. He quickly realized the boy was no threat and asked him what was wrong with the bike. After a quick inspection, Taylor realized that he was out of gas and offered to fill it up. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place between different factions from heaven and hell. A fallen angel with dark wings suggested a truce, saying that his boss wanted to recruit the Gunslinger Spawn to their side. Taylor taught the Gunslinger about Google, saying that if he didn't know anything, he could just Google it, including how to fix his bike and how to use maps to travel to different places. He needed to find a place called Twin Buttes, but luckily, the place wasn't far, and the boy shows him a sign pointing him in the right direction. He showed the young man his arsenal of weapons, including a razor-sharp knife that he always kept hidden under his hat. Out of nowhere, a fallen angel attacked him, hitting him from behind and nearly killing Taylor. His body was protected by armor, but the Gunslinger rarely missed a shot and hit him straight in the head. This incapacitated the angel, but he wasn't dead, and the Gunslinger showed Taylor how to properly kill an angel. Shooting them in the brain always did the trick, but if you were ever low on bullets, you could just use knives instead. Thankful for his help, the Gunslinger offered to drive Taylor back home, even though he wasn't supposed to come home until his father picked him up. Upon going inside, he saw his dad talking to an angel faction, and he wasn't happy to see his son. The angels claimed they couldn't allow him to live, not after seeing them together, and took him outside. Luckily, the Gunslinger was still outside and he jumped to his rescue, attacking the angels with 2 deadly knives. They had no idea he was here, and he was able to stab one of them in the head, pinning him to the ground. Another angel reacted fast and shot him with an energy blast, then jumped on top of him, stabbing him with her lance. The other angels took Taylor prisoner and asked one of them to kill the demon. Unfortunately for Heaven's warriors, they reacted a second too slow, and he stabbed his attacker in the abdomen. He then ripped off one of her wings, injuring her greatly. He threatened to rip off the second one if they didn't release Taylor. If an angel had its wings ripped off, they wouldn't be able to fly again and would eventually go insane. They agreed to leave the boy alone, and the Gunslinger let them fly off, carrying their injured teammate. He then interrogated the angel he had stabbed at the beginning, demanding to know who brought him into the future and how to go back home. But Taylor's dad got in the way and shot him from behind, calling him a demon. A confrontation erupted between the 4 of them, with Taylor jumping on the angel's back, trying to help the Gunslinger. He eventually recovered and ripped off both of her wings, giving her just minutes before she went insane. He wanted to interrogate her further, but the dad shot her brains out, instantly killing her. The Gunslinger called him a Bartlett, a descendant of a family of half-breeds who had always done business with hell and heaven, and had even killed his sister a long time ago. The father didn't care about Taylor. In fact, he planned to kill him once he was done with the Gunslinger, just like he had with his mother. The Hell Spawn eventually killed him by throwing a knife through his head. After going inside the house to spend the night, he didn't understand why there was a toilet inside. In his time, toilets were kept outside. He was mesmerized by it and spent the next few hours looking at it and flushing the water down. A secret meeting was taking place between members of the Angel faction. Theus wanted Dakota to take her pets and go after the Gunslinger and asked Cyrus to stay out of it for now. They wanted to exploit his weaknesses, and one of them was Taylor, the boy from the Bartlett bloodline. Back at the house, the Gunslinger wanted Taylor to pack up his things and leave, saying that more angels would come looking for him, trying to kill him. They went back to the gas station, and Taylor gave him some burritos to eat. For the first time since they had met, the Gunslinger removed his mask, revealing his human face. After taking a few supplies, the Hellspawn put on a pair of sunglasses, and they left the gas station. A long time ago, he buried crates packed with hidden treasures, knowing that his enemies would come for him one day. After digging up a few of his crates, he gave Taylor some gold coins, something to help him survive for a while, especially since his dad was now dead. The 2 men said goodbye to each other, preparing to go their separate ways, but before leaving, the Gunslinger said that Taylor could call him Javi. After spending a few days alone in the woods, The Hellspawn was surrounded by Dakota and her mercenaries. He quickly dealt with them with a few bullets to the head, but he couldn't do the same to her because she was immune to gunshots. She used her powers and enlarged her pet dinosaurs, who instantly attacked him. Bullets, knives, and even dynamite had no effect on the beasts, and the gunslinger was quickly injured. He was running out of options when, out of nowhere, the clown and his armies of demons appeared, claiming they had come for him. The clown wanted him to get up on his feet so they could talk because he had an offer to make. Dakota didn't understand why he was even here since he was the one pulling the strings. She and Thais were working for him. The clown didn't like being interrupted, so he sent the Violator demon to attack her, sending her away so they could talk in private. The clown and the Violator were now two separate beings, and the clown babies served their master. The gunslinger made his move and went straight for the giant demon, thinking the others would back off if he slew the beast. But he was wrong. The demon was several times stronger than him and slammed him against the ground like a toy. But the gunslinger refused to cooperate, so the clown set his armies of baby clowns to attack him. They jumped him like a pack of wild hyenas, and even though they were small, they tore through the Hellspawn's flesh until he was left unconscious. The gunslinger passed out from the intense pain and woke up nearly an hour later, but the clown was still there waiting for his answer. But the Hellspawn attacked him once again, only this time, the clown showed his true power and slammed him against the ground with ease, claiming he wasn't the same clown as before. No matter how many times he was slammed against the ground, the gunslinger refused to give up, which gained the clown's admiration. He claimed the two of them were the same. Neither of them was Hell's first choice. He still resents Malebolgia for not choosing him to be a Hellspawn, and instead choosing a human to be his top general. When Spawn created the Time Rip, the clown was sent into the future, where he had to fight a future version of himself. Eventually, he was able to tame the demon and work together, but he meets someone else. An imprisoned Kincaid begged him to free him, claiming he knew how to return back into the present but with one condition. The clown wanted the soul of every child he'd ever killed, and he accepted. The clown was able to turn their souls into the clown minions, which now serve him unconditionally. Eventually, packs of wolves surrounded them, attracted by the Hellspawn's presence. They attacked the Violator and all hell broke loose, with the creatures of darkness fighting off against Hell's demons. Eventually, the fighting stopped, and the gunslinger agreed to help the clown in exchange for the promise to send him back into the past. For now, the clown wants the gunslinger to keep Spawn alive and become his friend, because if he dies, the dead zones will be locked forever. The clown uses the darkness and brings the gunslinger back to his hideout on Omega Island. His guards welcome him back, and his pets, together with the Violator, follow behind. He orders his minions to go inside cages, and they follow his commands like dogs. The same thing goes for the Violator. The clown wants the two of them to celebrate their new partnership by feasting on delicious food like kings. He offers his guest a glass of wine, but the Hellspawn refuses, saying he's more of a whiskey man. After a delicious dinner and many drinks, the clown tells stories of his glorious battles across the centuries, while the gunslinger listens. The Hellspawn toasts to their new friendship and remembers why he is doing this in the first place, trying to get back to his own time and avenge the death of his beautiful wife, Amy. At one point, the clown gets too drunk to stand, and the gunslinger uses this opportunity to attack him, claiming he learned a long time ago never to trust demons. The clown recovers and asks his guards to stand down because he wants to kill him himself. He grabs him over his head and snaps his body in two, breaking his spine, but it wasn't the gunslinger who was just killed, it was one of his guards. Next, the clown summons his minions and orders them to eat the Hellspawn alive, but these minions behave just like animals, and the gunslinger has the power to control them. He then orders the minions to attack the clown, leaving him to fight for his life. Before leaving Omega Island, he takes a knife and carves the name of his wife on the Violator's body. Left without his bike, Javi tries to hitchhike, hoping that someone will be kind enough to drive him to his destination. A woman gives him some pointers on how to do a better job and offers to skinny dip together, but he politely declines the offer. An old man takes him in his truck and drives him to the same place he was attacked by Dakota and the clown. He knows these forests well because he grew up here and buried crates filled with supplies a long time ago. He starts digging when, out of nowhere, a strange man sneaks up behind him, sounding like a man who smokes 3 packs of cigarettes a day. The gunslinger wants to leave, but the strange man summons a pack of wolves and gets into attack position. He then transforms his entire body into a werewolf, asking the wolves to attack him and eat him alive. As the wolves attack him from every direction, the gunslinger can't help but ask himself, how is it that these enemies are able to keep tracking him down? Eventually, he goes toe-to-toe with the werewolf, and he uses his knife to injure the beast. The werewolf retreats for a second, catching his breath and giving his injuries a chance to heal. He then reverts back to his human form, saying that someone ordered him to attack the Hellspawn, but he was instructed to leave him alive. He claims his name is Carnivore, and the next time they see each other, he's going to finish the job. Carnivore then disappears into the darkness, leaving a giant symbol on the ground. This symbol belongs to the same enemies the gunslinger was hunting in the 19th century, and he thinks they were brought here through the time rip. After taking most of his gear from the crates, he leaves the forest and heads out to a nearby roadhouse. Inside, he finds Jessica Priest, aka She-Spawn, drinking alone at the bar. He goes to say hello, asking if they could talk, but Jessica is on a mission and wants to do it another time. A man walks up to her and hits on her, asking if the gunslinger was bothering her. The two men get into a heated argument and are on the verge of fighting each other, but Jessica gets in between them and de-escalates the situation. However, before leaving the bar, the man calls her a whore, which pisses the gunslinger off, forcing him to lose control. Several hours later, Javi and Jessica spend the morning talking about what happened at the bar. She accuses him of messing with her mission and killing her target, a mission that she spent months on. During the brawl from last night, he picked up a pair of glasses and he thought he looked kinda cool, but Jessica thinks he looks ridiculous. After the man at the bar called Jessica a whore, Javi wanted to beat the living crap out of him. But Mr. Silverton, the man's boss, got in the way. He claimed he didn't want any trouble and offered to leave the bar in peace. But Javi recognized his name. He called him out, accusing him of butchering many native women and children, but Silverton claimed what happened to Amy was a tragedy. Jessica wanted to know who Amy was and asked a few personal questions. But Javi transformed into the gunslinger and got angry, refusing to answer any of her questions. The mere mention of her name triggered an emotional response, and Javi pulled the gun on Silverton. He then asked Jessica to take all the people outside because the two of them needed to settle some scores. He shot him in the head, revealing that Silverton was a deviant, and his bullets had no effect on him. He then loaded his pistol with necro bullets and went after Silverton's men, but as it turned out, most of them were humans, and he easily killed them. Silverton changed into his true form, revealing he was actually a demon with tentacles for arms. Javi drew out his knives and began to cut his tentacles apart, making his way toward the target. He was tired of being hunted and wanted to know why it was so easy to track him. Silverton refused to answer his question, so he killed him by squashing his head. The gunslinger wants to go back into the past and prevent Amy from being killed, but in order to do this, he needs Spawn's help. Jessica asks him to join her crew, saying they need him for the upcoming war with the Shadow Forces, and in exchange, he will get plenty of alone time with Spawn. In the year 1849, Javi and his family were on their way to California, where most of the miners were swarming in, hoping to make their fortunes fueled by the gold rush. But the road to California was long and hard, and they stopped for supplies in a town close to the Mexican border. Out of nowhere, a man comes running inside the stables, gasping for air and trying to hide from someone. That someone was a strange man with red eyes who followed him inside. He quickly dealt with the victim by slicing his throat with a knife and then turned his attention to Javi. Javi ran outside to warn his wife but got stabbed in the back and fell to the ground. The dark man pointed his gun at his head and shot him in cold blood, but that's when Javi woke up from this terrible dream. Jessica wanted to know what happened, saying he screamed Amy's name again, but he didn't want to talk and they just left. They go back into the forest to get some more supplies, and luckily they still worked after all this time. The gunslinger wanted to know how Jessica transforms into a hellspawn, and she takes off her top, exposing her breasts. She then asks him to close his eyes and he does it, but she sneaks up behind him and pins him to the ground. She claims he could have easily killed him and he needs to be less trustful because they are in a war. She couldn't believe how easy it was to trick him, and all it took was flashing her breasts, remarking that all men are pathetic. Jessica then grabs Javi and takes him into the shadows, teleporting to New York City. Spawn had kidnapped 3 people and was interrogating them, trying to find their boss. Jessica appears behind him and he wasn't happy to see them. The gunslinger wanted to know what was so important about these 3 men and claimed he knows a better way of finding their boss. He takes out his gun and shoots all of them, claiming their boss is gonna come looking for them eventually. Spawn loses his temper and couldn't understand how the gunslinger dared to get involved. He wanted to tear him apart, but Jessica gets in the way and de-escalates the situation, saying that's what the Shadow Forces want, for them to turn on each other. The gunslinger knows he needs Spawn until he gets what he wants, so he tries to get on his good side by complementing his power and military skills. Spawn and Jessica have been arguing for over 20 minutes about what they should do next, but the gunslinger wasn't interested in any of it. All he could think about was getting back home to the year 1859. Eventually, he has enough and wants to go outside for a small break, but the other Hellspawns stop him. Spawn changes his attitude and acts nice toward him, saying it wasn't his fault for ending up in the future and vowing to help him get back home, but he needs to stay alive until that moment comes. Simmons changes back into his human form and goes into the war room, where Mark was bringing him up to date on the situation regarding the other Hellspawns. The gunslinger sees the other spawns on the giant monitors and thinks they are under attack. He takes out his guns and shoots toward the screens, destroying the entire room. Meanwhile, Thais orders his guards to bring him a man named Radcliffe. This man used to work for him, but now he was retired and walked around in a wheelchair. However, upon hearing that the gunslinger is alive, he gets up and transforms into his demon form, vowing to hunt him down or wipe out his entire family. Back in the war room, everyone was explaining to Javi that the hell spawns were not real. They were just images on computer screens. He suggests confusing the enemy by grabbing a piece of heaven, and he knows just the place to get it. Spawn uses the shadows and takes both of them there, but they end up in one of the dead zones, which completely negates their powers. The gunslinger wanted to bring Spawn here so they could fight man-to-man without their powers. Both of them were excellent warriors and expert fighters, and they eventually decide to stop the fight with a draw. The two men respect each other and shake hands, even though each has a hidden agenda of their own. Javi says they still need a piece of heaven and asks Spawn to teleport them one more time, this time arriving in another place, where the Redeemer was hiding. The two of them know each other, although it's not clear when they met. The three of them agree to form an alliance, and the first thing they need to do is hunt one of their enemies who was hiding in Russia. Issue 11 begins with Radcliffe interrogating one of the angels, who had one of her wings ripped off by the gunslinger. He butchered her sisters and vowed to do the same thing to her if she didn't tell him everything she knew about the Hellspawn. Eventually, she agreed to talk and told him everything she remembered, but Radcliffe killed her anyway. After returning from a successful mission in Russia, Jessica used some of Javier's gold coins and exchanged them for a bag filled with cash. She gives him a pager if she ever needs him in the future, after which they go their own ways. After the gunslinger killed his dad, Taylor moved with his aunt to Newcastle, Wyoming. Javier visits him, saying he needs his help with something. The young man gladly accepts, and Javi tells him he needs to find some bad people who murdered Amy. We learn that Amy was not his wife, but was in fact his sweet sister, the only family he had left. The Hellspawn goes for a walk and leaves Taylor with the bag of cash when, out of nowhere, Radcliffe attacks him, nearly ripping his body in half. He knew the young man had met the gunslinger earlier and wanted to know his location. Javier returns and asks Taylor to get on the bike and get ready to escape if he doesn't deal with the attacker in 3 minutes. He punches the hulking villain in the stomach, but Radcliffe doesn't even flinch. Instead, he retaliates by punching the Hellspawn straight into a tree. Javier calls the wolves again to aid him in his battle, and Radcliffe asks if they are going to eat him alive, just like he did to his family. The gunslinger remembers the event and realizes that Radcliffe is an offspring belonging to the Winterstone family. He shoots the ground, creating enough dust to cover the entire place, but Radcliffe is able to spot his location and grabs him by the head. He then pulls as hard as he can, separating the head from the rest of the body. He shows the severed head to Taylor, claiming he was weak, and he is sad it took him so long to take his revenge. He impales the head on a stick and vows to do the same thing to him, but Taylor tries to run away. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough and is easily captured when, out of nowhere, the gunslinger jumps Winterstone from behind and stabs him in the eye. Most believe the gunslinger's powers are weak, but what they always forget is his power of deception. He is able to create illusions and disguise one of the wolves to look exactly like him. Elsewhere, one of Heaven's top generals named Saboteur arrives at the place where Winterstone killed off the squad of angels. He takes a feather and makes a promise to himself, vowing to avenge his brothers and sisters. Winterstone accuses the gunslinger of butchering his entire family, including women and children, but he claims they deserved it. His family were the ones who attacked him first, wanting to steal his buffalo skins. They turned on a tribe of native Indians, slaughtering over 400 people, and they were even involved with the terrible things that happened to his sister Amy. The gunslinger's revenge was justified, and when he found them, he killed his father, his brothers, his uncles, and everything else he could find. Winterstone couldn't believe that the massacring of his family was actually justified and is overwhelmed with rage. Eventually, the gunslinger jumps him and suffocates him with his cape. He then stabs him over and over but doesn't kill him just yet. Instead, he hangs him and then interrogates him, determined to find out the names of the people that were involved with his sister's death. It took a lot of time and a lot of bullets, but eventually, the gunslinger got 6 names from him and added them to his list, 11 names in total. After the attack, Taylor was still walking with a limp, but the money he got from the gunslinger helped a lot. Meanwhile, Javier was inside a restaurant trying to order some food, but he couldn't read and had to wait for Taylor to arrive. At night, he goes searching for one of the people on the list and finds one of them working as a chauffeur. This guy and his gang came through the time rip, but the gunslinger wanted the location of his boss. The man didn't want to talk, fearing for his life, but the Hellspawn ties him to the train tracks and lets him get run over by a speeding train. Next, he breaks inside a family's home, claiming he only wants the man of the house, leaving the wife unharmed. Sanchez used to be the gang leader, and he ties him to a horse that he lets loose, running through the forest. The gang had done the same thing to him a long time ago, in the year 1860. Javier's body was dragged for miles, and he didn't even remember much because he was passed out. He wakes up and manages to free himself, but his body was badly mutilated. However, his will to live was great, and he was able to stay alive and even found a river to quench his thirst. Half a day earlier in a nearby town, the gang led by Sanchez started drinking way too much in the saloon, causing trouble. They attacked a woman and wanted to kidnap her, and when her husband tried to save her, they nearly killed him. But before they had a chance to leave town, Javier confronted them, demanding they release the woman. He was only 20 years old at that time, but he knew right from wrong and wanted to help the couple. He was successful in retrieving the woman, but he was just a human at that time and no match for the 3 gang members. They beat him to a pulp and then took him outside the town into the wilderness. They actually fed him for the next couple of days because they wanted to torture him further. Eventually, they tied him to a horse and sent him running through the mountains, knowing that this would kill him. For some unknown reason, the animals were drawn to him, but as soon as they got close, they calmed down and followed him around. He didn't know what was happening to him. As his mind raced, he was overwhelmed by random convulsions, and eventually his entire body was covered in necroplasm, similar to black tar. He sensed something was happening to his body, and he was ultimately transformed into a hellspawn. In the present, the gunslinger finds the horse that was dragging Sanchez's unconscious body the entire night. He was badly injured but still alive, and he wanted to interrogate him. Javier wasn't interested in Sanchez. He was going after his boss. After several hours, the man wakes up and instantly attacks the hellspawn. In a moment of rage and frenzy, Sanchez grabs the gunslinger's horse and attacks him with it. But during the attack, the horse was killed, which made the gunslinger lose his mind. He goes all out and beats Sanchez to a pulp, but he was successful in finding out the location of his boss. Pastor Collins had a dark past and liked to take advantage of children. The gunslinger finds and confronts him, but Collins defends himself with a gun. He was no match for the gunslinger, however, who shoots him point blank right in the head. Before leaving, he wants to make sure the other 10 people on the list understand his message, wanting to make sure there'll be no doubt in any of their minds who is now hunting them. Somewhere in a suburban neighborhood, a family was sleeping peacefully when, out of nowhere, someone broke into their home and brutally killed them. It was a low-life thief who just wanted to rob them and didn't bat an eye at murdering them as well. He and his partner had a few drinks after the deed was done, without a single sign of remorse, agreeing to meet again tomorrow to split the jewels and other stolen items. The guy who killed the couple in their sleep went home to take a shower, but he wasn't alone. A hand emerged from the bathroom mirror, grabbing his throat and slamming him against the wall, instantly killing him. The mysterious person planted the bullet from the murder scene inside the apartment and then ran outside at lightning speed. Gunslinger visited Taylor and asked for his help, saying he needed to get somewhere but didn't know how to read or write. The young man agreed to help, and together they arrived at a mechanic shop outside the city. Inside, there was an Indian shaman named Waya, who claimed that hellspawns were not welcome inside this sacred place. In fact, the two of them knew each other and used to be close friends. The shaman was over 150 years old and didn't come here through the time rip. He just never died. Javier wanted his help in finding the people on the list responsible for killing his sister, Amy. The shaman gave him a name and a location, and the gunslinger rushed off immediately to hunt the person down. He killed a bunch of humans and then stacked their bodies on top of each other, demanding to see their boss, a man named McCarver. The boss knew Javier but wasn't afraid of him, claiming they had fought before and that every time he was the winner. But the hellspawn came prepared this time, after the shaman taught him a few new tricks. Suddenly, the speedster from before broke into the room, interrupting the confrontation. He claimed he came here for McCarver and wouldn't let anyone get in his way. McCarver recognized the speedster and called him Focus, saying he was in way over his head. Focus claimed he didn't want to hurt the gunslinger. His beef was with McCarver. But while they were talking, one of the bodyguards was preparing to shoot them. He moved at incredible speed, knocking him out before the gunslinger could even blink. McCarver said that none of them were getting out of there alive because his posse had already been alerted and was coming to save him. Javier wanted them to team up and face them together, but the speedster created a tornado of black residue, blinding everyone in the room. He then kidnapped McCarver, taking him across dozens of counties, covering over 400 miles in just a few seconds. He accused him of experimenting on him and his friends, turning him into what he was today, and wanted revenge. He knew there were others like him and wanted their location, but for that, he needed the gunslinger. Focus ran back to the warehouse, grabbed Javier, and rushed him back on top of the mountain where he had left McCarver. However, the expense of energy was beginning to take a toll on him, and he needed a quick break to catch his breath. The gunslinger told him to recover faster because McCarver was an angel, and his angelic assassins would be there in just a few moments. Javier started torturing him, delivering punches and kicks to his face, but Focus stopped him, claiming he still needed answers. Suddenly, McCarver's posse arrived, a group of angels armed to the teeth and ready to kill them. The cowboys' knives had no effect on them because they had covered their weak points. He knew his guns wouldn't kill them either, but at least he could blind them by shooting them in the eyes. The speedster also joined the fight, running around the angels and throwing them against the ground by creating small vacuums of air. Out of nowhere, a hulking angel charged toward them, destroying everything in its path, and the two of them barely managed to dodge his attack. He swung his giant axe and hit the gunslinger in the chest, injuring him. Outnumbered and with focus out of breath, he knew he couldn't keep this up for much longer, so he took out 2 sticks of dynamite. Javier threw the explosives toward the angels, which detonated on impact, creating a giant explosion. From the aftermath of the explosion, the gunslinger emerged, all bruised up and in pain, but at least he was still alive. He wasn't the only one, however. The hulking angel had also survived and came at him with full force, claiming that God had warned them that he was crazy. He tried to defend himself, but he wasn't at full strength, and his punches did nothing to hurt the angel. He started hallucinating, seeing his dead sister, who asked him to get up and keep fighting. Just before throwing the dynamite sticks, Javier had asked Focus to take McCarver and run away, trying to trick the angels into thinking he was killed in the explosion. The other angels recovered as well and attacked him from all directions, eventually beating him to a pulp. The big angel grabbed a giant rock and slammed it on top of him, claiming the only way to kill a hellspawn was to pulverize its skull. But when they checked under the rock, his body was gone. Focus had swooped him up without them even noticing. He then ran around the angels, cutting off one of their wings using the gunslinger's knives. Before the explosion, Javier had told him that the only way to hurt an angel was to cut off their wings. The recent attack had severely weakened him and he needed a few minutes to recover his stamina, but the angels were still alive and went all out on them. Gunslinger jumped in to defend Focus, begging him to run away while he stayed behind to handle them alone. He thrived on being a loner. It's when his adrenaline kicked in. Mix that with the anger he had been suppressing, and the gunslinger turned into a deadly assassin. He jumped on the hulking angel and crushed his windpipe, suffocating him and leaving him unconscious on the ground. But the horde of angels kept coming, and he was too tired to go on, so he cut 2 of their wings off and attached them to his body. The other angels were in shock, saying this was foretold in scrolls long ago, that one day the great beast would take the appearance of God, intent on leading all of the angels down the pathway to hell. Meanwhile, Spawn called Javier on his personal phone, but he had left it with Taylor, who had no idea where he was or what he was doing. Taylor was in the hotel room playing video games, frustrated that things weren't going his way, when out of nowhere, Gunslinger appeared, all bruised up and saying he didn't feel too good. He dropped to the ground and fainted, while Taylor had no idea what to do or how to help him. He called Spawn and told her what had happened, but she was having an argument with Spawn. She wanted Spawn to go and help him, saying they needed him alive, and he eventually agreed. But only after hearing that Gunslinger had fought the clown recently. Taylor did the only thing he knew and fetched the Indian shaman, who tried to help him by performing a ritual. Eventually, Javi recovered, but Waya warned him about his angelic wings, saying they were poisoning his costume and that he needed to train himself. The two of them got into a heated argument and Javier refused to listen, storming out. He changed back into his human form and ran into Spawn, who had come to help him. The gunslinger wanted to find Cogliostro, who now called himself Sin, saying he was involved in his sister's killing. Spawn warned him that Sin had become very powerful and that his guns wouldn't make any difference. He teleported him to his hideout and gave him a ton of new guns that would surely do a lot more damage against Hell's forces. Out of nowhere, a green portal opened and the gunslinger was dragged inside. He arrived in another part of the world, surrounded by angel warriors, including the hulking one he had fought earlier with Focus. They all took turns beating him up, trying to inflict as much pain as possible before killing him. One of them took out his angelic staff and claimed that the only way to kill a hellspawn was to shoot it where his heart used to be. Javier is left with a big hole inside his body right where his heart used to be. Titus, the hulkier angel and their leader, claims that the only way to kill a weaker hellspawn is by destroying their heart, and for the stronger ones you also need to cut off their heads. But God wants that honor for herself, so instead they decide to at least take a trophy. One of the angels gets close and wants to cut off his tongue, but someone shoots him in the hand. It was Spawn who came to save the gunslinger, armed with a giant rifle in his hand. Titus warns the other angels that Spawn isn't like the weaker Hellspawn, and they needed to be more careful when fighting him. They were curious, though, why he wasn't using his necropower, but instead relied on his guns. That question is soon answered as soon as Spawn shoots both wings off one of them. As the angel lays on the ground in pain, he picks up his weapon and decapitates him. The confrontation continues, but the warriors were adapting, using shields to protect their wings against Spawn's bullets. Eventually they surround him from all sides and pin him to the ground, but out of nowhere, a powerful explosion of necroplasm blows them away. Gunslinger recovers unharmed, with a big hole inside his body, even though he was supposed to be dead. He then rushes towards Titus, blowing a hole right through his body using his fist, while Spawn impales him from the back with the angelic spear. Fearing for his life, Titus flies away, leaving his brothers to fight alone. The other angels were no match for the two Hellspawns, who quickly deal with them. Suddenly, we find out the real reason why the Gunslinger wasn't killed earlier. Before being teleported, Spawn traded places with him and disguised himself to look like Javier, while the Gunslinger took Spawn's place. Simmons is a lot stronger and doesn't need a heart to survive, unlike Javier, who still has organs. The Gunslinger is grateful for Spawn's help, but decides to change his appearance, making sure no one ever mistakes them for each other. Javier returns to the hotel, but Taylor was gone, so he decides to take a nap, tired of all the fighting he's been doing lately. Taylor was hungry, so he went to the store to buy some food and some beers. But when he gets back, some thugs were checking his bike. They attack him, wanting to steal his ride and pin him to the ground. One of them steals his keys and then drives the bike over his hand, breaking his bones. He then turns around and wants to hit him directly, but the Gunslinger shows up and saves him at the last second. One of the thugs breaks his face on the asphalt, while the other two disappear into the alleys. Both of them return to the hotel, but when Taylor goes to the bathroom, he finds a giant dinosaur hiding inside. Dakota appears out of nowhere. She and the Gunslinger have met before, and she knows that he is one of the weakest spawns ever created. The dinosaur from the bathroom breaks into the room, charging towards them, and Javier defends himself, but Dakota claims she didn't come here to fight. However, the beasts refuse to listen to her and continue their attacks. Taylor loses his temper and screams at them to stop, claiming he can't do this anymore. Ever since he lost his dad, he's been on a roller coaster trying to stay alive, but Dakota consoles him. As a sign of good faith, she uses her powers to heal his broken hand, and says she came here because she wants the Gunslinger to help her kill the clown. She teleports the three of them into the middle of a forest, somewhere outside the city, and enlarges two of her dinosaurs so they can ride them over the mountain range. The Gunslinger agrees to help her, but before leaving, Dakota says the clown is actually her father. The clown's hideout was on Omega Island, but getting there takes a long time, and they stop for a break. Taylor doesn't trust Dakota and thinks that she is leading them into a trap. She doesn't appreciate getting accused and slaps him, leaving his face with a giant bruise. He then asks a few more questions about her dinosaurs, but Javi thought they were demons. Since he is from 200 years into the past, he doesn't know what dinosaurs are. But Taylor didn't know about his true origin and thought he was just stupid. 1 hour later, they arrive at the shoreline, but Taylor stays behind, while Javi and Dakota head towards the island, riding one of her pets. The island was cloaked to avoid detection, but they easily cross the field and head deeper. She knows her father is waiting for them and rushes towards the main gates, trying to avoid getting trapped, but she gets electrocuted. The clown and his army of demons step out to greet them, calling his daughter a traitor. While Dakota is immobilized, Gunslinger shoots the clown in the head, giving her a chance to use her magic and enlarge one of her pets. Suddenly, the dinosaur grows in size and confronts the Violator demons, signaling a mighty clash of titans. A brutal confrontation erupts while Taylor stays behind on the mainland, waiting for a signal to intervene. For the second time since being pulled into the future, Gunslinger faces an onslaught by the clown. But why? After their last encounter, the clown surely must have realized that there's no way they're going to be partners. The clash between the Violator and the dinosaur rages on, making the ground they stand upon shake profoundly. Clown is used to controlling monsters and demons, but for some reason dinosaurs don't fall into that category. But if he can't control it physically, he tries to submit it mentally by trying to fry its brain. The T-Rex screams in pain while Dakota begs him to stop hurting it. Gunslinger jumps on the clown's back, threatening to slit his throat if he doesn't stop the attack. Dakota attacks the demon, jumping on its back and shooting its cartilage and tendons. But she isn't fast enough and gets grabbed and thrown away like a discarded toy. The clown is able to free himself by running into a metal pipe, giving Gunslinger a massive concussion. He then rains down waves of punches on him, while the Violator mimics his movements, inflicting pain on Dakota. Javier is able to free himself and decides to switch places with her, asking her to fight her father while he attacks the demon. Eventually, the demon wins the fight by stabbing the dinosaur in the head with his giant horns. He then does the same thing to Gunslinger by using his other horns. The clown says he wanted to kill Gunslinger in order to grab Spawn's attention, hoping to trick him into going after Cogliostro, who's become incredibly strong and close to taking the throne of hell. Dakota is unaware of a giant sinkhole that was created behind her, and the clown kicks her inside, asking her to finally die. She falls into an abyss of darkness, not knowing what to expect. But if she's going to die, she wants to take her father as well, and uses her whip to grab him by the neck and pull him inside. The clown babies are left in shock, not knowing what to do next. They surround the hole in the ground and search for their master. Realizing their master is gone, the Violator gives the order to kill the Hellspawn in revenge. Out of nowhere, Taylor breaks inside the building, riding the second T-Rex that Dakota left behind to keep him safe. The animal realizes that her sister is dead and attacks the Violator head-on, looking for revenge. The giant black hole is the same place where Cogliostro was imprisoned when he first came to Omega Island. It's also where he suffered a transformation, becoming the incredibly powerful being known as Sin. Dakota sees a crack in the wall, emanating a powerful white light, and her father thinks this might be the source of Cog's powers. When the time rip happened, Dakota went through it, traveling back in time when dinosaurs roamed the earth. That's where she learned how to train and use her powers to make them her pets. She wants the clown to tell her who her mother is, but he refuses, saying that if she wants to escape the pit, she needs to move aside and let him access the white light. He keeps his word and teleports his daughter out of the pit and back to the top. The fight turns in Gunslinger's favor now, and the Violator picks up the clown babies and jumps inside the pit, determined to follow their master. Before leaving the island, Dakota gives Javier a pet dinosaur, saying he can use it to travel just like one of his horses. They vow to join forces again and take down the clown once and for all. Ever since he was a little kid, Taylor's been having seizures, which come and go when he least expects it. His father had a bloodline connected to Heaven's elite warriors, but he had no idea, and it was affecting his body. He wakes up screaming in shock, but Javier is next to him, trying to calm him down. He transforms into the Gunslinger and wants to show him a new trick he just learned. He takes the dinosaur he received as a gift from Dakota and transforms it into a beautiful black horse, becoming the Grim Reaper. Javier then goes to visit the Indian shaman and tells him about Taylor's angelic bloodline. Waya knew this already from the first time they met, but says that his bloodline is actually poisoning his body. He wants Javi to stay close to him and help him, but he goes after the people responsible for his sister's death. In a nearby restaurant, a strange man is having a conversation with a woman named Sharon. He gives her a silver gift, saying she can pawn it and take the money to help her son. But in exchange, he wants her to convince her boyfriend to join their side. This man is part of the group responsible for killing the Gunslinger's sister, and he tortures him, trying to find out the location of Casey Winston, his boss. Later, he visits Sharon from the restaurant and demands to see the silver necklace which used to belong to his dead sister, Amy. Before leaving, he leaves her tons of cash that will help her pay her son's medical bills, on which the Shadow Forces experimented. A group of men was loading unmarked tanks filled with chemical poison inside a truck, heading toward an unknown destination. The truck was stopped on the way by the Gunslinger's Hellhorse, whose hair was on fire and whose eyes were glowing red. Javier hijacked the truck and forced the driver to tell him the location of the warehouse where the chemicals were being made. He then went to the warehouse and sneaked inside, heading toward the office where Wilbur, an old enemy, was talking on the phone. He grabbed him from behind and started choking him, like a lion stalking its prey. He showed him a wedding ring, asking if he recognized it, but before the man could answer, Javier heard footsteps outside. The guards had been alerted that an intruder was inside the boss's office and came to help him, but Javier quickly dealt with them. He killed only the demons and left all of the humans alive, trying to send a message to the people he was after. He then asked them to limp their way to the police and turn themselves in, threatening to kill them later if they refused. He then returned to Wilbur, accusing him of being involved in his sister's death, even though Wilbur claimed she had wanted to get involved. The wedding ring belonged to Wilbur's wife, and Javier told her what kind of evil person her husband actually was. She had no idea and claimed she was devastated and would never forgive him. Wilbur loved his wife and daughter very much and would never be able to face them again. The Gunslinger gave him the option of taking his own life, and he did, sparing himself the humiliation of facing his family. But the truth was, Javier never spoke to his wife. She and her daughter were having dinner alone, remarking that her wedding ring was missing. Javier had a vision, remembering what had happened a long time ago when he was attacked by 50 people. He fought them off and even killed 46 of them, but the other 4 took him prisoner and tortured him for days. When they were finished, they left his body to rot on the ground, but he was still alive, kept alive by the burning hate flowing inside him. Now he was here in the present, but he carried that hate with him and vowed to kill the people responsible for his sister's death, who had also been brought into the future. He took his pet dinosaur and got on his bike, heading toward the city to hunt his enemies down. He had one final flashback, remembering a strange person standing over his corpse, shooting 2 final bullets before leaving him for dead. He knew his sister was in danger and tried to save her, but she got involved with the forces of heaven, which ultimately got her killed. Somewhere else, Taylor woke up after being unconscious for several hours. The shaman said that he and the Gunslinger were connected and would need each other very soon. Taylor was marked by heaven, and that was what had been making him sick lately, but he didn't want to hear about it and wanted to leave. Waya used his magic and knocked him unconscious, intending to help him for what was about to happen next. The gunslinger rode his bike, fueled by hate for his enemies, when out of nowhere someone shot him straight in the chest. He dropped to the ground unconscious while his attacker claimed they had unfinished business. The stranger was part human and part machine, holding a deadly weapon in his hand and asking him to get up. The gunslinger eventually got up and recognized him, calling him by his first name, Carl. They had been friends a long time ago, but Carl hadn't recognized him on the bike. That's why he had shot him. Before they could talk further, the Hellspawn used the shadows and teleported both of them somewhere outside the city. Every time he teleported using the shadows, it put a strain on his body, and the gunslinger was reminded why he was considered one of the weakest Hellspawns out there. A long time ago, Carl had been hunting bears in the wild when he stumbled into a bandit camp in the middle of nowhere. He was captured and tortured by the bandits, who accused him of spying on them. However, the gunslinger had found them as well and attacked the bandits, taking them out one by one. He left their boss alive because he wanted to send a message, and then found Carl lying on the ground, all beaten up. He took care of him and even helped heal his wounds before leaving the camp together. In the present, Javier didn't understand how Carl was still alive. He must have been over 150 years old. Javi was hunting a man named Cliff Truman, one of the people involved in his sister's death. Upon hearing this, Carl began to change, transforming his body and covering himself in metallic armor. He then grabbed one of the nearby trees and hit Javier at full strength, slamming him into the ground, claiming that he now knew who the real enemy was. Carl pointed his bioweapon cannon at him and threatened to end him, but Javier was curious to know what had happened to him. He thought they were friends. He was stalling for time while also calling out to the animals around him, asking them to come to his rescue. The gunslinger gave up, asking his attacker to shoot him, but Carl didn't trust him, saying they had warned him he would try this. He recalled what had happened to him when the mysterious man who tortured Javier did the same to him. Every bone in his body was broken, and he was left to die until Cliff Truman found him, the same person Javier was hunting down. Cliff had cured his wounds and offered to prolong his life, even though he was still a cripple and couldn't move properly. He waited over 100 years until technology had advanced enough to completely rebuild his body. He had lived and seen how evil mankind could be, hungry for power and willing to stop at nothing to get it. He accused Javier of being the person who had destroyed his body all those years ago, the one responsible for ruining his life. Eventually, the animals came to the gunslinger's rescue, and his horse attacked Carl, shooting him with a beam of energy. Meanwhile, Taylor's health was getting worse and he was running a high fever. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't, so he was forced to stay with Waya, who wanted to help him. While being distracted by the animals, the gunslinger summoned his angelic wings and flew off into the sky at lightning speed. He then returned like a boomerang, flying directly toward Carl, determined to end the confrontation. The impact left a giant crater in the middle of the forest, and when the dust settled, only the gunslinger emerged victorious. It's been 2 weeks since Nyx became the new queen of hell, and everyone on Earth lost their powers, becoming mortal again. The same thing happened to Javier, and he doesn't understand why his wounds aren't healing like they used to. Someone knocks on his door, but it is only the maid, Linda, who wants to clean his room. Elsewhere, Heaven's forces are having a secret meeting, talking about him. They've sent 20 agents to kill the gunslinger, but 8 of them are already dead. Even though he was one of the weakest Hellspawns out there, ever since he became human, he's become one of the strongest ones. That's because he always had to rely on his skills rather than his powers, which makes him quite dangerous now. Later, a couple of thugs pick on the maid, hitting on her and even touching her face. Javier gets involved, pretending to be her boyfriend, flashing his guns and knives and scaring them off. However, she wasn't too happy with him getting involved, saying that next week they will return and he won't be there to protect her. As payback, the thugs run over Javier's bike, completely destroying it with their truck. 2 weeks ago, Gunslinger was in hell, fighting Heaven's armies, when out of nowhere, there was a giant flash, and everyone was teleported back to Earth. None of them had their powers anymore, so he had to defend himself using knives. He was quickly overrun, and his trusted pet came to his rescue, still retaining its powers. Linda visits Javier in his room several hours later and apologizes for her behavior. He asks to borrow her car and offers her some of his money in exchange and a chance to work for him, saying they could make a good combo together. They jump in the car and drive up north for a couple of hours. Javier is injured and Linda wants to see just how serious it is, but he claims it's not a big deal. To prove it, he gets out of the car, strikes a strong pose and says he's had far worse than this. Linda is overwhelmed and thinks she's way in over her head. She doesn't want him to die in her car and jokes about whether she'd still get paid. They drive for a couple more hours and arrive in Gettysburg, where Javi stops to take a piss. Linda realizes that he can't read, but doesn't want him to be embarrassed. She also didn't have a proper education. She goes inside a nearby pharmacy to buy some medicine and asks Javi to stay in the car, but he couldn't resist the urge to explore the town and watch the shop windows. 3 local bullies run into him and decide to pick on him. They find his pet dinosaur and one of them steals it, thinking it is just some tiny lizard. The guys spend the next 42 minutes drinking some beers at a local bar. However, Gunslinger is waiting for them in the back alleys, determined to get his tiny pet back. He ties one of them upside down using his lasso and then knocks out the second one with a strong punch to the face. The bigger guy threatens to kill the pet if he doesn't back down, but Javi doesn't need to do anything. Mystic fire burns the man's flesh as the dinosaur changes into the Grim Reaper horse. It then kicks the man as hard as it can, sending him flying into the wall. He then returns to the car, where Linda has been waiting for him for the past hour. She freaks out upon seeing the pet dinosaur and nearly crashes the car. Javi asks her to stop in front of a bank that has the logo atop the building, the same mark used by those who conspired to kill his family over 150 years ago. Gunslinger decides to tell Linda the truth about the kind of people he's after. After they hurt his sister, he went after them, trying to avenge her. He managed to kill a bunch of them inside a saloon, but they just kept coming. He used everything he had at his disposal, including guns and knives, and eventually made his way to the second floor. But behind some closed doors, an ambush was waiting for him. 7 bandits were waiting for him and instantly started shooting, filling his entire body with bullet holes. He fell to the ground, barely alive, while their boss claimed the costume was in shock and they needed to move fast. One of them takes out his knife and starts carving out his suit, trying to skin him alive. When he was done, he drew their clan symbol on his chest, branding the gunslinger like the rest of their victims. Eventually, he was able to escape, but that's a story for another time if Linda wants to listen to it. He wants to know if she is willing to hurt anyone who would hurt her family, but Linda is a nice person and would rather let the authorities deal with something like that. Gunslinger finally decides to get his wounds checked out by Waya, the Indian shaman. Taylor's been gone for the past couple of days and he has no idea where he went. The 2 men get into a heated argument and Javier decides to leave. Back at the hotel, he packs his bags with money and asks Linda to drive him back to the bank because he has an idea. He knows the bank is owned by the same people involved in killing his sister, so he decides to go inside and open an account. The bank assistant was kind enough and thought the 2 of them were married. Linda went along and pretended to be Javier's wife, saying they wanted to invest their money with the bank. When he pulled out stacks of cash, the bank manager showed up and offered his services. He said it wasn't safe to walk around with so much cash and called one of the guards, which prompted Javier to reach inside his jacket. Linda calms him down and says they just wanted to speak with the owner of the bank, but he wasn't in that day. He was home relaxing with his family at his big ranch. The 2 of them decide to leave but immediately get into a heated argument inside the car. Linda was furious that Javier brought weapons inside the bank and could have gotten her in a lot of trouble. To calm her down, Javier buys her flowers and says he's sorry for getting her mixed up in his problems and doesn't want her to get hurt. He decides to go after the owner alone and summons his trusted pet, the mighty Grim Reaper. He finds the ranch and most of the lights were on, signaling that someone was home. But before he could get ready, a pack of guard dogs sniffed his scent and ran after him. He trips and falls to the ground and is quickly overrun by the dogs. Inside the ranch, the owner is talking with a man in a sharp tailored suit. The man says they saw Gunslinger today at the bank, but he wasn't alone. He walked in with a woman. The boss wants him to find out who that woman is and kill her on sight without asking questions. Moments later, the entire house suddenly goes dark. Gunslinger breaks into the boss's office, followed by the pack of dogs, who were now under his control. The boss was curious to know what happened to his guards, but they were quickly dealt with. He claims the Hellspawn was reckless by coming here, just like his sister Amy. But this didn't sit well with Javier, who shoots him point blank in the head, choosing to end him before they could talk. Soon after the death of his sister, Gunslinger made a promise to her to hunt down every last person who had anything to do with killing her. Tonight he'll cross another name off that list, but it did nothing to quell his anger. Revenge still consumes him, so he shoots a few more bullets to make sure the guy is dead. He then goes back to the motel where he was staying and is surprised to see Linda still here, waiting for him. He lies to her, saying he didn't find the owner of the bank but he's gonna keep looking. Suddenly they hear sirens and the place is surrounded by police cars. He didn't know who they were or what they wanted, so Javi pulls one of the tables to shield himself from the bullets. He pushes Linda inside the room, asking her to drop to the ground and take cover. The police were instructed to shoot on sight, and the onslaught of bullets was piercing the walls. Left without a choice, Javier summons his pet horse and Linda couldn't believe what was going on. He sets her on the horse and asks her to hold tight. He was going to take her to Waya, his shaman friend. He then returns to the room and throws a dynamite stick inside, causing the police to evacuate, barely avoiding a deadly explosion that destroyed the entire room. Javi then goes on top of the motel but is quickly spotted by the police, who got even more reinforcements. Unfortunately, one of his legs gets stuck in the roof tiles and he couldn't move anymore. SWAT teams arrive and he only has a few seconds left to free himself, but he couldn't. Instead, the roof caves in and he falls through, landing on a pile of rubble while surrounded by dozens of officers. He was quickly overrun and surrounded, but Javi was now unconscious and didn't even know what was going on. The ambulance arrives and picks him up, saying that his vital signs are high but stable. The ride to the hospital was dead quiet. In a town this size, none of them know how they're supposed to act, so they rely on instincts instead. One of the guards was shocked to see just how many weapons Javier had hidden under his costume. Meanwhile, the horse arrives at Waya's shop after safely escaping with Linda on his back. She was disoriented and didn't understand what happened to Javi, why he reacted the way he did, and why he fought the police. One of the officers doesn't understand why Gunslinger was carrying such old weapons when the manufacturer went out of business over 100 years ago. Suddenly, Javi wakes up and goes into a state of frenzy, fighting off the medical staff. They were forced to sedate him to calm him down. A maximum dose of Valium does the trick. They remove his clothes and notice that his entire body was covered in lacerations and scars. No man could have survived this with his mental health intact. As he slips deeper into his medicated sleep, Javi's subconscious begins to wander, grasping for the past. He remembers confronting 3 low-life bandits who attacked a nearby farm, killing the entire family but not before violating the 2 girls. If there's one thing the Gunslinger can't stand, it's murderers and rapists. One of the bandits was actually an angel in disguise, and he claims the Hellspawn fell straight into his trap. The 2 men prepare for a gruesome fight, but while the Gunslinger pulls out his trusted old guns, the angel equips his armor, powerful enough to protect him against the bullets. The Gunslinger accuses him of killing a baby back at the farm, and wants to know if God is proud of that. Knowing that guns won't make a difference in the confrontation, they drop them on the ground and decide to fight barehanded. The Gunslinger has been subjected to sonic waves in the past, but this assault is unlike any of those. He drops to the ground screaming in pain, and the angel sneaks up behind him with a knife, wanting to slit his throat. However, the Gunslinger uses a pair of knives to stab him in the eye. An eye for an eye. Both of them are now severely wounded, and the Hellspawn calls upon the creatures of darkness to come and help him. He is quickly covered in worms and maggots, whose job is to heal his wounds and help him recover. But the angel didn't come alone. He set up a trap and calls for reinforcements to swoop down and attack the Hellspawn. The Gunslinger creates a diversion using his costume and the worms, while he sneaks up from behind and quickly takes out 2 angels at once. However, he is quickly picked up and carried into the sky by winged monsters. He calls upon flocks of crows to come to his aid, and they are able to free their master. He drops from the sky at incredible speed, hitting the trees on his way down, softening his fall. That night was just one of many the Gunslinger has survived, but in the present, his body still bears the marks of his many reckless encounters. Meanwhile, in Guyana, Carlos Sanchez, the leader of the South American drug cartel, was watching TV and recognizes Javier, claiming that's his son. Sanchez quickly gets on the phone with his contacts inside the US government, demanding to find a way to release his son from prison. When he came through the time rip, the Gunslinger took control of Javier Sanchez's body, who was the son of a South American drug lord. He wakes up from his coma, and the doctors are curious to know what happened to him, how he got all those scars across his body, but he won't tell them anything. As soon as he gets better, he is taken to prison, where a lawyer named Judith Cerrone visits him. She has been assigned to his case and wants to know why he killed Thomas Neely back at the ranch. But Javi isn't too cooperative and refuses to give out any details. Back at the car shop, Waya decides to tell Linda the truth about the Hellspawn and says he isn't from their time period. He was brought forward in time over 150 years into today's world. He's been thrown into a strange world that makes very little sense to him. He's adapted as best he can, but he doesn't belong here and won't survive if he has to stay. His modern enemies know this, especially one in particular, Cogliostro, but Linda finds the entire story hard to believe. The shaman warns her that the forces after him will hunt her as well, and that she needs to be careful. Eventually, Javier tells Judith the truth, that he killed Thomas Neely because he was involved in his sister's death, but she demands to see some proof. Somewhere outside the city, a man named Raul Jimenez, who works as a fixer for Carlos Sanchez, is returning to his cabin in the woods. Out of nowhere, he's ambushed by Monolith, a hulking Hellspawn, who demands to know the Gunslinger's location. The Hellspawn threatens to kill Raul if he doesn't tell him where the Gunslinger is, but the man has no idea who that is. Eventually, he realizes he is talking about Javier Sanchez, aka the Gunslinger, and decides to point him in the right direction. The lawyer is trying to convince Javier to tell her everything he knows, saying she wants to help him. They're going to transfer him to a maximum security prison in the next few days, and if he doesn't cooperate with her, she won't be able to help him. Linda is curious and asks Waya about the gunslinger's past, including questions about Amy. But the old man doesn't know much because the gunslinger never liked to talk about his sister or what exactly happened to her. They turn on the TV and Linda sees that she is a wanted woman, accused of helping Javier and being involved in the shooting at the motel. Back at the prison, Judith is taken off the case by another top-shot lawyer. This guy is working for Javier's father and says he doesn't need to worry about going to prison because they control most of the inmates and guards inside, and he's going to be well protected. The next day, he is taken by bus to the maximum security prison. While the guards and one of the inmates assure him he's going to be safe, Javier's father is well connected. Out of nowhere, something slams into the bus and rips it in half, nearly killing all of the inmates. It's Monolith, and he is searching for Javier, but he has no idea what he looks like. Eventually, he finds him and asks if he knows Cogliostro, trying to make sure he has the right person. He grabs him, and they both disappear within seconds, jumping nearly half a mile away. Somewhere in Washington, D.C., a strange man is informed that someone kidnapped Javier, and he wants to gather the team to retrieve him immediately. His father isn't too happy about the news either, and says he won't allow his son to go missing a second time. Monolith kidnapped him because he wants answers, but Javier has some questions of his own. For starters, why does he still have his Hellspawn powers when everyone else doesn't? The behemoth demonstrates a glimpse of his true power and enlarges his body, showcasing that he can become even bigger and stronger. He wants to know where Cogliostro is hiding and hopes to use him to get to the Omega Spawn. Monolith is not from Earth, and when he first got to Omega Island, he was attacked by the Omega Spawn, who left him for dead. But somehow Cogliostro found a way to trap him inside a black hole, where he stole Omega's powers, becoming incredibly strong and transforming into Sin. He's been trying to get the throne of hell ever since, and Javier has no idea where he is right now, but maybe Spawn does. Since he couldn't get any useful information out of him, Monolith grabs Javi and jumps into the air once again. They land back where he attacked the bus and he leaves him to fend for himself. The police are searching for survivors when the dogs pick up his scent. He runs and tries to get away, using the nearby forest to cover his tracks, but it's no use. Eventually, he is surrounded by cops and dogs who threaten to end him if he tries anything. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake and Javier is engulfed in a bright white light. This transforms him back into the gunslinger and he has all of his Hellspawn powers back. But the guards panic and start shooting, piercing his flesh with an onslaught of gunfire. Gunslinger falls to the ground unconscious, not even realizing what just happened to his body. For some reason, the dogs turn on the cops, threatening to attack if they get anywhere near their new master. Javier quickly recovers and gets up, dealing with his attackers in seconds. He threatens one of the cops, asking him if he has a family and if he wants to ever see them again. He incapacitates him and then goes on the run, followed by his new guard dogs. He climbs up the mountain while helicopters patrol around, trying to catch a glimpse of him. The higher he goes, the colder the weather gets, and pretty soon the temperature drops below freezing. Even though he isn't affected by the cold, his dogs are, so he wraps them in his jacket and starts carrying them. He finds a cave for them to rest, but they aren't alone. 2 bear cubs are sleeping next to them. This means their mother is out hunting and will likely get back, so they need to find another shelter. He takes the dogs and goes outside into the freezing cold when, out of nowhere, the mother bear attacks him. Gunslinger chooses to protect the dogs and takes the full brunt of the attack, refusing to defend himself. As claws shred and teeth dig, the visual is shockingly that of someone being mauled to death. The dogs eventually wake up and decide to help their new master once again, barking and attracting the bear's attention. Gunslinger is given a few seconds of relief and he grabs his gun, but he is reluctant to shoot. Bears, mustangs, buffalo, each has come to his rescue more than once, and the bear mom doesn't deserve to die. He throws the gun away and instead jumps on her back, injuring her with his knife. Out of nowhere, Godsend appears, one of heaven's elite angels, and traps the bear in midair using a spell. The angel claims he only came to talk, but Gunslinger is reluctant and points his gun at him. He doesn't want to talk and asks him to leave, saying he doesn't trust angels. Before leaving, he wants Godsend to free the bear because it is causing her pain, and he agrees. Upon releasing the enraged beast, it changes completely and decides to protect the Hellspawn, just like the dogs. Godsend doesn't understand why the animals want to protect him, and he wants to take the dogs with him to study them more. But Gunslinger refuses and shoots him in the eye using bullets drenched in necroplasm, the only thing that can actually hurt angels. It was Godsend and the clown who helped trigger Spawn's time rip, which unwillingly snatched so many from their own time and brought them here. Dozens of Hellspawns were caught in that vortex, while Godsend went to Limbo instead. He wants to know why he was left behind and thinks the Hellspawn can help him. It's true, Gunslinger is considered the weakest of all the Hellspawns created, but what he lacks in power, he makes up for with fearlessness. He is able to sneak up behind the angel and viciously stab him in the back with his daggers. Jessica Priest is one of Nix's closest friends, one who had intimate information about Lieutenant Colonel Al Simmons. Tonight, she received a call from her friend asking to meet as soon as possible, and Jessica rushed immediately, thinking that she might have important information about Simmons. But something was wrong. As she opens the door to her hideout, Jessica finds Nix lying lifeless on the ground after being murdered by Cogliostro. She said she was digging into something about the shadow players involving heaven and earth, but that information got her killed. Jessica finds a secret room hidden behind a painting that was filled with computer files, books, and a whole lot of guns. Jessica pores over the materials Nix had left out, stunned at how ancient some of the books are. But there is one in particular that catches her attention, one filled with black magic, and an amulet specifically used for resurrection spells. She takes the amulet and tries to resurrect Nix, one last desperate attempt to help her friend. She places the amulet on her chest and suddenly, she's engulfed in a green light that covers the entire room. She is bombarded with thousands of images of Simmons' entire life, ever since he became a spawn. But instead of resurrecting her friend, Jessica Priest is transformed into She-Spawn, a female version of a Hellspawn. Our story begins at the headquarters of a secret religious cult called Psalm 137, who were worshipping Billy Kincaid and the Exodus Foundation. Out of nowhere, Spawn, together with the Redeemer, Jessica Priest, aka She-Spawn, and Mark Rosen, aka Medieval Spawn, break inside. A brutal confrontation erupts, and the religious fanatics were trying to stop the Hellspawns, but it was no use. They tear through them with ease. Spawn kills the last survivor in cold blood, saying that nobody is going to miss her. He tells the others to clean up the place because he is kicking them out of his sanctuary and wants them to use this place as their hideout. Mark changes back into his human form and starts cleaning up the place, which will eventually become their new base of operations. Jessica takes a walk with the Redeemer and says she wants to build a squad of her own. She wants him and Medieval Spawn to join her team, and he agrees as long as she helps him find the Reaper. Meanwhile, somewhere in Wyoming, 3 Locust Rangers were chasing the Gunslinger, and he was forced to retreat inside a nearby church. He is one of the weakest Hellspawns ever created, but what he lacks in strength, he compensates in fearlessness. After catching his breath, Javier goes outside again, guns blazing, charging towards his hunters. The fight is brutal, but there are 3 of them, and they manage to slam him against the ground using razor-sharp barbed wire. The other Hellspawns arrive and observe the fight, but Jessica doesn't want to intervene, feeling confident in the Gunslinger's abilities. And she was right because he eventually wins the fight and rips their bodies in half. However, the fight was far from over, as their bodies turn into locusts and then transform into a bigger and stronger creature. The other Hellspawns join the fight, and together they are able to destroy the beast with ease. Gunslinger burns their bodies, saying that he'll burn everyone whoever comes after them. He agrees to join Jessica's squad and leaves a message behind for everyone to read. He also wants to name their group Scorched. Meanwhile, in Penza, Russia, a group of teenagers were hiding inside an abandoned building when, out of nowhere, a group of soldiers break inside, trying to kill them. A young girl named Odessa makes a run for it together with her friend, but the soldiers were right on their tracks. In this town, nobody dared to stand up against the military because they know it's not worth getting involved. The 2 girls run into a dead end, but the soldiers are not what they appear to be. They claim that their boss, General Khrushchev, wants them alive, but he said nothing about hurting them. The soldiers transform into werewolves and get ready to attack the 2 girls when out of nowhere the Scorched comes to their rescue. These soldiers stood no chance against the squad of Hellspawns and are easily taken out. Gunslinger begins interrogating the survivors and he starts by killing them one by one until one of them decides to talk. They've come to Russia searching for the plague spawn, and the soldier gives them the location of General Khrushchev's base, where they were keeping him. Next, he wants to interrogate the 2 girls, curious to know why the soldiers were after them. But She-Spawn kicks him in the back. He agrees to back off, and she transforms into her human form to comfort the girls. They retreat inside an abandoned building, planning out their next move, when Medieval Spawn has an idea. He touches one of the girls, and this allows him to read her mind, trying to see what makes them so important. The girls were orphans and lived a tough life, trying to survive as best they can given their situation. The entire city was under the rule of a ruthless military general, who often abused his power and oppressed the people. During one of the riots, Odessa was being chased again by soldiers when something happened. Plague Spawn appeared and brutally killed the soldier, but she wasn't supposed to know of its existence. He is the first Hellspawn ever created, but it had too many defects, and even though it was supposed to be destroyed, it survived. While they were talking, Redeemer realizes that the army had completely surrounded the building, and they needed to move fast or else all of them would get slaughtered. Inside their top-secret base, General Khrushchev and his people were keeping Plague prisoner and using him to extract the poison coursing through his body. The general knows that the future of wars won't be won by humans, so he is willing to do anything to gain an advantage. If this means experimenting with necroplasm or mutating DNA and creating an army of werewolves called the Black Flag, then so be it. He orders his soldiers to attack the Hellspawns and not be afraid to transform into monsters. But the Hellspawns have been through dozens of wars against some of the greatest tactical minds in history. Their skills are honed over many centuries. An airplane shoots and kills Odessa, one of the girls, but She-Spawn is able to save the other one, Natasha. They know too much, and the general is determined to wipe them out. A sniper shoots Medieval Spawn in the neck, and then does the same thing to Gunslinger. But Spawn finally decides to join the fight and rams his hand through the sniper's head, instantly ending him. Terry was also brought along and gives Jessica a rocket launcher to help the Redeemer, who was fighting the airplane in the sky. A werewolf soldier attacks her out of nowhere, but she is able to kick him in the face and also shoot the rocket, directly hitting the airplane and taking it down. Everything up until now was mere distractions. The real target is General Khrushchev, who injected himself with Plague's blood and is now transformed into a hideous monster. The Black Flag army has sinister intentions. Their goal is to identify and control new weaponry, biological, nuclear, or even supernatural. When they discovered the Plague, Hell's first symbiote prototype, it was the perfect disease. What weapon could be better? But they didn't plan to fight a small army of Hellspawns, and Medieval Spawn manages to stab the general with his mighty sword. The Gunslinger also attacks him from behind, determined to take his symbiote by skinning him alive. Spawn and Jessica reunite inside, and after interrogating one of the soldiers, they find out that the two girls were not working alone. There is also a boy named Sergei and a man from South Africa who ultimately wants to control Plague for his own personal reasons. He wants humans to have the power, not Hell. Then humans would reign again. Natasha tries to run away while Terry is chasing after her, but someone attacks him from behind. It was Sergei, disguised as the new Soul Crusher, an old enemy of Spawn, who came to save the girls. Sergei is able to rescue Natasha and bring her back to their hideout, where an old man was waiting for them. This old man is the first Soul Crusher. He adopted Odessa, Natasha, and Sergei and trained them to fight against the forces of heaven and hell. But this got one of them killed, and now Natasha is infected with the Plague's poison. The two men get into a heated argument, and Sergei gets violent and lights the old man on fire, claiming he needs to find a way to cure Natasha. Somewhere near Belarus, the Scorched were searching for Reaper and found an abandoned building in the middle of nowhere. Inside, a group of mutated angels were performing experiments on the Reaper, aka Eddie Frank, trying to extract his holy blood, which they believe can open the dead zones and allow them to go back to heaven. They were hired by the old Soul Crusher, who wanted to get rid of them by sending them home. With no way to return home, these angels are starving, and without God to sustain them, they've lost their once glorious beauty. Suddenly, Medieval Spawn drops through the ceiling, saying that God did the same thing to him centuries ago, but he won't allow them to do the same thing to Reaper. He didn't come alone. He also brought something sinister from Russia. The Plague emerges and goes on a rampage, tearing through the hordes of angels like they were nothing. The squad also makes an entrance, with Gunslinger leading the way, shooting his way in. The zombie angels were now mostly dead, but Plague turns his attention to the Reaper, wanting to infect his body and bond with him. Bringing him turned out to be a big mistake, and the Scorched are barely able to stand against him. Miraculously, Plague Spawn is suddenly dropped to his knees and stunned unconscious. It was the new Soul Crusher and Natasha who claimed they didn't come here to fight and want to make them an offer. He wants their help in trying to cure Natasha, and in exchange he offers to take them home, back to their real homes, their families, where people are missing them. He wants them to leave Earth to the humans. Let them control their destinies, devoid of heaven or hell's interference. Sergei claims this wasn't the real Plague, because if it was, they'd all be dead by now. After saving Reaper, the Scorched returned to their Black Fortress hideout, but someone came looking for them at the castle. It was a giant robot, created using fuel from anti-spawn and hellspawn serum, with one purpose in mind: to hunt down and devour hellspawns and angels. Upon seeing Soul Crusher, Spawn loses his mind and wants to end him, but the others stop him, saying he's with them. A confrontation erupts, and Spawn doesn't back down, accusing him of being a liar, claiming he can't be trusted. Gunslinger orders him to back down, believing that he can help all of them return home. He attacks Spawn and stabs him using his dagger, but Simmons counterattacks using his chains and slams him against the walls. Suddenly, Natasha collapses on the ground, overwhelmed by the plague quills that were coursing through her body, slowly taking over her. Medieval Spawn lived in a time of honor, and he tries to help her using forgotten magic that he was able to learn from priests who experimented on him. Everyone calms down, and the Reaper eventually wakes up, claiming there's a civil war coming soon, one where hell spawns will turn on each other and angels will kill angels. One of them will turn on the group and ultimately betray them, becoming a Judas, but that moment hasn't come yet. Suddenly, Natasha wakes up screaming, saying they've come for them. The hulking robot from Belarus found their hideout and attacks them viciously, blasting his way inside with a powerful energy beam. The Hellspawns attack the Sin Devourer from every direction, but he was created to counter their every move. Medieval Spawn attacks it from behind, managing to cut one of the hoses on its back, but it had no effect. Instead, it counterattacks even harder, slamming the ground and creating a powerful explosion. Soul Crusher is injured in the attack and lies unconscious on the ground, while Gunslinger gives the order to fall back and regroup. Natasha claims its only weakness is the vials on his armor, and they need to destroy them. She-Spawn listens and attacks the hulking creature, managing to destroy the source of its power. Medieval Spawn charges his attack, dealing a devastating blow, while the Reaper jumps toward the beast, dealing the final blow using his scythe blade. They finally manage to kill it, but Soul Crusher is badly injured on the ground. He claims the person who created this machine is a person called the Buyer, also referred to as Mr. K. He and the original Soul Crusher worked together to create it and even found a way to extract the anti-spawn serum from the Reaper. The Buyer created a side in this war between heaven and hell, and he wants to create genocide by controlling the dead zones and killing everything in between. Natasha's health was getting worse by the minute, as the plague poison was slowly killing her. But while they were talking, the group failed to notice that something sinister was lurking in the shadows, drawn to Natasha like a moth to a light, none other than Plague Spawn, the original version, not the cheap clone from Russia. Meanwhile, somewhere in Romania, Haunt was able to kidnap Blood, the king of vampires, and hold him hostage, demanding he give him a cure to the poison racing through his body. They begin to fight, and Haunt dodges the vampire's initial attack, sending him crashing into the furniture. He wants the cure and won't leave this place until he gets it, but Blood claims he didn't poison him. Instead, there are other forces out there who are billionaires, gods, demons. During the confrontation, Haunt finds a briefcase filled with important documents containing names and locations of both enemy targets and loyal recruits. But before he got a chance to look through them, another Devourer breaks inside the building with orders to kill him and the Vampire King. Spawn claims that all of them are hybrids. None of them got their powers directly from hell like he did, which means they can't be trusted. One of them will eventually betray them, and they need to find out who that someone is. Spawn doesn't trust the Soul Crusher and takes him to Limbo, a place where nothing exists, nothing except darkness. Gunslinger didn't trust Sergei as well, but he agrees to go after Spawn and drag his ass back here. Mark finds the android's black box, a hard drive containing information on all of them. They were trying to piece together a historical profile on all of them and use it to find their weaknesses. The machine was still working, and She-Spawn destroys it, claiming she still has family and doesn't want whoever created the android to find them. Back in Romania, the second android wins the fight against Haunt, but it doesn't want to kill him. Instead, it asks him to work for them, claiming they want his help against Spawn because they have the cure to his poison, and only they can dictate how long he has to live. Spawn confronts the Soul Crusher in Limbo, saying he brought him here to keep him as a prisoner. Natasha lays on the table with her skin bubbling from the infection, but Reaper keeps thinking about the prophecy, that one of them is going to betray them. He thinks it might be She-Spawn because she abandoned him during a mission in Japan. Why would anyone abandon a teammate? While they are talking, Natasha begins convulsing and her body goes into shock. Plague's poison has been replicating inside her body, breeding itself back into existence, becoming whole again and attacking them on sight. Meanwhile, near the empty sands in New Mexico, Gunslinger and Mark are watching an unmarked compound, where She-Spawn has infiltrated inside. She deals with a couple of soldiers and interrogates one of them, demanding to know the location of Mr. K. Haunt sneaks up behind the Gunslinger, claiming he is working with She-Spawn and she told him to come here. She confirms over the radio and the Hellspawn lowers his gun. Inside, Jessica takes one of the guards' keypads and is helped by Kurt, Haunt's ghost brother. They successfully sneak inside one of the rooms but are shocked to see what was hiding inside. Hundreds of Sin Devourer robots were being created here, but that's not all. The computer had detailed information on all of them, including Jessica's entire life ever since she was a little girl. She manages to destroy the information, but this triggers a failsafe which awakes all of the robots that were stored there. She and Kurt rush outside, desperately trying to escape the giant robot that was chasing them, while Gunslinger provides cover fire from the distance. He and Haunt are able to delay the robot long enough for Jessica to open a portal and teleport all of them back to the fortress. But something was wrong. The Redeemer and Reaper had lost the battle with the Plague Spawn, and were now impaled on the walls, barely alive. Meanwhile, in the eternal darkness of Limbo, Soul Crusher is trying to find a way out after Spawn trapped him here. He sees the Hell Spawns talking about Natasha and learns that Plague has taken over her body, and if they don't find a way to reverse the process, she's going to die. Spawn appears and calls Sergei reckless. It's because of his own mistakes that the girl was infected and wants him to do better. He wants him to become a better soldier, but the only way he can fully trust him is to pass a test. Plague needed a host, someone to meld with, an energy to feed off and make itself whole again. This host was Natasha, and now it's being driven by rage and the need for revenge. She, Spawn, went looking for her, while the Reaper lay injured on the ground from his previous battle, warning the others that Jessica can't be trusted. Plague attacks the Hell Spawns, destroying their bikes and causing a big explosion which sends them crashing. The bonding process was not yet complete, and they needed to find a way to separate them and get Natasha back. Haunt has an idea, and asks his teammates to keep it busy while he sneaks from behind. He grows claws and spikes, wanting to shred the monster to its core, after which he intends to grab Natasha and find out what happened to Soul Crusher, believing that he might have a cure for his poisoning. Haunt's blades pass through the monster's skin with ease, but Plague was operating like a virus, spreading and trying to infect all of them. Gunslinger unloads a full magazine of necro-dipped bullets that, even though it won't kill the monster, will slow it down and cause great pain. A giant explosion sends Plague to its knees, being momentarily disabled, but something else was coming towards them. A small army of sin devourers, who were recently awoken by She-Spawn when she infiltrated one of their compounds. In Vatican City, in the year 1347, a guard was carrying a young boy who was very sick. During that time period, entire cities were decimated by a great plague, and those that had succumbed were tossed onto piles and dragged off to unmarked graves where they were burned like animals. The boy was chosen by the Pope himself to be the subject of a ritual meant to create a soldier capable of fighting this dark plague that was ravaging the country. As the boy slowly dies, he sees how he'll be resurrected to fight an enemy that will consume everything it can, the Black Plague Spawn. Medieval Spawn used to be that young boy, and he only joined the Scorched, hoping that one day he will get another chance to fight the plague. He leaves the hideout and goes to join the fight, while Reaper decides to show the Redeemer a vision. He comes from the future, a future where the Scorched are all killed, and if that happens, the survival of the entire world is at stake. On the battleground, the Hell Spawns are preparing to face off against an army of sin devourers, who are built with the sole purpose of wiping them out. They are quickly surrounded from every direction, and they go into defensive formation. But the androids have information on all of them. They know all of their strengths and weaknesses, all except the gunslingers. The battle erupts, and Kurt jumps towards one of them, but they were equipped to deal with ghosts as well, and he doesn't stand a chance. Back in the past, after he was resurrected during the ritual, Medieval Spawn is thrown inside a mass grave where his own family laid. The bishops ask him to destroy the body of his brother, claiming the plague was hiding inside of him, but when he draws out his sword, the monster jumps and attacks him. Quills puncture his body, excreting poison, but the boy wasn't killed. Instead, he was immune from the plague's poison, and he starts hallucinating, seeing his dead parents. In the present, Medieval Spawn appears on his fire horse, rushing towards the plague, determined to cut off its head. He was successful, but just moments before his blade slit its throat, the plague released Natasha from his grip, and he only managed to kill the girl, who became another innocent victim of this unholy war. The androids eventually won the war against the Hell Spawns and managed to capture and imprison them inside a laboratory. The truth about the mysterious buyer is finally revealed. Mr. K is none other than the Curse, a former enemy of Spawn. He doesn't want to kill the Hell Spawns. Instead, he wants to use them against Spawn, but first he needs to turn them against him. He uses electroshocks to torture the gunslinger, showing him visions of Spawn, making it look like the reason why he locked the dead zones was to gain control over demons and angels and build his own empire. The curse wasn't working alone. A senator was funding his experiments, using each other to rid the planet of angels and demons. Medieval Spawn wasn't captured, but he was on another mission. He was trying to find the Soul Crusher and tell him that he accidentally killed Natasha. She-Spawn was being tortured in another way. She sees visions of her mother holding her daughter, a daughter that Jessica tried to keep a secret in hopes of keeping her safe from the shadow forces. Haunt is a different specimen. The souls of two men reside in his own body. But the curse thinks the poison coursing through his body might still be useful to him, so he tries to extract it. Gunslinger's electroshocks were beginning to work, triggering his paranoia and turning him against Spawn, blaming him for everything that happened to him. The curse claims his experiments are working, and he will never let another one lord over him. He sacrificed his entire life for God, who abandoned him. Eventually, Medieval Spawn finds the entrance to Limbo and goes inside, but things have changed since Simmons abandoned Soul Crusher inside. Sergei became stronger, and he killed everyone who was trapped inside along with him, claiming he was using them as practice to kill Medieval Spawn for killing Natasha. After Spawn left him in Limbo, Sergei's been fighting an onslaught of demons, but he kept pushing, wanting to return back to Natasha. However, her spirit visits him, claiming she's already dead, but it wasn't supposed to end that way. This infuriates him, and he blames the Hell Spawns for refusing his help and trapping him here. Medieval Spawn is a man of honor. He approaches him and confesses to unwillingly killing her, saying it was a mistake, but Sergei doesn't care. He jumps towards the Hellspawn, demanding retribution for what he did. He attaches a bomb to his head and blows it off, just like when the Medieval Spawn cut off her head. He wasn't dead though, and counterattacks by cutting off Sergei's symbiotic hand. The Hellspawn wants him to put aside his anger and work together to stop the monster that put her in harm's way, to channel his friend and use it for a greater purpose. Sergei's body has been injected with Spawn DNA, transforming his arm into a living weapon. He is able to rebuild his arm and make himself whole again, and he sees visions of what really happened to Natasha, how the plague took over her body and tricked the Hellspawn into killing her. He finally agrees to stop his attacks and joins forces with Medieval Spawn, and together they leave Limbo. But he promises that once the Earth is rid of Heaven and Hell's forces, the two of them will continue this fight. Spawn watched the entire scene from the shadows and wonders if both of them were worth all this trouble. The curse has spent years lurking in the shadows, observing, studying, planning his attack against the Hellspawns. But he wasn't always like this. His name used to be Philip Kran, a boy whose entire life was devoted to God. He would record entire sermons and listen to them in his bedroom. And slowly, his obsession with God grew. To prove his loyalty, he stabbed himself in the eyes, blinding himself, thinking that in order to serve God, you must suffer. But when God abandoned him, he turned his obsession into anger, determined to stop God and his forces. Medieval Spawn and Soul Crusher escape Limbo, and he summons a giant dragon to help them fly towards Curse's fortress. He was keeping them chained inside a prison, torturing them, trying to break their spirits and eventually control them. He wanted to use them against God, but first he needs to break them. He lets the Gunslinger go for a second to prove a point, but that was a grave mistake. The Hellspawn attacks him and stabs him in the neck, forcing him to use one of his androids to take him out. She-Spawn wraps her hair around his arm, trying to immobilize him, but he grabs her and slams her against the ground. Out of nowhere, the giant dragon breaks inside the prison, and Soul Crusher joins the fight. Together, they are unstoppable, and they easily take out the fortress defenses. They choose not to kill the curse, saying he still has information they can use, but he mocks them, claiming they've been abandoned and don't have anyone to bow to. But Spawn emerges from the shadows, declaring that the Scorched answer to him. She-Spawn, aka Jessica Priest, has joined this war to keep her daughter safe, believing that having a safer world for her child is all that matters. However, they received intel that on an island off the coast of China, someone has built a fortress and forces demons and monsters to fight each other. She recruited the Freak to join her team, and after interrogating a demon, they find out demons have grouped together and are fighting in order to gain entry into the fortress. The sanctuary is built into the side of a mountain, and those wanting to stay within its halls must prove themselves by spilling their blood. There is only one wicked enough to oversee that bloodshed, the Mandarin Spawn. In his royal chamber, the Hellspawn is informed about the existence of the Scorched, other spawns that might interfere with his operations. The Freak was spotted inside the crowd of demons, but he claims he came here on his own, hoping to see the one who is leading this fortress. A long time ago, Mandarin Spawn was a deformed servant who killed his masters, and his soul was turned into a Hellspawn. Mandarin doesn't trust the Freak and knows that he is part of Spawn's crew, so he orders him to fight in the pit. The Freak lost his mind a long time ago and gladly accepts, looking forward to battling the great Hellspawn. Meanwhile, in another part of the fortress, the Redeemer and She-Spawn find a giant vault and want to break inside. They manage to blow the door wide open and find thousands of files on those trapped on Earth, both angels and demons. She came here hoping to destroy the file about her, in a desperate attempt to keep her daughter safe. Mandarin does a few deadly blows against the Freak, which injure his arm, but he enjoys getting hurt and wants him to do it again. The Redeemer takes Jessica, and together they escape this hell place, signaling to the Freak that he needs to do the same. His fight with the Hellspawn was just a distraction, so he tries to run away while being followed by a swarm of demons. Mandarin Hellspawn claims their secrets are now exposed, but he wants to be ready in case the Scorched mount an attack. After Nyx messed up with the dead zones on Earth, cracks started to appear and people are slipping through. Two such people are Necro and Margaret Love, whom Spawn killed a long time ago and sent to Hell. Meanwhile, Medieval Spawn and Soulcrusher are heading to investigate the opening of another dead zone somewhere in New Zealand. The Redeemer performs a bloody ritual and finds out that shadow forces are forming against them, and they are going to lose members and gain new ones as part of the baptism of survival. Soulcrusher doesn't know how the dead zone was opened, but Medieval Knight knows the gate must be cleared of its evil spirits in hopes of sealing it again. He goes inside but is confronted by hundreds of evil angels who want to enter Earth. Meanwhile, Soulcrusher is confronted by Margaret and her lover Necro, who want him to join their side and help them kill Spawn. They've been working with Mandarin and the Curse as part of a hellish group. Medieval Knight kills as many angels as he can, but eventually he is confronted by Golgotha, one of God's elites. Love pins Sergei on the ground and gives him the kiss of death, but he is able to whistle and calls out the dragon to his aid. Necro takes on the giant dragon and overpowers it, while Sergei manages to put a tracker on his lover's hand. A giant explosion causes the earth to shake, and Medieval Spawn emerges victorious from his battle with Golgotha. However, the two attackers are able to escape using the portal to get away, but Sergei can now track them wherever they go. Meanwhile, Gunslinger informs the Scorched that he doesn't want to work with them anymore and quits. Mandarin Spawn claims he knows his place in the world and demands submission from his army of demons, or else he's going to chop off their heads. Necro and Love pay him a visit, claiming they've come to recruit him on their team, but he instantly attacks them. However, Necro was created by humans from a piece of Spawn's cape and parts of his victims, and is incredibly powerful, almost as strong as Spawn himself. He swiftly deals with the Mandarin but claims they are not his enemies. In fact, he wants them to work together to help build an army. But first, they need one more person to ensure victory and need the Mandarin's help to find him. Back at the Black Fortress, Medieval Spawn confronts Gunslinger about his decision to leave the group, saying they need to stick together. The two of them get into a heated argument, and Medieval breaks his code of honor and hits first. They are interrupted by She-Spawn and the Redeemer, but Gunslinger says he has a confession to make. Ever since they freed Reaper from his prison in Russia, he's done nothing but pray, trying to see the future, but the Gunslinger stabbed him from behind. Redeemer claims there is no future without Reaper, and he loses his temper, going all out on the cowboy. They take the fight outside, and Gunslinger pins the Redeemer to the ground, but the others stop him. Reaper appears and says he's seen the future, and the shadow forces are trying to wipe the Earth clean and start over. The Scorched will have to hold Earth without Gunslinger, and without him and the Soulcrusher, who have another mission. Mandarin Spawn orders his army of demons to break inside a mountain, trying to find something hidden inside, something that even the Bible forgot. It was the demon Urizen, a demon so powerful, capable of killing everyone on Earth. Urizen claims they've come too late, but the others don't understand what he means. Instead, they offer him a deal. He dismisses them, saying they were all prisoners of hell and know nothing about its true nature. The rules have changed and it's no longer just about heaven and hell. Mandarin Spawn orders his army to attack, trying to subdue the giant demon and make him submit. They didn't escape the dead zones, they were let out, and Urizen knows the reason why. He goes after Mandarin and wants to end him, claiming that something bigger is coming and they should be more worried about that, rather than trying to kill Spawn and open dead zones. Necro hits him at full force, which greatly injures the beast, and he falls to his knees. Love wants him to help them kill Spawn, but Urizen claims Simmons is just a spark. The entire cosmos is at stake, not just Earth. Gaia, the mother of all creation, is afraid of Spawn, afraid of what he is capable of, and if he unlocks his full potential, he'll be able to open portals to other worlds. Reaper claims the same thing, that Gaia killed everyone on Earth and started clean by poisoning the air and the water so nothing could survive. Then she destroyed her own children, God and Satan, but somehow they recreated themselves and were reborn once again, most likely thanks to the God particles that exist in heaven and hell. These particles are the most powerful thing in the universe, and soon there will be other forces coming to retrieve them. The main portal to other worlds and dimensions emerged when Spawn created the Time Rip, and it now resides on Omega Island. Reaper wants the others to go there, while he and Soulcrusher head towards Homeland. She-Spawn uses a device she stole from Spawn and teleports her crew to Omega Island. They are greeted with excruciating sounds of people screaming, but when they get closer to see what was happening, they find Monolith finishing off a group of soldiers. He warns the other Hellspawns that while they've been busy fighting over dead zones, an even bigger darkness is coming and it will consume everything on this planet. The planet's been tagged and marked to make it easy for them to find it, like a beacon, and the hunters will come. These hunters are called planet eaters. They were among the first creatures Gaia made. They bring plague and starvation, raise sea levels, drowning those they can't infest with their seeds. When they are done, they will feed on what's left of humanity, just like they did to his planet. Monolith wants them to work together and help stop this invasion, because he doesn't want the same thing to happen here like it did on his home planet. Meanwhile, Necro, Margaret Love, and Mandarin Spawn were spreading a virus of their own. They wanted to cause as much destruction as possible, hoping to draw out the Hell Spawns and destroy them once and for all. Necro unleashes a wave of locusts from Hell, looking to infect people and bond with the host. This virus was buried alongside Urizen, and it transforms the people into something else, part human, part demon. The Hell Spawns emerge and confront them head-on, led by Monolith, who asks them to kill everything they see, including the humans who've been infected with the virus. He goes all out and kills everyone in his sight, just like a slaughterhouse. She-Spawn desperately tries to do the same, determined to stop this invasion and keep the world and her daughter safe. But they might be a little too late, as their enemies summon one of the greatest monsters She-Spawn has yet to encounter, Urizen. Jessica is attacked by these creatures, who want to infect her with the virus and make her their host. She desperately fights the infection, but it's no use. Mandarin claims it will soon be over. Her teammates rush towards them, determined to stop this virus from spreading. Monolith goes straight for Necro, knowing that if you take out the leader, the rest will follow soon. However, he claims they don't have time for this and need to focus on the bigger enemy, the Planet Eaters. The Redeemer tortures Love, demanding to know what was happening to She-Spawn. The virus was taking over her body as well, and she begins to talk like a zealot, claiming she wants to sacrifice herself. As both women were being infected, a mark appears, a symbol so ancient that no one remembers what its origin is. Mandarin was lied to. He thought that only humans could be infected, but the virus was attaching to Hellspawns as well. Suddenly, a giant shadow appears and looms over them, something colossal with scary green eyes. This isn't the first time that Monolith and Urizen have met, and he offers a truce. The Dark God accepts, knowing that if Monolith is here, it means that an even bigger threat is coming. Necro doesn't accept the truce, not after what they've been through, but Urizen doesn't tolerate defiance from his slaves and blasts him away. If they don't form this alliance, the Planet Eaters will take over the planet and destroy everything. Urizen says he will begin to prepare for them and asks Monolith to wait for his orders. The Hellspawn digs a giant hole in the ground and buries She-Spawn and Margaret Love, saying the only way to stop the virus from spreading is to bury it back into permafrost. Spawn eventually makes an entrance and demands to know what's been going on, why Monolith is leading the Scorched, and what happened to She-Spawn. The Planet Eaters have already been living among mankind for centuries, and one of them is a man named Terminus. He punishes a group of people working for him, unhappy that they failed their mission, spilling their blood on the ground and completing a ritual. Medieval Knight wanted to tell Jessica's daughter that her mother was killed, but Spawn stops him. He claims they are not allowed to involve their families in this war, especially a young, innocent girl. Monolith doesn't understand this human ritual, but Redeemer says it's a way of honoring fallen warriors. Spawn accuses him of failing to lead the Scorched and getting She-Spawn killed, but Monolith is more worried about the Planet Eaters and how Spawn is going to stop them. Meanwhile, the blood spilled on the ground earlier by Senator Terminus gives birth to a deviant, a creature with a lust for blood. Terminus demands the creature to obey his orders, claiming this planet will die soon. But first, those who've been waiting must be given a sign to begin their attacks. Over the centuries, the Planet Eaters have been living among people, pretending to be saviors and performing miracles, but they've been persecuted and killed for their acts. Humanity has been given many opportunities to show that they deserve to be spared, but failed miserably, so now they must pay. Spawn and the Scorched go looking for the one responsible for infecting She-Spawn and find Necro mourning the death of his lover. He jumps towards him and decapitates him with a swift blow, leaving Monolith impressed. The ground where Jessica was buried begins to shake, and a low-pitched sound begs to escape. She-Spawn emerges, but something was different about her. Her body was now bonded with the virus, and her eyes were bearing the mark of the Planet Eaters. Outside a military base somewhere in New Mexico, a large group of people controlled by Senator Terminus are protesting, believing that the government is hiding proof that other beings exist beyond our world. Terminus himself makes an appearance and uses his magic to control their minds, forcing them to jump the fences and storm inside. All hell breaks loose as the soldiers open fire on the invading people who want to get inside. The Planet Eaters sent magical beings to Earth to prep the planet for its extinction. Humans called them saints, but they eventually killed most of them. And today, Terminus has come to take what rightfully belongs to them. A general attacks him using the Spear of Longinus, but Terminus sneaks behind him and kills him by squishing his head. The fighting outside intensifies once the Scorched show up, and even though they didn't want to hurt the people, they had no other choice. Monolith attacks Terminus but is quickly handled by him. Spawn intervenes and hits him with a powerful blow, slamming him into the ground, but the Senator seemed unharmed and even smiled as he was being crushed. He then expels supernatural powers from his body, pouring it over the protesters, his followers, and making them stronger. He wanted them to continue the fight while he planned his escape. He only came here to get the Spear of Longinus and escapes using a helicopter. Monolith jumps towards him, but the bloodlust deviant appears and forces him to let go. Meanwhile, back in Oregon, Jessica's daughter and her grandmother were taking a walk through the forest when they noticed that all the trees around them suddenly die, as if they were being burnt. Spawn appears, but she wasn't herself anymore. But would she be a danger to her own family? It turns out she wasn't a danger, and she rose from the dead to make sure her family would be safe. For the first time, she apologizes to her mother, telling her that a great war is coming and they need to be prepared. Jessica was resurrected by someone. That someone is Gaia herself, the mother of all creation. They want her to fulfill her destiny and become the one who can shake entire worlds. Back at the military base, the Scorched find secret files on the Planet Eaters, ancient relics, and saints. They are interrupted by Mandarin Spawn, who came to deliver a message. He was working for Horizon, who claims the Planet Eaters plan to take this planet and rewrite a new history by killing all of them. The Dark God is afraid because he is bonded to this Earth, so if the planet dies, he dies as well. Terminus claims they tried taming humanity many times. That's why they sent saints to perform miracles. But mankind is driven by greed and chose to fight countless wars amongst each other for land and power. He and others like him armed themselves with ancient relics, determined to hunt and slaughter humanity like savage animals. Instead of sitting back waiting to see what happens, they decided to attack the Hellspawns, facing the enemy head-on. The confrontation is brutal, but Spawn overpowers Terminus and grabs him by the throat. However, Horizon betrays him. He was working with the Planet Eaters for a very long time and promised to deliver Spawn's blood to them. By combining his DNA with that of Spawn, Terminus is able to enhance his followers' powers, turning each of them into gods. But he wasn't done just yet. He betrays Horizon and hits him in the eyes, blinding him and causing the Dark God to crash on the ground. However, the fight was just beginning as Spawn appears looking stronger than ever after she was resurrected by Gaia. She claims she's come to take down Terminus, but he isn't impressed and claims she doesn't have any authority or command here. He then attacks her, wanting to see just how powerful she really was, and Spawn observes from the sidelines, wanting to see as well. They say that right before we die, our own life flashes before our eyes, but what happened to Jessica when she was in the darkness? Terminus is able to free himself by headbutting her and then slamming her against the ground. Spawn wants to help, but she refuses. Instead, she wants him and the others to deal with what's happening in the sky. The Planet Eaters have arrived and were approaching the planet in their spaceships. But before the invasion could begin, Terminus needed to kill Horizon first. That would trigger Earth's disintegration. Spawn tries to stop him and kicks him in the face, but he is able to stab her using the Spear of Saint Longinus. However, this had no effect on her, and she gets closer to him, stabbing his eyes and blinding him forever. When Gaia created the universe, she created Jessica to be at his side, but Terminus didn't want to share his godlike powers, so he cast her away. This infuriates her, and she stabs him in the head with the spear, ending his life. Left without their master, his followers withered away and died, turning to dust. Horizon and his followers had managed to escape, but they were no longer a threat. Jessica claims she doesn't want her old team anymore, and instead creates a new team with help from Gaia and Greenworld. Her new teammates consist of the Heap and King Slayer, a boy that Spawn saved a long time ago. She wants to open the dead zones and doesn't want Spawn to get in the way. Gaia stole Wanda's soul and hid it away as insurance against him. Gaia's powers are above all others, including the Planet Eaters and everyone on Earth. The fight is finally over. Terminus is dead, Horizon has departed, and the energy beacon that marked the Earth for destruction is slowly fading away. The Planet Eaters are leaving, wandering the universe, waiting for their next calling. But somehow, this doesn't seem like a victory at all, and the Hellspawns remain confused. They quickly get into a heated argument, debating about who should lead the team now, but Redeemer gets in the way and asks everyone to calm down. In a sudden burst of necroplasmatic energy, Spawn brought Jessica to his hideout to be alone. He wants her to reconsider her decision to abandon the Scorched, saying he still needs her help. He teleported her new team to the Himalayan mountains, leaving them trapped there for now. She gets infuriated and attacks him, boasting her new god powers. The war between heaven and hell is no longer a concern of hers. Touched by Gaia, Jessica has ascended to something far more than human. But because she was never really a hellspawn, she gained her powers by stealing them from Nyx when she attempted to resurrect her. Her body is unable to handle all this incredible power, and she eventually burns out. Spawn claims that Gaia took advantage of her, implanting herself in her mind, trying to control her actions, but now she is safe. She is still unsure about wanting to lead the team, so Spawn teleports her to see her daughter, reminding her why she did this in the first place. After spending the entire night with her daughter, he brings her back to their black fortress in Russia, where the other hellspawns were waiting. He claims her body and mind need to heal, and when she wakes up, she still has a decision to make. On the outskirts of York, in a fog-laden terrain, there's a church ruin which nobody visits anymore. However, on this gloomy night, a bishop and his people have been looking for something. They find a door buried under rubble and make their way inside a long passage of stairs that leads them deeper underground. Something was buried here over 500 years ago, and the bishop wants to set it free. In the darkness lays a demon, claiming she wants to be free and exact revenge on the ones responsible for trapping her here. Jessica Priest arrives at a local bar and catches the attention of every biker inside. Mark was waiting for her at the bar, but he brought the helmet, just in case something goes wrong. Redeemer also shows up in his human form and wonders why she asked them to meet her here. A group of guys approach them and hit on Jessica, wondering why she's hanging with two nerds like Mark and Redeemer. A fight erupts, but Jessica doesn't want them to use their powers, claiming they can easily take them out. And she was right. After fighting many battles together, they make a pretty good team. Jessica doesn't want to quit the Scorched, but wants to change something. The three of them will be the main group, while Soul Crusher, Monolith, Haunt, and the Freak will be used as tools when needed. Out of nowhere, there is a giant explosion that blows off the side of the bar, and someone confronts them. An old enemy from medieval Spawn's past, one that he thought he had killed a long time ago. The demon trapped underneath the church is actually the Violator's sister, part of the Flabiak family, and her name is the Viscerator. Over 500 years ago, medieval Spawn killed the Violator and sent him back to hell. Malebolgia was unhappy with this outcome and called him a failure, while his sister mocked him. Violator claimed the Hellspawn had a dragon and caught him by surprise, but it wasn't the dragon that killed him, it was Medieval's blade. The devil says he made a fool of himself, and as punishment, he turns the demon into a clown. Viscerator wanted to take her brother's place, and Malebolgia agreed, sending her to Earth to continue his work. Over the years, the two of them have fought countless battles, and she was now fueled by her desire for revenge. However, she didn't expect to fight off against other Hellspawns, and definitely not against angels. The Redeemer blasts with angelic power, which disintegrates her body, but she is able to quickly recover. Medieval warns them that she is more dangerous than her brother because she can reproduce and have children. Viscerator uses the corpses of the people from the bar, turning them into her minions and ordering them to attack. The battle rages on, and the demon puts up a good fight. Even though she was imprisoned for 5 centuries, her strength remained unchanged. She wanted to kill the Hellspawns and bring their heads to Malebolgia. She had no idea that Spawn killed him. She calls medieval Spawn a liar and goes back into the shadows, vowing to find out the truth and return to finish this. She confronts the bishop who freed her from her prison, angry that she didn't tell her the truth. The cleric calls Jessica Priest a fraud, saying she's not worthy of being the she-spawn, and asks Viscerator to work together and help him take her down. Many years ago, Al Simmons, Jessica Priest, and Frank Bishop were on a mission in the southern jungles of Colombia. Their target was a local drug lord who refused to pay Jason Wynn his cut of the trades. He ordered his team of trained assassins to infiltrate the village and take him out. The mission went according to plan, but Bishop loved killing a bit too much, and he wiped out an entire village, including innocent women and children. Jessica realized that her teammate was completely crazy and shot him in the back of the head. Bishop ended up in hell, where he made a deal with a demon, but he didn't want to tell Viscerator the name of his master just yet. Meanwhile, the Scorched visit Daniel Kilgore, aka Haunt, who was working as a priest inside a monastery. They want him to join the team as a permanent member, but he is hesitant, saying he has nothing in common with them. Jessica warns him that a new enemy has emerged and they need his help to take her down. But before they could finish talking, they are attacked by a pack of savage wolves. The beasts were controlled by Bishop, who claims he likes to watch them fight for their lives, just like a cat plays with a mouse before crushing it. Viscerator is impressed with his love for violence and killing, something which she greatly admires. However, the fight quickly turns in favor of the Scorched, and Bishop asks her to teleport them away, fearing that Spawn might be coming soon. And he was right. Just moments later, Spawn shows up, dealing with the wolves with a swift blow. He claims he needs them to come with him because there is another war happening, and he can't do it alone. After the events that happened in the Spawn Comics issue 350, Nyx had become the new king of Hell and enlarged the dead zones on Earth, effectively taking away everyone's powers, including Hellspawns, demons, and angels. Jessica and Mark were out for a walk when, out of nowhere, someone shoots her in the shoulder. They make a run for it and manage to hide in the alleys, not far from the place that used to be called Rat City. However, Haunt was not affected by the dead zones because he wasn't affiliated with Hell nor Heaven. He was still being hunted and was desperately trying to stay alive while being chased by an army helicopter. Jessica recovered from her injuries and spent the next few weeks jumping from safe house to safe house, trying to lose the trail of whoever was trying to kill them. Redeemer was being hunted as well, but at least he still had his weapons and used his sword to defend himself and even take out a group of soldiers. They tried to interrogate one of the surviving soldiers, demanding to know who sent them. The soldier claims he is working for the agency, but before he could say more, he was killed from a distance by detonating a small explosive implanted in his body. Charlotte Lean was an up-and-coming agent working for the agency, and she brings a report on the Scorched to her boss, Jason Wynn. He was very pleased and claims they're gonna see a lot more of each other, and prefers if she calls him Jason. He's served heaven, he's served hell, but he's always been most effective when he serves himself. Jason Wynn is back in his element, having recently been named director of the newly reactivated agency, a covert government organization devoted to the eradication of all supernatural threats. Inside one of the agency's basements, Wynn was keeping Overt Kill prisoner, trying to find ways to use him to achieve his goals. He shows Agent Lin another one of his projects, a female version of Haunt, but he was still trying to find ways to weaponize her. News agencies around the country were trying to make the Scorched look like a bunch of maniacs, and it all leads back to the agency. The team sneaks inside a server building that has ties to the agency, trying to find out what information might be stored there. Even though they were powerless, the guards stand no chance against the trained assassins, and they are quickly taken out. The alarm was tripped, and they only have about a minute to find out who was trying to kill them. Jason Wynn reveals himself, asking Jessica to come work for him once again. She instantly refuses his offer and shoots the monitor, but this was a mistake. Seeing there's no way to convince her, Wynn decides to blow up the entire building. But Haunt creates a shield that protected her and the Redeemer, saving both of their lives. Wynn knows he doesn't have to do anything now. Jessica and her team will come to him, and when they do, he will be ready. He's replicated Overt Kill, creating an army of androids ready to take on anything that gets thrown at them. For as long as she remembered, Charlotte Lean wanted to be a spy, watching James Bond and Mission Impossible movies, thinking that one day that's gonna be her. She graduated with the highest marks and chose to join the agency, working under Jason Wynn. Then one ordinary night, she was killed in cold blood by Bishop, Spawn's former colleague, who she killed a long time ago. Bishop was resurrected just like Al Simmons, and he still had his powers. He used them to transform Violator and disguise her to look just like Agent Lin, so that she could work in the agency and find ways to get to medieval Spawn, who was now missing. The agency sent out a team of android killer soldiers, the same ones that were created using Overt Kill technology. These androids weren't as strong as the original Overt Kill, but they were many and they were easy to make. The Scorched were barely able to defend themselves, as they were being attacked from every direction. Because the androids were easy to produce, they were also expendable, and the agency detonated all of them, creating a giant explosion that severely injured the Scorched. Bishop showed up and finished the job by blasting Haunt and the Redeemer, leaving them barely alive on the ground. He claims that Jason Wynn wants her to work for him once again, and in exchange, he will spare her teammates. Jessica agrees, and she was knocked unconscious with a tranquilizer dart and then taken as a prisoner. Her teammates were still alive, but just barely, and placed inside special containers. Meanwhile, the only member still not captured was Mark Rosen, who had no idea what happened to his teammates. The story jumps to 1 month earlier, when Jessica Priest took Mark on a special mission at the docks. They were both without their powers, but Jessica used to be an assassin, and she wants to teach Mark how to survive without powers. They take on a large group of bandits, mostly gun smugglers and human traffickers, and Mark holds his own, even though he was scared shitless. Luckily, the other members of the team were watching them from a distance, just in case something goes wrong. Back to the present, Mark sneaks inside the agency using the information they were able to retrieve when they attacked the server building. He almost walks in on Jason Wynn himself, but he sees Agent Lin, and she looks familiar to him. She spots him as well and recognizes him as one of the members working for Scorched. The alarm goes off and Mark makes a run for it, But he didn't come to free his teammates. Instead, he sneaks inside one of the rooms where Overkill was being kept a prisoner. Mark is a computer genius and he is able to reprogram the android, who takes control of the other androids and orders them to kill everyone inside the agency. All hell breaks loose as the soldiers were trying to defend themselves against the androids. Haunt and Redeemer are both freed during the altercations, and they notice there was a female Haunt trapped inside one of the tanks. They choose to not free her this time and instead make a run for it, trying to get as far as possible from this place. Wynn was extremely pissed that his prisoners managed to escape, but at least Jessica Priest was kept prisoner in another building, where doctors were performing an operation on her. The story jumps into the future with Jessica and Bishop back together on a secret mission. She couldn't stop herself from fantasizing about killing Jason Wynn, and all of her victims looked like him. Next on the list would be Bishop, but for now she can't kill him because they are working together. 18 hours earlier, Jessica storms inside Wynn's office, determined to end him for what he did to her team. But he wasn't worried. During the operation earlier, the doctors implanted an explosive inside her body, and if she made an attempt on his life, he would blow her up. He did the same to Bishop, who was also furious but couldn't do anything about it. They are now both working for him, and if one of them dies, the bomb inside the other one will also detonate, which means they need to work together and keep each other alive. They were supposed to infiltrate an abandoned nuclear plant, eliminate a former Chinese army general, and retrieve a top-secret asset. Jessica thinks there is something strange about Agent Lin and finds it suspicious that Bishop was calling her by her first name, as if they know each other intimately. Hidden inside the plant is a giant monster freak who absorbed too much radiation. They quickly deal with him with a grenade that causes a powerful explosion. This monster was guarding the entrance to a cell where the demon Zab was being kept a prisoner. Zab and his brother Ab are two demons from hell who have the ability to open interdimensional gateways, but now he was powerless. However, the remaining members of the Scorched were waiting for them outside, claiming they don't want to fight but will take her down for betraying them. A few days ago, after weeks in captivity, the cybernetically enhanced former mafia assassin known as Overkill was finally free. Mark wanted to bring him back to the hideout and reprogram him, hoping he could be useful in upcoming battles. But Daniel Kilgore isn't sure this was the right decision, fearing he might turn on them at any time. But after Jessica jumped sides and Medieval Spawn gone MIA, they need all the help they can get. Mark had put spyware inside the agency's computer when he snuck inside, and was alerted that Jessica was on a mission somewhere in China. They want to stop her from taking Zab back to the agency, but Jessica refuses and fights back, saying she intends to complete her mission. Their confrontation is interrupted by General Chang Jir and his army of mutated soldiers. He wanted Zab back because he plans to throw him inside the nuclear reactor, hoping to trigger the reactivation of his powers. Overkill jumps on one of his mutant soldiers and crushes it to pieces with a powerful punch to the head. For a short time, Jessica joins forces with her former teammates, working together to stop the general and his small army. The general tries to escape, but Overkill catches him from behind and rips him in half, securing another target on Jason Wynn's list. In the end, Haunt is determined to take Zab back to the hideout with them and goes all out on Jessica, stabbing her with his symbiote. She was left unconscious on the ground while the Redeemer calls her a traitor. Even though the mission was a failure and they only managed to kill the general, at least Jason Wynn is confident that Jessica is obeying his orders and he can count on her to be his top agent. Several months ago, the female version of Haunt that was trapped inside the agency was nearly dead, and the doctors decided to take it out and perform an autopsy. They cut away its flesh and looked inside, not knowing what to expect since they've never encountered a creature such as this. A long time ago, a woman named Sophia Swain was working as a nurse, helping people because she wanted to make the world a better place. But she quickly realized that she could achieve her goals by killing patients that were criminals, ridding the world of evil people. She killed countless patients until she killed the wrong one, and a strange ghost appeared out of nowhere. Detectives Burke and Twitch were investigating the suspicious deaths of dozens of patients and caught her red-handed. But the strange ghost had entered her body, possessing her and bonding with her, creating a female version of Haunt. It then escaped and went on a killing rampage, ending as many people as she could find. Innocent or guilty, it didn't matter. This Haunt enjoyed the act of killing more than anything. It eventually got face to face with Spawn, right after he was resurrected, and still didn't know who were his friends and who were his enemies. He defeated her and left her for dead, but she survived. She was taken to the agency and kept as a prisoner inside the tanks until Jason Wynn took over, who wanted to weaponize her. In the present, she woke up on the operation table, shocking the doctors who thought she was dead. She killed all of them, and then fought an onslaught of soldiers who rushed to take her down. Ultimately, they succeeded in capturing her once again, and in just a few weeks, she will know that there is another Haunt somewhere in the city, and she will want to kill him and take his powers. Springtime in New York City, this woman is walking down the street, capturing the eyes of everyone she passes. She sees Mark Rosen sitting alone at the table, drinking coffee, and asks if she can join him. She was actually Jessica Priest in disguise, and she came to talk. It was her plan all along to infiltrate the agency and work for Jason Wynn to gain his trust. When Haunt attacked her, he took out all of the explosives planted in her body, and she was now out of his control. She wants to help Mark in finding out what happened to Medieval Spawn, but first, she warns him that the female version of Haunt that was trapped inside the agency is now free. When it escaped, it nearly killed her, and she barely managed to escape unharmed. The creature wants to find Haunt and the other Scorched members and kill them. She wants Mark to be careful and also take better care of himself because he looks like crap. Ever since Medieval Spawn got out of his head, it's been driving him crazy and his mental health was getting worse. Jessica meets with Spawn in the alleys, and he wasn't sure why she was working for Jason Wynn. A group of thugs interrupt them, but they messed with the wrong people. She and Spawn are trained assassins who used to work together, and they easily take them out. There was a time when Mark would look in the mirror and catch a glimpse of John of York, aka Medieval Spawn, but now he sees nothing, feels nothing. He desperately wants to feel something, anything, once again, and slams his head against the bathroom mirror. This causes him to black out and fall on the ground unconscious while his teammates rush to see what just happened. 200 years ago, in the basement of Vatican City in Rome, a group of bishops were performing an unholy ritual, trying to summon something from hell. The ritual was successful, and Medieval Spawn was summoned straight from the pits of hell. These bishops were no ordinary priests. They were devil worshippers who wanted to use the Hellspawns as their soldiers. The spell allowed them to summon Medieval whenever they wanted, and he was bound to follow their commands for eternity. Back in the present, Mark awakes after he fainted on the bathroom floor. But he wasn't himself. He was overwhelmed with rage ever since he separated from Medieval, and he attacks Overt Kill. The android wasn't too thrilled about the attack and slams him against the wall, claiming he's going to kill him if he ever tries that again. Meanwhile, Jessica uses her security clearance to sneak inside the agency servers, trying to find out more information about Medieval Spawn. She knows that Jason Wynn was keeping tabs on all of them and finds out he was being kept inside the Vatican by the Black Brotherhood. On her way out, she is confronted by Bishop and Agent Lynn, and they knew she wanted to betray them. However, what Bishop didn't know is that Haunt took out all the explosives in her body, and she was free to kill him without fearing for her own life. She plants an explosive around his neck, which causes a massive explosion, blowing his head right off. She then leaves the agency and leaves Bishop's severed body on the ground next to Agent Lean, who was also injured in the explosion. She then returns to the Black Fortress and orders her team to pack up because they're going to Italy to get Medieval Spawn back. Viscerator, who was disguised to look like Agent Lin, recovers from the explosion and vows to take her revenge on Medieval before the Scorched get to him. The team arrives in the Vatican, but instead of trying to sneak in, they decided to go in guns blazing. They are confronted by a small army of soldiers who are dedicated to protecting the church and stopping the invaders. Out of nowhere, a hulkier soldier drops down in the middle of the fight, bearing the mark of the church. Earlier that day, the team arrived in Rome and stayed inside one of Simmons' hideouts. Overkill recounts that when he used to work for the mob, there was one organization you didn't mess with, the Black Brotherhood. He thinks this mission might get them killed, and he is not willing to die for Mark even though he saved his life in the agency. Kilgore has an idea and asks his brother to help him set it up. In the present, the hulkier soldier attacks Jessica and prepares to deliver a deadly blow, but Overkill jumps him out of nowhere and sends him flying through the nearby buildings. As if things aren't bad enough, someone shoots at them, creating a powerful explosion. It was the Black Brotherhood, shooting at them with a giant cannon. Haunt wants to protect everyone and asks them to get behind him, while the guards shoot them a second time. The explosion was so powerful that it completely destroyed him, leaving his body splattered on the ground. The Scorched are now forced to retreat, but Viscerator was also nearby and claims she knows what they're up to. Haunt wasn't actually killed. He transformed back into his human form and went inside the church to find Medieval Spawn. He and his brother find the Hellspawn in the basement, chained up and held against his will. The attack on the Vatican didn't go as planned, and Jessica Priest lays broken on the ground with her hand ripped apart. She knows she's going to die soon and asks Kilgore to say a prayer for her. He used to be a priest, but he wasn't a very good one. He loved women and drinking a bit too much. The other members of the team were also badly injured and barely alive. Viscerator is the one who ambushed and destroyed them, and she asks Kilgore to deliver his final prayers because he's next in line to get killed. 30 minutes earlier, after he snuck inside the prison where Medieval Spawn was being kept, he was confronted by the leader of the Black Brotherhood, Cardinal Vignola, who claims he walked straight into a trap. He wanted to attack him, but Haunt was still very weak after he faked his death outside. The Scorched underestimated the magical abilities of the Brotherhood, and they were taken by surprise. They were all teleported inside the basement, where the Brotherhood, together with Violator, had planned an ambush for them. The fight was brutal, and without their powers, the Scorched were no match. The demon surprised Jessica from behind and broke her arm right off, leaving her in a puddle of blood. Knowing that she will die soon, she asked Kilgore to say a final prayer for her, and even though he stopped believing in God a long time ago, he prayed for a miracle. Luckily, in another part of the world, Spawn was fighting battles of his own, and was able to restore the dead zones and give everyone their powers back. Jessica transforms into She-Spawn once again, and her body is healed completely alongside the Redeemer, and it's time for some payback. More than anything, all that Jessica wanted was to live a simple life and take care of her beautiful daughter. But Simmons warned her that once she chose this life, there's no going back. Now, with their powers fully restored, the Scorched go all out on the evil priests, sparing no one. Redeemer powers up and destroys a group of them with a single blast of elemental fire. She-Spawn asks Daniel to free medieval Spawn, who was still trapped in chains, but he has no idea how to do it. Violator was watching the entire fight take place, but she eventually decides to show her true form and transforms into a giant demon, more powerful than ever. In another part of the Vatican, Cardinal Vignola captured Mark Rosen and was preparing to torture him. He claims that medieval Spawn found a way to escape his body and hide inside Mark, and he wants to cut open his brain and look for him. The Black Brotherhood are not interested in the war between heaven and hell. They only care about gaining their powers, and the Hellspawn was a means to get what they want. One of the priests informs the Cardinal that the dead zones have been reactivated, and they need to escape before the Scorched find them. The Cardinal decides to leave, but not before giving a final warning to Mark, telling him that the next time he changes into medieval Spawn, he will be there to behead him. Violator uses her powers to resurrect the dead priests and create monstrous servants to aid her. Redeemer powers up again and blasts all of them with more powerful elemental fire. This proved to be the perfect distraction because She-Spawn snuck behind the demon and wrapped her chains around her neck. She then pulled as hard as she could and snapped off her head, beheading the Violator's sister. Their enemies are now defeated, and the Scorched free medieval Spawn and then retreat back to their hideout. Even though the mission was successful, Jessica was sobbing in her room, drinking a bottle of whiskey and thinking about her daughter, wishing she would get a chance to live a normal life and watch her grow up. The story begins in heaven, a very long time ago, before humans even existed, when there were only angels working to please and honor the Creator. Basile, aka the Violator, was partnered with a beautiful angel named Gloriana, and they were destined to spend eternity together. The angels were tasked with creating the universe from the eternal darkness, but Basile doubted the Creator's motives. He visits Morningstar, aka Lucifer, the first angel ever created, who shared his distrust in God. Morningstar calls the Creator a liar, saying he is hiding something horrible from them, but Basile doesn't believe him, so he decides to show him the truth. One day, Lucifer snuck behind God while he was busy working on something. That something was the creation of humans, and the angel felt betrayed, thinking God wanted to replace them. Basile finds it hard to believe, but he agrees to meet later with him and others like them. He couldn't stop himself from fantasizing, believing they mean nothing to God, and they are nothing more than tiny cogs in his greater machine. Gloriana sneaks up behind him and surprises him, but he didn't seem himself. He tells her he started doubting the Creator and she couldn't believe what she was hearing. She blames Lucifer for putting these thoughts in his head, and she wants him to find his faith in the Creator once more. The angels continue their work as usual, making something beautiful out of nothing and bringing life to the universe. Even though what they were doing was something marvelous, Basile was unhappy, riddled with thoughts of doubt. He tells his lover he is only asking for love and respect or acknowledgement. How is that a bad thing? Gloriana says the Creator is love and they need to show their devotion by accomplishing his work. She doesn't want to talk about this anymore and leaves, claiming she needs some time apart before Lucifer's words poison her mind as well. Later, Basile attends a secret meeting and is greeted by the angel Samael, who says they are waiting for him. Lucifer managed to convince other angels to join him and brought them here to show them something. Everything began not too long ago when Basile discovered something incredible. The act of creation creates byproducts, waste to be more precise. But this discarded creation's energy is deceptive. It looks blackened and dead, but inside, it's flowing with power. He gives the other angels a small demonstration. He allows himself to be covered in dark energy, covering his entire body and becoming something else, like an armor teeming with power. Lucifer takes the black energy and gives it to the other angels, asking them to join him. They are all intoxicated with immense power, and they swear their allegiance to the great angel. However, Basil couldn't stop himself from thinking that he's unleashed something horrible and is overwhelmed with doubt once again. Lucifer creates a small army of angels covered in black matter who are loyal to him and ready to overthrow the creator. Gloriana visits Basil once again, but the costume attacks her involuntarily, and he fights to regain control over his body. He apologizes, saying he didn't mean to hurt her, but the costume had a mind of its own. Gloriana wanted this to happen. It was the only way to get access to the dark matter, as she was working against Lucifer. Not too long after that, a brutal war erupted in heaven, led by Lucifer and his army of angels, determined to free them from God's tyranny. Creation was a messy process, but destruction was chaos unchained, with plenty of anger and rage on both sides, and Basil blamed himself for everything. Gloriana finds him amidst the chaos and threatens to end him, but he refused to defend himself, claiming he deserves to get punished. With the swift swing of her angelic sword, he was sent into the abyss, falling from heaven into the abyss of darkness. The black energy grew in strength and covered his entire body, causing him great pain. His skin was burned and his wings melted away, removing any trace that he was ever an angel. He fell from the sky and hit the ground with incredible speed, creating a giant explosion. Out of this giant crater that was left behind, something horrible came out. Basil was now dead, and the Violator was reborn in his place, loyal to none but himself. In the year 793 AD, on the Isle of Lindisfarne, aka the Holy Island off the northeastern coast of England, a group of monks were dragging a giant block of ice. They were encouraging themselves to be strong and hurry up, because something was after them and they didn't have much time left. Several Viking ships were approaching the coastline and hundreds of bats were flying towards them. One of the ships was worse than the others, mostly due to the being leading the attack, a giant Viking Spawn. He kills one of his prisoner monks and orders his men to row faster because the others were escaping. The monks arrive at the base of an ancient city and open the gates to enter the sewers, dragging the block of ice behind them. Viking Spawn jumps towards them, claiming he wants to send all of them to hell for daring to stand against him. He kills one of them just moments before entering the safety of the sewers, while the others hid behind the safety of an iron gate. The Hellspawn pulls out his necroplasm sword, claiming that if they don't give him what he came for, he will take his time peeling the flesh from their bones. The monks go deeper inside, using a secret passage to try and lose the creature following them. But the Viking finds them and blasts them using his necroplasmatic sword, asking where is their god to save them. The sewers, however, were like labyrinths, and he didn't know which way they went. The block of ice held an ancient secret. The Violator was frozen inside. But as the ice begins to melt, he quickly regains his consciousness. He remembers being cast out from both heaven and hell and ending up on Earth all alone. Eventually, there was a giant meteor that struck the Earth, engulfing the entire planet in giant fires, but this didn't kill him, and he survived. What followed next was the Ice Age, when the entire planet froze and those that survived the impact were now mostly dead. He handled the fire a lot better than the cold, and while walking a frozen lake, the ice broke and he fell inside. He quickly sank to the bottom and was frozen in ice where he lay dormant for thousands of years. Now he awakes and he remembers everything, demanding to know why the monks brought him here. They wanted him to save them from Viking Spawn, and he was curious to see who they were running from. The Hellspawn finds them, and the Violator recognizes him, saying that Lucifer never fights his own fights. Instead, he sends fools to do his dirty work. But Viking Spawn didn't come here to fight him. He wants to take him back to Lucifer so he can join his army in the battle with the Creator. He calls God a liar, claiming that even though he gave them free will, they were all branded with sin before they were even born. The Violator remembers why he looks so familiar. He created his armor and weapons, while Lucifer took all the credit. Even though Violator hates God, he hates Lucifer even more, blaming him for planting doubts in his head and casting him out from both heaven and hell. Seeing there is no way to convince him, the Hellspawn viciously attacks him, but the Violator was a lot stronger than he looked. He tries to use his chains to immobilize the demon, but since the Violator created them, they are loyal to him. The demon wraps the chains around the Hellspawn, perforating his skin and immobilizing him. He then pulls in opposite directions, tearing his flesh apart and breaking his body in two. Viking Spawn was now dead and the Violator eats his head, saying he tastes delicious. He wants to do the same to the monks, but vows to spare them if they say the real reason why they saved him. One of them comes clean and says that someone ordered them to keep him away from the Viking devil, and then kill his mortal form, sending him to hell where he belongs. The demon agrees to let them live, but one of the monks attacks him, saying he doesn't make deals with demons. He was no match for the mighty Violator, who easily kills him and then rips off his entire skin. He then uses the skin as his own, disguising himself to look somewhat human, returning to the Viking ships. He takes over the armies and orders them to keep rowing, determined to explore the world and see what humanity has been doing all this time. Paris, year 1349 AD. The smell of rotting flesh was only occasionally broken by the smell of piss. Death was everywhere, so were grief and despair. The Violator disguised himself by taking the skin from a nobleman, pretending to be human. A young girl approaches, begging for money, but he just kicks her in the face, calling her stupid. Suddenly, he is surrounded by 5 hellspawns, and he gets ready for battle. The young girl from earlier is pissed and jumps at him, attacking his face and damaging his skin mask. The demon is infuriated, and he kicks the young girl, sending her flying into the nearby river. Out of nowhere, a group of angels appear as well, instantly attacking Hell's forces. They were led by Gloriana, the former love interest of the Violator, while he was still an angel working for God. She recognizes him and calls him by his angel name, but he rejects that name, claiming he is someone else now. One of the Hellspawns attacks and injures her, so the Violator decides to get involved and help her, grabbing his chains and throwing him into a nearby wall. Before the Hellspawn could recover, the demon attacks him once more, grabbing him by the throat and then ripping his head right off. He doesn't understand why he got involved and realizes that Gloriana would probably end him if she ever got a chance. Even though he was decapitated, the Hellspawn was still alive and uses hellfire to set the demon on fire. Human skin is so flammable, and he needed to escape this mess and gather his thoughts. He jumps into the nearby river while his human skin completely melts away. But he wasn't out of danger just yet because the angels were on his tail. He goes into a nearby sewer, choosing to run away and hide himself in the darkness. He doesn't know what Gloriana is doing in Paris. He had forgotten her completely since the war in heaven, but with just a glance, his memories came rushing back. He has mixed feelings and wants to find out more, but for the moment, he needs a new skin to disguise himself. He lures one of the town's drunks into the sewer and then kills him on the spot and takes his skin. It wasn't a perfect fit, but for now it would have to do. A small kid runs into him, so he decides to scare him to death, revealing his demon face. Other Hellspawns could sense his presence and follow him to an abandoned warehouse. The Violator ambushes him and rips both of his hands off, demanding to know what they are doing in Paris. Apparently, Lucifer sent them on a mission to stop Heaven's forces, but they have no idea what Heaven is doing here in the first place. Gloriana is leading an Earthside secret mission, and he believes the angels might be here for him. The altercation ruined his human skin once again, so he attacks a woman, trying to find a replacement. He's not used to disguising himself as females, remarking that the female species has so many moving parts. 3 homeless men hit on him and want to know his price for taking all of them at once. He kills one of them, but this ruins his disguise once again, reverting back to his demon form. However, he enjoyed wearing a female disguise and remarks that he needs to try another woman's suit sometime. He gets on top of the buildings to get a better view and sees a nearby cathedral where the angels were gathered. Ever since she saw Basile, Gloriana's been riddled with doubt. Why would the Creator send her on a mission to Paris? How many times must she prove her loyalty, wondering if God will continue this game with her across eternity? Inside, the angels gather together and remark that something was wrong. It's been much too quiet and they should anticipate an attack. They were right, because the candles quickly burn out, leaving the room in complete darkness while the Hellspawns launch an attack. The Violators seen this many times before. The constant war between heaven and hell, and angels and demons are in the middle of everything. Gloriana sees him hiding in the shadows and wants to attack him, but the Hellspawns use this opportunity to catch her off guard and catch her in a trap. Chains emerge from the ground, binding her arms, legs, torso, and even her mouth, preventing her from escaping. The Violator decides to intervene and attacks one of them, instantly decapitating him using a sword. He claims he saved her life and only wants to be left alone in return. He escapes and doesn't want them coming after him. Later, the Violator curses the Creator, remarking that all of this was his way of reminding him what he'd lost when he was cast out of heaven. Russia, 1903. The life of an outcast demon wasn't all glitz and glamour, and the Violator was stealing from dead people, trying to find something valuable. He finds it funny that God can't even look after his own arrogant monuments, laughing at the sight of an abandoned church. However, upon going inside, the place wasn't as abandoned as he first thought. Inside, there was a man surrounded by many women, making love to all of them at the same time. This man was none other than Grigory Rasputin, and his little orgy is interrupted by a group of men armed to the teeth. They accuse him of stealing their women, but he laughs in their faces, calling them impotents. They throw Molotovs at him, burning the women alive, but Rasputin is unaffected. The Violator was enjoying every minute of this, but one of the villagers attacks him from behind. His human mask is ruined once again, which pisses him off, and he instantly kills the man. Rasputin was fighting to stay alive, but the villagers attack him with weapons and even shoot him with guns. The fire overtakes the entire church, causing the rooftop to collapse. When the Violator emerged from the rubble, Rasputin had already been killed and hanged outside. He calls his death a shame but decides to steal his skin, claiming that he's going to make him a legend. The disguise was a perfect fit, and the demon looked more human than he'd ever looked. Many months later, he pretended to be a healer, claiming he had powers to help others. He tried to help a crazy woman, but in fact he only made love to her, remarking that his new body is very good at this. That woman had never been satisfied like this her entire life, and she wanted Rasputin to come back. However, the demon left and wandered the empty streets of a nearby city when he was ambushed by a group of soldiers. They wanted to arrest him for his crimes, but they had no idea what the demon was capable of. Using just his bare fists, he quickly takes out as many of them as he can, leaving nothing but dismembered body parts behind. While they call him a monster, he kills the general with one of their rifles, shooting his brains out. But he wasn't alone. Someone else was watching from the shadows. It was Tsar Nicholas, who wants his help in curing his son, who was extremely sick. The boy had hemophilia, a wretched, monstrous condition that would kill him if left untreated. However, the doctors are unable to help him. Rasputin arrives and gives the boy a sample of his demon blood, which instantly calms him down. He instantly feels better and stops crying, calling out his mother's name. The Tsar was extremely grateful for his help, and the days that followed were filled with carnal pleasures to no end, while he kept the child alive by feeding him demon blood. After this, he and the Tsar quickly became friends and were inseparable, but the priests suspected that something was wrong. They knew that Rasputin is a charlatan and plot against him, trying to expose him and maybe kill him. But the Violator knew what they are up to and watched them from the shadows, choosing to let them conspire against him, confident in his ability to take them out. However, he knew his time here is coming to an end. The pleasures of the flesh, of the wealth and luxury had made him complacent. He isn't human after all. He is the Violator and plans to leave very soon. Tsar Nicholas invites him over for tea, but he wasn't alone. A group of priests were also there. They offer him some tea and he gladly accepts, even though he knows it's some kind of poison. He quickly begins convulsing, accusing abdominal pain and feeling sick, but the priest used this opportunity to attack him. But he was just faking it and decides to show his true form, exposing his demon tongue. He kills the priest one by one, until there was only one left. But instead of surrendering, the old man grabs the Tsar's son and threatens to end him. He uses a dagger to slice his throat, exposing the poison that was coursing through his body. But something else emerges, covering the boy completely and taking the shape of the devil himself. Lucifer decides to show himself, claiming he admires Basile and wants him to join his army and have access to unlimited resources, unlimited power. But the Violator rejects his offer, accusing him of betraying him, calling him more pathetic than the Creator. He chooses to stay on Earth and vows to never submit to him. He then grabs the devil, separating him from the young boy, and throws him in the fire, sending him right back to hell. The guards rush inside the room and shoot Rasputin in the back, but he gets away by jumping through one of the windows. He runs towards the river, then jumps in, escaping before the soldiers could get to him. Hours later, they find Rasputin's skin floating in the river, but there was no sign of the Violator. Tsar Nicholas gives a big speech in front of his people, claiming the terror is over and that the evil has been vanquished, even though the Violator was still among them, disguised to look like an old lady. Berlin, October 1938. A strange man with glowing red eyes invites a Nazi soldier inside the club Absinthe, a place where depravity knows no limits. He asks the soldier to put on blinds because the next part is going to be a surprise. After walking a few more steps, the man removes his blinds, but he is shocked to see 3 decapitated Nazi soldiers sitting in front of him. The person who brought him here is the Violator, disguised to look like a human. He shows his true form, accusing the soldier and his friends of stealing from him. The demon stabs the man in the chest and then rips his heart out, instantly killing him. He makes a joke, remarking that contrary to what everyone believes, Nazis do have hearts. Out of nowhere, Lucifer appears, but the Violator wasn't happy to see him. He came here because he wants to ask him something. Actually, he wants to offer him a position, working as one of Hell's generals. The Violator laughs in his face, claiming he is not interested in working together and wants to leave. This pisses off the devil, who claims he is the anti-creator and doesn't like to be ignored. The Violator changes into his demon form and wants to fight. He's waited thousands of years for this moment. Even though the devil is a god, the Violator is immortal as well, and on Earth they are fairly equal in power. He is surprised to see the devil getting his hands dirty. Usually he gets someone else to do his dirty work for him. Seeing that he can't defeat him, Lucifer snaps his fingers and teleports both of them somewhere else. After the Great War in heaven, the Creator changed things up and gave humans free will, but told them they were born in his debt, born with sin. If they ever disobeyed him, he would punish them. And in their ecstasy for pain, humans manifested a place for their eternal damnation, a place known as Hell. There are 9 spheres of Hell, each representing a different kind of sin, and Lucifer takes him on a journey, explaining what each sphere represents. The lust sphere, where human souls can copulate for eternity, but each time they do, they feel less and less pleasure, and end up chasing a joy they will never feel again. Gluttony, another deadly sin, because humans have a unique talent to find something they enjoy and consume every bit of it until it is gone. God chose the humans over the angels, and when they disobey his rules and commandments, he sends them here, abandoning them to eternal torment. The two of them talk about a famous German painter, and the devil is looking forward to one day making him his top general. The next circle is one of Lucifer's favorites, mostly because he has so much in common with the souls being sent here, the heretics. The next circle is one that the Violator particularly enjoys: violence. The only thing humans love more than self-flagellation is killing another human. The demon enjoys watching them destroy one another almost as much as he enjoys destroying them himself. Next, the devil takes him on a boat ride, paying tribute with one of the 30 pieces of silver that Judas was paid to sell out Christ. He makes his pitch again, asking the Violator to become his top general and lead his army in another great war against the Creator. But the demon refuses once again, telling the devil to go to hell. Lucifer has finally had enough and attacks him, trying to see if an immortal can actually die. But something unexpected happens, and a bright light shines around the devil's throat, followed by his head being chopped off. It was Gloriana, the angel general, who came to his rescue. She surprised Lucifer from behind and decapitated him using her heavenly sword. She claims they are now even, and says that the next time they see each other, only one of them will survive. The Violator hates Lucifer even more now, and vows to take the throne of hell for himself. New York City, 1992. The dirty alleys have become the Violator's home, and he spends his time hiding in the darkness and feeding on giant rats. Millions of people, piled atop one another, desperately trying to simply survive, and mostly failing spectacularly. But he loves this city. Humans are the only one of God's creations that kills not for sustenance, not for defense, but because they are bored. The demon's been alive for thousands of years, and he recounts the history of mankind as he was witness to everything. October 1976, David Berkowitz, an infamous serial killer, was cleaning his gun inside his dirty apartment when he hears a dog barking loudly outside. The dog was actually the Violator, who used his powers to influence his mind and turn him into a crazy killer. For as long as God's children have walked the earth, there have been monsters among them, starting with Adam and Eve. Influenced by Lucifer, they broke one of God's only rules, and he punished them, sending them to live a hard life on earth and eventually die of old age. The clown has seen it all, from the ruthless emperors of the Far East and their impressive body counts, to humans using disease as a weapon of war. As humanity evolved technologically, so did their bloodlust and capacity for perversion, death camps and genocide, culminating with the creation of the atomic bomb. What followed next was the American dream, but it was all just window dressing, barely concealing a malignant rot that was consuming humans from within. People are obsessed with violence. They love fear and watching others suffer. They've literally made it an art form. The clown walks the streets, disguised to look like one of them, but someone recognizes him. Gloriana, his former angel lover, spots him and decides to follow him, looking to keep her promise and kill him. But he easily disappears into the millions of people that walk the streets every day. The Violator knew she was following him, and he wants to give her a show, changing into his demon form. He then grabs a nearby truck and lifts it above his head, remarking that Gloriana is nothing more than a pawn of the Creator, just like he was a pawn for Lucifer. He throws the truck straight into a gas station, causing a massive explosion and killing many people. The history lesson continues, recounting dozens of lunatics, sadists, and butchers, including Jack the Ripper, Emperor Caligula, and even Lady Bathory. The US is one of the most violent countries in the world, plagued with dozens of mass murders across all the states. In the giant sea of mass murderers, one of them stood out the most, John Wayne Gacy, aka the Killer Clown. This one impressed the Violator so much that he decides to steal his persona. But let's just keep that between ourselves. Gloriana could smell him and goes searching for him, digging through the dark and dirty alleys. He jumps out of nowhere and hits her with a rocket launcher, which sends her flying straight into a nearby garbage bin. The clown gets on top of her and licks her face, remarking that her biggest weakness is that she plays by the rules. He then picks up a crowbar and starts hitting her senselessly, wondering what flavor her insides are. He thought about letting her live, but that ship has sailed a long time ago, and now he wants to end her for good. However, she has some fighting left in her still and gets up, poking the clown's eyes out and lifting him into the air. He enlarges his hand and attacks her, stabbing her body and forcing her to let him go. They drop from the sky at an alarming speed, hitting the nearby river, but the demon has experience with falling from heaven, so he survives. Somehow Gloriana survived as well, and she was rushed to the nearest hospital. but she went into a coma. As the machines were keeping her alive, she couldn't help but dream of the person who put her here, Basil. This tale begins with an unlikely band of heroes, a ragtag band of men and women, carrying what weapons they can lay their hands on. They did not choose this fight, they fight because they have no choice. Among this group of people, there is even a 13-year-old boy, but war doesn't care. It spares no one, and they need all the hands they can spare. But their enemies are no ordinary people. They are monsters and hideous beasts, and killing them is not as easy as it seems. One of the men is overly confident and makes a mistake, allowing the monster to get close to him and rip his head right off. Owain, one of the men in charge of leading the defense, orders the retreat, claiming they are overwhelmed and need to regroup. He stumbles across the dead body of the 13-year-old boy, whose body was covered in arrows. However, all was not lost, because out of nowhere, a knight in shining armor with glowing green eyes appears and jumps to their rescue. The knight swings his sword, which was glowing green with necroplasm energy, and kills most of the monsters, causing the rest to retreat in fear. The entire scene was observed from a distance by a crow, which flies back to its master to report everything. Barricaded inside her castle, on top of a mountain, the witch sees everything that happened and realizes the people found a new champion to defend them. She asks one of her hideous guards, a scourge, to get ready because the champion is coming to kill them and he needs to keep her safe. Owain recognizes the knight, saying he is King Valon and the sword he was wielding is the Peacebringer. This is his realm, and they are his people, and the young man offers to be his squire. Slowly, the knight's memories are coming back, and he takes off his helmet, but his disfigured face scares off the people, so he puts it back. Even though they are victors, there is no sense of triumph, as the men and women return home after suffering heavy losses on the battleground. The people gather around the fire as the lorekeeper tells the story of King Valon. Prince Valon had managed to unite the rival tribes of this region to defend against the barbarians who wanted to steal their lands. With help from his close friend, Noble Leith, he led his troops to many victories through his inspired strategies and valor. Because of his actions, he soon became the new king, and the people chanted his name in glory. Everyone thought he would choose a wife from one of the tribes, but not. He married a woman named Rael, and nobody knew exactly where she came from. There were many rumors talking about her, including rumors of infidelity between her and Leith. King Valon and his men were called away to battle when raiders had returned, attacking villages along the northern coast. The queen pleaded with him not to go because she had a dream that he would not return, but the king could not resist a battle. Sadly, she was right, because the battle was an ambush. He and his men had been slain, and only Leith returned alive. During the next full moon, the darkness began. Nightmarish beasts crept out of the forest, strange and unnatural, not born of this world. With every dark moon, the darkness swept across the land, and entire villages fled west to find safety. The people have waited a long time for the king to return and cleanse the lands of darkness, but now he has returned, and he vows to protect his kingdom. He remembers this land, but not like this. It used to be green and pleasant, teeming with life, and the people greeted him with joy. He finds an old village that was now destroyed, but remembers its people and his duty to protect them, and vows to change everything. Meanwhile, his loyal squire was on a mission of his own, trying to recruit as many people as he can for an army. He shows them the arrow that killed the young boy in the first battle, claiming that if a 13-year-old boy has the courage to fight for his land, so can everyone else. The knight goes deeper into the forest, remembering his beautiful wife, and sees her dancing in one of their favorite spots. Someone greets him, a woman named Lady Gwinion of the House of Dana. She says her court has always had an accord with this world and lived in harmony, but the people have failed to keep it safe from the darkness that is slowly taking over. This shadow has begun to leak into their own realm, spilling into their woods and rivers. If they don't end this pestilence, they will, but their methods will not be discriminating. The knight vows to do his part and clean the lands of this darkness. Kildare, a young girl that was accompanying Lady Gwinion, wanted to know why this place was so infected and had no idea she was on Earth. The knight returns home to his people, and Owain says that while he was away, he's been recruiting people and building an army, ready to fight at his side. There are hidden weapons in this world, artifacts created long before the beginning of recorded history. They bestow great powers on whoever is chosen to wield them. One such artifact is known as the Witchblade, and the person currently bonded with it is fighting hordes of demons on top of a mountain. She finds some kind of gateway from where they were constantly spilling onto Earth and manages to close it, causing a big explosion. She survives, but fails to spot a hideous beast that attacks her from behind. The attack is fatal, and the woman is disintegrated in the blast. The only thing that remained was the Witchblade gauntlet, which falls into the ocean below. Somewhere else, Seahawk, a blind man who collects magical artifacts, arrives in the seaport of Bleak Haven. He is a loyal servant working with the spirits of the ages, and they show him a vision. In this vision, he sees the Witchblade, and also a mother and a child, both witches. The young girl could be the next host, chosen by the magical gauntlet to bond together. The girl was much older now and spends most of her time stealing food from wherever she can. Seahawk teleports himself to her and says he wants to talk, but the girl tries to run away. Even though the man was blind, he has magical powers that allow him to instantly teleport anywhere he wants. Long years have passed since King Valon has been gone from the castle, and the Dark Queen has taken over the throne. This witch interrogates a group of women from the village, demanding to know everything about the Witchblade, and also the names of everyone who does magic. After killing the lorekeeper, one of the villagers tells her about Starling, the young girl from earlier, who is also a witch. The queen kills the other women and summons a dark creature using her powers. She asks it to hunt Starling and bring her the Witchblade gauntlet one way or another. She casts another spell that allows her to see her location and sees that she was together with Seahawk, who was working for the Guild of the Trusted. Seahawk brings her to his ship, but Starling is afraid because she can't swim. What if she falls in the water? Out of nowhere, the giant creature emerges from the water and attacks them, causing the ship to swing, which sends Starling sinking into the water. Seahawk kills the beast with a powerful energy blast by using his staff, which leaves the queen stunned, unaware that he had gained such powers. He then dives into the water after the girl, but she was quickly sinking to the bottom. As fate would have it, she lands right next to the Witchblade. The magical gauntlet chooses her as its next host and it crawls towards her. This gives Starling incredible powers, and she emerges from the waters unharmed, but the rush of energy is short-lived and she goes unconscious. Meanwhile, in the camp of the army led by the Hellspawn, also known as King Valon, the scourge sent by the queen approaches and kills one of the soldiers, demanding to fight the king. Valon accepts the challenge head-on and rushes to fight the attacker, claiming that one of them must die. The scourge lands the first blow that sends the Hellspawn flying into the air, landing several feet away. He then asks the soldiers to surrender and go back to their homes, claiming he beat the king with just one blow. But Valon was not defeated, and he returns, jumping towards the attacker with his valiant sword. This time he gains the upper hand, landing several powerful blows against the scourge, but something was off. King Valon recognized the pendant from the attacker's armor, and he is certain they have met before. Realizing that his champion was defeated, the queen summons him back, even though he wanted to die on the battlefield at the hand of the Hellspawn. King Valon remembers his wife, Queen Riel, and wonders what happened to her all these years. He wants to go to the castle, but the way there was long and dangerous, surrounded by the dark langes and plagued by monsters. As they go inside the forest, the men are attacked by skeleton hands, emerging from the ground underneath their feet. The knight swiftly deals with several monsters that attack them, and he is worried about the safety of his own men. He asks them to return back to camp, while he and his loyal squire continue the journey alone. Owain is jumped by a hideous beast and falls on the ground, but luckily, his king was there to cut off its head. This wasn't the last time the knight squire will come close to death, nor the last time he is afraid, but it will be the last time that fear overcomes him. Meanwhile, in the Northlands, Seahawk and Starling arrive safely on the shores, and the Witchblade wants them to head in the direction of the castle, sensing something powerful inside. As they get closer, they are faced with an onslaught of monsters who come at them from every direction. The gauntlet was doing its thing, but they are quickly overrun and they are forced to retreat into a nearby abandoned church. However, the crypt inside was even more dangerous than the outside, because the dead come to life and instantly attack them. Seahawk asks Starling to escape and leave him behind, claiming that if he runs away, his powers will diminish. But if he stays and fights, his sacrifice will swing the balance in his favor and his powers will become greater. Starling doesn't understand exactly how his powers work, but decides to listen to him and escapes, going deeper into the cave. She emerges into another part of the forest surrounding the castle when she is greeted by someone, the ghost of her mother and all of her ancestors that came before her. Starling comes from a long family of witches, who were persecuted and hunted by men who hated and feared them for their craft, men who will always fear a woman who wields powers. Her mother wants her to become one of them, claiming that by wielding the Witchblade she is stronger than all of them, but shouldn't trust the words of men because they will try to destroy her. Suddenly the ghosts disappear and behind her are King Valon and his squire. Fueled by her mother's words, she uses the gauntlet and instantly attacks the Hellspawn. Claiming she's a woman, she is the Witchblade. Owain does his job and protects his king, hitting the young girl in the head with a stick and knocking her unconscious. Seahawk emerges from the cave after he successfully defeated the undead monsters, but had no clue what was going on. He says the girl inhaled toxic spores when she was in the cave and her mind was poisoned, so he needs to perform a cleansing ritual. The ritual was successful and Starling recovers unharmed, expelling the toxin that was in her body. She apologizes for attacking the Hellspawn and all of them introduce each other. They agree to join forces and head towards the castle together, but they didn't expect it to be right on top of them. Their true enemy is finally revealed to them, the Trinity of Evil, Mother, Daughter, and the Unholy Spirit. King Valon recognizes his wife, Rael, but she claims he is not the real king, even though he carries his sword, the Peacemaker. Rael reveals that her husband and true king is actually the Scourge, the hideous monster bearing the magic amulet. Before going into his final battle, she gave him the amulet which prevented his body from completely dying. It compelled his corpse to rise from the field of battle and return to his queen, crawling on rotting limbs, spending 7 long weeks to get back. The knight was actually Leith, the king's trusted friend and companion in battle. Rael enchanted him, luring him to make love with her. During the battle, it was Leith who stabbed his king in the back and then took his sword from his dead hand. Upon returning him, he saw Rael for what she truly was, one of the witches that formed the Holy Trinity. He couldn't bear the guilt of killing his best friend, so he jumped from the castle window trying to take his own life. But as he fell, the earth opened beneath him and he was teleported into hell, where he came face to face with the demon Malebolgia. The demon offered him a pact to go back to earth and make amends for his sin, and when his atonement was done, he would return to hell and serve him for eternity as his Hellspawn. Seahawk asks Leith not to trust King Valon, claiming he isn't human anymore, and the Holy Trinity don't want to rule this earth, they want to consume it. The mother tries to lure Starling into joining them, claiming they want to share their powers with her, but the voice of the Witchblade talks to her, causing her to dispel all illusions and reveal the truth, exposing the witches for what they truly were. The 3 witches merge their bodies together with the Scourge, transforming into a hideous creature with 4 heads. The very fabric of time and space fractures, and the heroes were given a short taste of the nightmare world that would consume theirs if they failed to stop it. Hundreds of monsters emerge from the other world and attack the heroes, while Starling wants to change their strategy. She wants to face the giant monster head-on, claiming that if they wanted the power of the Witchblade, she was going to give it to them. Her attack was powerful and left a big hole inside the giant monster, but it didn't kill it and she eventually gets captured. Medieval Spawn claims Malebolgia remade him to make amends for his sins, so he unleashes every atom of the necroplasm flowing through his body and hits the Holy Trinity with everything he's got. Only a force created in darkness, tainted with the malevolence of hell itself, could face against this hideous creature, and he succeeded. The Trinity is finally defeated, for now at least, and King Valon reverts back to his human form, even if just for a few seconds before his body turns into energy. Medieval Spawn is severely injured and says his master is calling him to serve for eternity. Starling says the Witchblade is talking to her, claiming that in the future Malebolgia is dead and she wants to send the Hellspawn there. Seahawk performs an old incantation that teleports the Hellspawn several hundred years into the future. Malebolgia catches a glimpse of the grim future that awaits him and realizes his days are numbered, which leaves him screaming in desperation. The group separates, each going their own way, and Starling wants to go back to her tribe and use her powers to repair the damage done by the Trinity and by the generations of men who oppressed her ancestors. Somewhere in the future, away from Malebolgia's reach, Medieval Spawn emerges. 2 people were waiting for him, claiming they've waited a long time to meet him, but something was wrong. The knight could feel his face melting, but it wasn't that. Without the demon's influence to keep him looking like a monster, his face was beginning to heal, and he looked like his former self once again.